Chapter 1. Ambush on a Rainy Night. In the world of Tianwu, martial arts flourished with brilliance. There were practitioners who cultivated their inner breath, channeling it to pierce the heavens, absorbing the energies of yin and yang, thereby manifesting the diagram of yin and yang and achieving the formidable three calamities qi. Others engaged in refining their physical forms, opening the 12 bones, wielding the power of wind and cloud, and achieving the dragon and tiger visage, culminating in the three flowers atop the head. Then there were those who cultivated myriad styles, producing the 12 segments, invoking the forces of the universe, transforming into the chaos child, breaking forth in the form of the green lotus. The young Zhou Xian was merely a servant, working in the Wild Blade Martial Arts School in the city of Qingye. Though the role of a servant lacked prestige, for others, it was a coveted position. In the realm of Tianwu, martial prowess determined everything, and martial schools were places of great respect. To work here, even as a mere servant, was akin to holding a position in the imperial court. Moreover, through constant exposure, even a servant could glean some knowledge, albeit little and unshareable. Yet compared to ordinary folk, they had grasped some martial techniques. Furthermore, in such an environment, one could also meet various martial practitioners. Merely becoming a familiar face held significant value. At this moment, Zhou Xian held a mop in one hand and a bucket of water in the other, diligently cleaning the courtyard's bluestone slabs. "Hey, thin monkey Zhou, we still need to practice martial arts here. Why don't you step aside and continue mopping?" Among the group practicing martial arts in the courtyard, a towering man, standing 2 meters tall and hefting a stone lock weighing 150 kilograms, called out to Zhou Xian. His voice boomed like a tiger, causing Zhou Xian's ears to ring. "All right, brother Xiao." Acknowledging Xiao Yun's words, Zhou Xian put down his tools and moved to another area. Though referred to as Thin Monkey Zhou Xian's physique was far from lacking. Standing at 1.80 meters, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, he was quite handsome. However, such looks brought him no tangible benefits. In this world, one's martial realm was of utmost importance. Despite not being as refined as Zhou Xian, the other was nonetheless an outer disciple of the Wild Blade Martial Arts School. Even though he was merely at the stage of refining his physique, he was not someone Zhou Xian could compare himself to. Moreover, in a society where wealth favored martial prowess, the other's ability to cultivate martial arts indicated a background of prosperity. Thus, suitors for such an individual were undoubtedly numerous. "Haha, little Zhou, work hard. Who knows, if the master is in a good mood one day, he might let you practice with us." Another martial practitioner, noticing Zhou Xian moving away to clean, jestingly remarked, "Brother, you're just teasing me." Hearing the teasing, Zhou Xian chuckled and replied with a hint of resignation. "Why are you all teasing little Zhou? Hurry up and practice martial arts." As Zhou Xian spoke, a young girl stepped forward. With a fair complexion and delicate features, she appeared to be of similar age to Zhou Xian. This girl was Li Ying, the daughter of Li Jiani, the master of the Wild Blade Martial Arts School. Though she looked graceful, with skin as fair as jade, when she practiced, her arms exuded a force of 2,000 jin, her skin as tough as black iron. Upon Li Ying's arrival, the martial practitioners redirected their gazes. Though they were aware of her interest in Zhou Xian and wished to tease her, the thought vanished upon considering her strength. She was not someone they could afford to jest with. After exchanging a shy smile with Li Ying, Zhou Xian resumed his cleaning. Meanwhile, standing by the window, Li Jiani, holding a teapot, took a sip of tea. Observing the interaction between Zhou Xian and Li Ying, he smirked slightly before turning away, preferring not to dwell on such matters. Regarding his daughter's romantic affairs, he had always advocated for freedom in love. Yet, there was one caveat. If Zhou Xian dared to let his daughter down, he would not hesitate to take drastic measures. In stark contrast, in another part of the house, a young man glared at Zhou Xian with resentment. He was Zhao Tianxin, the eldest disciple of the Wild Blade Martial Arts School, who had long harbored feelings for the junior sister. To him, winning her heart was paramount. After all, Li Jiani was a master of the 6 bones, second only to the city lord. His arms could unleash a force of 12,000 jin. Furthermore, only by becoming her husband could one qualify to study the fierce wind blade technique he wielded. In this world, Those who refined their physiques could access martial arts manuals of varying levels. Skin, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, purple jade, and diamond, with each ascending level offering greater enhancements. Take, for instance, the comparison between the basic Tiger Roar Fist and the Wind Blade technique. If the Tiger Roar Fist refined one's body to resemble tiger skin, then the Wind Blade technique would refine it to resemble black iron. Though both were the same bone realm, and both could unleash a force of 2,000 Jin, in a fight, Zhao Tianxin would undoubtedly fall short of Li Ying. Thus, whether for the martial arts manuals or for the strength of her father, he had to win over Li Ying. Little Zhou, don't blame your senior brother for being ruthless. Blame yourself for coveting what you shouldn't have. Zhao Tianxin gave Zhou Xian's retreating figure a deep glare before turning his attention back to practicing the Tiger Roar Fist, striving to break through to the bone realm soon. As for Zhou Xian, tonight would serve as a lesson for him. Time passed, and before long, the moon hung high in the sky. That night, Zhou Xian remained, continuing his cleaning duties. After tidying up, he took 2 warm pancakes gifted by Li Jianyi and headed home. Halfway there, a sudden gust of wind swept through, dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously. Zhou Xian's heart sank. Was he truly this unlucky to encounter such a scene at night? He hastened his pace. As he hurried, aided by the waning moonlight, a shadow darted from the trees, launching a punch toward Zhou Xian. His expression shifted in alarm, and he raised his arms to defend himself. Yet the next moment, a tremendous force struck him, and with a crack, his arms shattered. As the pancakes fell from his grasp, Zhou Xian was sent flying by the overwhelming power. "Who are you?" Suspended in midair, Zhou Xian was filled with dread, unable to suppress his inquiry. That terrifying force was something no ordinary person could possess. The assailant, uninterested in conversation, pressed forward with a powerful kick aimed at Zhou Xian's abdomen. A searing pain shot through him as he coughed up blood. With that single blow, Zhou Xian was grievously injured and on the brink of collapse. Yet the assailant showed no mercy, advancing again to strike his chest with an open palm. The wind from the strike was fierce merely upon contact. It shattered Zhou Xian's ribcage. Even as Zhou Xian fought desperately to resist, he could only manage to tear a corner of his attacker's sleeve, leaving his skin unscathed. The palm withdrew, and the impacted Zhou Xian fell to the ground, rolling down the hillside path. The assailant intended to pursue and deliver a finishing blow. Boom! However, a deafening thunderclap erupted from the sky. Simultaneously, a chill swept across the assailant's face. Realizing the torrential rain was imminent, he abandoned the thought of a follow-up attack and retreated toward Qingye City. Almost forgot, a follow-up was necessary. P.S. The brain is under careful supervision. Chapter 2. A Master's Rescue. The rain poured down in torrents, washing away the soil and attempting to cleanse the dark night above. Yet, despite the relentless efforts of the downpour, some things remained unwashed. A faint, acrid scent of blood lingered in the rain. Accompanying the scent was a faint groan. Behind a towering boulder, an old man, tattered and with a gaping wound in his chest, lay gazing at Zhou Xian, who was barely alive. With a deep sigh, the old man's eyes glimmered with a hint of melancholy. Alas, let this be a chance for merit. After a brief moment of contemplation, the old man made up his mind. He was gravely wounded. Even if he tore the teleportation talisman crafted by a god to escape, it would only prolong his agony. His injuries were beyond the help of this small place. Rather than perish in such a manner, it was better to save the child before him. At least it would count as a good deed, and perhaps one day he could have the boy avenge him. With this thought, a rich essence of blood energy surged from the old man, flowing toward Zhou Xian. Though he was on the brink of death, the residual blood energy within him could still save Zhou Xian. This was fortunate for Zhou Xian, as he had yet to cultivate. No matter how weak a giant serpent may be, it is still not something an ant can devour entirely. As the blood energy surged into Zhou Xian's body, his complexion grew increasingly vibrant. In contrast, the old man's life force waned rapidly. Tearing a piece of cloth, the old man inscribed the name of his nemesis, the blood butcher Kuan, and tucked it into Zhou Xian's clothing before letting his arm fall limply. His life experiences flashed before him like a whirlwind. Just as the old man's soul began to dissipate, the jade pendant around Zhou Xian's neck suddenly emitted a pulling force, drawing the old man's soul within. Where is this? Gazing at the interior of the jade pendant, the elder, in a state of ethereal existence, was utterly astonished. Yet, before he could examine it for himself, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him, causing his soul to succumb to slumber. The night was fleeting, while the dream stretched interminably. Zhou Xian found himself immersed in a dream. In this dream, he was ensconced within a warm spring, while a refreshing breeze wafted into his mind. This invigorating essence began to evolve within Zhou Xian's consciousness, transforming into a vision of a meditative gateway. This gateway resembled a blue lotus, taking root amidst the chaos, as if born of the very heavens and earth. Before Zhou Xian could scrutinize it further, a gust of cold wind swept through, prompting him to open his eyes. He soon realized he was beside a massive stone, adjacent to the lifeless form of a tattered elder, long since departed from this world. Upon witnessing the corpse before him, Zhou Xian was seized by terror and instinctively sought to flee. As he moved, an unusual sensation surged in his chest. Reaching into his garment, he retrieved a fragment of clothing from his bosom. Upon examining the details inscribed upon it, Zhou Xian comprehended the unfolding narrative. With the initial fear of encountering the corpse dissipating, memories of prior events resurfaced in his mind. His gaze turned icy, a vendetta for his fallen kin and enmity that could not coexist. However, for the moment, he needed to ensure the proper handling of the elder's remains. Zhou Xian hoisted the elder's corpse onto his back, laboriously making his way home. Thankfully, the dawn was just breaking, and few souls roamed the streets. Upon arriving at his abode, Zhou Xian found himself speckled with mud, the journey rendered cumbersome by the mire. In the rear yard of his home, he procured a shovel and dug a grave for the elder, preparing to inter him. Before the burial, however, Zhou Xian retrieved a tome titled Silver Silkworm Technique from the elder's grasp. Master above, your disciple vows to diligently cultivate and avenge your grievances. After filling in the grave, Zhou Xian knelt and fervently bowed his head 3 times in respect. To save a life, impart martial arts, this truly defines a master and a father. Having completed all necessary rites, Zhou Xian opened the Silver Silkworm Technique, a martial arts manual containing not only specialized training illustrations, but also accompanying breathing techniques, along with a technique for the 9 silkworm sword. Upon perusing its contents, Zhou Xian was struck with astonishment. It was indeed a silver-grade martial arts manuscript. Should such a manual be divulged, Zhou Xian knew only one fate awaited him: to eliminate any witnesses. With this realization flooding through him, he hastily committed every detail to memory. Afterward, he concealed the manual in a secret location, not out of a desire to destroy it, but rather out of concern that he might one day forget its contents and require a reference. Checking the time, Zhou Xian noticed he still had a moment to spare, prompting him to practice some techniques from the Silver Silkworm Technique. As he trained, an inexplicable energy began to infiltrate his being from the void. This was a unique essence from the world of Tianwu, known as the essence of all things, capable of fortifying the physique of the one who absorbs it. Before long, Zhou Xian felt a sensation of fullness within him, a result of the unrefined essence of all things. He quickly picked up a wooden stick and began to execute the 9 silkworm sword technique, utilizing the movements of the sword to refine the essence within. Fortunately, there was no one else around his home, otherwise Zhou Xian would not have dared to practice so openly. Once he completed the sword technique, he felt an exhilarating surge of strength coursing through his body. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Just as he was about to gauge the extent of his newfound power, Zhou Xian glanced at the hourglass and was suddenly alarmed. So engrossed in his training, he had completely lost track of time. If he were late, not only would he face a deduction in pay, but he might also risk being dismissed. Panicked, Zhou Xian dashed towards the Guangdao Martial Arts Hall. As he sprinted, he increasingly sensed an extraordinary vitality within himself. In the midst of this frantic dash, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Miraculously, Zhou Xian arrived at the Guangdao Martial Arts Hall just in the nick of time. After exchanging greetings with a few fellow disciples, he commenced his daily chores. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianchun, who had just finished his training session with Li Jiani, was taken aback upon seeing Zhou Xian cleaning. How could he still be alive? That fellow had taken the money and done nothing. With this thought, Zhao Tianchun was filled with both astonishment and fury, astonished that Zhou Xian might uncover some secret, and furious that he had pocketed money without fulfilling his duties. My money is not so easily acquired. Seething with anger, Zhao Tianchun's expression darkened, resolved to confront Zhou Xian under the cover of nightfall to demand an explanation. As time passed, evening soon approached. After receiving a steaming pancake from the martial arts hall, Zhou Xian exchanged pleasantries with Li Ying before departing. Upon returning home, he could not resist diving back into his training of the silver silkworm technique. After a brief period of practice, the sensation of fullness returned within him. Grasping the wooden stick once more, Zhou Xian resumed his execution of the 9 silkworm sword technique. After repeating this cycle of training twice, Zhou Xian completed his cleansing rituals and lay down to rest. That night, as he slumbered, Zhou Xian once again dreamt of the meditative gateway. Confronted by this vision, Zhou Xian, still youthful at heart, could not resist the urge to practice the technique presented before him. Chapter 3. A renewed pursuit in the depths of a mysterious dream. Tendrils of mist began to rise. As the mist swirled and danced, it seemed to be attempting to sketch something elusive. Regrettably, the mist was far too insubstantial, continuously coalescing and dissipating, ultimately fading away entirely. With the final dispersal of the mist, Zhou Xian awoke from his slumber. Upon awakening, Zhou Xian felt a peculiar, throbbing sensation of fullness in his mind. Glancing out the window, he noted that it was still the dead of night, only a couple of hours since he had fallen asleep. Nevertheless, Zhou Xian felt exceptionally invigorated, with nothing to occupy his time and driven by the sensation in his mind. He rose from his bed and assumed the posture for practicing the silver silkworm technique, synchronizing his breath to continually strengthen himself. As Zhou Xian immersed himself in his training, the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, heralded by the ascent of the golden sun. With the initial rays of sunlight streaming in, Zhou Xian concluded his practice. This moment, he appeared vibrant and full of life, his eyes shimmering with a newfound brilliance. His physique had notably strengthened compared to before. After freshening up, Zhou Xian set off briskly towards the martial arts academy. Upon arriving at the academy, while tidying up, Zhou Xian discreetly tested the stone lock within the training hall. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could effortlessly lift 100 kilograms with one arm. In just 2 days of training, this remarkable strength left Zhou Xian utterly astounded. This led him to ponder whether he might indeed be one of those prodigies spoken of in hushed tones. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. If he truly possessed such extraordinary talent, the Academy's master, Li Jiani, would not have relegated him to a mere assistant, but would have taken him as a disciple, guiding him with care. Zhou Xian speculated that the significant reason for his progress lay in the silver silkworm technique, a martial arts manual of such caliber that it naturally yielded great results with less effort. Zhou Xian, today marks our Academy's herb collection day. You should set aside your chores and make the trip, came a voice from behind as Zhou Xian was cleaning, that he turned to see Master Li Jiani, holding a teapot and sipping occasionally. Martial training is not merely about exertion. It requires the synergy of medicinal herbs. The Crazy Blade Martial Academy has its own designated place for herb collection, dispatching individuals periodically to gather them. This cooperative arrangement not only ensures high-quality herbs, but also guarantees the best prices, perfectly suiting the needs of their academy. Understood, Master, that I shall depart immediately, Zhou Xian replied. Nodding at the master's words, after organizing his tools, he headed towards the stable. Selecting a fine steed, he mounted and rode towards Qingyou Mountain, just outside the city to by midday. After a swift journey, Zhou Xian finally arrived at Qingyou Mountain. Legends tell of a swordsman riding a green bull who, upon quenching his thirst, transformed the beast into the very mountain itself. However, Zhou Xian found such tales hard to believe. Perhaps, centuries ago, a swordsman did ride a green bull to this place. But the notion of the bull transforming into a mountain seemed preposterous. Approaching Qingyou Mountain, he spotted a farmhouse at the foot of the hill, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips that if all went well, he might return to the academy by sunset. Giddy up, taking a sip of water, Zhou Xian flicked the reins, urging his steed towards the farmhouse that young Master Zhou called out a herb farmer working in the fields. Spotting Zhou Xian on horseback, Zhou Xian had visited numerous times to collect herbs and had grown quite familiar with the farmers here. After exchanging pleasantries, he began to assess the herbs available for collection. After a brief inspection, he found no issues and proceeded to fill his bags mounted on the horse's back in no time. The herbs were packed into burlap sacks. After a simple meal, Zhou Xian mounted his steed and set off towards Qingye City. As he rode along the road, an unexpected sharp pain pierced through his mind, prompting Zhou Xian to instinctively turn his head. Whoosh! An arrow narrowly missed his ear, the fierce wind it generated sending a few strands of hair spiraling into disarray. Zhou Xian was taken aback, quickly dismounting and hiding behind his horse this merely a coincidence. At the cliff's edge, a young man clad in green furrowed his brow. The arrow, just fired, had been executed with both intent and precision, capable of striking even a first-level bone warrior. How had an ordinary person like Zhou Xian evaded it? There was no time for further contemplation as the green-clad youth knocked another arrow, brandishing a blade, and charged down the mountain towards Zhou Xian. Each time Zhou Xian attempted to escape, the archer would unleash another arrow, forcing him to remain concealed behind his steed. This man was none other than the assassin sent by Zhao Tianqin to eliminate Zhou Xian. Zhao Tianqin had refrained from taking action himself, fearing that Li Jinyi might deduce his involvement from Zhou Xian's injuries. Thus, he had enlisted the services of a notorious assassin from the black market known as the Wind Chaser Knife. However, Zhou Xian's continued survival incited his dissatisfaction, prompting him to confront Zhou Xian directly. Upon learning that Zhou Xian was still alive, the Wind Chaser Knife was initially taken aback, but soon vowed to complete his task successfully. Yet after Zhao Tianqin departed, the assassin's mind began to race. He recalled the circumstances of their initial encounter. Under such grievous injuries, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to survive. The only conclusion was that Zhou Xian must have encountered some unforeseen opportunity. This notion compelled the Wind Chaser Knife to keep his suspicions to himself, in his eyes. If Zhou Xian possessed some unknown transformation, then eliminating him would grant the opportunity to himself. Fate must align with me. The Wind Chaser Knife's expression grew fervent as he tightened his grip on the blade, and he swore to interrogate Zhou Xian mercilessly, extracting every secret from him before delivering a swift end. As he lunged towards Zhou Xian, the latter was also striving to save himself. With a sharp crack of the reins, Zhou Xian urged his steed forward, galloping away, seeking death. The Wind Chaser Knife roared in fury upon witnessing Zhou Xian using his horse as a shield to flee. If he allowed Zhou Xian to escape, would not his own fortune slip away? Thief! You cannot flee. With this thought, the Wind Chaser Knife shouted angrily, knocking an arrow and aiming for the horse's eyes. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the horse fell dead on the spot. Yet as the steed collapsed, Zhou Xian swiftly shifted directions and ran in another way. Seeing this, the Wind Chaser Knife's eyes narrowed. Such timing could not be mastered by an ordinary person. This realization only solidified his belief that Zhou Xian harbored some hidden secret. Drawing another arrow, he aimed to strike Zhou Xian down once more. However, Zhou Xian moved with uncanny agility, evading the arrow once again. Witnessing this, the Wind Chaser Knife's desire to capture Zhou Xian for interrogation intensified. As they continued their chase, the distance between them began to close. Eventually, Zhou Xian found himself standing at the edge of a cliff, his expression grim as he faced the Wind Chaser Knife. Chapter 4. The Ancient Cave Opportunity. Young man, hand over the secret treasure, and I shall spare your life. The Wind Chaser Knife threatened. Bow and blade in hand, his expression cold as ice. Just because of you, I would rather die than comply. Zhou Xian retorted darkly, recognizing this foe. Since practicing the Chilean visualization method, Zhou Xian's spirit had received a significant boost. He sensed an eerily familiar aura emanating from the man before him, the very individual who had slain him amidst the torrential rain. Just as I suspected, you harbor a great secret. Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, the Wind Chaser Knife's lips curled into a cold smile that if the opponent did not possess some hidden secret, he would not have suggested handing it over. Damned. Zhou Xian's countenance darkened further, he realized he had been outmaneuvered by this cunning adversary. "You shall die!" With a furious shout, Zhou Xian brandished a small dagger, prepared to fight to the death. "Just you." The Wind Chaser knife scoffed at Zhou Xian's resolve, charging forward with lethal intent. But in the next moment, Zhou Xian dashed towards the cliff's edge, leaping off without hesitation. Damn it. Seeing Zhou Xian leap, the Wind Chaser knife rushed forward to investigate, only to find Zhou Xian plunging downwards, his dagger embedded in the cliffside, slowing his descent. Such trivial tricks are laughably inadequate. The Wind Chaser knife let out a cold snort, driving his blade into the cliff's wall before leaping down after him. Utilizing his formidable physique, the Wind Chaser knife maneuvered skillfully along the cliff face, closing the distance to Zhou Xian in no time. Before long, he reached Zhou Xian's side, delivering a powerful kick. Zhou Xian, sensing the impending attack, retaliated instantly. With just one strike, both men were taken aback, astonished by each other's formidable strength. At the moment of their clash, an unexpected tingling sensation coursed through his feet. Despite having trained in martial arts for many years, and although his mastery of martial techniques may not have reached the level of black iron, rendering his body not as resilient as iron or stone, he still possessed a strength exceeding 300 kilograms, with sinews and bones remarkably tough. Yet, even with such prowess, he felt a numbing sensation upon impact. It was evident that the martial arts technique practiced by Zhou Xian had achieved the black iron level, or perhaps even surpassed it, possibly reaching the bronze level. On the other hand, Zhou Xian was equally astonished by the formidable strength of his opponent. The sheer force of the collision left him in awe. Besides the terrifying power, the feeling of his adversary's touch, akin to solid wood, instilled within him a sense of dread. Such immense power and a physique beyond that of an ordinary human were indeed fearsome. The existence of a martial artist was both daunting and profoundly alluring. In the midst of his reflections, Zhou Xian momentarily forgot the fact that he had only been training for a few days. This was the terrifying aspect of high-level martial arts techniques. While Zhou Xian practiced the silver silkworm technique, he found that apart from his inferior strength compared to his opponent, he excelled in every other aspect. After their initial exchange, upon noticing Zhou Xian's unusual demeanor, Chasing Wind Blade intensified his assault, his legs launching towards Zhou Xian with renewed ferocity. That moment, he had abandoned any intention of capturing Zhou Xian alive to interrogate him about his martial arts technique. His only desire was to eliminate Zhou Xian. Should he find the martial arts technique on Zhou Xian's corpse afterward, it would be a splendid outcome that if not, he would merely lament the loss. For Chasing Wind Blade harbored no other thoughts. The fellow before him was progressing far too swiftly, to the point of instilling fear in Chasing Wind Blade, a fear that eclipsed his greed for the martial arts technique. Just days prior, Zhou Xian was merely an ordinary individual whom he had easily dispatched. Today, he could exchange blows with him that if this continued, who knew when he might meet his demise at Zhou Xian's hands. Chasing Wind Blade could not tolerate such an eventuality. With this thought in mind, he deftly maneuvered his wrist, redirecting his blade to draw closer to Zhou Xian. Once more, his legs surged towards Zhou Xian, aiming to send him plummeting off the cliff. As Chasing Wind Blade's kick approached, Zhou Xian felt a flicker of fear within him. Yet he resolved to confront the oncoming threat that in matters of life and death. No matter the fear, Zhou Xian had no choice but to fight. The two engaged in a frenzied exchange atop the cliff for over a dozen moves, despite the excruciating pain in his legs. Zhou Xian gradually diminished the innate fear he held for martial artists. The legendary prowess of martial artists seemed far less imposing than he had imagined. With this realization, Zhou Xian unexpectedly began to counterattack against Chasing Wind Blade. Sensing Zhou Xian's retaliation, Chasing Wind Blade was alarmed. It appeared that Zhou Xian had shed the long-standing fear instilled in him by martial artists. This was exceedingly unfavorable news for Chasing Wind Blade. In the fateful encounter where the brave prevail, the absence of fear would make it far more challenging to overcome his opponent. Chasing Wind Blade's visage twisted into a ferocious expression as he unleashed a relentless series of kicks aimed at Zhou Xian, while Zhou Xian adeptly countered each strike. However, amidst their exchange, Zhou Xian's dagger collided with a hard rock, and before he could react, it slipped from his grasp. Zhou Xian could not suppress a cry, desperately grasping at the surrounding vines in hopes of slowing his descent. Yet, No matter how fervently he clutched, he could not decelerate his fall as he collided with various vines and protruding stones. Zhou Xian plummeted in an erratic trajectory towards the abyss below. Soon, he vanished from Chasing Wind Blade's sight. Frowning, Chasing Wind Blade pursued Zhou Xian's descent with his blade, but all he could see were vines and stones. Zhou Xian's figure was nowhere to be found. Watching Zhou Xian disappear from view, Chasing Wind Blade gritted his teeth, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him. If he failed to eliminate Zhou Xian this time, he might very well meet his end at Zhou Xian's hands. Alive, one must see the person. Dead, one must see the corpse. With this thought, Chasing Wind Blade resolved firmly. He must locate Zhou Xian. There was no way he could let his opponent escape. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian, battered and bruised from the relentless impacts, ultimately crashed against a larger, protruding boulder. The intense force of the impact rendered him unconscious, despite his body having been tempered through rigorous training. Time passed, and eventually, Zhou Xian regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he was greeted by a sky full of stars and a throbbing pain coursing through his body. After lying on the ground for a while, the pain gradually subsided. Noticing the alleviation of his discomfort, Zhou Xian struggled to rise cautiously. Once upright, he realized he was perched upon a sizable boulder, and before him lay a cave of moderate size, obscured among the vines and remarkably discreet. Without careful observation, one would hardly notice it. Had Zhou Xian not landed upon this boulder, he might well have overlooked the cave entirely. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Xian made his way into the cave. No matter how bad it is, it cannot be worse than the pursuit of Chasing Wind Blade, can it? This cave represented a hidden sanctuary for Zhou Xian, a place where he could rest for a while, and, after a few days of recovery, eventually depart. Chapter 5. Mo Yuan. Upon entering the cave, it began narrow but gradually widened after traversing several dozen steps. The walls were adorned with crystalline stones and colorful jade, casting a soft light that emitted iridescent hues, enchanting and breathtaking. After moving further, Zhou Xian encountered a pool of crimson water, above which hung stalactites that continuously dripped, while the water itself spanned several feet in width. Its depth unknown. Approaching the crimson water, Zhou Xian was enveloped by a fragrant aroma that invigorated his spirit and cleared his mind. What a treasure! Recognizing the transformative effects of the aroma, Zhou Xian's face lit up with delight. Though he was unaware of the precise nature of this divine substance, he had heard descriptions of rare treasures. This object before him could undoubtedly be classified as such. Eagerly, Zhou Xian approached, carefully observing for any potential issues before bending down to partake. However, at that moment, the crimson water surged towards him as if it possessed sentience, inundating him with an overwhelming wave of pure energy. The colossal force roiled within Zhou Xian's body, causing his form to fracture and reassemble repeatedly. The agony of his body breaking apart and reforming threatened to send Zhou Xian into unconsciousness. Yet even in his dazed state, he could not succumb to oblivion, for the pure energy assaulted his mental clarity, keeping him perpetually aware. Just as Zhou Xian felt he might be overwhelmed by the immense power, the jade pendant around his neck suddenly emitted a pulling force, drawing all that immense energy into itself. With the pendant's activation, Zhou Xian exhaled a sigh of relief, allowing himself to relax, only to succumb to unconsciousness as his forehead touched the ground, blood trickling forth. Thud! The blood gradually flowed into the crimson water, and in the next moment, a splash erupted as an ancient bronze sword fell into Zhou Xian's grasp. Time passed, and eventually, Zhou Xian awakened once more. Noticing the peculiar object in his hand, he immediately looked down to find an ancient bronze sword resting quietly within his grip. Startled, he attempted to rise, but unexpectedly sprang up entirely. Zhou Xian paused, then began to attune himself to his body to in his awareness. He felt a gentle warmth emanating from the first vertebra of his spine. Realizing this change, joy surged within him. Having spent years in the martial arts academy, Zhou Xian possessed a fundamental understanding of realms. This was undoubtedly a sign that he had entered the bone realm. Strength derived from the bones, granting him the might of 1,000 pounds. Apart from this newfound bone realm, Zhou Xian also perceived a tender sprout swaying gently in his mind, radiating an overwhelmingly powerful energy. As if it were poised to burst forth the next instant, following his inner instincts, A vast surge of power erupted from Zhou Xian's spiritual sea, instantly enveloping an area of 1,000 meters around him, revealing the surrounding landscape within his mind. This was the domain of a divine favored one. Astonished by the vivid imagery flooding his consciousness, Zhou Xian was taken aback. He had initially thought the visualization he attained in his dreams was merely figments of his imagination. He never expected it to be genuine. He had indeed cultivated the legendary divine soul power. Cut it out, you little brat. What's so worthy of joy in merely a single realm? Just as Zhou Xian reveled in his newfound strength, a disdainful voice echoed within his mind. Who are you? Startled by the voice, Zhou Xian scrutinized himself closely. The tales of rural folklore often spoke of spirits and creatures that could ensnare one's heart and mind, and Zhou Xian feared that he might fall victim to such a fate. You little brat, I am your master. Observing Zhou Xian's cautious demeanor, Mo Yuan spoke with exasperation. Master? When did I ever take a master? Upon hearing Mo Yuan refer to himself as his master, Zhou Xian couldn't help but momentarily freeze in surprise. After all, he had never taken a master. You little brat, have you forgotten who bestowed upon you the silver silkworm technique and who saved your life? Mo Yuan, noticing Zhou Xian's lapse in memory about his identity, immediately rebuked him. It is you, my benefactor. Please allow me to kneel in gratitude. Hearing Mo Yuan's words, Zhou Xian recalled past events and hastily knelt down, expressing his gratitude for Mo Yuan's rescue. Since you are my disciple, there is no need for such formalities that as Zhou Xian attempted to kneel, Mo Yuan quickly intervened. You fortunate lad, not only have you received the cleansing and tempering from the mountain blood, but you have also acquired such a treasure born of heaven and earth. After stopping Zhou Xian's kneeling, Mo Yuan's gaze fell upon the ancient bronze sword nearby, his tone shifting to one of intrigue. Zhou Xian's fortune is indeed astonishing. The mountain blood that cleansed and tempered you is a substance that takes millennia to accumulate within the mountains. The ancient bronze sword is equally extraordinary. Its existence is contingent upon the alignment of celestial events, geographical advantages, and the harmony of people. Beyond these, the jade pendant you carry houses top-tier techniques, so exceptional that even someone who has attained the dragon and tiger realm might not have access to them. If it weren't for your lack of a unique bloodline, I would almost suspect you to be the illegitimate heir of a prominent family. Master, what is mountain blood? And what is this treasure? Zhou Xian inquired, somewhat puzzled by Mo Yuan's mention of mountain blood and the sword. His understanding of martial arts was limited. Apart from what he learned in his martial arts school, his knowledge largely came from tales of the supernatural, which were mere fabrications of ordinary minds and not to be taken seriously. Mountain blood is a substance formed through the accumulation of the essence of all things over time in uniquely blessed locations. Among these, the transparent and colorless variety is the lowest grade. While white is of superior quality, red is excellent, gold is exceptional, and purple is the rarest, referred to as the finest. Such extraordinary treasures exhibit remarkable characteristics. The ancient bronze sword you hold is equally remarkable. It requires the perfect convergence of time, place, and people. The right timing involves celestial phenomena, such as the simultaneous brilliance of the sun and moon, the invasion of the comet, the alignment of 9 stars, and the reversal of the 4 seasons. Geographical advantages can range from desolate wastelands to vibrant, life-filled territories, each with its unique attributes. The harmony of people may involve the flesh and blood of great beings, remnants of ancient techniques, or the life essence of myriad beings. With such diverse conditions, these divine artifacts possess varying powers, whether as instruments of slaughter, aids for cultivation, or ultimate defensive treasures. You might attempt to channel it. Perhaps you will discover unexpected results. After expounding on the origins of mountain blood and these divine weapons, Mo Yuan urged Zhou Xian to test the ancient bronze sword. This was not out of curiosity, but rather to ensure he had a clear understanding of the situation. Chapter 6. The Rise of Catastrophe and Fortune Boom. Crack. Above Qingniu Mountain, an expanse of dark clouds had gathered without notice. Strikes of lightning transformed into ruthless hands, tearing the very sky asunder and causing the earth to emit a mournful roar. Boom! A thunderbolt struck near the chasing wind blade, startling its wielder, who couldn't help but furrow his brow. How did the weather change so rapidly and violently? Amidst the swirling tempest, a robust man stood suspended in the air within the vast forested mountains. his eyes ablaze with fervor, transforming his gaze into crimson flames. Behind him loomed a massive illusory serpent and a similarly colossal white tiger. Under the oppressive presence of the serpent and tiger, all living beings trembled and knelt, both in fear and reverence. Though the immense pressure emanating from the serpent and tiger instilled terror, the pulsating aura of their life essence drove the creatures to madness. A mere drop of this giant's essence could represent an unparalleled opportunity for ordinary individuals, not to mention the awe-inspiring figure akin to a deity. The intertwining of calamity and fortune, beneath the stars and above the clouds. An island resembling a colossal sword, 1,000,000 zhang in height, floated, its tip aimed skyward, as if intent on piercing the heavens. Atop this sword's tip stood a slender young man clad in azure robes. Gazing solemnly at the constellations, waves of sword energy surged around him, and behind him, two towering bamboos, one green and one red, manifested, each standing 10,000 zhang tall, radiating a fierce sword intent. Under normal circumstances, a sword genius would grasp a fraction of this sword intent if they were to witness it. However, the master of this sword intent was currently agitated, his sword energy exceedingly potent that he practiced the path of chi cultivation. And today, feeling an unexpected stirring, he emerged from his seclusion to explore. He sensed that a great fortune and calamity were emerging in the world. This was a significant era. Fortune surged, and anyone could potentially touch the realm of immortality, thus reigning supreme. Yet, great fortune was invariably accompanied by great calamity. Calamity obscured vision. Whether one was a renowned prodigy or a brilliant strategist, under the weight of calamity, they might engage in unwise actions. Some cautious individuals chose to freeze themselves, evading calamity while awaiting the next grand era. Conversely, there were those daring enough to step forth, vying for that fleeting opportunity. The ruler of the pond and the sovereign of the seas are not of the same echelon. The heavens have changed. A great era of conflict is approaching. An elder with white hair stood atop the star-picking tower in the great Qian dynasty, gazing into the heavens. Within his sea of consciousness lay a spinning chaos seed, from which resonated the sound of recited scriptures. Such divine sounds could enlighten ordinary listeners. Around him, strands of chaotic energy ebbed and flowed, presenting a terrifying spectacle. Yet, even this sage was deeply concerned about the impending turmoil. No one knew whether the upcoming era of conflict would be a blessing or a curse. Beyond them, many others began to take action. Some sought to seize the fortunes of the outstanding, disseminating numerous martial arts manuals into the world. Those who obtained them would undoubtedly be extraordinary individuals, their cultivation of the manuals unwittingly weaving the threads of fate, allowing others to harvest their fortunes. Others employed sinister methods, embedding traps within the martial arts manuals, awaiting the opportune moment to slay their masters and seize their fortunes. The entire martial world was suddenly tumultuous that on this day, countless prodigies unknowingly acquired supreme manuals and embarked on the path of cultivation, while many others unwittingly contributed their fortunes to elevate others. Zhou Xian, however, was blissfully unaware of all this at this moment. He was diligently following Mo Yuan's instructions, channeling the ancient bronze sword before him. Under Mo Yuan's guidance, Zhou Xian infused his own life essence into the sword, which instantly shimmered with hints of silver. This was due to the inherent characteristics of the silver silkworm technique he cultivated. Truly, this divine artifact allowed for an astonishing flow of life essence. Observing the ancient bronze sword now tinged with silver, Mo Yuan couldn't help but express his admiration. Zhou Xian, hearing this, eagerly inquired about its intricacies. Subsequently, Mo Yuan explained, according to him, a warrior's life essence could imbue worldly weapons. However, due to the materials or forging methods, some weapons might stagnate and fail to harness the life essence, while others could absorb it, but at a great cost, unable to unleash their true power. The ancient bronze sword before them not only allowed for an exceptionally smooth flow of life essence, but even enhanced it. Such a weapon was something Mo Yuan had only heard of. Indeed, it is a divine artifact, he mused, realizing he was not of the same fortune as Zhou Xian. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xian summoned his spiritual power from the depths of his consciousness, wrapping it around the ancient bronze sword. Before Mo Yuan could fully comprehend Zhou Xian's actions, the ancient bronze sword shot into the air with remarkable speed, resembling a powerful arrow, its form shifting in size, appearing eerily unpredictable. How did you know of this divine artifact and its capabilities? Mo Yuan exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the sword's transformation. Such a secret was something even he, a seasoned and knowledgeable figure, could not discern. I don't know. I just had this feeling, Zhou Xian replied. Equally perplexed, he was unaware of the sword's extraordinary capabilities. He merely wished to test it. Hearing Zhou Xian's response, Mo Yuan felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Truly, this lad was someone of exceptional fortune, utterly beyond reason. Very well. Let us bestow a true name upon this ancient sword and depart with the mountain blood. Weary, Mo Yuan wished to leave this place as soon as possible. Let us call it the Mountain Pool Sword, Zhou Xian suggested after some thought. That as Zhou Xian named it, the Mountain Pool Sword emitted a melodious hum, as if in agreement with its new title. The spring within the mountain pool remained steadfast and unyielding, a fitting name indeed. After savoring the essence of the mountain pool twice, Mo Yuan could not help but exclaim in admiration. It seems that this disciple of mine harbors the ambition and audacity to subdue the turbulent waters of the martial world. Master, you overthink, he replied. I merely believe this sword derives its name from the waters of the mountain, and I have no intentions of stabilizing anything. Listening to Mo Yuan's eloquent verses, Zhou Xian felt somewhat embarrassed and interjected. Shouldn't we hastily retrieve the mountain blood and leave this place? Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, Mo Yuan nearly succumbed to disbelief. Goodness, can you not exhibit a modicum of humility? I even crafted a few poetic lines for you, he lamented. Heavenly treasures are rare and not easily obtained. Should one take them all in one breath, it may provoke the wrath of the heavens. However, to Mo Yuan's surprise, Zhou Xian declined a suggestion. Observing Zhou Xian's demeanor, Mo Yuan scrutinized him further, realizing that this individual was indeed one who found contentment in simplicity. Yet he mused, on the other hand, are you not rubbing my face into the ground with this display? When I previously composed a couplet, I did not see you so articulate. Chapter 7. The Shadowy Manipulator. Zhao Tianqian. Ultimately, Zhou Xian left the mountain cave without securing the mountain blood. From another perspective, Mo Yuan found merit in Zhou Xian's decision. He could regard the mountain blood as a sustainable resource, returning in the future to consume it. Unbeknownst to Mo Yuan, Zhou Xian, upon exiting the cave, promptly fixed his gaze in a specific direction and sped away. Watching Zhou Xian charge forth with sheer brute force, Mo Yuan felt a pang of discomfort. Wait a moment. Allow me to impart a technique of agility to you. Mo Yuan's voice resonated within Zhou Xian's mind, followed by the introduction of a technique known as flying swans treading on snow. Zhou Xian meticulously examined the technique and began to practice it while running. In no time, he had grasped it. Although he had yet to reach the level of leaving no trace, his speed had noticeably improved and his movements had become more graceful. This lad possesses remarkable talent, Mo Yuan remarked, taken aback by Zhou Xian's rapid mastery. In his own past, he had not acquired the technique with such swiftness. Is there an enemy in your vicinity? Noticing Zhou Xian's spiritual energy expanding and locking onto a direction, Mo Yuan also extended his own spiritual energy, detecting a figure in that direction. Thanks to Zhou Xian's jade pendant, Mo Yuan's spirit had received a degree of nourishment, enabling him to identify the other party. That individual has repeatedly placed me in peril. Until he is eliminated, my heart cannot find peace. Zhou Xian replied somberly, revealing the animosity between himself and the foe. This person may be acting on someone else's orders. Do not hastily eliminate him. It would be wise to interrogate him first, Mo Yuan advised. Indeed, master, your words resonate with wisdom. I too think along those lines. Zhou Xian nodded in agreement. Regarding the relentless pursuit he faced, Zhou Xian harbored doubts. He could not fathom why he had drawn ire from someone with whom he had no prior conflict. The only conclusion was that there must be some conflict of interests at play. Although the nature of this conflict eluded him, capturing his adversary would surely unveil the answers he sought. With this thought in mind, Zhou Xian soon arrived near the Wind Chaser blade. Thanks to the agility conferred by Mo Yuan's technique, Zhou Xian reached the location far more swiftly than he could have with his raw strength alone. As he confronted the Wind Chaser blade, Zhou Xian's gaze turned icy, and his spiritual energy erupted. Who goes there? The sudden sound of a sword shriek pierced the air as the mountain pool sword flew forth under Zhou Xian's command, roaring towards the wind chaser blade. Hearing the thunderous clang of the sword, the wielder of the wind chaser blade turned sharply, swinging his massive blade backward while retreating hastily. Yet alas, the speed of the wind chaser blade paled in comparison to that of the mountain pool sword. In the blink of an eye, the mountain pool sword collided with the wielder's blade, severing it as effortlessly as snow meets the blazing sun in a seamless motion. The mountain pool sword twisted around the base of the wind chaser blade's right arm, cleanly severing it at the joint, leaving a remarkably smooth cut. With the loss of his arm, the wind chaser blade erupted into a chorus of agonizing screams that as the cries echoed, Mo Lao's spirit surged into the mind of the wind chaser blade. Probing for the information he sought, the cries intensified until, moments later, they ceased altogether. Found it. This fellow is acting on behalf of another. He is the senior disciple of the Mad Blade Martial Hall. With the wind chaser blade's essence fading, Mo Lao's spiritual energy returned to the jade pendant, and his voice resonated in Zhou Xian's mind. It is he, Zhao Tian. Upon hearing Mo Lao's words, Zhou Xian's brow furrowed. As far as he knew, he had no conflicts of interest with Zhao Tian. Do you know him? Mo Lao inquired curiously. Master, he is the senior disciple of our martial hall, but I rarely interact with him. I cannot fathom why he has targeted me. Zhou Xian replied, puzzled. After deep contemplation, Zhou Xian could not discern the reason for Zhao Tian's animosity. Have you been particularly close to someone? Perhaps you have drawn resentment. Mo Lao suddenly asked. Having lived for so long, he understood that enmity sometimes arises not from direct conflict, but from perceived closeness to one's foes, or from an affection for someone the adversary covets. Human emotions are intricate. One may show kindness for no apparent reason, yet harbor resentment over trivial matters. That a flash of realization struck Zhou Xian. Master, I believe it may stem from my closeness to junior sister Li Ying. He declared solemnly that it was no surprise that the senior disciple had affections for Li Ying, who came from an illustrious background and possessed beauty that captivated many, including Zhou Xian himself. Should Zhao Tianchen choose to compete fairly for her affections, Zhou Xian would have no qualms. Matters of the heart are best left to mutual desire. However, should Zhao Tianchen resort to such underhanded tactics against him, Zhou Xian's wrath was ignited. Those who kill must be prepared to be killed in turn. Mo Lao noted Zhou Xian's fury and calmly inquired, what do you intend to do? I am a man of virtue, yet he has drawn his blade against me. Zhou Xian's eyes glinted with an icy resolve. Ordinary individuals may feel rage when confronted by a mortal enemy. He, however, had mastered supreme martial arts and wielded the divine sword of heaven and earth. To let Zhao Tianchen go unpunished would be to dishonor his own abilities. Very well. The path of martial arts calls for swift resolution. It is said that one must not allow grievances to linger overnight. Today, I shall confront that scoundrel. Mo Yuan felt a sense of gratification upon hearing Zhou Xian's declaration. He wholeheartedly endorsed Zhou Xian's sentiments, recalling his own youth, when he too believed in avenging grievances without delay. Zhou Xian's fervor resonated deeply within him, though he had resolved to eliminate Zhao Tianchen. Zhou Xian still had one task to attend to. The search for the fallen. Mo Yuan offered no objections to Zhou Xian's intent to search the corpse, that on the contrary, there was a certain exhilaration in slaying adversaries or intercepting foes. Plundering treasures. Such pursuits are almost a romantic essence deeply ingrained within every practitioner of the martial arts. Chapter 8. The backbone of the strong. As Zhou Xian rummaged through the corpse, he salvaged numerous items from the wind-chasing blade, the first of which was the silver on the wind-chasing blade's person, amounting to approximately 150 taels. This sum comprised 100-tael silver note, 5 10-tael notes, and a handful of broken silver. Such wealth is indeed substantial, for in this world, the purchasing power of silver remains robust. 1 tael can sustain a family of 3 for nearly half a year. Thus, one can assert that the profession of a martial artist is quite lucrative, as they can not only kill and loot, but also slay beasts for sale. However, on the flip side, martial artists often find themselves in need of funds. Acquiring superior techniques, weapons, and various medicinal herbs constitutes a considerable expenditure. Fortunately, the wind-chasing blade had already possessed suitable weapons and techniques, with the bulk of his expenses being on herbs. Otherwise, Zhou Xian might have only come across 50 to 60 taels at most. After gathering the silver notes and broken silver, Zhou Xian continued his search. Subsequently, he unearthed the wind-chasing blades technique. The Qingfeng Jue.in edition, there was a complete set of associated martial skills. The wind-chasing blade technique. Beyond these, he also discovered a crude prescription for body fortification. Observing the prescription in Zhou Xian's hand, old Mo spoke with a tone of disdain. As the saying goes, medicine and martial arts are intertwined. Having entered the martial realm, Mo Yuan had also conducted some research into medicinal herbs. Given his previous realm and insight, he had indeed made some achievements in this field. Master, do you believe there are areas where I should refine further? Zhou Xian eagerly inquired, sensing that his master must possess superior prescriptions, that if he could concoct one, it would undoubtedly greatly benefit his cultivation. Rest assured, I shall provide you with a prescription suitable for your current level shortly. Mo Yuan replied with a smile. His standards were high, and a mere modification would suffice for Zhou Xian's use. Even without alterations, selecting a few from his past prescriptions would be more than adequate for Zhou Xian. Continuing his search, Zhou Xian felt something at the wind-chasing blade's chest. Upon extracting it, he found it wrapped in a fine velvet cloth. Unwrapping it revealed a segment of a spine, crystal clear and translucent. Akin to jade, remarkably extraordinary. This is... Mo Yuan exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. From his observation, the owner of this spine must have at least opened 8 segments of their spine, and their cultivation technique was undoubtedly exceptional. Otherwise, such a spine would not possess this crystalline clarity. Master, was this individual formidable in life? Zhou Xian inquired, intrigued by Mo Yuan's reaction. It is not merely a matter of strength. Rather, it is astonishing that such a powerful being could exist in this locale. Mo Yuan elucidated. This sort of powerhouse possesses the strength to lift 8,000 genes with one arm, their body as resilient as jade, impervious to blades. While they may not reach the level of a calamity incarnate, should they desire to raise a city, no one in Qingye City could thwart them. Such a being exceeds the realm of comprehension for Qingye City, that it would have been better if this individual were even stronger. Mo Yuan lamented, reflecting on the wind-chasing blade's inadequacy. His weakness had led to a collapse under the overwhelming spiritual force when merely probing Zhou Xian's recent memories, resulting in his demise. Had he been stronger, Mo Yuan could have delved deeper into the memories. Though the origin of this spine remains unknown, it is undoubtedly of great use to you, Mo Yuan advised Zhou Xian. This spine from a powerful individual could be quite beneficial for Zhou Xian's current state, and once Mo Yuan's strength was restored, it could also be refined further for Zhou Xian's use. Indeed, Master speaks wisely. I comprehend. Zhou Xian nodded, resolving to keep this segment of the spine, recognizing its potential future significance. Once he had thoroughly searched and collected all that he could, Zhou Xian proceeded to incinerate the wind-chasing blade's corpse. Mo Yuan found a hint of humanity in Zhou Xian's actions, recalling how he would have simply discarded the body or fed it to the fishes, allowing the wilderness to dispose of it. Unlike Zhou Xian, who took care to burn it, ensuring it did not fall prey to the beasts. However, Zhou Xian's subsequent words caught Mo Yuan off guard, as he sheepishly scratched his head and said, I was merely afraid of leaving any traces. The incineration was also prompted by Mo Yuan's mention of the mountain pool, sword being a rare celestial artifact. While it was likely that few could discern the nature of the wounds in this secluded area, caution was always prudent. The exposure of such a celestial artifact would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for Zhou Xian. After incinerating the wind-chasing blade's corpse, Zhou Xian returned to the location where he had previously gathered herbs. Upon arrival, he discovered that the carcass of the steed had been reduced to mere bones by the beasts. The scent of blood had attracted numerous wild animals and insects, and such a fate was to be expected. Clearing the horse's bones aside, Zhou Xian examined the scattered herbs on the ground, letting out a resigned sigh. Many of the herbs had diminished significantly. With the constant flow of people, it was no surprise that they had been collected. Besides those taken, the remaining herbs were ravaged beyond recognition by the beasts, not to mention selling them. Even utilizing them seemed improbable. Though Zhou Xian now held wealth, returning to gather more would be futile. These herbs were not simply for the taking like ripe fruits. Once missed, one would have to await the next harvest season. They require time to grow. With a sigh, Zhou Xian resigned himself to returning empty-handed. Given his understanding of the curator, he presumed there would be no repercussions for this failure, as this ambush was not his doing. However, future opportunities for such acquisitions might elude him unless he demonstrated sufficient strength to deter robbers. Otherwise, Li Jian would likely send others to handle the acquisitions, not only to ensure the herds were not stolen, but also to guarantee Zhou Xian's safety. Chapter 9. A heroic rescue? No, profit above all. In his haste to return, Zhou Xian traversed several shortcuts along the way. Though the journey was shorter, it was also less frequented by people and more susceptible to ambushes. Nevertheless, Zhou Xian, confident in his abilities, paid little heed to such dangers that as he adeptly executed the flying swallow step, he found himself ever closer to Qingye City. With each application, Zhou Xian grew increasingly proficient, his speed accelerating to astonishing levels, often leaping several zhang with a mere touch of his foot, resembling a great bird soaring through the air. Suddenly, amidst his rapid movement, he detected a faint sound of collision in his ear. Had this been earlier, he would have overlooked such a subtle noise. However, now, with his heightened senses, he could easily discern the slightest shifts in his surroundings. Extending his spiritual awareness, he discovered two individuals engaged in combat several hundred meters away within the dense forest. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the combatants were a man and a woman. Zhou Xian's expression turned peculiar. Did this qualify as a heroic rescue? He then chuckled softly, realizing that he was merely overthinking. It was merely a reflection of different realms. Had he not attained a level of mastery, he would not have heard the sounds or recognized the situation, thereby missing the opportunity to intervene. Conversely, even if he had heard without the prowess, he would have been too timid to act, preferring to retreat further. However, given his current strength and the discovery of the conflict, it felt remiss not to take a look. Whether it was a heroic rescue or not was secondary. The prospect of seizing an opportunity was Zhou Xian's genuine motivation. Master, do you possess any methods for concealment? Though the decision was made in the past, Zhou Xian resolved to proceed with caution. Although he had discerned through his spiritual strength that both individuals were at the bone realm and practiced bronze-level techniques, rendering them inferior to his own silver silkworm technique, he adhered to the adage, "Caution is the mother of safety." This was the forest serpent, a masterful concealment technique, and he would also bestow upon himself the method known as the dance of butterflies amidst flowers. Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, Mo Yuan felt a tinge of helplessness. Was this disciple excessively cautious? With the silver silkworm technique, his skin akin to silver, he was capable of easily overpowering those two bronze-level practitioners. Moreover, the mountain pool sword in his possession was a formidable artifact. Under the manipulation of his spirit, there were few within Qingye City capable of withstanding its might. Zhou Xian chuckled, entirely unperturbed by Mo Yuan's exasperation. Ignoring Mo Yuan's helplessness, Zhou Xian began to examine the forest serpent and the technique called the dance of butterflies amidst flowers. The forest serpent, the concealment method, emphasized the art of stealth, catching foes off guard, making it a top-tier technique that, in contrast, the dance of butterflies amidst flowers focused on the elegance of movement within confined spaces. Differing greatly from straightforward techniques like flying swans treading on snow, the dance of butterflies amidst flowers placed greater emphasis on agile maneuvering. With this technique, Zhou Xian's close combat capabilities were significantly enhanced. He promptly set off towards the battleground, practicing the forest serpent as he moved. Initially, his execution of the forest serpent was somewhat clumsy and unrefined, but as he continued to practice, he became increasingly adept. This left Mo Yuan unable to restrain a twitch of his brow. This fellow's talent was indeed alarmingly formidable, although Zhou Xian's mastery of the forest serpent had yet to reach perfection. His rapid progress within such a short span was truly remarkable. What astonished Mo Yuan even further was that while Zhou Xian practiced the forest serpent, he simultaneously honed the dance of butterflies amidst flowers. With both techniques in tandem, Zhou Xian moved with the swiftness of a true serpent, his footsteps light, appearing in another location without a sound. Ha! Mo Yuan was left utterly speechless by Zhou Xian's innate talent. Miss Lin Wanqing, I implore you to surrender the scarlet ginseng in your possession, that if you comply, I shall not make things difficult for you. In the woods, a young man wielding a crimson sword relentlessly slashed towards the girl before him. He was known as Sun Yu, the Crimson Sword, that he had entered the forest in search of a rare herb, only to find that Lin Wanqing had beaten him to it. Sun Yu's displeasure mounted, prompting him to attempt a forceful seizure. Naturally, Lin Wanqing resisted, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Sun Yu, though wary of Lin Wanqing's status as the Lord's daughter, would not hesitate to strike if she remained obstinate. Such is the nature of the wild. Life and death are fated, and fortune is determined by the heavens, that if one's skills fall short, then death is but a consequence. Even if the Lord were to pursue the matter, it would be quite troublesome. Besides, by then, I, Sun Yu, shall have long since fled. How could they trace me? Then let us see if you possess that capability. Lin Wanqing retorted coldly, her grip tightening around her sword, which grew more ferocious in its strikes. Lin Wanqing had little faith in Sun Yu's words. Spare me. With your tarnished reputation, do you expect me to believe you? Enough, if you refuse to heed my warnings. Even as the Lord's daughter, you shall meet your demise today. Upon hearing Lin Wanqing's refusal to relinquish the scarlet ginseng, Sun Yu's anger flared, and he unleashed his full strength that in his youth he had encountered fortuitous circumstances. Acquiring the bronze-level technique, the Tiger Subduing Record, alongside the Tiger King Sword technique and the Blood Sword of Beasts, his training was not inferior to that of Lin Wanqing, who hailed from the Lord's residence. Having previously restrained himself due to Lin Wanqing's status, he now resolved to no longer hold back that as Sun Yu unleashed his full power. Lin Wanqing immediately sensed the pressure mounting. Years of combat had afforded Sun Yu not only a mastery of martial arts, but also a wealth of battle experience that Lin Wanqing could scarcely match. It was only natural that she found herself at a disadvantage. With Sun Yu's relentless onslaught, Lin Wanqing shouted fiercely, "If you continue to press me, I shall destroy this scarlet ginseng. You dare. If that thieving girl dares to act thus, I shall ensure your lifeless body lies bare in the wild." Sun Yu's voice rang out, filled with a chilling menace. Lin Wanqing's heart burned with fury upon hearing Sun Yu's threats. His methods were indeed unworthy of a son. Was he truly prepared to resort to violence? As the clash between Sun Yu and Lin Wanqing unfolded, Zhou Xian concealed himself behind a tree, quietly observing the developments. "Why have you yet to make a move?" Mo Yuan within the jade pendant inquired, sensing Zhou Xian's hesitation. "Let us wait a moment longer. Acting now would not yield the maximum benefit." Zhou Xian replied calmly that he wished to rescue her, true, but upon learning that Lin Wanqing was the Lord's daughter, his perspective shifted. Adding embellishment is not the same as providing timely assistance. Once Lin Wanqing found herself in peril, Zhou Xian would strike, ensuring that the advantages would be greater than as for whether Lin Wanqing would turn against him afterward. Zhou Xian believed such a possibility was unlikely. They were not related. His assistance would surely involve some vested interest that in certain scenarios, pure altruism was not the norm. Human nature is indeed peculiar. At times, one can be excessively calculating, while at others, they may offer unconditional help to others. Thus, Zhou Xian's inclination to aid Lin Wanqing was relatively normal among most martial artists. Some might take advantage of their mutual injuries to commit murder and theft, while others, like Zhou Xian, would intervene to gain Lin Wanqing's friendship and the support of the Lord's residence. Nevertheless, one thing remained constant. Self-interest was the fundamental principle guiding martial artists. Chapter 10. A Surprise Attack. As Sun Yu unleashed his full strength, Lin Wanqing found it increasingly difficult to withstand his advances that in terms of martial arts and weaponry. The disparity between Sun Yu and Lin Wanqing was not insurmountable. They were of equal standing. They were evenly matched, yet Sun Yu possessed a distinct advantage: his years of combat experience. Years of fighting had honed Sun Yu's swordsmanship to a level far superior to that of Lin Wanqing, though not quite at the level of transformation. When Sun Yu presented an opening, Lin Wanqing, unable to resist, thrust her sword towards him, unaware that this played directly into Sun Yu's intentions that in a swift motion. Sun Yu knocked Lin Wanqing's sword aside, his own blade descending upon her with lethal intent. My life is forfeit. As Lin Wanqing beheld Sun Yu's sword approaching, fear engulfed her. Now is the moment. Yet Zhou Xian, lurking in the shadows, felt a surge of exhilaration. This position was perfect for a surprise attack. With that, Zhou Xian lunged forth, akin to a venomous serpent, pouncing upon Sun Yu with ferocity. The wind howled, as if seeking to extinguish Sun Yu's life beneath his grasp. The forest serpent technique encompassed not only concealment, but also a method of assault, mimicking the sudden strike of a snake upon its prey. This technique emphasized speed, ferocity, and precision. When executed properly, it could be nothing short of earth-shattering. Years of life-and-death struggles had rendered Sun Yu extraordinarily sensitive to the perception of danger, coupled with the howling winds. He was prepared to crouch low, executing a technique known as white wolf gazing at the moon, slashing upward with his sword. Had he faced an ordinary martial artist, the combination of Sun Yu's timely maneuver and Zhou Xian's unrestrained charge would likely have resulted in a fatal blow. However, fortune was not on Sun Yu's side. He encountered Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's vitality surged, and with a deft sidestep, he evaded Sun Yu's strike. In that instant, he delivered a powerful kick, disarming Sun Yu of his sword. Another swift kick followed, aimed at Sun Yu's head. Sun Yu, alarmed, realized that a successful strike would likely spell his doom. Instinctively, he leaned back, swinging his sword towards Zhou Xian's lower body. However, at that precise moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Glancing down, Sun Yu saw the tip of a blade protruding from his heart, a surge of resentment flooding his thoughts. Lin. Yet before he could finish, Zhou Xian's foot came crashing down, shattering his skull. Thank you for your timely rescue, kind sir. Once Sun Yu lay lifeless, Lin Wanqing exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to express her gratitude to Zhou Xian. Not at all. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Zhou Xian responded with a single word before crouching down, beginning to rummage through Sun Yu's belongings. The first item he discovered was a stack of silver notes. Sun Yu, this fellow, had approximately 1,000 taels on him. It was not surprising for Sun Yu to possess such wealth, as the bronze-level techniques, swordsmanship, and weapons he practiced made it relatively easy for him to amass riches. Should Sun Yu have aligned himself with a prominent family, the tributes he would receive annually would surely be substantial. However, in reality, Sun Yu was undoubtedly ill-suited for membership in such influential circles. Even Lin Wanqing, the daughter of the city lord, practiced bronze-level techniques, highlighting the rarity of such methods in Qingye City, that if Sun Yu were to join a major clan, it would likely incite the envy of those families. Even in his daily life, Sun Yu often disguised his true identity to avoid drawing attention. Unlike Lin Wanqing, who had the backing of a powerful city lord father to keep others at bay, Sun Yu lacked such protection. Therefore, if he did not learn to conceal himself, he would likely attract the attention of formidable individuals at the second or third realm. Observing Zhou Xian, who was engrossed in scavenging the spoils, Lin Wanqing settled down on the ground to regulate her breathing. Yet, she maintained her vigilance toward Zhou Xian, never relaxing her guard, and no one could predict whether this individual would turn against her. Considering it was their first encounter, Zhou Xian, who had been utilizing his spiritual force all along, naturally sensed Lin Wanqing's wariness. Noticing that her caution was merely defensive and did not escalate into any further actions, Zhou Xian felt a sense of relief. Although she was the daughter of the city lord and had encountered many treasures, he had not employed his precious mountain pool sword, thus she likely would not covet his possessions to the point of contemplating murder for riches. Nevertheless, given that it was their initial meeting, the nature of her character remained uncertain. Ultimately, it was prudent to maintain a level of caution. Seeing Lin Wanqing merely focusing on her own recovery, Zhou Xian, though relieved, did not withdraw his spiritual force, still harboring a hint of surveillance. Amidst the subtle atmosphere of mutual wariness, Zhou Xian continued his search. Soon, he uncovered the techniques and weapons practiced by Sun Yu. Although Sun Yu's techniques and weaponry were of the bronze level, inferior to Zhou Xian's own training, they were nonetheless perfectly suited for Zhou Xian in his current state. The mountain pool sword was far too precious to be used casually. Making the red sword a rather appealing option, the bronze-level weapons were also exceedingly rare within Qingye City. In addition to these, Zhou Xian discovered some medicinal powders and ointments, some of which could heal injuries from falls and sword wounds, while others could enhance strength. The strength-enhancing ointments could be molded into pills or elongated shapes, even crafted into the form of rabbits without anyone intervening, although he was unaware of the specific effects of these powders and ointments. The fact that Sun Yu carried them suggested they were of considerable quality. The only regret was not finding anything as precious as the spine of a strong individual on Sun Yu. Nonetheless, Sun Yu's techniques, if sold, would likely fetch a handsome sum. However, such matters required careful planning. Let us sell those ointments and powders. Their efficacy is too low that I shall concoct a new one for you. After Zhou Xian collected the ointments and powders, Mo Yuan suddenly spoke up. Among the individuals he had slain in the past were several martial artists with profound medical skills, and he possessed numerous valuable prescriptions. Master, do you require any divine herbs for your ointments? Zhou Xian inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice, but then seemed to recall something and spoke cautiously. While Mo Yuan's materials were indeed excellent, they were also exceedingly precious. Zhou Xian feared that the prescriptions Mo Yuan mentioned might require rare medicinal ingredients, which would pose a problem for him, given the impoverished nature of their current location. Even if such herbs existed, they were not something Zhou Xian could easily acquire at this moment. Ridiculous. Your master, aside from divine beings, has dabbled in various fields, including a modicum of knowledge in qi cultivation. How could something as trivial as an ointment pose a challenge? I have plenty of suitable prescriptions for you, Mo Yuan declared with a proud demeanor. Throughout his youth, he had traversed the martial world, encountering all manner of foes, poison masters, heretics, and demonic practitioners. Aside from divine beings, he rarely failed to defeat any adversary. The only reason he had not slain many divine beings was due to their exceptionally strange attack methods and the mystical nature of their techniques. Making them difficult to deal with it was certainly not because Mo Yuan lacked the talent for divine cultivation. Well, it's also partly because Mo Yuan lacks the aptitude for divine cultivation, he mused. Given the extensive resources required to alter such innate abilities, he had long since abandoned the thought of acquiring divine cultivation skills. With those resources, he could have enhanced his aptitude for qi cultivation significantly. This was also why Mo Yuan harbored suspicions about Zhou Xian's identity. To effortlessly grant someone the ability to cultivate the divine and possess techniques of such caliber was indeed somewhat alarming. However, on another note, he realized he had yet to impart any secrets regarding the path of the soul to Zhou Xian. Upon reflection, he believed he possessed 3 or 4 secret techniques related to the divine. However, at that time, he had not examined them closely. He resolved to revisit them upon returning, and if everything seemed satisfactory, pass them on to Zhou Xian. As the two conversed, Zhou Xian had already thoroughly scavenged Sun Yu's belongings. Ensuring nothing was overlooked, he reverted to his usual practice and set the body ablaze. However, as the flames consumed the remains, Zhou Xian noticed a faint golden glimmer on Sun Yu's thigh. Zhou Xian's eyes narrowed. This Sun Yu was indeed ruthless, having sown treasures into his own flesh, a truly formidable act, with a subtle shift in his focus. Zhou Xian Lin Wanqing, with an inexplicable expression, spoke up, had it not been for the injury of the ancient ape. I would not have extended an invitation to Zhou Xian. It is precisely due to this circumstance that I reluctantly invited Zhou Xian to accompany me if I were to return and seek assistance. Given the stature of the city lord's manor, there would undoubtedly be formidable experts available to aid me. However, the time consumed in such back and forth would be excessive by the time I return, the ancient ape might have recovered from its injuries. Even if it is not, the Zhu Gua could very well be devoured by the ancient ape in the meantime. After all, the Zhu Gua has almost ripened during this span, injured ancient ape. You say? Upon hearing Lin Wanqing's words, Zhou Xian halted his departure, contemplating deeply. If it is indeed an injured ancient ape, the two of us, joining forces, would surely be able to slay it. Furthermore, with our combined might, I need not expose my true capabilities. If it is a 2-bone ancient ape, I would recommend that you eliminate it without revealing your strength. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Zhou Xian's mind after Lin Wanqing's remarks. The essence of the 2-bone ancient ape, combined with the Zhu Gua, could allow me to concoct a bloodbath for you, enhancing your physique and augmenting your strength. Upon hearing that Mo Yuan could prepare a bloodbath to bolster his power, Zhou Xian was taken aback and quickly inquired within his mind, is it truly possible for a martial artist to increase their strength? From Zhou Xian's understanding, a martial artist's strength seemed to be fixed. 1 bone represented 1,000 pounds of power. The variations in defensive capabilities arose solely from the potency of their techniques. Your perspective is still too limited. Many secrets cannot be grasped from here. Once you step outside, you will discover that this world is profoundly unfair. There are scions of great families, nurturing dragons and feeding phoenixes, who, by virtue of their blood essence and bloodbaths, can endow even those who have never trained with over 1,000 pounds of strength. Yet do not belittle yourself. The world also possesses its fairness, with myriad opportunities arising that can alter one's destiny. Those who seize their chances, like carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, can achieve monumental legacies in a single lifetime. The two-bone ancient ape represents an opportunity for you. Should you acquire its essence, through my alchemical means, you may attain a strength of 1,500 pounds, rendering you nearly unmatched within the one-bone realm. Mo Yuan sighed as he conveyed the grandiose realities of the outside world to Zhou Xian. There was one truth Mo Yuan refrained from voicing. Zhou Xian's own opportunities were not to be underestimated. However, he chose to withhold this for fear of inflating Zhou Xian's ego. Chapter 12. The cunning recluse to this toast. Oops, wrong script. Cheers! Upon hearing Mo Yuan's words, Zhou Xian resolved to take this chance. If Lin Wanqing's words held any truth, their combined strength, without revealing their true power, would be sufficient to vanquish the beast. What of the ancient ape's defenses? Once he had made up his mind, it was prudent to gather more information. From my observations, the ancient ape is of black iron grade, yet its limbs exhibit bronze-level defensive power, as long as we avoid its limbs and target its wounds. We should be able to slay it. Upon hearing Zhou Xian's analysis, Lin Wanqing promptly shared her own observations. Zhou Xian couldn't help but regard Lin Wanqing with renewed interest. It appeared she harbored significant intentions regarding the ancient ape. Even if Zhou Xian were not present, Lin Wanqing would likely have attempted to slay the creature herself. Zhou Xian's assumptions were correct. Had he not come, or if it were not for the incident involving Sun Yu, Lin Wanqing would have ventured forth. After all, although the ancient ape was of the two-bone realm, it possessed black iron strength with only its limbs reaching bronze level, and given its injuries, Lin Wanqing, with her bronze strength, could likely grind it down with caution. Yet, this was merely Lin Wanqing's estimation, and unforeseen complications were never guaranteed. Thus, enlisting Zhou Xian's aid was indeed necessary. Together they could manage any surprises that might arise. Besides, the zhuguo was ample enough for both to share, thereby avoiding any conflict of interest. It was a plan that could be deemed foolproof. This matter should be expedited. Let us proceed at once. Zhou Xian declared, retracting his gaze. Swift action was essential. Should they be outpaced by others, even the finest strategies would amount to naught. Lin Wanqing wholeheartedly agreed with Zhou Xian's sentiments. Taking the initiative would undoubtedly yield advantages. With that, Lin Wanqing set off towards the location of the zhuguo, and Zhou Xian followed closely behind, employing a restrained pace in his flying swallow snow steps to avoid arousing Lin Wanqing's suspicions. Even at this tempered speed, Lin Wanqing was somewhat astonished that Zhou Xian could keep pace with her, given she was employing the black iron level technique, the wolf's run, which, while merely black iron, was still a more prized skill than many martial techniques. Apart from the city lord's manor, few other families possess such techniques. Shaking her head, Lin Wanqing chose not to dwell further on it. After half an hour of travel, the pair arrived near the base of a cliff. At the cliff's foot lay a cave, shrouded by the dense foliage of surrounding giant trees, rendering it exceptionally concealed. Zhou Xian peered into the cave, immediately detecting a faint whiff of blood mingled with an enticing fragrance. Upon inhaling the alluring scent, Zhou Xian felt invigorated, his internal energy surging. The scent of blood must have emanated from the ancient ape. While the enticing fragrance was likely that of the zhuguo, Zhou Xian mused internally. Truly, as expected of a treasure of heaven and earth, the mere aroma of the zhuguo was enough to set his energy ablaze. However, his focus soon shifted from the zhuguo's fragrance to the potent scent of blood. The richness of this blood odor indicated just how grievously wounded the ancient ape must be. Can we lure the ancient ape out? Zhou Xian pondered aloud to Lin Wanqing that if we could draw it out, it would afford me a greater opportunity for a sneak attack than if it were akin to the instance with Sun Yu. Delivering a swift strike to the ancient ape would make things considerably easier for us. It is merely a beast, lacking in intellect, so luring it should not pose a challenge. Lin Wanqing replied after some contemplation. With that, Lin Wanqing summoned a stone to her hand, her energy surging forth. With a swift motion, she hurled the stone into the cave with a sharp whistling sound. A resounding thud echoed from within the cave, as if the stone had struck something, followed by an enraged roar. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged forth, and a massive figure erupted from the cave. Its height was nearly 2 meters, its physique imposing, adorned with countless wounds, some healed, while others exuded a foul stench of decay. Zhou Xian scrutinized the rotting wounds closely, discerning they were likely the result of bites. While Zhou Xian observed, Lin Wanqing had already brandished her sword and charged at the ancient ape, engaging it in combat. However, she employed a strategy of swift strikes, avoiding direct confrontation in this manner. The ancient ape sustained numerous injuries, yet Lin Wanqing's stamina was rapidly depleting in a direct clash between the two. It would become a contest of whose injuries or stamina would falter first. However, with Zhou Xian's involvement, the outcome was poised to differ. Zhou Xian lay in wait, employing the art of concealment amidst the forest, patiently seeking the perfect moment to strike. Yet as he awaited his opportunity, Lin Wanqing gradually found herself at a disadvantage. With each injury Lin Wanqing inflicted upon the ancient ape, it grew increasingly enraged. Despite its black iron body, its bronze-grade limbs relentlessly attacked her. Coupled with its immense strength of 2,000 pounds, even Lin Wanqing, having attained bronze status, would find herself severely challenged if struck in this critical moment. As Zhou Xian remained passive, Lin Wanqing's heart wavered. What is this guy doing? Why has he yet to make a move? After deflecting another strike from the ancient ape with her sword, Lin Wanqing felt vexation surging within her. She even began to suspect that Zhou Xian harbored intentions for them both to exhaust each other, seeking to reap the benefits himself, given that they had known one another for less than a day. Such thoughts were not entirely unfounded. Just as Lin Wanqing contemplated retreating to regroup for future endeavors, Zhou Xian finally sprang into action. "Take this, beast, feel the bite of my sword." Zhou Xian gazed at the ancient ape, which had its back turned towards him, and with a sudden roar, a surge of soul power erupted from a sea of consciousness, launching an assault on the creature in an instant. The overwhelming force of his soul struck the ancient ape's mind, causing it to momentarily freeze. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Xian darted forward like a viper, thrusting the blood sword of beasts into the ape's soul gate with tremendous force. A piercing howl erupted from the ancient ape as Zhou Xian's sword penetrated its soul gate. However, Zhou Xian's expression turned cold as he violently twisted the sword in the next moment. With a swift motion, he carved out a piece of flesh. After severing the flesh, Zhou Xian quickly withdrew, and a torrent of blood and shredded meat erupted from the ape's soul gate. The gruesome sight sent chills down Lin Wanqing's spine. Zhou Xian's audacious act of opening the soul gate and carving flesh truly terrified Lin Wanqing, prompting her to remind herself never to become an enemy of this man, lest she fall victim to his unscrupulous methods. "Master, how do we obtain the ancient ape's essence blood now?" Zhou Xian inquired mentally to Mo Yuan, mindful of Lin Wanqing's presence. The situation was precarious, and any rash action could draw her attention. That he was uncertain if the materials from the dismembered ape would suffice for his future needs, and decided it was prudent to exercise caution. "Do not worry. You and that girl should first venture into the cave to search for the Zhu fruit. Leave the rest to me," Mo Yuan assured Zhou Xian, indicating that he had his ways to discreetly extract the essence blood. "Understood, master." Zhou Xian nodded, recognizing that the Zhu fruit within the cave was of utmost importance to both him and Lin Wanqing. "Let us proceed to the cave and discover the fate of the Zhu fruit." With that, Zhou Xian invited Lin Wanqing to enter the cave. She readily agreed, not sparing a glance at the corpse of the ancient ape, for the potential value of the Zhu fruit far outweighed that of the ape's precious copper-level limbs. As Zhou Xian and Lin Wanqing made their way into the cave, Mo Yuan's soul form quietly materialized beside the ancient ape's corpse. Observing the lifeless body, Mo Yuan felt a sense of nostalgia for the days spent refining essence blood to enhance his own strength. Truly, memories of those glorious times lingered. While Mo Yuan reminisced, Zhou Xian and Lin Wanqing arrived at the heart of the cave, where the distinctive, foul stench of beastly presence filled the air, causing them to wrinkle their noses. Yet amidst this odor, a faint, alluring fragrance wafted through. They understood that this must be the elusive scent of the Zhu fruit. After a brief journey, they soon beheld a plant, an enchanting shrub standing about 3 feet tall, its leaves glistening with a dewy sheen. Nestled among the branches were a dozen or so fruits, each the size of an infant's fist, radiating a vibrant crimson hue. However, Zhou Xian's keen eyes detected a hint of pale green at the base of the Zhu fruit. This subtle green hue gradually faded as they approached, until it vanished entirely, leaving only the brilliantly red fruit. Zhou Xian counted 11 Zhu fruits in total. How about we take 5 each and leave one behind to nurture the roots? He proposed to Lin Wanqing, contemplating not only the preservation of the Zhu fruit, but also the potential discord that could arise from unequal distribution. Lin Wanqing nodded in agreement, and Zhou Xian, regardless of her sincerity, gently plucked his 5 fruits, enveloping them with his vital energy. Lin Wanqing, in turn, produced a silk cloth to catch the Zhu fruits, exuding her strength to snap the stems. Mountains are high. Rivers are long. We shall meet again. With the Zhu fruit secured, Zhou Xian felt no desire to linger, expressing his intent to leave with a respectful gesture towards Lin Wanqing at this moment. He was eager to return and combine the Zhu fruits with the essence blood to elevate his own power. Until we meet again. Lin Wanqing reciprocated the gesture, and after their brief exchange, Zhou Xian dashed towards the cave's exit. Upon emerging, Mo Yuan seamlessly returned to the jade pendant that Mo Yuan entered the pendant. A drop of crimson essence quietly fell into Zhou Xian's hand. Sensing the rich vitality contained within, Zhou Xian deduced that it was indeed the ancient ape's essence blood. Glancing back at the now lifeless ancient ape, he noticed that aside from its copper-colored limbs, the rest of its body had turned an ashen white. Master, why does this ancient ape possess such a colossal form, yet remain devoid of enhanced strength? Zhou Xian questioned, perplexed by the ape's massive physique, which, logically, should have translated to formidable power. This is precisely what I wish to convey to you. Mo Yuan began, that in this world, there are various classifications of beasts, strange beasts. Spirit beasts, precious beasts, ferocious beasts, and divine beasts, collectively referred to as the 5 beast blood. Strange beasts yield twice the strength, spirit beasts yield thrice, and so forth. However, such augmentations are only beneficial within the bone realm. Beyond the 12th bone realm, even doubling one's power is futile. What truly distinguishes these 5 bloodlines is the inheritance of their power. The stronger the bloodline, the more likely one can grasp a fragment of the laws of nature even within the bone realm. Take the Dragon Clan, for instance. They can summon the forces of wind and rain even at the bone level. Conversely, the mixed bloodline of the ancient ape merely allows it to reach the Iron 2 bone level through basic sustenance. And without the Zhu fruit, its limbs would never have achieved the copper level. That my intention in sharing this is to remind you that there are always greater beings beyond your grasp. Should you encounter a creature with a superior bloodline, it is best to avoid provoking it. After absorbing Mo Yuan's words, Zhou Xian developed a clearer understanding of the bloodlines of beasts. Although the ancient ape's strength was not enhanced, it did not require training. It simply grew naturally to rival the 2-bone realm. This inherent advantage served as a testament to the terrifying potential of beastly bloodlines for a human to reach the 2-bone realm. The path is fraught with challenges, be it acquiring martial arts manuals or possessing the innate talent for cultivation. The beastly bloodlines, however, are inherently ahead of humanity from the very start. The oppressive aura emanating from the beastly bloodlines left Zhou Xian speechless. Indeed, the power of beastly bloodlines is formidable at this moment, Mo Yuan interjected. In fact, there is currently a strange beast present that you might have the opportunity to slay. With its essence blood, I am confident you could elevate your strength to a staggering 2,000 pounds of might. Zhou Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing Mo Yuan's proposition. The prospect of slaying a strange beast to obtain its essence blood and achieving such formidable power was an irresistible temptation. The ancient ape's wounds and decay must have resulted from the strange beast's unique bloodline abilities that I surmise that the Mountain Lord has only recently tapped into its bloodline power. Otherwise, the ancient ape would not have escaped so easily. Mo Yuan relayed the information he had gathered. Now was the opportune moment to strike that if the Mountain Lord fully developed its bloodline power, it would become a troublesome adversary. Not only might you fail to secure the essence blood of the strange beast, but rallying other beasts to assault Qingye City would also pose a significant threat. Pausing for a moment, Mo Yuan continued, though I do not know why the Mountain Lord has recently accessed its bloodline power. Now is certainly the right time to act. Before it has a chance to grow, it must be eradicated, ensuring minimal effort and maximum gain. Moreover, this Mountain Lord has only recently tapped into the power of its bloodline, perhaps due to some treasure. Inclination towards this notion is not without justification that if this Mountain Lord possessed a bloodline of a strange beast from the very beginning, it would have manifested in its youth. not waiting until adulthood for such a miraculous transformation, unless a powerful entity intervenes, or it is a result of some extraordinary treasure. If that is indeed the case, then let us proceed, upon hearing's words. Resolved to take action, since calculated that he could slay it, felt compelled to witness it for himself, that a strange beast. Let us see how many heads it has to offer for me to sever. Noticing's burgeoning determination, promptly pointed in a specific direction that he had previously obtained a wisp of essence from the ancient ape's wound, and with the combination of his magical seal, he could trace the being's whereabouts. In the realm of martial arts, tracking techniques, breath concealment, and disguise arts are essential skills for any practitioner that undergoes guidance. Swiftly moved toward a designated direction, executing the flying phoenix treading on snow technique to perfection. With a mere push of his foot, he had already leaped several zhang away. However, amidst this hurried journey, S' expression shifted as he glanced toward the distant right. Through his spiritual probing, it seemed a fierce battle was occurring there. He decided to investigate that in just a moment, altered his technique, moving stealthily through the dense forest like a serpent. Concealed within the thicket, he peered through the gaps in the foliage and beheld the source of the conflict. The two combatants were both robust middle-aged men, their strengths hovering around the three-bone realm. One wielded a long spear, darting about like a dragon, while the other brandished a large blade, each strike lethal and extraordinarily fierce. Their exchanges were intense, each blow directed at the other's life, as if they were sworn enemies. What a spectacular clash of dragons and tigers! Watching the two engage, could not help but marvel. Their combat was truly an eye-opener. Both were seasoned warriors with years of martial training, their physiques honed to perfection, and their martial arts mastered over many years. As their confrontation escalated in speed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with the aura of impending death thickening. Startling the birds into flight, as the duel raged on, the outcome began to emerge. The man wielding the large blade, compared to his spear-wielding opponent, ultimately lacked a few crucial elements. Under the onslaught of the dragon's waist and the countering spear, the blade wielder was slain on the spot. However, in his final moments, he too inflicted grievous wounds upon the spear user. Observing the scene before him, one man lifeless on the ground and the other barely clinging to life, found himself at a loss for words. The simplicity of scavenging a corpse felt almost surreal. Yet, upon reflection, it was not unexpected. Martial artists were perpetually embroiled in conflict. Even himself could not predict when he might meet his demise at the hands of another, be it through poisoning, assassination, or ambush. Nevertheless, had come to terms with this reality. He had ultimately made his journey. Are you not going to join me in conversation after observing for so long? At that moment, the gravely injured spear-wielding man suddenly spoke. Have you discovered me? That cannot be. Upon hearing his words, paused, furrowing his brow. The stealth technique he employed, akin to a serpent in the forest, was said to be of considerable caliber according to. Believed he had practiced it well enough that he should not have been detected. How could a martial artist be so easily exposed? As pondered his possible blunders, he heard the man speak again. Enough! Hearing this, shook his head and stepped out from the thicket. Since the man wished to engage him, he might as well oblige, curious to see what schemes lay beneath that a mere injured man held no terror for him. I have emerged. What do you intend? Stepping forth from the forest, approached the man, speaking calmly. The man, upon seeing, appeared as if a duck had its throat seized, momentarily stunned and flustered. His earlier remark had merely been a ruse, hoping to entice any lurking observers to reveal themselves, and now he found himself caught off guard. After regaining his composure, he quickly devised a plan. I observe you, young hero, to possess a gallant spirit and a desire to uphold justice. I implore you to extend your hand in my rescue. The man, known as the Dragon Spear, hastily appealed for assistance while simultaneously showering him with flattery. Based on his experience, he understood that such naive newcomers were often easily deceived. A few simple compliments could inflate their vanity and leave them disoriented. I refuse. Counter decisively. We are not kin. Why should I expend effort to save you? Furthermore, this is our first encounter, and I know not whether you are friend or foe, virtuous or wicked. Why should I intervene on your behalf? Young hero, do you not know that saving a life is more valuable than ascending to the heavens? Upon hearing's refusal to assist, the Dragon Spear hastily attempted to persuade him. Life is of utmost importance. saving a life has its merits. Since life is so precious, why then do you seek to slay another? Why not spare him a limb and grant him a second chance? You need not waste your breath with such futile talk. Demonstrate your sincerity, or await your death. If you perish, these spoils shall remain mine," pointed toward the lifeless body of the man slain by the dragon spear. His expression cold as he spoke to seek assistance requires a humble attitude. Ultimately, did extend his hand in aid. The incentives offered by the dragon spear were simply too enticing that in addition to relinquishing the spoils from the slain enemy too. The dragon spear, Lin Qing, also promised him other rewards. Firstly, he offered 3,000 taels of silver, providing half up front and vowing to disclose the location of his hidden treasures once he had recovered. Furthermore, he promised various spiritual herbs and medicinal salves. Consequently, agreed and promptly applied the healing salve to Lin Qing's wounds. Then he seated himself behind Lin Qing, channeling his own vitality to aid in the healing process. As he pressed his palms upon Lin Qing's back, a surge of energy coursed through him. Upon feeling his palms on his back, Lin Qing erupted into a wild, boisterous laughter. His exuberance incited a desire within to deliver a punch to his face. "What are you laughing at?" S' expression darkened as he inquired, suppressing the urge to strike the man for his obnoxious laughter. "I find your youthful ignorance amusing. You know not to bind yourself with oaths. Too naive to comprehend the dangers of the world." Lin Qing taunted, his laughter unabated. "Why do you say this?" Curious, halted his impulse to retaliate and inquired further. "I wear fine soft armor that feels like silk. Imperceptible to the touch, capable of piercing through bronze defenses, and coated with jade be soft bone liquid. This moment, the very essence of it should have permeated your skin, rendering you powerless." Lin Qing explained amidst his laughter. "Rest assured, I shall not slay you here. If you relinquish your treasures, sever a limb, and swear an oath, I may allow you to live." As Lin Qing hastily treated his wounds, preparing for recovery, he addressed. According to his usual demeanor, he would have slain the moment he regained his strength, looting his body. Yet for some reason, Lin Qing's mindset shifted and he opted to spare his life. Perhaps it was the kindness shown by during his healing. Or perhaps he saw a reflection of his own youthful naivety in him that softened his resolve. "Thank you for the lesson today. It has enlightened me to the perils of this world and the importance of oaths. Yet that does not preclude me from giving you a beating." Having heard Lin Qing's sentiments, nodded, realizing the path he ought to take moving forward. You wish to beat me? With your current state, you can barely move, and even if you could, your punches would be as soft as a marshmallow." Lin Qing scoffed its words, unperturbed. In his view, it was merely the bluster of a young man. The jade soft bone liquid was enough to render even a three-bone realm expert numb and weak. How could possess the strength to challenge him? It was utterly ludicrous. "Who says I cannot move? I shall strike you now." What a ridiculous laughter! Upon hearing the mention of the Jiaolong spear, Zhou Xian stirred his limbs, then forcefully slammed the Jiaolong spear to the ground, with his left hand pressing down on the spear's doghead. He pounded the top with his right hand, cursing vehemently as he did so. The laughter of Lin Qing, associated with the Jiaolong spear, infuriated Zhou Xian to no end. "How can you still possess such strength?" Noticing Zhou Xian's fists filled with vigor and pain, Lin Qing, the wielder of the Jiaolong spear, felt a flicker of astonishment that shouldn't he be rendered powerless by the jade soft bone liquid? How could he still exhibit such force? This shouldn't be possible. "How do you know I didn't take precautions against you?" In response to Lin Qing's words, Zhou Xian let out a cold laugh. This old man was clearly no fool. It was evident he had been on guard. Even while treating Lin Qing's wounds, Zhou Xian had discreetly channeled the silver silkworm technique, rendering his skin as tough as silver. With such defense, the fine needle could not pierce through Zhou Xian's protections, and the JB soft bone liquid could not inflict any harm upon him. "Enough! Stop hitting me! Do you really think I have no tricks up my sleeve?" Just as Zhou Xian continued to pound Lin Qing, a sudden roar erupted from Lin Qing. Startled by the shout, Zhou Xian executed a swift maneuver, leaping several feet away, cautiously observing Lin Qing while scanning himself with his spiritual energy to ensure he hadn't been poisoned. This individual had a penchant for using toxins in combat, leaving Zhou Xian no choice but to scrutinize himself carefully. "Did I swear? Will you let me go?" As Zhou Xian meticulously examined himself, Lin Qing suddenly spoke up. His expression was tense as he gazed at Zhou Xian. While an oath carries significant weight, its validity depends on whether the other party accepts that a person like Lin Qing would never accept a surrender expressed through an oath from an enemy. To him, the dead were far more reliable than a living foe bound by a promise. However, for others, a living person could be more useful than a corpse, especially for Zhou Xian. If Lin Qing could swear an oath and become an ally, it would yield far greater benefits than simply eliminating him. There were matters Zhou Xian was not suited to handle personally, and at such times, Lin Qing would be indispensable. Although Lin Qing's words momentarily caught Zhou Xian off guard, they undeniably stirred his interest. "Should I say you are adaptable?" Zhou Xian remarked with a wry smile, observing Lin Qing's ambiguous expression. Lin Qing was indeed a unique individual in Zhou Xian's experience. He would fight if he could win, and if not, he would kneel and plead for mercy, showing no trace of the rigid mindset often seen in other martial artists who believed in a path of unyielding advancement and inevitable death. To Lin Qing, martial arts was not merely a matter of relentless advance. He believed that taking a step back at the right moment could open up limitless possibilities. His approach could not be deemed entirely right or wrong. It simply suited him. However, this method was not appropriate for Zhou Xian, that he did not fear retreating a step. Rather, he feared that such a retreat might lead to a habitual backwardness. Once one takes a step back, it becomes challenging to avoid doing so again. Chapter 16. The Art of the Jar and the Universe Within the Sleeve. Then swear your oath. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xian resolved to spare Lin Qing. Preserving Lin Qing's life was far preferable to his demise. With a heavy sigh, Lin Qing, feeling despondent, swore the oath. Yet, he soon found solace in the thought that it was merely a trivial matter of acknowledging a master. He had previously outlasted several masters of oaths, and there was no reason to believe Zhou Xian would fare any better. Once Lin Qing had sworn his oath, Zhou Xian put away the beast blood sword. Since Lin Qing was now an ally, Zhou Xian had no intention of treating him harshly. However, there were certain tasks that would require Lin Qing's involvement. This was only natural, given that Lin Qing had recognized Zhou Xian as his master. "Take these items and sell them. We will share the profits 70-30 that if the sales go well, this full lu can be yours to cultivate," Zhou Xian said, handing over the spoils he had previously gathered. However, Lin Qing paid little attention to Zhou Xian's financial distribution. His eyes were fixated on the full lu in Zhou Xian's hands. This was no ordinary martial art. It was not a mere trifle easily acquired or a black iron technique obtainable with a bit of money. It was a true bronze-level martial art, rare and requiring significant fortune to encounter. Even the Lord of Qingye City practiced only bronze-level martial arts. For the first time, Lin Qing realized that recognizing someone as his master could indeed be advantageous. Yet he also understood that this was merely an exception. Individuals like Zhou Xian were ultimately few and far between. Finally, Lin Qing assured Zhou Xian that he would handle the corpses discreetly and informed him where to find him afterward. With everything settled, Zhou Xian made his way toward the lair of the exotic beast. He did not summon Lin Qing for the task of slaying the beasts, as Lin Qing was indeed a formidable creature. And Zhou Xian feared that his own strength might be exposed. Additionally, the extraction of blood essence would require Mo Lao's assistance, which would further reveal Mo Lao's presence. It was precisely for these reasons that Zhou Xian refrained from bringing Lin Qing along. As he employed his techniques to approach the location of the exotic beasts, he encountered numerous martial artists engaged in combat with the beasts. Slaying these creatures and collecting materials for profit was a rite of passage for every martial artist. Among these combatants, some successfully hunted the beasts, retrieved materials, and withdrew unscathed, ready to exchange their spoils for wealth in the future. Others, however, lost their lives in this forest. Some were unexpectedly killed by the beasts during the hunt, while others fell victim to poisonous creatures that struck during the collection of materials after slaying the beasts. Zhou Xian observed all of this with a detached gaze. It was not that he was incapable of saving them. Rather, he feared that those he rescued might not be worthy of salvation. Nevertheless, as he continued on, Zhou Xian scavenged a significant number of items from the fallen. After packing these treasures onto his back, he took the time to burn the remains and bury the ashes. Having completed these tasks, Zhou Xian felt increasingly justified in his scavenging endeavors that he viewed these spoils as his rightful earnings. He was merely conducting business in exchange for money. However, the sheer volume of items he had collected left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. There was simply too much. Master, do you know how to craft a mustard seed ring? Zhou Xian tightened the straps on his back and inquired of Mo Yuan, but he had read tales of the mustard seed's ability to contain vast items, and now found himself envious. Given the substantial load he carried, that I haven't heard of a mustard seed ring, but I can certainly craft a simple sun and moon jar. However, compared to the sun and moon jar, I would recommend you learn the art of the jar and the universe within the sleeve. Coincidentally, I have a modest proficiency in these two techniques. Mo Yuan replied with a slight smile. Zhou Xian was intrigued. He had also encountered the notion of a mustard seed ring in various novels. He found it amusing and somewhat ridiculous to believe in such a thing that it could only contain inanimate objects, and he perceived it as somewhat lacking in practicality. Why not create something that could both capture enemies and store items? In that light, the sun and moon jar, the art of the jar, and the universe within the sleeve seemed far superior to the mustard seed ring, as they could not only store items but also serve as powerful techniques to defeat foes. But Master, are you certain that I can master such techniques? Zhou Xian asked, pausing momentarily as he practiced his movements. The art of the jar and the universe within the sleeve sounded far from simple. Only testing will reveal your capacity. If it is merely about storing items, with your talent and a gourd jar, mastering the art of the jar should not be exceedingly difficult. The universe within the sleeve may pose more of a challenge. Mo Yuan replied with a smile that Mo Yuan genuinely hoped Zhou Xian would dedicate himself to mastering the art of the jar and the universe within the sleeve, although these techniques were essential for every martial artist to store items. Each individual was unique. Some were top-tier geniuses who could summon a wine jar to capture enemies within, effectively consuming them as the sun and moon traversed the sky. Others, who had mastered the universe within the sleeve, could ensnare foes within their sleeves, turning them into mere bones that, as the saying goes, when the universe within the sleeve turns, the heavens and earth may tremble. Zhou Xian remained oblivious to Mo Yuan's aspirations for him. He merely thought that since his master believed he could succeed, it was worth a try. After all, there was no risk, and he would gain mastery over two exceptional techniques. Please, Master, teach me, Zhou Xian declared with determination. Very well, prepare yourself, Mo Yuan replied. Then Mo Yuan refrained from unnecessary chatter and promptly agreed. Following that, a surge of spiritual energy flowed, imparting two techniques into Zhou Xian's consciousness. Zhou Xian slowed his pace while traveling. He examined the techniques of Hu Zhongshu and Xiao Li Qiankuan. After thoroughly reviewing them, he found himself deep in thought. Although Hu Zhongshu was somewhat simpler than Xiao Li Qiankuan, it required a gourd for effective practice, and presently, Zhou Xian had no gourd on hand to experiment with. Thus, he turned his attention to the technique of Xiao Li Qiankuan. After meticulously recalling the intricacies of Xiao Li Qiankuan and mentally simulating its application, Zhou Xian finally commenced his training in this technique. With his sleeves hanging down, he felt the flow of vital energy within, and after a few breaths, he flicked his right hand, thrusting the sleeves forward. A gentle breeze arose, yet nothing transpired. Upon witnessing the lack of change in his surroundings after attempting Xiao Li Qiankuan, Zhou Xian maintained his composure, but he had anticipated this outcome. After all, he was not an unparalleled genius who could successfully execute a technique after merely one glance. Such results were to be expected. Regaining his focus, Zhou Xian tried once more to execute Xiao Li Qiankuan as he journeyed and practiced. It was not long before he arrived at the location where Elder Mo's law imprint had traced. Before him lay a cave of similar size to that of the ancient ape, nestled at the foot of a mountain. When Zhou Xian stealthily approached this location through the dense forest, he coincidentally encountered a mountain lord beast returning from a hunt. Observing the beast closely from the shadows, he noted that it measured 3 meters in length and stood about 1 meter tall. Exuding a bronze hue, its defenses surpassed those of the ancient ape, with bulging muscles rippling across its body, from the surging vital energy radiating from it. Zhou Xian deduced that this mountain lord was at the second bone realm, and coupled with its beastly bloodline, it possessed a terrifying strength of 4,000 pounds. This posed a considerable challenge. Gazing at the second bone realm mountain lord, Zhou Xian's brow furrowed slightly. The 4,000 pounds of strength instilled a sense of unease within him. However, as he sensed the creature's energy with his spiritual power, the tension in his brow gradually relaxed. Through his perception, he discerned that the mountain lord's vital energy was diffuse and lacked solidity, indicating that it had only recently broken through. Reflecting on the ancient ape's injuries, Zhou Xian found this to be logical. Had the mountain lord attained the second bone realm earlier, the ancient ape would have long since met its demise at the creature's jaws. Yet since the breakthrough was recent, while it presented a challenge, it also meant there was a chance to confront it. Zhou Xian murmured to himself while gripping the blood sword of beast tightly, his fighting spirit soaring. Although he possessed the mountain pool sword, a formidable weapon, he did not wish to resort to it just yet. He believed that overly relying on such a powerful weapon would be disadvantageous for him. Should the day come when this advantage was neutralized, he would find himself in a precarious situation due to his lack of combat experience. The mountain pool sword could be wielded, but not at this moment. Moreover, Zhou Xian did not believe that merely holding the blood sword of beast would render him incapable of slaying this mountain lord. With his training in silver silkworm fist and his swordsmanship at a silver level, combined with his spiritual power and the butterfly dance, his chances of victory were substantial. Perhaps due to Zhou Xian's heightened fighting spirit, the mountain lord sniffed the air, dropping the carcass of the spotted deer from its jaws. It turned and let out a low growl directed at Zhou Xian, its muscles tensed and its body crouched, entering a combat stance. Had he been discovered? Zhou Xian squinted his eyes and chose not to hide any longer. Launching himself from the forest like a venomous serpent, his sword struck with fierce, rapid intensity towards the mountain lord's eyes. With a roar akin to a tiger's, the mountain lord lunged towards Zhou Xian with equal ferocity. In an instant, it clamped down on Zhou Xian's blood sword of beast with its jaws, the explosive force of 4,000 pounds making it difficult for Zhou Xian to withdraw at that moment. The mountain lord raised its claws, aiming to strike Zhou Xian fiercely. However, at that critical juncture, Zhou Xian unleashed his spiritual power from his consciousness, violently crashing into the mountain lord's mind. That a howl of agony erupted from the mountain lord as it experienced a pain akin to being cleaved by a blade, causing it to release its grip on the blood sword of beasts. The raised claw missed Zhou Xian as he deftly dodged, and in the same motion, he retaliated with a swift slash, severing the beast's tongue in two. That a torrent of blood sprayed forth, accompanied by an excruciating pain. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xian executed the butterfly dance technique, swiftly positioning himself behind the mountain lord, and without regard for martial ethics, he plunged the blood sword of beasts into the creature's soul gate. You truly lack the spirit of a warrior, Mo Yuan thought, witnessing Zhou Xian's unscrupulous tactics that I end battle, who did not utilize exquisite swordplay, agile movement, or intricate seals to unleash techniques. It was rare to encounter someone like Zhou Xian. Ignoring his master's words, Zhou Xian continued, unperturbed by the dishonorable nature of his actions. While such tactics were ignoble, they were in strict terms effective means of combat, especially targeting the soul gate, dragon root, and other vital spots. Zhou Xian drove the blood sword of beast deep into the mountain lord's soul gate, unleashing unbearable anguish that provoked the beast to lash out with its tail. Taking advantage of this, Zhou Xian relinquished the sword, executing the butterfly dance to evade, leaving the blood sword embedded within the mountain lord's body. The peculiar sensation emanating from its rear made the mountain lord tense momentarily, but it was soon overwhelmed by an unendurable torment. Throughout the ensuing battle, as Mo Yuan watched in disbelief, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the mountain lord. What sins has this creature committed to encounter someone like Zhou Xian? For a fleeting moment, Mo Yuan questioned whether he had mistakenly taken on the wrong disciple. He wondered if, in the future, some enemies or old friends from the Tianwu continent would laugh hysterically upon discovering that he had taken on such a disciple. While Mo Yuan pondered, Zhou Xian remained undeterred, continuously employing the butterfly dance technique. Every time he evaded a strike from the mountain lord, he would not forget to kick or jostle the exposed hilt of the blood sword of beasts, each impact accompanied by intense pain and further bloodshed. Under this relentless torment, the mountain lord ultimately succumbed, liberated from its suffering. After the mountain lord fell, Zhou Xian attempted to kick the hilt of the blood sword a couple more times. And upon seeing the creature's lack of response, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground. Though he had gained the upper hand in this battle, the risks had been considerable. After all, the mountain lord possessed a strength of 4,000 pounds. Even a glancing blow could result in serious injury or death. This kept Zhou Xian on high alert, executing the butterfly dance to perfection, wary of any missteps. However, the rewards from this battle were immense. His combat experience and mastery of the butterfly dance had significantly improved, elevating his overall strength. Now, it was time to refine the Mountain Lord's essence blood. After resting a moment, Zhou Xian regained his spirits and fixed his gaze on the Mountain Lord's corpse. With the essence blood refined, combined with the ancient ape's essence blood and the Zhu fruit, his strength would soar to a staggering 2,000 pounds. Such power was a rare opportunity and temptation for Zhou Xian at this juncture. Seeing the gleam of greed in Zhou Xian's eyes as he fixated on the Mountain Lord's corpse, Mo Yuan couldn't help but smile faintly before manifesting his figure and forming hand seals that a peculiar wave of spiritual energy surged forth, causing the blood to levitate and coalesce into a massive blood orb. With a hissing sound reminiscent of corrosion, a thick white smoke mingled with wisps of black mist ascended. This technique was a novel sight for Zhou Xian. He had not witnessed it previously during his encounter with the ancient ape in the cave. Truly, the former powerful beings had an arsenal of extraordinary methods. This spectacle lasted only a few breaths before the immense blood orb transformed into 3 glistening blood pearls, each the size of an infant's fist and exuding a fragrant aroma. Gazing at the 3 blood pearls and inhaling their alluring scent, Zhou Xian felt a stirring within him, a primal urge to consume them. Indeed, the blood of exotic beasts held remarkable properties, suppressing his desire to devour them. Zhou Xian nodded in satisfaction. Unlike the ancient ape's essence blood, which had merely invigorated his vitality, these pearls incited an insatiable hunger. Truly, the blood of exotic beasts was extraordinary. After securing the essence blood, he proposed to investigate the Mountain Lord's lair. Suspecting it might be a result of some treasure that had heightened its bloodline, Mo Yuan retracted his seal and addressed Zhou Xian, stating that his deductions were based on certain evidence. If this Mountain Lord truly possessed the bloodline of an extraordinary beast, it would not take so long to reach the second bone realm, and moreover, it had only just recently broken through to that level. Thus, Mo Yuan harbored doubts regarding the Mountain Lord, suspecting it had ascended due to some treasure. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he lacked a bloodline of his own, he would not forsake any treasure capable of enhancing one's lineage. With a swift motion, he absorbed the 3 blood beads into his possession. After collecting the Mountain Lord's fur and bones, Zhou Xian proceeded towards the cave. Inside the cave, a unique, pungent odor of beasts assailed his nostrils. Suppressing his discomfort, Zhou Xian ventured deeper into the cavern, and as the light dimmed, he discovered another opening within the cave. The edges of this opening bore the marks of claws and teeth, leading Zhou Xian to deduce it was the work of the Mountain Lord. Before he could enter, a wave of warm air greeted him. Zhou Xian unleashed his vital energy, enveloping himself before stepping into the cave. Upon entering, Zhou Xian was greeted by a small pool of water, less than 2 zhang in size. The pool was about half a meter deep, with steam rising gently from its surface, indicating a pleasantly warm temperature. To his astonishment, it was a geothermal pool, which explained the elevation of the Mountain Lord's bloodline. Observing the pool, Mo Yuan could not help but express his admiration. "Master, is this geothermal pool truly remarkable?" Zhou Xian inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Indeed, while the heat it generates is extraordinary, it also possesses certain effects of bone cleansing and marrow refining. Though it pales in comparison to the mountain blood, Mo Yuan replied. Nodding in affirmation, he then cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Xian and jested, having undergone the baptism of mountain blood, yet still showing no extraordinary traits. "It seems you are truly a mundane vessel, a bloodline so ordinary that even the slightest hint of another lineage would greatly enhance you under mountain blood's influence. That what's wrong with being mundane? After all, I have a master. One day, I shall craft a body for you using the mountain pool sword, and you will shield me," Zhou Xian retorted, laughter spilling from his lips, unfazed by Mo Yuan's teasing. "The mountain pool sword is a celestial artifact, and you wish to squander it as material for my body." Mo Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Did I ask this disciple sincere, or merely trying to amuse him? To use such a divine object as material for his own body? Surely, if it were to be crafted from a celestial artifact, the master would have to be a divine being, and no one would dare to provoke him. for he would simply declare, "My master is Mo Yuan." Zhou Xian proclaimed with utmost seriousness that To craft a body for Mo Yuan from the mountain pool sword. Zhou Xian felt no remorse whatsoever. After all, this was his mentor, who had guided him through learning and had even saved his life. Moreover, the thought of being a second-generation heir, when contemplated, was rather exhilarating. You insufferable brat. The mountain pool sword is not something you should squander. Get in there, Mo Yuan, suppressing his own excitement, kicked Zhou Xian into the geothermal pool. Despite having attained the second bone realm, the heat from the geothermal pool still penetrated deeply, causing Zhou Xian to wince in pain. Observing Zhou Xian's grimaces, Mo Yuan couldn't help but smile. Having a disciple like this was indeed quite enjoyable. After sharing a brief chuckle, Mo Yuan's expression turned serious as he formed seals with his hands, channeling wisps of energy from the surrounding stones into the geothermal pool. Disciple, sit tight and infuse your essence into this water, that I will use this pool as a furnace to refine your bloodline. As the energy surged into the geothermal pool, Mo Yuan continued, in the world of alchemy, many know of the furnace, yet few are aware that great masters can use the thunder of the heavens as their forge, transforming vast storm clouds into kindling. Others might utilize the flames of 100,000 mountains as fuel. Although I lack such power, a mere geothermal pool is well within my grasp. Zhou Xian, submerged in the pool, immediately focused his mind and sat cross-legged, casting his essence into the water. The moment his essence mingled with the pool, it transformed into a deep crimson hue, and the water began to boil vigorously. As it boiled, the temperature within Zhou Xian's bones intensified. Endure. Do not scream. Strive to remain conscious, Mo Yuan instructed, his hands forming seals. Hearing his master, Zhou Xian clenched his jaw, mentally urging himself to persevere today as he bore down. The essence he had cast into the water began to swirl into fine crimson threads that wrapped around his body. Under Mo Yuan's guidance, these threads seeped through Zhou Xian's pores and entered his being, gradually forming a vast net that enveloped him entirely. This net radiated a crimson glow, marking every inch of his flesh and bones with deep imprints. This process intensified the pain within Zhou Xian, prompting him to close his eyes and visualize the blue lotus meditation. As he envisioned the blue lotus, the budding branch within his consciousness swayed gently, continuously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, strengthening itself. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian's physical form was refined by the crimson threads, achieving an optimal state. Chapter 19. The yellow jade gourd time passed swiftly, and Zhou Xian awoke from the blue lotus meditation just as the essence had been fully absorbed and refined. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming force of 2,000 pounds coursing through him. The bloodline of the extraordinary beast was indeed extraordinary. Sensing the immense strength within him, Zhou Xian nodded in satisfaction. This newfound power, combined with his silver-tier physique, positioned him to contend with opponents in the second bone realm. With silver-tier defenses, he could dominate any adversary below that level, as the only limitation would be the strength of his own power. As long as his strength kept pace, Zhou Xian could easily overwhelm anyone below silver-tier. The geothermal pool would serve as an excellent place for relaxation in the future. Zhou Xian leaped from the pool, spinning mid-air to dry himself off. After tidying up, he cast a final glance at the geothermal pool before departing. Should he find more essence in the future, he would return to AS for alchemical uses. He intended to procure an alchemical cauldron for his endeavors, as utilizing the geothermal pool for alchemy would be less practical without the requisite skills. Upon exiting the cave, Zhou Xian noticed it was now night. The cool moonlight bathed him, inducing a slight drowsiness. Stretching his limbs, the sound of cracking bones echoed as he felt revitalized. He set off towards Qingye City. Along the way, he remembered to ask Mo Yuan for some herbal formulas, hoping to experiment with alchemy upon his return. Unfortunately, Zhou Xian found himself with only 2 red fruits remaining, as Mo Yuan had taken the others to the geothermal pool for his own refinement. Thus, Zhou Xian sought additional formulas from Mo Yuan to concoct some medicinal ointments for his training. Very well, let this lad attempt to refine some elixirs first. If he fails, I shall intervene. Mo Yuan eventually provided Zhou Xian with a compendium of herbs and several suitable formulas for his current level. During his journey, Zhou Xian kept an eye out for herbs, indulging in his old habit of scavenging the fallen from battles, that he would either loot the corpses of the slain or incinerate them, allowing their souls to return to the earth. However, this batch of warriors proved to be rather unimpressive. Zhou Xian wondered if the corpses he scavenged had already been picked clean by others, as he found nothing of value. Initially, he had hoped that following the battle, some corpses would yield treasures akin to those of Sun Yu, but it was evident not everyone shared such fortune. Zhou Xian estimated that the bodies he had looted might net him around 100 taels of silver, which he would consider a success. Just as Zhou Xian felt dejected, his constantly activated spiritual perception detected something. Zhou Xian cast a perplexed glance in a particular direction before swiftly turning and making his way towards that spot. With the agility of a serpent in the woods, he soon arrived at the designated location. Before him lay a lush thicket, entwined with creeping vines that grew in a serpentine manner. Drawing forth the blood sword of beasts, Zhou Xian executed a swift thrust that dispatched a venomous snake lurking behind him. And only then did he begin to search along the vines that in a brief span of time, Zhou Xian navigated through the depths of the thicket. There, nestled within the underbrush, he discovered a gourd that resembled yellow jade. Quietly flourishing, could it be that fortune smiled upon him? Had he stumbled upon a century-old yellow jade gourd? As he beheld the gourd, Zhou Xian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, inwardly exclaiming his good luck. This yellow jade gourd appeared to be no larger than the palm of his hand, insufficient for holding much liquid. However, it would suffice for his practice of the art of the gourd. Yet, while Zhou Xian considered himself fortunate, it was also a testament to his own strength that if he had not possessed the power of divine consciousness, locating this gourd hidden deep within the dense forest would have been no simple task. The place where the yellow jade gourd thrived was so obscured that even passers-by might overlook it. As he inhaled and exhaled, Zhou Xian grasped the yellow jade gourd in his hand, unable to suppress his delight. Truly, it was a remarkable find. With great care, Zhou Xian examined the yellow jade gourd, his face alight with excitement. The smooth texture in his hand bore no resemblance to the roughness of typical gourds. It felt more akin to holding a piece of jade. After a moment of admiration, Zhou Xian's expression shifted slightly, but he then summoned his vitality and excavated a small pit at the base of the vines, where he buried the skin and bones of the mountain lord. Although the mountain lord's pelt and bones were quite valuable, a gentleman appreciates wealth that is rightfully earned. Having taken the fruit of another, he would not wish to cause any harm that might lead to the demise of such an extraordinary plant as the yellow jade gourd. Thus, he chose to use the mountain lord's remains as nourishment to ensure its continued growth. At this point, I must chastise those foolish directors who destroy the environment for the sake of filming. Have you even graduated? In that foolhardy production at Tianshan, what flowers did they ruin? Damn it! Do the actors not understand? Is there not a single person in the entire production who comprehends? Are they all truly blind to the essence of the show? Curse their misdeeds. Having secured the yellow jade gourd, Zhou Xian rose once more and set off towards Xingye City, albeit at a more leisurely pace. With the yellow jade gourd in hand, he was determined to practice the art of the gourd. Whether it was the gourd's influence or the results of his recent training, it wasn't long before Zhou Xian was able to adeptly wield the art of the gourd. The gourd contains the sun and moon. Zhou Xian exclaimed softly as he summoned the yellow jade gourd, channeling his vitality into it. The next moment, a powerful suction emerged, drawing in fallen leaves and small stones into the gourd. Success! Witnessing this scene, Zhou Xian's heart soared with joy. With such a means of storage, he no longer had to worry about accumulating spoils to the point of needing to discard them. Although this space was merely a cubic meter in size, it was more than sufficient for Zhou Xian's current needs. After placing various odds and ends into the yellow jade gourd, he focused intently on his journey to Xingye City. This time, he encountered no corpses of the slain, which left him with a tinge of regret. By the time he reached Xingye City, it was already past midnight. Zhou Xian did not enter the city, but instead returned to his home. The martial arts school would likely have settled down for the night, and disturbing them at this hour would be unwise. Upon returning home, Zhou Xian practiced the silver silkworm technique along with its accompanying swordplay. With the enhancement of the Zhu fruit, he was able to firmly solidify his cultivation. Subsequently, he began his meditative training of the Qinglian visualization method. After a night of diligent practice, Zhou Xian made his way to the Windstorm Martial Arts School within Xingye City. "Master, do you possess any techniques for concealing one's presence?" On the way, Zhou Xian inquired of the figure within the jade pendant, Mo Yuan. Having spent the night awake, engrossed in his meditative practice, Zhou Xian now felt invigorated. He feared that his secret of possessing a silver-level technique might be discovered by Li Jiani. While he had developed feelings for Li Ying and was often greeted warmly by Li Jiani, human nature is inscrutable, and the sun, along with the human heart, cannot be directly gazed upon. Such wisdom is not mere platitude. Zhou Xian had to consider his own interests. "Take this return to dust technique," Mo Yuan replied, handing Zhou Xian a scroll titled Return to Dust. Upon feeling the technique's essence within his consciousness, Zhou Xian perused it attentively, that a flicker of realization sparked within him, and he began to cultivate according to the method described. This technique was not overly profound for Zhou Xian. With his innate talent, he had already cultivated it to a notable degree by the time he reached the gates of Qingye City. Although he had not mastered it, it was sufficient for concealing his presence from Li Jiani. Skinny Monkey Zhou has returned. He is alive, he is unscathed. Upon his arrival at the martial arts school, the doors were already open, and 2 or 3 martial students had commenced their morning practice. Their astonishment erupted into exclamations upon seeing Zhou Xian, having been absent for several days in search of medicinal herbs. Their master had previously dispatched the senior brother to investigate. According to the senior brother's findings, they had feared the worst for Zhou Xian. Their master even contemplated recruiting another errand boy. Yet, to their surprise, they were now able to see Zhou Xian alive and well, which filled them with joy. Although Zhou Xian's daily duties mostly consisted of menial tasks such as cleaning, they often teased him in jest. However, upon hearing news of his potential misfortune, they realized that, unbeknownst to them, they had come to regard this seemingly insignificant errand boy as a friend. Now, seeing Zhou Xian safe and sound, they were overwhelmed with relief that their master would not need to find a replacement. Among them, the one most elated was none other than the junior sister, Li Ying. Typically, her demeanor was unremarkable, but when Zhou Xian's well-being came into question, she discovered an inexplicable feeling towards him that as she stepped out to practice. Upon hearing the commotion within the martial arts school, she paused momentarily in surprise. Once she regained her composure, her heart leapt with joy as she rushed to the training ground. When Li Ying arrived, she found Zhou Xian surrounded by fellow students, who were showering him with concern and inquiring how he had survived. After all, they had heard the senior brother Zhao Tianxin recount the dire circumstances of Zhou Xian's exploration. Regarding this matter, Zhou Xian was somewhat vague, reluctant to divulge the details. Seeing his reticence, they did not press further, recognizing that persistent questioning would only earn their ire. It's truly wonderful that you're safe. At that moment, Li Ying emerged from the throng, her heart brimming with joy upon seeing Zhou Xian. "Oh, junior sister, seeing Skinny Monkey Zhou makes you happier than us," a martial brother teased, noticing the radiant joy on Li Ying's face. "Do you wish to feel my punches?" Li Ying retorted, clenching her fist and shooting a glare at the teasing brother. The moment he witnessed her fierce demeanor, he quickly recoiled, realizing he had provoked someone far beyond his prowess. Though Li Ying was a woman, her strength far surpassed his, rendering him no match for her. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel pity for Zhou Xian. With Li Ying's assertive personality, it remained uncertain who would hold sway in their future relationship. As his thoughts meandered, a sly grin crept onto his face. Zhou Xian merely shook his head. He could not control the thoughts of others. "That I asked the master available. I wish to take him as my mentor." Zhou Xian turned to Li Ying and inquired. "You?" Upon hearing Zhou Xian's question, Li Ying emerged from her bashfulness, gazing at him with surprise. His inquiry indicated that he was prepared to offer a proper apprenticeship gift. It seemed at this time, Zhou Xian had not only survived but had also encountered fortuitous events. "Follow me," Li Ying responded, regaining her composure and beckoning Zhou Xian to follow. Who would have thought that Skinny Monkey Zhou had managed to gather enough resources? Could this be the proverbial blessing that follows calamity? Perhaps soon, they would have an additional junior brother. As Zhou Xian followed Li Ying into the back room, the individuals practicing martial arts in the front hall began to engage in animated discussions. Who could have anticipated that Zhou Xian not only survived but also acquired some silver, thus opening the possibility of becoming a disciple? Such fortune was undeniably enviable. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian had entered the back room with Li Ying, where he found Li Jiani seated comfortably in a grandmaster's chair, sipping tea while engrossed in a book. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Li Jinyi set aside his book and turned his gaze towards Zhou Xian, inquiring, "Have you gathered enough for the master's fee?" "Yes, master," Zhou Xian replied, nodding eagerly as he produced a banknote and respectfully handed it over. "Come closer. Let me assess your innate talent," without verifying the authenticity of the note. Li Jinyi gestured for Zhou Xian to approach. Zhou Xian promptly knelt before Li Jinyi, extending his wrist for examination. Li Jinyi placed his hand on Zhou Xian's wrist and remarked, "Your talent is commendable. There is no need for arduous training. What type of weapon do you prefer?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhou Xian responded, "I have a particular fondness for the sword." "Very well. Then tomorrow you shall practice the fundamental sword techniques alongside Inger," Li Jinyi decreed. Zhou Xian nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent regarding Li Jinyi's arrangement. "Are you saying that Zhou Xian is indeed prepared to become a disciple?" At the time Zhou Xian formally pledged himself to his master. The senior disciple Zhao Tianqin had also arrived at the Guangdao martial arts school. Upon entering, he overheard his fellow disciples discussing Zhou Xian, which furrowed his brow in confusion that hadn't Zhou Xian perished. Intrigued, Zhao Tianqin began to listen intently to their conversation. Who knows how that scrawny fellow managed such luck, surviving and gathering enough silver to become a disciple? One remarked. "Indeed, it is quite enviable," another concurred. As Zhao Tianqin heard this, he could no longer contain his curiosity and interjected, "What exactly has transpired with Zhou Xian? How did he escape death?" The others recounted Zhou Xian's situation, and as he listened, Zhao Tianqin's heart sank, his murderous intent towards Zhou Xian intensifying. Having failed to eliminate Zhou Xian on 2 separate occasions, an ominous premonition loomed over him. Immediately, he made his way to the back room to ascertain Zhou Xian's condition. Upon his arrival, Zhao Tianqin spotted Zhou Xian and Li Ying emerging, engaged in cheerful conversation. Witnessing their camaraderie, his expression darkened. After taking a deep breath to suppress his displeasure, Zhao Tianqin approached them with a smile. Although he harbored intentions to kill Zhou Xian, he was keenly aware that he needed to maintain the faade of ignorance. "Zhou Shidi, it seems fortune smiles upon you." On that day, my investigation revealed that a martial artist was involved. And the traces of struggle led me to mistakenly believe you had perished. "That I owe you an apology," Zhao Tianqin said, his demeanor warm and inviting. "Pray tell, how did you manage to escape from that martial artist? Such an event is quite unprecedented. I imagine it has weighed heavily on our little junior sister's mind as well." Zhou Xian glanced at Li Ying and noticed the curiosity reflected in her eyes. Momentarily contemplating whether to share his story, he hesitated. Observing Zhou Xian's demeanor, Zhao Tianqin smirked internally, dismissing him as a mere youth unworthy of concern. "Well, I found myself pursued by a martial artist and, in a moment of desperation, leaped off a cliff, whereupon I was rescued and nursed back to health by a physician. Upon my return, I discovered a corpse and, while collecting it, stumbled upon some silver, which enabled me to pay for my apprenticeship," Zhou Xian recounted, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. Li Ying listened with intrigue, while Zhao Tianqin furrowed his brow slightly at Zhou Xian's tale. According to Zhou Xian, he had spent several days recuperating at the physician's home before returning. Yet, why had the Wind Chaser blade not come to seek him during that time? Regardless, now that you have become a disciple of our master, any future attempts on your life will be inconsequential. Focus on your training, and feel free to ask me anything you do not understand, Zhao Tianqin encouraged, feigning genuine concern, though his heart remained cold as ice. He had resolved to take matters into his own hands. "Thank you, senior brother," Zhou Xian replied, his face alight with gratitude at Zhao Tianqin's words. Observing Zhou Xian's reaction, Zhao Tianqin narrowed his eyes, momentarily unsure of Zhou Xian's true sentiments. Yet soon, a cold smile crept across his face. It mattered not whether Zhou Xian was aware of his intentions. Today he would die. After exchanging a few insincere pleasantries, Zhou Xian followed Li Ying to practice the fundamental sword techniques. Although these techniques were basic, mastering them would not prove easy for Zhou Xian. As he departed, Zhao Tianqin squinted his eyes and turned away, while Zhou Xian, sensing Zhao Tianqin's exit, wore a faint smile. Who shall kill whom is yet to be determined." Zhou Xian's heart was as cold as ice. Fully aware of Zhao Tianqin's hard pursuit, he knew he had to maintain a facade of compliance. It was imperative to keep Zhao Tianqin unaware of any changes. Should he sense danger and flee, Zhou Xian would be incensed that as Zhou Xian prepared to confront Zhao Tianqian that night. He and Li Ying arrived at the training area. Here, various weapons and supplementary tools awaited them. Do you understand why I want you to practice the ordinary sword techniques? Li Ying inquired, brandishing a large blade. It is to better harness your own strength. Zhou Xian contemplated before responding. Despite possessing the exquisite sword techniques bestowed by the silver silkworm technique, his lack of genuine martial training made it difficult for him to fully realize their potential. Indeed, while the sword techniques are refined, the fundamental sword stances are equally crucial. Watch closely, Li Ying affirmed, nodding in agreement. She then ignited a candle, and with a swift motion, she struck it with her blade before retracting it. Zhou Xian observed intently, only to find the candle unchanged. What is this? Noticing the candle's lack of alteration, Zhou Xian turned to Li Ying, who smiled knowingly. She approached the candle, gently squeezing it, and to Zhou Xian's astonishment, the candle split cleanly in two, the wick severed as well. Witnessing this display, Zhou Xian's brow furrowed slightly, awed by such impressive skill. This girl has a solid foundation, Mo Yuan observed, chiming in at the opportune moment. Li Ying's prowess was undeniable. Her mastery of the basics rivaled that of disciples from prestigious families. This level of foundational understanding was something Mo Yuan had rarely encountered. Typically, such emphasis on foundational sword techniques was characteristic of affluent families, making the realization that someone from such a humble background possessed this awareness quite surprising. Initially, he had contemplated whether Zhou Xian's master would overlook the importance of foundational training, but it appeared that would not be necessary. It seemed that even in this remote corner, talent existed, albeit in unfortunate circumstances. Seeing Li Jianyi's dedication to foundational training, Mo Yuan couldn't help but lament, Li Jianyi is truly a man born in the wrong place at the wrong time. Had he been born into a powerful family, his abilities would surely have soared. Who are we to say who was born at the wrong time? Zhou Xian, engrossed in his sword practice, queried, having overheard Mo Yuan's musings. Nothing of consequence, Mo Yuan replied, shaking his head, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Upon encountering Mo Yuan, Zhou Xian felt little inclination to engage in conversation, opting instead to focus intently on the practice of foundational sword techniques. It is a well-known truth that the art of swordsmanship is fundamentally a composition of these basic techniques. Regardless of how intricate a sword style may be, its ultimate objective invariably targets one's vital points. Noticing Zhou Xian's silence, Mo Yuan could not help but speak again, assuring Master, "Rest assured, I shall not resort to any underhanded tactics that I in response to Mo Yuan's counsel." Zhou Xian adopted a serious tone internally. Acknowledging, through diligent practice of the foundational sword techniques, I have begun to recognize my own shortcomings. For instance, in front of him stood a training dummy, no larger than a palm. Each time Zhou Xian aimed to strike a specific point, he found himself falling just short, indicating a lack of mastery over the sword in his grasp. Zhou Sheng, who had long been engrossed in the study of advanced swordplay, resembled someone who had bypassed the fundamentals of arithmetic only to delve directly into the complexities of advanced calculations, thereby lacking a solid foundation. In stark contrast, Li Ying, positioned nearby, consistently struck the same spot with her blade, leaving little evidence of her strikes elsewhere. This disparity highlighted the difference between the two. Should Zhou Xian and Li Ying engage in combat at the same level, it would be challenging for Zhou Xian to claim victory over her. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed in the mountains, where a millennium had passed outside the cave. When a person dedicates themselves wholeheartedly to a task, they often find that time passes swiftly. Zhou Xian, the sun is nearly setting. You should make your way home. Li Ying suddenly interrupted as Zhou Xian continued to thrust and retract his sword. Realizing the time, Zhou Xian expressed gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder. I almost lost track of time." After sheathing his sword, he turned to Li Ying with appreciation. "It's nothing, but don't forget to arrive early tomorrow." Li Ying replied with a simple smile, "That I certainly will not forget," Zhou Xian assured her, returning her smile. "By the way, here is your bathing medicine. Using this for your bath will aid in your recovery and enhance your essence." Just as Zhou Xian prepared to leave, Li Ying suddenly recalled something and handed him an oiled paper package, explaining its contents. "Does the master still have leftover medicinal materials?" Zhou Xian inquired, accepting the package. As he had lost his own supplies and had been contemplating visiting other apothecaries to replenish them, that my father often reserves some for emergencies. Liang clarified regarding the origins of the medicinal materials within the package. I see. Zhou Xian nodded in, understanding that if ordinary families are aware of the necessity to store provisions for unforeseen circumstances, how much more so would a master be? After expressing his gratitude to Liang, Zhou Xian tucked the oiled package into his clothing and exited the Fierce Blade Martial Hall. However, upon leaving, Zhou Xian did not head home immediately. Instead, he wandered through various alleyways, and after a short while, emerged from one such passage, transformed in appearance to the point of being unrecognizable. After altering his guise, Zhou Xian made his way to other apothecaries, purchasing several medicinal materials before proceeding to the 100 Treasures Pavilion. The proprietor behind the pavilion was the Lord of Qingye City, and many items of little use to the Lord were sold or auctioned there. Thanks to this noble backing, disturbances within the pavilion were rare. Upon entering, Zhou Xian observed numerous warriors examining various treasures, some accompanied by maidservants who provided explanations. Zhou Xian tapped the counter, producing a crisp sound, and shortly thereafter, a maidservant approached him. "Sir, how may I assist you?" "You may call me Xiao Qing." With a sweet smile, Xiao Qing greeted him. "Please take me to see your alchemy furnaces." Zhou Xian replied calmly, his demeanor as unremarkable as his appearance. "Of course, please follow me." Xiao Qing responded, her eyes brightening at his request, for those seeking alchemy furnaces typically possess some form of alchemical heritage. This is the Withered Wood Cauldron, crafted from a century-old golden vine, imbued with secret techniques. It enhances the green wood aura during elixir refinement, priced at 3,000 silver taels. This is the Red Rock Cauldron, forged from 50-year-old red rock, allowing for precise control of flame intensity, priced at 3,500 silver taels. This is the Silver Cloud Cauldron, made of bronze and fine silver, embodying balance and harmony, priced at 5,000 silver notes. The Silver Cloud Cauldron features intricate silver patterns resembling auspicious clouds, and its higher price is attributed to both the rarity of fine silver and its balanced nature. While the Withered Wood Cauldron enhances the green wood aura during elixir refinement, this quality may sometimes be detrimental for seasoned alchemists, as the compatibility of various medicinal properties is a meticulous endeavor. To the layperson, it may seem reasonable to consume nourishing foods when unwell. Yet to an alchemist, such behavior is profoundly misguided. Without a clear understanding of the underlying issues, how could one simply consume restorative tonics? Similarly, the impact of the green wood aura on one's elixirs remains uncertain, rendering its use in alchemical processes questionable. Thus, the balanced nature of the Silver Cloud Cauldron is particularly favored by many alchemists. "Master, which cauldron do you think I should choose?" Zhou Xian inquired, having perused several cauldrons under the maidservant's guidance. Although all these cauldrons commanded steep prices, Zhou Xian's current wealth could accommodate a purchase. However, uncertain of which would be best, he sought Mo Yuan's advice. "Opt for the Withered Wood Cauldron. While the green wood aura may influence elixir refinement, this primarily concerns advanced alchemists. For your practice, this cauldron will allow you to grasp the fundamentals more easily." Mo Yuan eventually shared his insights. "Very well, Master," Zhou Xian acknowledged, confident in Mo Yuan's guidance, recognizing that compared to him, he was merely a novice. By the way, why don't you purchase a cauldron from the market instead?" Mo Yuan inquired as Zhou Xian proceeded to pay. He recalled his own youthful days of scouring markets, brimming with ambition, believing himself destined for greatness, hoping to uncover extraordinary treasures among the stalls. Regrettably, Mo Yuan was not favored by fortune. Alchemy furnaces were routinely collected by major trading houses at substantial prices, meaning those available in markets were either counterfeit or of such poor quality that no reputable merchant would consider them. Rather than searching through a sea of rubbish for a gem, it is far more prudent to buy directly from a reputable merchant, where options abound, allowing for a more tailored selection. Additionally, Mo Yuan expressed doubt about his ability to procure quality items from skilled forgers. To rely on one's instincts in such matters is ill-advised. I would prefer to trust in what I can earn through diligent practice. Were I to possess a divination ability, I might be inclined to test it. Zhou Xian calmly articulated his reasoning to Mo Yuan regarding his decision to forego the bustling markets. First and foremost, the price at which major trading houses acquire alchemy furnaces is quite high, fulfilling the needs of alchemists and fostering goodwill among customers. This, in turn, attracts more alchemists to their establishments. The alchemy profession is highly lucrative. Once you acquire a furnace, you gain their attention. Upon your next visit, you may receive even better service, potentially becoming a valued guest of the trading houses. However, for someone like me, who conceals their identity, it would require considerable time, in addition to the reasons surrounding the acquisition of the furnaces. Zhou Xian believed he would struggle to navigate the chaotic market without being deceived. These forgers are professionals. Why would I presume to see through their tricks, trusting my instincts? If they were that reliable, I wouldn't have lost on the lottery so many times. In contrast to the ephemeral nature of intuition, Zhou Xian places his unwavering faith in the rigorously honed techniques acquired through diligent practice. Everything possesses the potential to betray you. Even intuition may falter. Only that which you earnestly strive for will remain steadfast. Had Zhou Xian possessed a power akin to the heavenly eye or the golden severance hand, one could simply observe whether he would raid the marketplace to be by the way, Master, do you possess any secret techniques akin to the heavenly eye? If so, please impart them to me, so that I may grow swiftly and forge a formidable body for you. Contemplating the prospect of such powers, Zhou Xian eagerly inquired that if he were to attain the heavenly eye, would he not be able to procure goods at the market? In just a few short years, he could become a formidable figure, crafting top-tier bodies for his master and becoming a second-generation heir. What a splendid vision! Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, Mo Yuan chuckled, which instantly brought joy to Zhou Xian's heart. He knew his master was extraordinary, possessing knowledge across various domains. This was precisely what compelled the unveiling of a secret technique. Indeed, it seemed that his master needed a little pressure to reveal his immense potential. Just as Zhou Xian awaited Mo Yuan's instruction on the secret technique with excitement and anticipation, Mo Yuan disdainfully remarked that if he possessed the heavenly eye or golden severance hand, he would have long amassed abundant resources and advanced his strength, rather than falling victim to that scoundrel. Zhou Xian, undeterred by Mo Yuan's words, wore a cheerful expression as he followed Xiao Qing to the money cabinet. After exchanging silver notes, he received a VIP token and subsequently a ding talisman, which could shrink the withered wooden ding for ease of handling. However, this talisman was only applicable to the withered wooden ding. It would not serve for other items. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for Zhou Xian's needs. As for researching the array patterns for crafting, Zhou Xian had no intention of doing, so that one's energy is limited. And he was not only gradually mastering techniques, but also preparing for the formulation of medicinal recipes. Delving into array research and crafting artifacts would demand excessive energy, proving counterproductive. Currently, balancing the cultivation of techniques and the formulation of medicines was just right. Adding more would stretch Zhou Xian's capacity too thin. After utilizing the ding talisman to store the withered wooden ding, Zhou Xian made his way home. Along the way, he deliberately took a few detours. And upon restoring his appearance, he headed directly home. Once back, Zhou Xian commenced the preparation of medicinal ointments under Mo Yuan's guidance. However, after a brief period, he shook his head upon observing the ointment he had produced. While the color was indeed black, it lacked the glossy sheen expected, and the surface exhibited dryness with faint cracks. In Mo Yuan's words, this ointment could be deemed a failure, and he bluntly indicated Zhou Xian's utter lack of talent in alchemy, failing to concoct such a simple ointment. Yet Zhou Xian held a different perspective. After all, it was his first attempt, and achieving such a result was commendable. As for the simplicity of the task, he chose to disregard it. One must admit, Zhou Xian's resilience and attitude was quite remarkable. After putting away the ointment and the medicinal ding, he retrieved the golden piece obtained earlier, which he had yet to examine. Zhou Xian gazed at the golden piece, then made a small incision on his palm, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it. However, contrary to his expectations, the golden piece exhibited no change. Witnessing this, Zhou Xian felt a surge of blood and energy within him, enveloping the golden piece. Still, it remained unresponsive. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Xian relaxed, allowing his soul power to surge forth and envelop the golden piece. With this infusion of soul energy, the golden piece suddenly reacted, emitting a soft golden glow. Chapter 24. The Tianshan Moon Wheel Success. Observing the golden piece radiating light, a smile graced Zhou Xian's face, and he began to value this artifact more highly. It could only be influenced by soul energy, indicating its exceptional nature. Poor Sun Yu, unconsciously, Zhou Xian thought of Sun Yu. realizing why the latter had sewn the golden piece into his thigh without attempting to cultivate it. For Sun Yu, an item that could only be activated by soul energy was akin to a mountain of gold just out of reach. Soul energy is not a common commodity. It cannot simply be obtained at will, especially for those not of elite clans or exceptional fortune. With this in mind, Zhou Xian placed the golden piece before him. Channeling his soul energy to probe its secrets, as he did so, a secret technique quietly surfaced in his mind, an esoteric art known as the Tianshan Moon Wheel. According to its teachings, with profound cultivation, one could manifest a moon wheel atop a mountain peak, traversing the sea of clouds in an instant. This was an offensive technique, rather than a meditative practice, and it was particularly suited to Zhou Xian at this stage. Zhou Xian possessed a top-tier visualization technique in the form of the Qinglian visualization method, yet he lacked an offensive art. The Tianshan Moon Wheel perfectly complemented his deficiencies that he immediately began to cultivate this offensive technique. Within his sea of consciousness, the roots of his soul gently swayed, and a surge of soul energy erupted. The soul energy roiled, continuously sketching the contours of a mountain peak moon wheel in Zhou Xian's mind. However, this secret technique, worthy of a golden piece, was indeed a golden-grade art. With Zhou Xian's current level of soul power, he was unable to fully manifest the mountain peak moon wheel, even with his considerable soul energy. He could only outline a fragment of the Tianshan. Yet, even this small portion significantly enhanced Zhou Xian's strength. Rising to stretch his limbs, Zhou Xian heard a series of pops and cracks emanating from his joints. Glancing out the window, he noted it was already dusk, relatively early in the evening, that he took up the blood sword of beasts in the courtyard, diligently practicing basic sword techniques. This practice continued for over an hour, and soon it was past midnight. After sheathing his sword, Zhou Xian transformed his appearance and set off towards his senior brother Zhao Tianqin's residence. Upon returning from the mountains, Zhou Xian had intended to confront Zhao Tianqin, but had been delayed by other matters. However, it was fortuitous, as now, with the Tianshan Moon Wheel mastered, Zhou Xian's strength had significantly increased, and as Zhou Xian employed the flying swallow treading snow technique to hasten towards Zhao Tianqin's location. A figure emerged under the silver moonlight, heading toward Zhou Xian's abode. This individual was none other than his senior brother, Zhao Tianqin. Zhou Xian's safe return and his apprenticeship under Li Jian had left Zhao Tianqin feeling quite unsettled. Adhering to the principle that lengthy nights breed many dreams, Zhao Tianqin resolved to act swiftly, intending to snuff out Zhou Xian's potential in its infancy. That it must be said that Zhao Tianqin and Zhou Xian bore some similarities. Zhou Xian harbored no grudges overnight. While Zhao Tianqin sought to avoid prolonged troubles, both were quick to retaliate upon forming enmity. Just as Zhou Xian was utilizing the flying swallow treading snow technique, he suddenly sensed Zhao Tianqin's presence. Following the aura, Zhou Xian spotted Zhao Tianqin, employing a low-level movement technique to hasten his journey. Surprised by Zhao Tianqin's impatience, Zhou Xian's expression turned icy wide. Tio reached Zhao Tianqin's home quickly. Zhou Xian chose not to follow the path, but instead ran directly toward his destination. Along the way, he crossed a river, only to find that Zhao Tianqin had the same intention. However, this fortuitously spared Zhou Xian the need to face Zhao Tianqin's family directly. Moreover, Zhao Tianqin's arrival also alleviated some of Zhou Xian's burdens. After all, the enmity lay solely with Zhao Tianqin, not his family. Should Zhao Tianqin's family seek vengeance on Zhou Xian's behalf, he would not be intimidated. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Xian's movement technique shifted, adopting the forest serpent approach as he swiftly closed in on Zhao Tianqin. Though the surroundings were not woodland, under the cover of darkness, Zhou Xian's forest serpent technique remained undetectable by Zhao Tianqin. Utilizing the night shadows, Zhou Xian rapidly approached Zhao Tianqin from behind, emerging like thunder and lightning. In an instant, he lunged at Zhao Tianqin with the blood sword of beasts, striking with the force of autumn winds. Slashing down like falling petals, the sword, imbued with the coldness of autumn, bore down upon Zhao Tianqin, aiming for a decisive blow. In a moment of crisis, Zhao Tianqin stepped forward, pivoting to draw his sword against Zhou Xian's assault. However, with a sharp clang, Zhao Tianqin's sword was cleaved in two by Zhou Xian's strike. The severed blade continued its trajectory toward Zhao Tianqin. Yet, seizing the fleeting moment of disruption, Zhao Tianqin narrowly evaded Zhou Xian's lethal attack. Nevertheless, even as he dodged, a massive gash was inflicted upon Zhao Tianxin's chest by Zhou Xian's onslaught, that a bronze sword, 2,000 pounds of force. How could this be possible? Zhao Tianxin stood not far away, his blood surging in his veins as he deftly pressed on the wound, employing a unique technique to sever the meridians and halt the bleeding, his expression one of sheer astonishment as he gazed at Zhou Xian. The sword he wielded, forged from black iron, had cost him a substantial sum. Yet this formidable weapon was effortlessly cleaved in a single strike by Zhou Xian, revealing the extraordinary caliber of the sword in Zhou Xian's grasp. Beyond the impressive quality of the sword, what truly astounded Zhao Tianxin was Zhou Xian's sheer strength. Despite exuding an aura characteristic of a bone realm cultivator, how could he possess a might of 2,000 jin? Zhao Tianxin was certain he had never crossed paths with such a prodigy. So why did Zhou Xian come at him with full force? Who exactly are you? Having staunched the flow of blood, Zhao Tianxin roared an inquiry towards Zhou Xian. The transformed Zhou Xian remained unrecognized by Zhao Tianxin. You need not concern yourself with my identity. I offer you an opportunity. If you pledge an oath to the Tao and depart from Qingye City, never to return, I shall grant you mercy, Zhou Xian declared to Zhao Tianxin. Initially, Zhou Xian had intended to eliminate Zhao Tianxin, given that the latter had twice hired assassins against him. However, after effortlessly defeating Zhao Tianxin, Zhou Xian found the prospect of killing him rather uninteresting. Hence he extended this chance. Should Zhao Tianxin take the vow and leave, Zhou Xian would cease his pursuit. Yet, should he squander this opportunity, Zhou Xian would have no choice but to strike down Zhao Tianxin. Zhou Xian's reluctance to kill did not signify a hesitance to do so. Chapter 25. By Lian Hong, you speak truly. Do you genuinely intend to spare me? Upon hearing Zhou Xian's assertion of sparing him for taking the oath, Zhao Tianxin looked at Zhou Xian with incredulity. Among warriors, the notion of sparing one another is rare. It is typically a matter of striking decisively to eliminate any threat. The fact that Zhou Xian showed no intent to kill him left Zhao Tianxin quite astonished that I am indeed a man of my word. Zhou Xian regarded Zhao Tianxin with a solemn tone that he, Zhou Xian, has always been one to honor his commitments. Anything he has promised will not be retracted. That's so. Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, Zhao Tianxin could not help but lower his head, his eyes reflecting a flickering moonlight. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Tianxin raised his head and spoke resolutely. Yet before he could finish, he suddenly drew an object from within his robe. Boom! At the moment Zhao Tianxin acted, pain surged through Zhou Xian's consciousness as a warning. Zhou Xian's eyes widened, and with a surge of spiritual force, he struck fiercely into Zhao Tianxin's mind. Puff! Zhao Tianxin fell back, a mouthful of blood erupting from him. Zhou Xian's spiritual force crashed into his mind like a mountain, instantly inflicting severe injury. Simultaneously, Zhou Xian swung the blood beast sword, severing the arm that held the strange object, which fell a short distance away. Why? I clearly gave you a chance. You could have ventured elsewhere and made a name for yourself, Zhou Xian remarked coldly, his murderous intent unabashed. Since he had already afforded Zhao Tianxin an opportunity, if the latter failed to appreciate it, Zhou Xian would not be held accountable. You asked me to leave, yet what difference does it make if you kill me? Zhao Tianxin laughed wildly, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. There are escort teams in Qingye City that frequently travel elsewhere. How could you claim to kill me? Zhou Xian replied evenly, observing Zhao Tianxin with calmness. Should the concern be distance and the potential for mishaps along the way, Zhao Tianxin could easily find an escort team to accompany him. Are you aware of a woman in the city? Yaoji, the Moonlight Fairy? If I were to leave now, I would surely toss and turn, unable to find rest. If that is the case, perhaps it is better to perish here. Zhao Tianxin's expression grew cold as he coughed blood, recounting his tale. When he mentioned the woman in the city, a flicker of tenderness crossed his pained visage. Upon hearing Zhao Tianxin's words, Zhou Xian fell into silence. Zhao Tianxin's feelings for Li Ying were genuine. Aside from targeting those who posed a threat, he had never resorted to underhanded tactics against her. While part of this was attributable to Li Jinni's influence, the sincerity of his feelings could not be doubted. It is unfortunate, however, that infatuation does not preclude the act of killing. Have you considered that while you may be unable to sleep from tossing and turning, you could still fulfill your filial duties to your parents? Do you not feel remorse for abandoning them in death? Zhou Xian flicked the blood from his sword before suddenly recalling something, inquiring, I have left sufficient wealth for my parents, and the path of martial arts is inherently fraught with peril. They have been prepared for this since I began training. Zhao Tianqin's pallor deepened as he trembled, his lips quivering. Clearly, the injury to his arm and the trauma to his mind were taking their toll. So it is. Zhou Xian nodded, then raised his sword, ready to strike. Before my demise, could you tell me how I have offended you? Just as Zhou Xian was about to act, Zhao Tianqin suddenly interjected. My name is Zhou Xian. Hearing Zhao Tianqin's declaration, Zhou Xian paused slightly before responding. You. Zhao Tianqin's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing. Yet before he could articulate further, Zhou Xian plunged his sword into Zhao Tianqin's heart. With a forceful thrust, he shattered Zhao Tianqin's heart vein. Afterwards, Zhou Xian leaned in closer to examine Zhao Tianqin's carotid artery, confirming 3 times that he had indeed passed away before heaving a sigh of relief. He then approached the spot where Zhao Tianqin's arm had been severed. Zhao Tianqin had drawn something from within his robe in a last-ditch effort against Zhou Xian, which Zhou Xian distinctly remembered. Upon reaching the severed arm, Zhou Xian gently pried open the palm, revealing an exquisite statue of a lotus and a hibiscus, crafted from fine iron. The statue depicted the lotus leaves and flowers entwined. Vividly lifelike, to his astonishment, it was the Bai Lian Honghe. As Zhou Xian examined the lotus hibiscus statue, Mo Yuan expressed his surprise. Master, what is the significance of this Bai Lian Honghe? Noticing Mo Yuan's astonishment, Zhou Xian, holding a yellow jade gourd, utilized his gourd technique to store the statue within that he then inquired while placing the severed arm next to Zhao Tianqin's corpse, preparing to incinerate the evidence. The so-called Bai Lian Hong, he is derived from the phrase the lotus leaves reach for the sky, boundless azure. The sunlit blossoms shine a unique red. This object was once the subject of research by the Gongsu family. Crafted with remarkable techniques, entirely made of fine iron, activated by blood energy. This item is particularly effective against martial artist defenses. A moment's carelessness against bronze defenses can lead to death. Even silver defenses, while not fatal, will result in severe injury. This fellow was indeed fortunate to discover such a treasure in this place. After explaining, Mo Yuan gazed at Zhao Tianqin's corpse and sighed, deeply moved, in a locale where neither Bone Realm nor 8 Bone Realm masters had reached silver-level defenses. Zhao Tianqin wielding the Bai Lian Hong, he for a surprise attack would inevitably lead to death if the opponent failed to react in time. This item could be considered a top-tier life-saving trump card. Such is the terror of a world rife with contention, where various wondrous treasures and spiritual medicines emerge in abundance. Even an ordinary person might glimpse the chance to ascend. Alas, Zhao Tianqin met Zhou Xian. The spiritual force has always been mysterious and unfathomable, adept at turning misfortune into fortune, and its offensive capabilities are difficult to counter. Zhao Tianqin's downfall at Zhou Xian's hands is hardly unjust. Just as Zhou Xian prepared to incinerate Zhao Tianqin's corpse, a disturbance suddenly rippled in the distance. Zhou Xian's gaze sharpened. This disturbance filled him with aversion. He glanced at Zhao Tianqin's corpse, uncertain whether to investigate further. A sense of foreboding suggested that failure to address Zhao Tianqin's remains could lead to complications. Ultimately, Zhou Xian resolved to investigate briefly from afar and then return. Furthermore, he had already confirmed Zhao Tianqin's death. He was beyond saving and posed little threat. With this thought, Zhou Xian swiftly employed his techniques and headed towards the source of the disturbance. There is actually a corpse here. It would be perfect for refining my demon sail. Shortly after Zhou Xian departed, a figure clad in black arrived at the scene, discovering Zhao Tianqin's corpse, and instantly rejoiced. Chapter 26. A bountiful harvest beneath the stars. Within the dense forest, Zhou Xian moved cautiously, employing the snake body technique. Before long, he arrived at the location emitting a repulsive aura. However, upon inspection, he found no traces of anyone present. How cautious they must be in their dealings, not having found useful information nearby. Zhou Xian could not help but furrow his brow. His spiritual force radiated, encompassing a radius of 1,000 meters. Yet, within that expanse, no figures emerged. Had they departed so swiftly, perceiving an absence of human presence within a kilometer radius? Zhou Xian furrowed his brow. That it had been but a brief moment since he had arrived. Yet the other party had already departed, their agility evidently remarkable. Shaking his head, Zhou Xian turned to leave. Realizing that he had found no useful information here, remaining would serve no purpose. However, before his departure, Zhou Xian meticulously erased his traces. Yet upon returning to his original location, he discovered that the corpse of Zhao Tianxian had vanished. It did not appear to have been taken by a wild beast. This was troublesome. Zhou Xian scrutinized his surroundings, failing to uncover any signs of animal drag marks, which ignited a sense of foreboding within him. Previously, when Zhou Xian chose not to incinerate the remains during his investigation, an unsettling feeling had already begun to fester in his heart. Now, with Zhao Tianxian's body missing, his fears were confirmed. "Master, do you possess any methods for tracking?" Zhou Xian sighed and inquired of Mo Yuan that he was reluctant to trouble Mo Yuan, yet the circumstances left him no choice. Tracking methods involve the realm of the soul, a field in which I have limited expertise, making it difficult to pass down any techniques to you. And Mo Yuan replied with a sigh of resignation upon hearing Zhou Xian's words. "Very well then," Zhou Xian conceded, feeling helpless. Although he wished to trace the whereabouts of Zhao Tianxian's remains, he found himself powerless without the necessary means. Moreover, his earlier decision not to burn Zhao Tianxian's body had instilled a sense of unease within him, suggesting future complications. Yet he reasoned that these were merely minor inconveniences, and perhaps even a misperception, akin to a gambler's fleeting belief that fortune might favor him at any moment. Nonetheless, Zhou Xian resolved to return and diligently cultivate his skills, regardless of whether that momentary feeling bore truth or if troubles lay ahead. He believed that with sufficient strength, he could easily overcome any challenges. With that determination, Zhou Xian hurried homeward. However, upon reaching his doorstep, he sensed a sudden tension. The warning mechanism he had set prior had been triggered. Someone had intruded into his home. Realizing this, Zhou Xian unleashed his spiritual energy, probing the interior of his house. Soon, he breathed a sigh of relief. Under Zhou Xian's scrutiny, the intruder was none other than the earlier visitor, the dragon spear Lin Qing. It seemed the other party had already disposed of the items in question. Upon recognizing Lin Qing's presence, Zhou Xian couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. During their previous parting, they had exchanged addresses. Agreeing that Lin Qing would seek him out with the stolen goods as he entered the room, an iron chain suddenly lunged toward Zhou Xian, attempting to ensnare him. "It's me." Zhou Xian sidestepped the attack and spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing his words, the iron chain promptly retracted. Zhou Xian approached the table, lit the oil lamp, and there sat Lin Qing, unperturbed by Zhou Xian's late return. There was no curiosity regarding his nighttime excursions. They all understood the unspoken rules. "Why haven't you lit the lamp?" Zhou Xian inquired as he took a seat across from Lin Qing. "That I'm simply cautious," Lin Qing replied, shaking his head. Although Zhou Xian's residence was somewhat isolated, Lin Qing had grown accustomed to exercising caution during the night and refrained from illuminating the lamp. The light could easily expose his position, making him vulnerable to an arrow's strike through Zhou Xian's flimsy wooden window. "I have few enemies, so I need not worry about being attacked." Zhou Xian smiled, stating that those who bore ill will towards him were either dead or had been coerced into making solemn oaths. "This is the total sum of silver I acquired from the sale, amounting to 8,600 taels that I have already taken my share," Lin Qing stated, placing a handful of silver notes before Zhou Xian. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xian couldn't help but let a smile play on his lips, pleasantly surprised by Lin Qing's reliable handling of matters. "This is the bronze cultivation technique, the tiger subduing record." "Please take it," Zhou Xian said, handing the tiger subduing record to Lin Qing after accepting the silver notes that he was a man of his word, and since Lin Qing had sworn a great oath, he considered him an ally. The stronger Lin Qing became, the more beneficial his presence would be. However, Zhou Xian would not impart the silver silkworm technique, as it was the foundation of his own existence. Lin Qing's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as he accepted the tiger's subduing record and prepared to leave, as for its authenticity. Lin Qing trusted that Zhou Xian would not deceive him. Watching Lin Qing take the items and depart, Zhou Xian paid little mind, instead focusing on the stack of silver notes before him. With these notes, he could procure additional supplies. However, this was only sufficient for mundane items or low-grade spiritual materials. Should Zhou Xian wish to acquire more advanced goods, the 8,000 taels would hardly suffice. After securely storing the silver notes, Zhou Xian commenced his cultivation once more. The night passed without incident. By the following morning, having practiced the Qinglian visualization method throughout the night, Zhou Xian awoke refreshed, devoid of any fatigue. Upon arriving at the Fierce Blade Martial Academy, he prepared to begin another day of fundamental sword training. Yet, he noticed a new face among the attendees. After inquiring, he learned that the newcomer, named Qian San, had come to take over his cleaning duties. After becoming acquainted, Zhou Xian nodded in acknowledgement and retreated to the back room to continue his training. However, Qian San regarded Zhou Xian with fervent admiration, envious of his reputation. Qian San had heard tales of his senior brother, who, like him, had once been responsible for cleaning but had later turned his fortunes around by successfully joining the Fierce Blade Martial Academy. Such a tale of rags to riches was bound to stir envy within anyone. Alongside admiration, Qian San harbored a flicker of hope. Could he also tread the path Zhou Xian had forged? Tomorrow is a rest day. Would you like to join us for some leisure? I hear the marketplace has many fine treasures, Li Ying suggested as Zhou Xian practiced his fundamental sword techniques. In that case, I shall accompany you. Zhou Xian replied that he had heard of the marketplace but had seldom visited. While it was true that treasures could occasionally be unearthed there, Zhou Xian typically preferred to purchase from larger merchants. As he had often stated, he never placed much hope in luck. Nevertheless, since his fellow disciples were going, he felt it would be impolite to decline. Moreover, being young and spirited, he found himself intrigued by the lively atmosphere of the marketplace. Despite his reservations about the items for sale, Chapter 27. The perilous outing. After agreeing on their plans for the following day, Zhou Xian resumed his training. How strange. Why hasn't the senior brother come today? During lunch, Zhou Xian inadvertently overheard a conversation among the other disciples. Senior brother Zhao Tianqin was known for his unwavering commitment to training. Even if he had pressing matters, he would inform the master in advance. Perhaps something urgent has arisen at home, Zhou Xian suggested, shrugging his shoulders that he voiced this thought partly to redirect their attention and partly to assimilate into their group. Indeed, upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, the other disciples exchanged glances, finding his reasoning sound. Not all matters could be communicated in advance. Everyone had their share of unexpected emergencies. Consequently, they shifted their focus away from Zhao Tianqin's absence. Zhou Xian felt a slight relief as he observed them change the subject. Realizing that for the time being, they would likely not suspect Zhao Tianqin's whereabouts. However, over time, their curiosity would surely resurface that in cases of genuine emergencies, one would eventually find the opportunity to inform the master. Unless, like Zhou Xian previously, unforeseen events rendered him unable to do so. After finishing their meal, Zhou Xian resumed his fundamental sword training. After a day of practice, Zhou Xian bid farewell to Li Ying and made his way to the apothecary. The silver notes he had received from Lin Qing the previous night would enable him to purchase more medicinal herbs for concocting ointments that in Mo Yuan's eyes. Zhou Xian's talent for alchemy was rather ordinary. Only through diligent study and practice could he hope to improve. Fortunately, Zhou Xian had previously enjoyed a stroke of luck, acquiring a considerable amount of ill-gotten gains, which had translated into a significant number of silver notes, allowing him to invest in the necessary herbs for crafting ointments that as he walked, Zhou Xian carried the herbs while reflecting on his training that day, mentally reviewing areas for improvement. Upon returning home, he began the process of concocting the ointment. When the ointment was finally ready, Mo Yuan inspected it and offered a lukewarm evaluation, declaring it merely passable. Zhou Xian did not contest this assessment. Instead, he humbly accepted Mo Yuan's guidance that he diligently noted his mistakes, determined to avoid repeating them in the future. After properly storing the ointment, Zhou Xian engaged in further cultivation of his sword techniques, concluding his practice with the Qinglian visualization method. The next morning, Zhou Xian awakened from his meditation on the Qinglian visualization method, feeling rejuvenated. After taking a shower, he set off for the Fierce Blade Martial Academy. At the entrance of the academy, Li Ying had been waiting for some time. Here, little Zhou. Upon the arrival of Zhou Xian, Li Ying promptly waved her hand, greeting him enthusiastically. Where are the others? Zhou Xian inquired, puzzled to find Li Ying alone. The rest have gone to the market early this morning. Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, Li Ying cast him a reproachful glance, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. If it weren't for you, I would have already left for the market. My apologies. Zhou Xian quickly acknowledged his fault. With a disdainful huff, Li Ying finally smiled, and together they made their way to the market. The market was situated in the eastern square of Qingye City, a bustling hub teeming with a mix of people from all walks of life. due to the diverse crowd and the intertwining of various factions. Attempting to monopolize any particular item proved to be quite troublesome. Furthermore, the allure of profit helped maintain a balance among the competing forces. However, the goods available were often a mix of genuine and counterfeit, requiring a keen eye to navigate. Zhou Xian believed that discerning the true value of items often meant realizing how much one could be deceived. Despite this, some stalls did offer genuinely valuable items, particularly those from the city lord's mansion or other esteemed families and martial arts academies, which occasionally sold off surplus goods. Even so, prices were typically inflated, allowing for negotiation based solely on one's bargaining skills. Additionally, some unscrupulous rogues also peddled rare and peculiar items, though the likelihood of finding true treasures among them was slim, and the prices were often exorbitant. As Zhou Xian and Li Ying arrived at the market, they were immediately enveloped by the cacophony of voices and the heat generated by the throngs of people. The intensity of this vibrant atmosphere left Zhou Xian in awe, marveling at the sheer magnetism that drew villagers and rogues alike to this bustling venue. Let us hurry. Before Zhou Xian could further contemplate the market's overwhelming energy, Li Ying had already taken his hand and led him inside. The warmth of her grip momentarily distracted him, though Li Ying seemed oblivious to his reverie, as she eagerly dragged him from stall to stall. As they wandered through the market, Zhou Xian found himself captivated by the myriad of shops and stalls, each more dazzling than the last. Although it was his first visit, the youthful exuberance within him relished the vibrant sights. Numerous intriguing items caught his eye, and he found it difficult to resist the allure of unusual trinkets. Yet, each time he considered making a purchase, Li Ying would whisk him away, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself that many of these items were likely more decorative than practical. Still, he couldn't help but reminisce about a small iron ball he had previously admired, smooth and spherical. It rolled with a captivating fluidity, and its price was quite reasonable. Before long, they had completed a full street of exploration, that be why the end of their excursion. Zhou Xian was drenched in sweat, the oppressive heat exacerbated by the throngs of people. Li Ying, too, was glistening with perspiration, a few beads forming on her forehead, lending her an adorably innocent appearance that drew Zhou Xian's gaze. Yet, Li Ying seemed unaware of his attention, her enthusiasm undeterred as she sought to lead him to the next street. This caused Zhou Xian a minor headache, but it didn't persist for long as he soon spotted a glimmer of hope. Not far off stood several shops, marking the end of the commercial street. This area was considered a more prestigious zone, home to establishments affiliated with the major powers of Qingye City. Zhou Xian's attention was immediately captured by one particular shop belonging to the Yi family. Renowned for their sale and purchase of medicinal ointments to Li Ying, I have something to attend to. Would you prefer to wait for me here or continue browsing? Zhou Xian asked as he approached the Yi family shop. I'll wait for you here, Li Ying replied after a moment's thought. All right, he nodded, stepping into the Yi family establishment. Chapter 28. Selling medicinal ointments. Having settled the matter with Li Ying, Zhou Xian prepared to enter the Yi family shop. The Yi family was well known in Qingye City for their expertise in medicinal herbs and ointments, maintaining a neutral stance with other factions due to their emphasis on healing. Zhou Xian felt assured that he would not be taken advantage of here. However, he paused momentarily to purchase a conical hat and a mask from a nearby stall, blending into the crowd before stepping into the Yi family shop. Upon entering, a refreshing chill enveloped him, providing a delightful contrast to the sweltering heat outside. After surveying the surroundings, Zhou Xian discovered that the source of the coolness was the floor, made from a special stone that remained warm in winter and cool in summer, a costly material indeed. This indicated the considerable profit margins enjoyed by a business like the Yi family. Good day, esteemed guest. What may I assist you with today? Are you in need of herbs or ointments? We have a wide range of products for treating injuries and enhancing cultivation. A young attendant greeted him with a warm smile. That I am here to sell some ointments, Zhou Xian replied, cutting to the chase without further ado. Selling ointments, you say? Please follow me, the attendant responded, nodding and gesturing for Zhou Xian to follow. Without hesitation, Zhou Xian trailed the attendant to a wooden door. Upon entering, he was greeted by a long corridor flanked by closed doors. I shall escort you to this point. Please proceed inside. There are individuals who will assess your products, the attendant said with a smile before departing. Understood. Zhou Xian nodded, Stepping into the corridor, but he glanced at the doors lining the hallway before selecting one that was ajar. Entering to find a dimly lit room illuminated only by flickering candlelight. The ambience was somewhat somber, and the room contained a large wooden table, partitioned in the center by a railing with a small window underneath. Please take a seat, that if you wish to make a transaction, simply place your items in the window. A raspy, aged voice beckoned as Zhou Xian closed the door behind him and surveyed the room. Complying, he sat down and handed over 3 vials of ointment. These were specially formulated to enhance cultivation, promoting the flow of vital energy and facilitating the absorption of essence from the surrounding world. Each vial was a cubic centimeter in size, consistent with market standards. As Zhou Xian placed the ointments in the window, a long silver board reached out to retrieve them. Moments later, he heard the sound of scraping, likely as the individual examined the properties of the ointments. After a brief pause, the elder spoke. This ointment is quite potent, that I can offer you 10 taels of silver for each vial. Would you accept? Zhou Xian was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a high valuation for his ointments. According to Mo Yuan, his talent in alchemy was mediocre at best, and he had assumed that 3 taels of silver per vial would be a stroke of luck. To discover they were worth 10 taels each was astonishing. In truth, Zhou Xian was underestimating his own worth. Mo Yuan, hailing from a prominent noble family, had an exceedingly high standard. Receiving even a mediocre evaluation from him meant that Zhou Xian was likely among the more skilled alchemists in Qingye City, if not the top tier. However, this fact escaped Zhou Xian's mind in the moment. Though his expression remained composed, his heart brimmed with elation. To sell something that cost nearly 1 tael for 10 was a remarkable windfall. Despite his inner excitement, Zhou Xian refrained from immediately accepting the offer, but he engaged in a bit of haggling. Knowing that negotiations were an integral part of any transaction. 15 taels, he proposed after some contemplation. That price is too high. I can only offer you 11 taels. Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, the individual across from him fell into contemplation for a few moments before speaking in a low voice. His tone tinged with displeasure, seemingly harboring reservations about Zhou Xian's offer. Yet, Zhou Xian's lips curled into a faint smile upon hearing the other's response. The fact that the other party countered suggested that there was still room for negotiation regarding the price. 15 taels of silver. Zhou Xian remained steadfast, insisting on his quoted price. 13 taels of silver. This is my highest offer. If you cannot accept this, then please take your leave. After a moment of reflection, the person behind the window spoke darkly. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Xian pondered briefly before acquiescing. Pressing the matter further would likely result in a fruitless endeavor. Seeing Zhou Xian agree, the other party's demeanor softened, and he handed Zhou Xian a banknote for 39 taels of silver. After receiving the banknote, Zhou Xian showed no hesitation and turned to leave. Observing Zhou Xian's departing figure, the elderly man could not suppress a smile. The medicinal properties of Zhou Xian's ointment were extraordinary, even significantly beneficial for those at the second-tier bone realm. It was reasonable to assume that various factions would be eager to procure it. The effectiveness of the ointment was unsurprising, given that most disciples from the prominent factions in Qingye City practiced only superficial techniques, unless they were exceptional direct descendants, who might possess iron-tier techniques. As for bronze-tier techniques, only the foremost powers like the city lord's mansion would have access to them, and those who practiced such techniques were invariably distinguished members of their families. Zhou Xian, however, practiced silver-tier techniques, which could enhance the cultivation of such arts. Furthermore, he was a noble scion hailing from a prosperous background, rendering the ointment's efficacy truly formidable in this locale. Nevertheless, Zhou Xian was unaware of these intricacies. At present, he was filled with joy as he took a detour to seek out Li Ying. As he walked, he contemplated that he could perhaps find time in the future to refine more ointments, which could not only aid in his cultivation but also be exchanged for silver banknotes. However, his delight was soon tempered. Chapter 29. Let us settle this. When Zhou Xian circled back to the location where Li Ying was situated, he discovered that she had been encircled by a throng of people. Zhou Xian's expression darkened as he squeezed through the crowd. Upon reaching Li Ying's side, he saw her holding one warrior by each arm, occasionally delivering kicks to them. Who are these two? Zhou Xian inquired curiously. These two sought to harass me, but they were outmatched and fell victim to my counterattack. Initially, Li Ying regarded Zhou Xian, who wore a straw hat, with some suspicion, believing him to be affiliated with the two men. However, upon hearing his voice, She felt reassured. After realizing that it was Zhou Xian, she recounted the events to him in brief. Upon hearing Li Ying's account, Zhou Xian's expression darkened, and he stepped forward to break the leg bones of both men with a swift kick. Zhou Xian held deep affection for Li Ying, and seeing her subjected to such disrespect, he deemed it magnanimous to let the two go, that if this had occurred in the wilderness, he would doubtlessly have executed them on the spot without granting them a chance to plead for mercy. Everyone has their own boundaries, and to violate those boundaries is to invite death for the people. The defining line is the massacre during national calamities, the sacred duty of blood-soaked warriors defending their homeland. Such matters are never to be trifled with. For Zhou Xian, Li Ying represented that boundary. You will pay for this. The pain from their broken leg bones caused the two to cry out in agony. However, one of them glared at Zhou Xian and Li Ying with unrestrained malice. Observing the expression on the other man's face, Zhou Xian's brow furrowed slightly. While the marketplace was indeed chaotic, it adhered to certain unwritten rules. Minor skirmishes such as teasing or taunting were permissible, but should Zhou Xian seek to incapacitate or kill them, it would pose a challenge. After all, the marketplace was a place for commerce. Bullying the weak or taking advantage of power would hinder transactions. Nonetheless, the inability to act within the marketplace did not preclude Zhou Xian from taking action outside of it. He had locked onto their presence with his spiritual energy, and once they stepped outside the marketplace or ventured into a deserted area, they would have no one to blame but themselves for Zhou Xian's ruthless response. Yet, even though he could not kill them now, Zhou Xian still decided to take action. What expression is that for? Zhou Xian bent down, preparing to slap them. Just then, a stone, whistling through the air, shot towards Zhou Xian. Sensing the force behind the stone, Zhou Xian swiftly dodged it. Following the trajectory of the projectile, he spotted a youth clad in black, accompanied by a group, pushing through the crowd. Zhou Xian narrowed his eyes, quickly recognizing the youth as Qian Yun, the young master of the Sacred Monkey Fist School, known for his expertise in the Sacred Monkey Fist. He was a long-standing rival of the Crazy Blade martial arts school that in Qingye City. Martial arts schools were neither abundant nor sparse, but with a population so large, competition among them was fierce. Aside from top-tier families or schools that need not worry about recruiting students, second-tier schools like the Crazy Blade and Sacred Monkey Fist were in a constant state of rivalry for disciples. The more disciples one had, the fewer the others would possess. Such competition often ignited conflicts over interests, which is the fundamental nature of existence. Thus, Zhou Xian understood why the other party had sent someone to provoke Li Ying. It was merely an attempt to assert that the Sacred Monkey Fist School's martial arts were superior to those of the Crazy Blade martial arts school, but he also realized why those two men had dared to lay hands on Li Ying. Although she rarely ventured out, many knew who her father was. In light of this, their audacity indicated they had been sheltered by the Sacred Monkey Fist School. However, Zhou Xian was perplexed. While the Sacred Monkey Fist School was backing these men, the Crazy Blade martial arts school was no slouch either. What audacity did that fellow possess to display such murderous intent? Never mind, they were destined to die. Unable to comprehend further, Zhou Xian dismissed the matter from his mind. He had already resolved to deal with that individual. As for those who openly expressed their murderous intent, Zhou Xian would never allow them to escape. Nevertheless, the immediate concern was Qian Yun. TSK, has the Crazy Blade martial arts school become this brazen? Committing violence in broad daylight, truly living up to the name of crazy. Upon seeing Zhou Xian evade his attack, Qian Yun scoffed, then sarcastically questioned Li Ying. As for Zhou Xian, he donned a hat and mask, concealing his identity, likely indicating he was not a person of notable repute. His strength was probably mediocre. Had he been a true expert, he would have shattered the stone rather than merely dodging it. Your Sacred Monkey Fist School is hardly exemplary. Without seeking the truth, you come forward with baseless accusations. Which parent would send their child to your school, only to worry that they might become complicit in wrongdoing and die for no reason? Hearing Qian Yun's words, Zhou Xian let out a cold snort and retorted without reservation. You're the one who secretly sent someone to provoke us, and now you are trying to turn the tables? Want to slander our Crazy Blade martial arts school? Come on. Let us see who can hurt whom. Who is afraid of whom? You fool. Since when can the uninvited speak out of turn in the absence of their master? Especially someone who hides their face and acts like a coward. Qian Yun cast a glance at Zhou Xian, his expression devoid of interest. Your tongue is quite nimble, but what of it? What status do you even have to speak with me? With a single phrase, he effectively diminished Zhou Xian's standing. Consequently, Zhou Xian's accusations appeared somewhat ludicrous in the ears of the onlookers. While it might tarnish the image of the sacred monkey fist school, the impact was somewhat diminished. Enough, Qian Yun. Ultimately, this is merely a matter of competition for disciples between martial arts schools. Bickering here is rather amusing. We are all practitioners of martial arts, so let us settle this through a contest of skills. At that moment, Li Ying lazily stretched, and after loosening her limbs, she fixed her sharp gaze on Qian Yun and spoke. Those who heard Li Ying's words and caught the keen glint in her eyes felt a surge of excitement. "Let us fight! Let us fight!" they shouted internally, eager to witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, some more seasoned martial artists nodded in agreement with Li Ying. After all, they were all martial artists. Determining superiority through combat was the best and quickest method. Chapter 30. Defeating Han Yang. Zhou Xian, observing Li Ying's demeanor, found no fault in her actions. After all, she often exuded a carefree, big sister-like aura within the martial arts school, and challenging others to a duel was entirely within character. "Allow me to experience your esteemed skills." After Li Ying finished speaking, a young man stepped out from behind Qian Yun. He was robust in stature, with remarkably thick arms, and his fingers emitted a faint glow under the dim light, revealing him to be an experienced practitioner of dual-fisted combat. "Got a match of equals. Let me test your esteemed skills." Upon witnessing the emergence of his opponent, Zhou Xian stepped forward, his tone utterly devoid of emotion. Leaving no one discernible beneath the brim of his hat, as the young mistress of the Guangdao martial arts school, Li Ying could only spar with Qian Yun, and no one else would suffice. If any random individual dared to challenge Li Ying, would that not bring disgrace to the Guangdao martial arts school? It's not merely about pride. Even ordinary individuals feel this way, let alone those wielding weapons. Honor is of paramount importance. Oh, there's a spectacle to behold. Let them fight. Who is that? Hiding beneath a hat. Does the lad dare to remove it? Is the Guangdao martial arts school truly so obscure? Among the crowd, as they noticed the impending clash, they began to jeer excitedly, unconcerned about the potential for fatality. They merely sought entertainment. Simultaneously, some encouraged Zhou Xian to remove his hat. Zhou Xian cast a cold glance at the instigators, but offered no reply. He was not particularly enthusiastic about showcasing himself in front of others, a sentiment often criticized by Mo Yuan, who remarked that Zhou Xian lacked the youthful exuberance that in the past when Mo Yuan had achieved mastery. He frequently sought opportunities to display his prowess and establish his reputation, that this the best the Guangdao martial arts school can offer. A coward who hides his face. How dare he look down upon me? Han Yang? Seeing that Li Ying did not engage, and that only a hat-wearing figure dared to step forward, Han Yang's displeasure was palpable. What does this mean? Do you take me, Han Yang, for a fool? If we are to fight, let us dispense with the unnecessary chatter. Hearing his words, Zhou Xian lazily replied, showing no regard for his opponent, that if you wish to undermine the Guangdao martial arts school, do not blame me, Zhou Xian, for retaliating. Such arrogance. Upon hearing Zhou Xian's response, Han Yang's expression darkened, and he donned a pair of clawed gloves. Zhou Xian glanced at the gloves, noting they were mere white grade, not even reaching black iron level. With that, Zhou Xian, disinterested in using his blood of beast sword, casually drew the iron sword he usually trained with. As the two prepared to engage, the crowd swiftly cleared a large space for their confrontation. With a fierce grin, Han Yang unleashed a powerful aura, creating a gust of wind that swept around him. Zhou Xian, unfazed, let out a cold snort as a similarly potent aura erupted from his being. Denser than Han Yang's. When did Xiao Zhou acquire such strength? Li Ying raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Zhou Xian that he had only recently joined the Guangdao martial arts school. Where did this power originate? However, recalling the incident where Zhou Xian had been cast from a cliff, Li Ying speculated that he must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity there. Yet, since such luck was Zhou Xian's own, she would not pry further. That in the midst of her contemplation, Han Yang charged at Zhou Xian, his movements agile like a monkey. Zhou Xian twirled his sword, advancing toward Han Yang as well. With a thunderous clash, Han Yang's claw met Zhou Xian's sword. Han Yang's eyes narrowed as he parried Zhou Xian's blade with his right hand, while his left wielded the claws, launching a kick toward Zhou Xian's face. In response, Zhou Xian swiftly withdrew his sword to block, simultaneously delivering a forceful kick aimed at Han Yang's lower region. "You little rascal." Han Yang's expression darkened at Zhou Xian's underhanded attack, but he had not expected such a low blow. The Guangdao martial arts school is renowned for its ferocious blade techniques. Yet this fellow exhibits a certain cunning. Perhaps due to his focus on swordplay, he had not mastered the essence of the blade and resorted to such tactics in combat. The onlookers, witnessing Zhou Xian's technique, began to voice their opinions. Though blades and swords are interchangeable, there exists a distinction between them. Many speculated that Zhou Xian had not grasped the blade techniques, thus resorting to such underhanded measures to exploit his own strength against his opponent. It was indeed a pity. He ought to join a sword school instead. Among the crowd, some shook their heads, lamenting the mismatch of his training in swordsmanship at a blade school. However, Zhou Xian remained indifferent to their opinions. Whether it be sword or blade, the ultimate goal was to execute minimal effort to eliminate the foe. Besides, who said that sword techniques could not be applied through blade techniques? Nonetheless, he acknowledged that he ought to practice his blade techniques when time permitted. Withdrawing his sword, Zhou Xian advanced once more, contemplating that as a disciple of the Guangdao martial arts school, it was only fitting he learn a few blade techniques. As he pondered, his swordplay grew increasingly fierce, subtly reflecting the influence of the Tiger King sword technique. The value of bronze-level sword techniques in Qingye City is quite considerable. Apart from a few major powers, most others possess only black, iron-level martial arts. The Guangdao Martial Arts School, being a mid-tier organization, primarily offers black, iron-level techniques, akin to the Holy Monkey Fist School. However, even black, iron-level martial arts are not accessible to everyone, aside from direct descendants. Disciples like Zhou Xian must pass a character assessment before learning the school's techniques. Thus, Han Yang, who had not undergone such scrutiny and merely learned superficial techniques, found himself quickly bested by Zhou Xian. The rapidity of his defeat left no one aware of the influence of the red sword Sun Yu within Zhou Xian's swordplay. "That I concede." Facing the sword pressed against his throat, Han Yang's expression shifted, and he calmly admitted defeat. "That I yield." Zhou Xian, upon hearing this, sheathed his sword, clasped his fists, and stepped back beside Li Ying. Indeed, the Guangdao Martial Arts School has cultivated a fine talent. "I wonder, Li Ying, will you prove to be even stronger?" Observing Zhou Xian effortlessly overpower Han Yang, Qian Yun's expression darkened as he retrieved a pair of gloves from his robe. The back of the gloves bore menacing spikes that glimmered ominously in the dim light. "You'll find out soon enough," Li Ying snorted, drawing her long knife and pointing it toward Qian Yun, enveloping the scene in a tense atmosphere. Chapter 31. Jiang Yunsheng, do you think I fear you? Upon hearing Li Ying's words, Qian Yun's expression soured, and he rubbed his gloves together. Igniting sparks that in the next instant, he lunged toward Li Ying, his movements quicker and more agile than Han Yang's. After all, he was the young master of the Holy Monkey Fist School, having inherited the true teachings of the master, unlike Han Yang. Witnessing Qian Yun charge at her with remarkable speed, Li Ying remained unperturbed, stepping forward as her long knife struck out in a fierce and wild manner. Aimed directly at Qian Yun. Li Ying's technique was the black iron-level martial art known as the Wild Wind Blade technique, characterized by its relentless and savage strikes. Yet Qian Yun, with agile footwork, evaded Li Ying's blade and closed the distance between them. In combat, the longer the reach, the greater the strength, the shorter the reach, the greater the danger. Should Qian Yun close the gap, he could utilize the agility of the Holy Monkey Fist to gradually wear down Li Ying's strength. In such a scenario, victory would be evident. Although martial artists at the bone level possess comparable strength, men generally hold a significant advantage in stamina over women, even if Li Ying and Qian Yun were evenly matched in strength. Qian Yun's endurance far surpassed hers. Furthermore, while the Wild Wind Blade technique is ferocious, it also consumes considerable stamina. But if Qian Yun were to close in, over time, Li Ying would likely find herself at a disadvantage. Moreover, once Qian Yun closed the distance, Li Ying's long knife would be hampered at every turn. Realizing Qian Yun's intention, Li Ying swiftly altered her technique, compelling him to retreat. Seeing his approach thwarted, Qian Yun remained unfazed, resolutely maintaining his strategy. When both parties possess similar levels of skill and martial arts, victory hinges on the ability to seize the opportune moment. Both Qian Yun and Li Ying are formidable opponents, each deserving of respect. This is no exaggeration. Both possess extraordinary comprehension of their respective martial arts, making a clear winner unlikely in the short term. Such a scenario is indeed unfortunate. Observing the two in the arena, one employing the holy monkey fist with calculated precision, the other wielding the wild wind blade with ferocity. Amidst the throng, a sudden murmur arose, casting doubt upon Li Ying's prospects. Should she fail to subdue Qian Yun in a short span? It seemed likely that Li Ying would succumb to defeat, her endurance exhausted. Yet among these voices, there were dissenters who disagreed with the prevailing sentiment. The young master of the Sacred Monkey Boxing Hall and Miss Li Ying of the Mad Blade Martial Arts School often clashed, their victories and defeats fluctuating, rendering any judgment premature. Who could say otherwise? Based on past encounters, the outcomes between the two were far from straightforward. Historically, they had engaged in frequent skirmishes, their results unpredictable. The current focus lay on whether Li Ying could, in a brief moment, vanquish Qian Yun with her ferocious onslaught, but if she could disrupt Qian Yun's footing before her stamina waned, the victor remained uncertain. Conversely, if Qian Yun could endure until Li Ying's breath faltered, the outcome would be swiftly determined. The betting began. Shouts erupted from gamblers as they noted the divided opinions, promptly setting up a gambling table. This display ignited a sense of eagerness among many, who began to wager small amounts of silver. Zhou Xian glanced around, noting that they were placing bets of merely a few taels. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Xian boldly wagered 10 taels. The crowd gasped at the sight of such a substantial bet. And upon realizing it was Zhou Xian, they were not surprised. After all, Li Ying was the young master of Zhou Xian's school, and his support was to be expected that on the other side, Han Yang and others, witnessing Zhou Xian's wager, also decided to bet on their own young master, their collective stakes surpassing Zhou Xian's. After placing their bets, they exchanged provocative glances with him. Zhou Xian felt a sense of resignation towards their actions. What was there to compete over in such trivial wagers? Casting a glance at them, he averted his gaze to that moment. Li Ying and Qian Yun were nearing a resolution in their match. With a fierce expression, Li Ying lunged towards Qian Yun with incredible speed in response. Qian Yun moved with even greater agility, his fists becoming increasingly fierce and swift. The collision of their blades and fists intensified, growing more ferocious and rapid. Qian Yun was on the verge of defeat. Among the crowd, a keen observer boldly proclaimed the impending outcome, asserting that Qian Yun had fallen into Li Ying's trap. Another voice chimed in, tinged with regret, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. Indeed, some sighed, expressing their disappointment that Qian Yun, who could have exhausted Li Ying's stamina and secured victory, had been ensnared by her cunning counterattack. Her ruthless blade techniques forced Qian Yun into a direct confrontation. Although the sacred monkey boxing technique possessed its own ferocity, it paled in comparison to Li Ying's tempestuous blade style. Thus, it would not take long for Qian Yun to be defeated by Li Ying. Cursed be my carelessness. Qian Yun, enveloped by a flurry of blades, was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Having fought Li Ying multiple times, he recognized the disadvantage he faced that if he could not break free from his current predicament, he risked meeting the same fate as in their previous encounters. Their past duels had seen a mix of victories and defeats. Even though Qian Yun was wary of Li Ying's tactics, some challenges could not be merely anticipated. Oh, how lively it is! Just as Qian Yun seemed on the brink of defeat, a rather flamboyant voice erupted from the crowd that in a flash, a figure dashed into their battlefield, forcing Qian Yun back with one hand while launching an attack at Li Ying with the other, seemingly intent on teaching her a lesson. Remove your filthy hands. Witnessing this, Zhou Xian's fury ignited, and he charged towards the interloper, brandishing his long sword with great force. He would grant no leniency to such a rule-breaking individual. Seeing Zhou Xian's sword approach, the youth clicked his tongue and abandoned his attack on Li Ying, opting instead to strike at Zhou Xian. That was merely an ordinary iron weapon, rendered ineffective against his bronze-level defense. The intruder was none other than Jiang Yunsheng, a prodigy from one of the prominent families in Qingye City. With a resounding crash, Zhou Xian's long sword was shattered by Jiang Yunsheng's punch, shards scattering in all directions. The flying fragments incited displeasure among the onlookers, who instinctively shielded themselves, though discontent simmered within them. They dared not voice their grievances, for the Jiang family held significant stature in Qingye City. I ask you, Jiang Yunsheng, since when has my people become your playthings? Amidst the crowd's silent ire, A melodious female voice rang out. As they turned to look, they beheld a young woman clad in leather armor, her figure striking and exuding an indomitable spirit, a true embodiment of female prowess. Who would have thought she would appear? The clash between the top young talents of the Yi and Jiang families was indeed intriguing. Who could dispute that? Upon recognizing her, the crowd's expressions shifted and murmurs filled the air. The Yi and Jiang families were well known in Qingye City, each possessing bronze-level techniques that commanded respect. Li Ying, dear sister, are you unharmed? After subduing Jiang Yunsheng, Yi Exin turned to Li Ying, her voice laced with genuine concern. The Mad Blade martial arts school was supported by the Yi family, who had been actively nurturing it in recent years. Despite the Mad Blade martial arts school's techniques being merely of black iron rank, Li Jinni's prowess was only slightly inferior to that of the city lord, placing him at a higher level than the Yi family's warriors. This was precisely why the Yi family sought to align themselves with Li Jinni. Should Li Jinni express an interest in joining the Yi family, they would not hesitate to impart their bronze-level techniques to him. After all, a master like Li Jinni, once he shifted to their bronze techniques, could rapidly elevate his black iron defenses to bronze levels without losing his original standing. Regrettably, Li Jinni had no intention of joining the Yi family, that he cherished his freedom and autonomy, preferring to steer his own course rather than submit to another's family, regardless of the enticing offers of support. Nevertheless, even without joining, he maintained a close partnership with the Yi family, which explained why Yi Xin was the first to come to Li Ying's aid, eager to ensure her well-being. Their relationship was one of cooperation, and leaving a favorable impression on each other was mutually beneficial. Sister Yi Xin, I am quite well. Upon hearing Yi Xin's concern, Li Ying shook her head and replied. With Li Ying's assurance, Yi Xin nodded and then turned her gaze toward Jiang Yunsheng. Ah, is this how the young master of the Jiang family wields his influence? Yi Xin scoffed, followed by a fierce shout, her aura of the second-tier realm erupting with intensity that a faint bronze radiance emanated from her. Accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure, gasp, the second-tier realm, bronze defense. Such prowess is indeed remarkable. Observing Yi Xin's unleashed power, a murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd. The majority present were also of the second-tier realm. Yet their techniques were not of bronze rank. Given Yi Xin's displayed strength and bronze-level defenses, she could easily overpower most of those present. That it seems the rumors hold true. Amidst the astonishment, someone spoke with a calm demeanor. What rumors? The surrounding crowd inquired, their curiosity piqued. That it is said that the head of the Yi family traded a century's worth of medicinal herbs for 100 spirit pills, and it appears those rumors are indeed substantiated. Upon hearing this, the individual shared what he knew of the gossip. This is likely in preparation for the upcoming family competition in Qingye City. Soon, the families and martial arts schools will send representatives to compete, vying for lucrative rewards and the chance to shine. Ultimately, the victor will be recognized as the top talent for an extended period. It's not the purpose of martial arts to claim the title of the strongest. Securing first place in the family competition not only signifies strength, but also elevates the victor's standing in the eyes of others. The previous champion represented the city lord's estate, a mere 16-year-old knight, whose victory had drawn many to align themselves with the city lord, vastly expanding its military might. This time, one wonders who the city lord will dispatch. If it is the same champion as before, it promises to be quite the spectacle. With this thought in mind, many began to anticipate the forthcoming family competition, speculating that the city lord's daughter might participate. Whispers suggested she had acquired rare treasures, and with additional medicinal herbs provided by the city lord, her strength was expected to see a significant enhancement. Subsequently, someone well-informed doused the other party with a cold splash of reality. It seems that the young lad shall not partake this time. Instead, it may be the daughter of the city lord who participates. Humph, the second bone realm? Is that truly impressive? Amidst the speculations of the crowd, Jiang Yunsheng let out a cold snort, and a similar aura of the second bone realm erupted from him. A domineering and tumultuous energy radiated outward in all directions, clashing directly with Yi Xin's presence, to everyone's astonishment. The scion of the Jiang family has also stepped into the second bone realm. It appears this family competition will be a fierce clash of dragons and tigers. Observing Jiang Yunsheng's ascension to the second bone realm, many gasped in disbelief. The current competition holds far greater significance than the previous one. where only a handful were at the second bone realm. Now, it seems that anyone of note from the prominent families of Qingye City is at this level. Those with keen insight remarked, their expressions filled with astonishment. Given the resources of these illustrious families, acquiring pills and spiritual herbs to break through should not be a difficult feat. Little did I expect you to have also entered the second bone realm. However, I wonder how adept you are in this realm. With Jiang Yunqing also at the second bone realm, Yi Exin narrowed her eyes, instantly igniting a desire to engage in a contest. The family competition is to be held soon. A preliminary contest to gauge each other's strengths seems a prudent choice to as for the surrounding discussions. Yi Exin paid them no mind. The world may be fair, yet at times it is not so. Strength speaks for itself. Why not put it to the test? Hearing Yi Exin's words, Jiang Yunqing lazily stretched, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon Yi Exin. Truth be told, he too was eager to ascertain her capabilities. Friends, our bustling marketplace cannot withstand such turmoil. Might you grant me the courtesy of letting this matter rest? Just as the tension between the two escalated, a cheerful voice interjected. The crowd turned to see a portly middle-aged man, his face adorned with a friendly smile, observing the two with amusement. Upon recognizing him, both Yi Exin and Jiang Yunqing furrowed their brows. This man, surnamed Wang, was at the fourth bone realm and possessed formidable black iron defenses, making him a figure of authority here. With his intervention, it seemed the impending clash would be averted. Chapter 33. Pursuit Manager Wang spoke, naturally extending a gesture of goodwill. Upon his arrival, Jiang Yunqing relaxed, retracting his earlier imposing aura, appearing as an ordinary individual. Yet should anyone underestimate him for this, they would pay a hefty price. Let us depart. With a call, Jiang Yunqing led his subordinates away from the crowd. Moments later, his voice echoed back. I hope you do not disappoint me in the upcoming family competition. Humph. Yi Exin merely scoffed coolly before turning to Li Ying, a smile gracing her lips. Shall we, dear sister, take a stroll? As Li Ying opened her mouth to respond, a cacophony erupted from a distance. Who dares bully our little junior sister? Which scoundrel has the audacity to torment my senior sister? Recognizing the familiar voices, Li Ying and Zhou Xian turned to see a group of burly men approaching, their raucous demeanor unmistakable. The brothers from the Guangdao Martial Arts Academy were out and about when they caught wind of the commotion and, driven by curiosity, made their way over. Upon discovering that their little junior sister had been wronged, they were immediately incensed. Brothers, I am fine, Li Ying quickly interjected, fearing they might seek vengeance against Jiang Yunqing and his companions. With their strength, any confrontation would merely lead to humiliation. Truly no harm? One of the brothers inquired skeptically. I have already driven them off. I merely wish to stroll with my sister Li Ying. You need not accompany us to AT this moment. Yi Exin spoke up. Greetings, Miss Yi Exin. The members of the Guangdao Martial Arts Academy, upon hearing her name, immediately shifted their focus to her, addressing her with respect. The power behind Yi Exin, along with her own strength, commanded their admiration. In that case, we shall not intrude upon your enjoyment, one of the brothers remarked after acknowledging her. Who is this? They inquired, turning their curiosity to Zhou Xian. This is my friend, Li Ying responded promptly. Though she was puzzled as to why Zhou Xian wore a hat and mask upon his return, she respected his decision to conceal his identity. Understanding that Zhou Xian was Li Ying's friend, the crowd nodded and refrained from further questioning. Although they sensed something amiss, they respected her words and let it be that I shall accompany Sister Yi Exin for now. You may decide to continue exploring or return later. Li Ying said as she turned to Zhou Xian that I will explore alone for a while. Zhou Xian replied, his voice heavy and unlike his previous demeanor. Li Ying glanced at Zhou Xian, but chose not to press further, addressing the other brothers. Sister Yi Exin and I will take our leave. Hey, young man, are you joining us, or will you be on your own? One of the Guangdao martial arts brothers asked Zhou Xian after Li Ying departed that I will manage on my own. Zhou Xian replied, still somber in tone. Very well. With that, the brothers departed without a backward glance. Their inquiry had merely been a courtesy. So you are embarking on your own shopping journey? Come, let me see if your first foray into shopping yields any treasures. Fear not, with your master around. You shall not be led astray, a voice echoed in Zhou Xian's mind. Hearing Mo Yuan's words, Zhou Xian could not help but chuckle, sensing a hint of excitement in his master's tone. Master, This is not the time for shopping. I must first hunt down a certain individual, Zhou Xian said, his expression shifting to one of grim determination. The one who had exuded murderous intent towards him would not escape easily, though he had temporarily fled. Zhou Xian's spiritual sense had kept a close watch on him. At this moment, he sensed the target was hiding down another street. If he harbors ill intent towards you, addressing this matter beforehand is indeed prudent. Mo Yuan nodded in agreement. Compared to Zhou Xian, his own bloodlust was even more pronounced than in his earlier days of wandering the world. Mo Yuan cared little for whether his foes swore oaths. Once enmity was established, he ensured total annihilation. Thus, he wholeheartedly supported Zhou Xian's pursuit of his adversary. Better to kill than to let him escape. However, I do worry that Zhou Xian might spare him if he swears an oath. If he lacks the ability to threaten you, I might let him go, Zhou Xian mused, contemplating his own character, likely leading him to grant the foe a reprieve. This individual cannot be left alive. Mo Yuan said after a moment of reflection. I sense he not only harbors malice towards you, but also towards the lady you hold dear. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xian's expression hardened that if the threat were solely directed at him, he might consider letting the adversary go upon an oath. However, should they intend to harm someone he cherished, he could not afford to hold back, that he could not gamble with the safety of those he cared about. I understand, Master. Zhou Xian nodded, his eyes gleaming with resolve. With that, Mo Yuan chose not to say more. Zhou Xian then turned to leave the area, after carefully surveying the streets to ensure he was not being followed. Zhou Xian made his way toward his target. Wait, I will surely avenge today's grievances. Meanwhile, down another street, the young man who had emitted murderous intent towards Zhou Xian wore a dark expression. It is merely a matter of better origins. Who knows who will shine in the future? With that thought, he caressed an item hidden within his garments, the very object that gave him confidence in his ambition to eliminate Li Ying and Zhou Xian. Am I being followed? At that moment, the youth's expression abruptly darkened as he sensed the presence of someone trailing him. However, a faint smile soon graced his lips, for he perceived that this individual was significantly weaker than himself. He promptly made his way toward a narrow alley. The person behind him smiled slightly and followed closely. Chapter 34. Collecting the corpse, the pursuer was none other than Zhou Xian. Mo Yuan had imparted to Zhou Xian a technique that allowed him to conceal his aura. It was precisely for this reason that the youth had mistaken Zhou Xian for someone of low cultivation. Come out. Upon entering a secluded alley, the youth turned around, a mocking expression adorning his face. Zhou Xian stepped forth, standing silently before him. Someone like you aspires to engage in murder and robbery. The youth scoffed coldly at Zhou Xian, his disdain palpable that in the world of market dealings, at least 90% of individuals had committed such acts. Yet, they possessed keen discernment, knowing who was capable of robbery and who was not. The youth viewed Zhou Xian as a novice, lacking in insight. Zhou Xian smiled faintly, and the next instant, a tremendous surge of spiritual power swept toward the youth. With the eruption of this spiritual force, Zhou Xian's figure moved swiftly in such close proximity. His butterfly dance technique enabled him to reach the youth in the blink of an EYE.AT that moment. The youth was unable to react. In the instant his spirit was struck, he felt as though a colossal mountain was crashing down upon him, causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood. Before he could comprehend the situation, a sharp pain pierced his heart, and soon, all his strength began to drain away. A chilling sensation enveloped him, and within mere breaths, the youth had perished. Zhou Xian, his demeanor cold and impassive, swiftly searched the youth's corpse, glancing at the lifeless body before him. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. It seems I must concoct a powder for corpse disposal in the future. He mused internally that if he were to encounter such a situation again in a bustling market, where incineration was inconvenient, a corpse-dissolving potion would undoubtedly be far more convenient. Shaking his head, Zhou Xian recognized that this was not the time for such thoughts. The priority was to handle the corpse. With that in mind, Zhou Xian clutched the yellow jade gourd at his waist and swiftly summoned it to his hand. After curling the corpse into a compact form, he pointed the gourd at it, and the body was promptly absorbed within. Seeing the corpse successfully contained, Zhou Xian let out a sigh of relief. Although the gourd's interior was roughly a cubic meter, he had already stored numerous items within it, leaving him uncertain if there was still enough space to accommodate the youth's body. It seemed, however, that he had overly worried, as there was ample room available. Having completed these tasks, Zhou Xian quickly turned and departed from the scene. After wandering around for a while to ensure no one was following him, he leisurely began to browse the stalls. As he strolled, he contemplated the items he had just acquired from the youth. Among them was a manual on concealed weapon techniques, classified as black iron grade. This manual not only contained a set of techniques, but also outlined methods to forge black iron flying daggers. This was undoubtedly the source of the youth's confidence in attempting to kill Li Ying and Zhou Xian. Should they meet again in the future, if the youth were to suddenly unleash a flying dagger, Li Ying would surely be gravely injured, if not killed. Such covert tactics were most suitable for assassination. Well, this has certainly turned out to be advantageous for me, Zhou Xian mused, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips. Although he had no intention of learning the techniques, he could certainly practice some of the methods for handling concealed weapons. Having additional means of survival and combat would be an invaluable asset for Zhou Xian. Just as Zhou Xian was lost in thought about the manual, his brow suddenly furrowed as he glanced to the side. His spiritual perception had detected a slight disturbance. There lies something of value. At that moment, as Zhou Xian shifted his gaze, Mo Yuan timely spoke up. Without further hesitation, Zhou Xian made his way toward the stall in question. The stall displayed an array of sculptures, and the proprietor was a middle-aged man. A few customers were currently engaged in bargaining with him over the sculptures. Upon approaching the stall, Zhou Xian noticed various sculptures, each with distinct expressions. Among them, an old pine sculpture caught his attention, causing a ripple in his spiritual perception. "How much for this?" Zhou Xian inquired, picking up the pine sculpture. Upon hearing Zhou Xian's question, the stall owner's eyes sparkled with interest. It was clear that Zhou Xian was keen to buy. "I can let it go for 10 taels of silver," he exclaimed, a sly smile creeping onto his face. "That's too expensive. Lower the price," Zhou Xian replied without hesitation. Bargaining was simply part of the buying process. "Name your price," the stall owner responded after a moment of contemplation. "How about 1 tael of silver?" Zhou Xian suggested, feigning deep thought. "Huh. Do you expect me to throw in a few extra items for that price?" The stall owner chuckled, his demeanor friendly. "Given your proposal, I wouldn't mind tossing in an extra or two," Zhou Xian replied with a bashful smile, indicating he was open to the stall owner's suggestion. "Are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" the stall owner retorted, unable to suppress his anger. "If it were that cheap, I would definitely purchase it." Seeing the stall owner grow agitated, Zhou Xian spoke softly. "In business, haggling is customary. Why take offense? 5 taels of silver for 2. What do you say?" Upon witnessing Zhou Xian's aggrieved expression, the stall owner could not help but let out a laugh filled with exasperation. "All right." Zhou Xian promptly accepted the stall owner's terms. Although he was unsure if the price was fair or exorbitant, he decided it was better to secure the purchase first, that he was also keen to avoid lingering any longer, as acquiring the pine sculpture was his utmost priority. Consequently, Zhou Xian handed over the silver to the stall owner and departed with the pine sculpture in hand. Watching Zhou Xian's retreating figure, the stall owner's lips curled into a smirk that, youth today. His bargaining skills are sorely lacking. I've clearly outmaneuvered him. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian was intently examining the pine sculpture he held. Its exterior revealed no peculiar features. After some contemplation, he focused his spiritual power into a thread and delved into the sculpture's interior. Before long, Zhou Xian's spiritual power detected an unusual presence. "Oh, that's how it is," he thought, understanding that an item had been sealed within the sculpture. Without damaging the sculpture and lacking spiritual power, it would be difficult for anyone to discern its hidden secrets. Chapter 35. Blood refining gourd. Having uncovered the mystery within the sculpture, Zhou Xian discreetly tucked it away. The bustling market was not an opportune moment to examine it in detail. After securing the sculpture, Zhou Xian resumed his leisurely stroll. After casually purchasing a candied hawthorn skewer, Zhou Xian found himself unknowingly drawn to the area selling martial arts manuals. After perusing for a while, his interest waned. Most of the manuals available were fraudulent, with only a handful of genuine ones, and even those were of superficial quality. For Zhou Xian, these superficial techniques held little appeal. After a brief glance, he lost interest and continued meandering. These manuals were of no use. Meandering about was merely a waste of time. It would be far more rewarding to seek out something intriguing elsewhere and return home to cultivate. Just as he was about to leave, something caught his eye, and his gaze sharpened upon spotting a particular manual. Without hesitation, He approached, munching on his candied skewer while observing others haggle with the stall owner. After a while, he grasped the approximate pricing, then stepped forward to point at a manual, saying, "Boss, let me take a look at this." Hearing Zhou Xian's request, the stall owner lazily glanced at him before tossing the indicated manual in his direction. 85 coins. After flipping through the manual a couple of times, Zhou Xian couldn't help but grimaced, and no wonder business was so poor. The previous customer had bargained so low. The entire book, aside from its attractive cover, was utterly embarrassing. The characters were blurred, riddled with errors, and occasionally featured varying font sizes that if Zhou Xian were the seller, he wouldn't even consider 85 coins. He would be willing to part with it for much less. Pay up and take it. Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, the stall owner waved his hand dismissively, no longer inclined to raise the price, and readily acquiesced to Zhou Xian's offer of 85 coins. It was, after all, not a particularly valuable item, and given that this young man had been observing for quite some time, he was surely aware of the reasonable price range. Such individuals are not easily deceived. It would be more prudent to expedite the transaction and await the next customer. Zhou Xian did not linger. He promptly handed over the 85 coins to the stall owner and departed with the 30-odd pages of books in hand. In the following hours, Zhou Xian wandered through the herbal medicine section. The quality of the herbs was quite variable, demanding a discerning eye. He purchased only 1 or 2 items, primarily due to their scarcity. Although these herbs were cheaper and sufficiently fresh compared to those in the marketplace, they were also rather uncommon, as they were gathered by mountain foragers rather than provided through the extensive channels and teams found in commercial establishments. Finding nothing else of interest to purchase and lacking items to sell, Zhou Xian resolved to return home, that he had no concerns regarding Li Ying, as the Xian was accompanying her. However, just as he was about to exit the market, a thought struck Zhou Xian, and he turned towards a particular area. This was where the fine steeds were sold, and he recalled that he had yet to acquire a horse for transportation. While he possessed agility, having a steed would undoubtedly prove most convenient. Upon arriving at the horse market, a variety of horses caught his eye. Though Zhou Xian had never studied equine literature nor possessed the skill to evaluate horses, this did not deter him from making a purchase. After all, his master, Mo Yuan, could offer him some guidance. During his initial forays into the world, he rode with the wind, only to gradually abandon this practice upon mastering the art of flight. However, such aerial techniques were currently beyond Zhou Xian's capabilities. Even if taught, he would struggle to execute them. Thus, choosing a fine steed had become exceedingly important. Under Mo Yuan's guidance, Zhou Xian acquired a somewhat lean black horse, which, according to Mo Yuan, possessed robust bones and resilient muscles, requiring only careful nurturing upon its return. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xian promptly finalized the purchase. That it must be said that horses are indeed precious commodities, and 200 taels of silver was a fixed price. Once he secured the slender horse, Zhou Xian mounted it and set off towards home, though he took a circuitous route to evade any potential pursuers while allowing the horse to stretch its legs. Upon reaching home, he led the horse into the stable, secured it, and prepared a nourishing feed before beginning to inspect the items he had acquired at the market. The first item he examined was the statue of a green pine. After scrutinizing it from various angles and contemplating for a moment, the Shanxijian sword floated beside him. With a mere thought, the Shanxijian transformed into a small 3-inch blade, gently peeling away the layers of the pine statue. As the wood shavings fell, the statue diminished in size until an object emerged before Zhou Xian. That it was a green orb, radiating a soft, luminous glow. Holding it in his hand, Zhou Xian felt an immediate sensation of refreshment enveloping his spirit, akin to being immersed in a warm spring. That a spirit-nurturing item. Mo Yuan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the green orb in Zhou Xian's possession. Such items that affect the spirit are exceedingly rare. It was astonishing that Zhou Xian had stumbled upon one so fortuitously. However, he lamented, alas, its efficacy diminishes significantly after 3 segments of green sprouts. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xian found solace in his master's words. Although the orb's effectiveness waned after the 3rd segment, it was still sufficient for Zhou Xian's current needs. While it might not enhance his spiritual power, it was an invaluable auxiliary treasure. That he donned the green orb and relished the soothing sensation it provided. Zhou Xian continued to inspect the remaining items. Among them was a book, described as a manual but resembling more of a biographical novel. Upon careful examination, Zhou Xian's brow furrowed slightly. He had not detected any anomalies. "This is unexpected," he mused, "that I should employ my spiritual power." Noticing Zhou Xian's furrowed brow, Mo Yuan offered a timely reminder. Promptly, Zhou Xian harnessed his spiritual energy to scrutinize the book more closely. Soon, he detected a peculiar detail, a piece of paper within the book. Cautiously, he shattered the paper, and as it disintegrated, a thin golden shard emerged before him. Zhou Xian gently grasped it, studying it intently. "Blood refining gourd." He read the 4 bold characters at the top, a shiver coursing through him. He sensed that this object possessed an air of strangeness, even malevolence. This a minor technique derived from the grand art of the demon refining gourd. Mo Yuan, eyeing the golden shard in Zhou Xian's hand, expressed his astonishment that a minor technique derived from the grand art of the demon refining gourd. Zhou Xian was momentarily taken aback by his master's words. Chapter 36. Stillness evokes movement. Any item associated with divine arts transcends the realm of the mundane. Upon closer inspection, both Zhou Xian and Mo Yuan gained insights into the blood refining gourd. It detailed 2 methods. One for cultivating the gourd itself. According to the instructions, the practitioner should seek a gourd seed and employ a unique technique to plant it atop a corpse. Once the gourd seed bore fruit, it could be replanted using the same method, leading to a continual cycle. As the seeds rooted and sprouted, they would not only consume the corpse but also devour other gourds, selecting the finest among them. Through this process of relentless refinement, one could theoretically attain a gourd of unparalleled quality, comparable to the treasures of heaven and earth. However, this was merely theoretical. With each optimization, the number of corpses required escalated. When it reached the silver tier of blood refining gourds, the demand for corpses would become astronomical, drawing the ire of righteous cultivators. Not to mention the gold tier, which would render its wielder a target for all. While this method as these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhou Xian's lips curled slightly upwards, recalling the unfortunate soul he had slain at the market. Fortunately, upon his return, he had not immediately ignited the spark. Otherwise, locating a corpse to refine the blood elixir gourd would have proven quite the challenge. With this in mind, Zhou Xian retrieved the yellow jade gourd, his vital energy surging forth to envelop it in a sphere of blood. Under his deft manipulation, the blood sphere pulsated with a unique rhythm, steadily throbbing. Before long, the sphere vanished, leaving behind a trace of blood upon the yellow jade gourd. Witnessing this, Zhou Xian couldn't help but smile faintly. Thus, the first step in refining the blood elixir gourd was accomplished. The next phase involved continually nourishing the gourd with the essence of blood and flesh. Upon this realization, Zhou Xian formed seals with his hands, and with a mere thought, the corpse within the gourd began to undergo a gradual refinement. He observed the slow transformation of the corpse. Zhou Xian settled into a meditative posture to cultivate his practice. Time slipped away unnoticed until the moon rose high in the night sky. Zhou Xian opened his eyes, exiting his meditative state, and soon departed, employing his agility to traverse the distance. Before long, he arrived at a cluster of houses. After discerning his surroundings, Zhou Xian approached one dwelling, tossing a few hundred taels of silver notes wrapped around a silver coin inside. This residence belonged not to strangers, but to the parents of Zhao Tianxin. Whether one deemed Zhou Xian hypocritical or genuinely sincere, he remained indifferent. After all, Zhao Tianxin had been his senior brother and a companion for many years. With his untimely demise leaving his parents behind, Zhou Xian felt a twinge of guilt. "You possess a kind heart," Mu Yuan's spirit remarked, sensing a similar bloodline aura within the dwelling and understanding the situation. "It matters not whether your heart is kind. You think I act on a whim, seeking peace of mind." Zhou Xian shook his head in response to Mu Yuan's words, asserting that he did not see himself as a benevolent person, merely seeking a sense of tranquility. As Zhou Xian conversed with Mu Yuan, a flicker of candlelight illuminated the window of the thatched cottage. Observing this, Zhou Xian swiftly departed, concealing himself in the shadows to observe quietly. Moments later, a middle-aged man emerged, lamp in hand, making his way to the spot where Zhou Xian had dropped the silver. Noticing the silver on the ground, the man bent down to retrieve it, glancing around at his surroundings. Yet, all that met his gaze was an expanse of darkness. "Whoever generous soul has offered this, please step forth, so this old man may express his gratitude," the old man called into the void. But only the whisper of the wind answered him. Zhou Xian had long since departed, feeling relieved once he saw the man pick up the silver notes that a burden of worry had been lifted from his heart. On his way home, he did not take long to arrive. After preparing some wild grass for his lean horse, Zhou Xian resumed his cultivation. The following morning, Zhou Xian emerged from his meditative practice, stretching lazily as a resonant crack echoed from within him. After days of training, his spiritual power had stabilized considerably. Nevertheless, he pondered that further advancement in his spiritual strength would likely take time, estimating at least 3 months to make any significant progress, even with the aid of the Azure Spirit Pearl. Perhaps it was time to venture outside. Contemplating this, Zhou Xian felt an urge to explore the wilderness. For many unexpected adventures awaited in the wild. Chapter 37. Escort Mission. Such were his thoughts, yet Zhou Xian realized he had little time for a trip into the great outdoors, although he was currently on leave. It had only been 2 days since he had accompanied Li Ying on a day of shopping, leaving him with merely 1 day to spare. Clearly, such brief time would not suffice for an expedition. If he wished to journey into the wild, he would need to inform Li Jinni and request a few days off. Though he could not venture out today, Zhou Xian had many tasks awaiting his attention. He needed to attend to hygiene, prepare feed for his horse, and purchase some flesh and blood for the blood elixir gourd's refinement. Besides these, there were several miscellaneous matters to handle as well. Although these tasks seemed trivial, they proved to be quite cumbersome when undertaken. After attending to all his responsibilities, it was already afternoon. Zhou Xian, rare as it was, allowed himself a brief respite, taking a short nap. Though his spirit remained vigorous from cultivation, he found solace in the act of sleeping. Upon awakening, he practiced swordsmanship until the sun dipped below the horizon, that he then settled into a cross-legged position on his bed to continue his meditative practice. The next morning, Zhou Xian finally emerged from his cultivation. After a quick wash, he mounted his lean horse and headed towards the Guangdao Martial Hall, but he was not the first to arrive. Many of his fellow disciples had already gathered at the hall. "Oh, little junior, have you purchased a horse? Truly, those who survive great trials are destined for fortune." They teased upon seeing him arrive on horseback. Zhou Xian merely smiled in response, not engaging in conversation. After leading his horse into the stable, he commenced a day of basic sword training. At that moment, Li Ying approached Zhou Xian, and after exchanging smiles, they resumed their respective practices. This routine continued for several days. One day, after completing his training, Zhou Xian stepped outside to stretch. Suddenly, he noticed a portly man, drenched in sweat, hurriedly making his way towards the guest hall, where Li Jinni awaited. Although curious about the man's urgency, Zhou Xian understood that some matters were better left unasked. Shaking his head, he returned to the training area to resume his practice. "Zhou Xian, come here. Master wishes to see you," a senior brother called out to him while he trained. "Understood," Zhou Xian replied, halting his movements, sheathing his sword, and heading towards where his master awaited. Upon entering the hall, he found only Li Jinni seated at the table, leisurely sipping tea. "Little Zhou, you've arrived. Have a seat." Li Jinni smiled after taking a sip of tea. "Thank you, master." Zhou Xian accepted the invitation and sat down without hesitation. "May I ask what you require of me?" Zhou Xian inquired curiously, still unsure of the reason for his summons. "That I have called you here to accompany your senior brother Wang on an escort mission." Li Jinni explained with a smile after another sip of tea. "This mission is not merely to protect others, but to safeguard the goods of the plump merchant who just arrived. 200 miles outside Qingye City lies the territory of Longya Mountain, home to a band of thieves. Generally, Merchant Zheng pays a toll to pass without issue. However, this time, Zheng's goods are particularly valuable. To prevent the thieves from being tempted by the sight of wealth, he has sought our assistance in advance." After explaining the situation, Li Jinni continued, "On this mission, the main combat strength will come from your senior brother Wang. The reason for your inclusion is simply to gain experience. Before you depart, I will impart a set of sword techniques to you. Your foundational swordsmanship has reached a certain level, making this an excellent opportunity for you to gain further experience." With Wang Shizheng accompanying Zhou Xian, it was indeed a fortuitous occasion for him to hone his skills against those robbers. "When do we set off?" Zhou Xian inquired, eager to seize this opportunity that aligned perfectly with his desire to explore. 3 days hence, you will journey alongside your senior brother Wang. Li Jinni, upon hearing this, slowly began to speak. Zhou Xian nodded in acknowledgement. 3 days was not an insignificant amount of time, ample enough for Zhou Xian to familiarize himself with the swordsmanship and make necessary preparations. Subsequently, Li Jiani instructed Zhou Xian to take his leave, assuring him that he would deliver the sword techniques to him shortly. That it was a perfect opportunity for Li Jiani to offer guidance when the time came. After bidding farewell to Li Jiani, Zhou Xian departed, returning to his training grounds. Upon Zhou Xian's return, Li Ying, who was nearby, could not help but approach him with curiosity, inquiring about his outing. Upon learning that Zhou Xian was permitted to escort goods, her eyes sparkled with excitement, revealing her desire to venture out as well. However, her father, Li Jiani, did not allow her to go, leaving her feeling envious of Zhou Xian's opportunity. While the two engaged in conversation and practiced their swordplay, Li Jiani approached with a manual in hand. Observing his daughter, Li Ying, deeply engrossed in conversation with Zhou Xian, he could not help but furrow his brow slightly, although he was relatively open-minded regarding his daughter's marital matters. Seeing her so close to a young man made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Zhou Xian, come here. Take a look at this sword technique and give it a try. That I will point out any mistakes. Li Jiani said, his tone tinged with displeasure. Yes, master, Zhou Xian replied. Though he was unaware of the reason behind his master's irritation, he did not dwell on it and promptly approached Li Jiani, taking the manual into his hands to examine it closely. The technique Li Jiani presented to Zhou Xian was called the Feishues sword technique, categorized as a black iron-level skill. When the sword was drawn, the momentum resembled falling snow, an endless succession of strikes. Thus, it was aptly named the Feishues sword technique. Zhou Xian quickly acclimated to this black iron technique, not merely because it was preceded by the silver-based Baiyin sword technique featuring the silver silkworm strength. Master, I have memorized it, Zhou Xian declared after a moment of closing his eyes and mentally rehearsing the techniques. Upon reopening his eyes, he addressed Li Jiani. All right, I shall demonstrate it now. Hearing Zhou Xian's words, Li Jiani nodded, permitting him to showcase his skills. Without hesitation, Zhou Xian unsheathed his training sword and performed the Feishues sword technique in front of Li Jiani. How was that, master? Zhou Xian inquired respectfully after halting his movements and turning to face Li Jiani. It was acceptable, Li Jiani replied rather tersely. That it appeared that there were indeed flaws in Zhou Xian's execution of the Feishues sword technique. Observing her father's discomfort, Li Ying could not help but smirk quietly. Amused by the situation. Chapter 38. Departure moves swiftly. Check if the goods are securely fastened. Conceal the precious items deep within. Early in the morning, the Zheng family in Qingye City was bustling with activity. The sounds of people and horses filled the air. When Zhou Xian rode up to the Zheng family estate, he found it difficult to distinguish whether he had arrived at a grand merchant's home or a bustling market. Martial artist Zhou, please take a seat in the parlor while you wait. We will be departing shortly. Zheng Shangren, who was directing the servants, greeted Zhou Xian with a smile. As Zheng Shangren spoke, two servants hurried over. One led Zhou Xian's lean horse to the stable for care, while the other escorted him to the parlor, serving tea and snacks before departing. While Zhou Xian enjoyed the refreshments, another figure entered the parlor. His senior brother, Wang Shizheng. Greetings, Brother Wang, Zhou Xian said, rising to pay his respects upon seeing Wang Shizheng. We are fellow disciples. There is no need for such formality, Wang Shizheng replied, waving his hand to indicate Zhou Xian need not be so polite. Afterward, he took a seat beside Zhou Xian, and the two began conversing over tea and snacks. My lords, we may now set off, announced the steward after some time. Then let us depart, Wang Shizheng said, standing and making his way outside, with Zhou Xian following closely behind. Upon stepping outside, Zhou Xian found that his horse had already been prepared. After mounting the horse, he followed Wang Shizheng, riding quietly alongside him. As Zhou Xian rode, he observed the members of the merchant convoy. After a brief time, he gained a clearer understanding of the convoy's strength. Among them were three individuals at the Bone Realm, one being Wang Shizheng, while the other two were guest experts of Zhengshangren. Their names were Lu Chong and Jiang Yuan. Among the three Bone Realm warriors, it appeared that Wang Shizheng possessed the least strength. Jiang Yuan, on the other hand, was the strongest, boasting not only formidable black iron defensive techniques, but also nearing the second Bone Realm himself. If fortune smiled upon them during the encounter with bandits, Zhou Xian expected he might gain valuable insights from the battle. That it was somewhat disheartening for Zhou Xian to note that Wang Shizheng was the weakest among them. The disparity stemmed from the fact that Wang Shizheng lacked access to black iron techniques, highlighting the differences in inheritance between noble families and martial arts schools. Noble families could procure black iron techniques, but the cost and requirements for joining such families were exceedingly high. For an ordinary person, the path to gaining a black iron technique required an unwavering commitment akin to that of a death soldier. For a martial artist seeking to join, while not necessarily facing the same dire stakes, they still encountered significant restrictions. Additionally, the threshold for becoming a Bone Realm warrior was dauntingly high. Although the Bone Realm was merely the entry level for martial apprentices, it could take several years for an ordinary person to reach this stage, especially with the appropriate techniques. Without them, mere physical training could take an undetermined length of time. Moreover, a Bone Realm warrior could feasibly save for years to purchase a black iron technique. However, many martial artists preferred not to squander their time doing so. In contrast, martial arts schools had a much lower barrier to entry and cost. With just a few dozen taels of silver, an ordinary person could join a martial arts school and eventually have the opportunity to learn techniques. However, the one drawback of martial arts schools compared to noble families was the test of character. Despite the existence of an oath of allegiance, many martial artists insisted on assessing one's disposition. Jenny was one such individual. He would articulate, "Goodness that does not arise from the heart, but is merely compelled by external forces, is a false goodness. Should one stray from this path and cast aside their constraints, they could become the greatest evil." This was a scenario Jenny was resolutely opposed to witnessing. To wield a weapon with the intention of curbing malevolence with a single spark of goodness within one's heart, that is the essence of being a martial artist. This encapsulated Jenny's understanding of martial arts, making him a figure deserving of respect, yet somewhat exasperatingly obstinate. As Zhou Xian observed the group, the merchant convoy had already paid their fees and exited the city. Once outside Qingye City, the convoy's pace visibly quickened. Inside the city, they had been constrained, but now, free from such limitations, they could accelerate. The convoy's oxen and horses were of the finest quality, black-horned green cattle, excelling in endurance, strength, and speed. Even while hauling 3,000 jin of goods, they could still cover 50 to 60 kilometers a day. The horses, bred in Wunmu town, were known as Xuanma, entirely black with bulging muscles, capable of traversing 100 to 180 li daily. Not only were these horses swift, but they also excelled at pulling carts. The stability and speed provided by the Xuanma were unparalleled. Observing Wang Shizheng and the others discussing martial arts, Zhou Xian, feeling somewhat out of place, closed his eyes to meditate. The method of the silver silkworm's strength circulated within Zhou Xian, allowing him to absorb the essence of the world and enhance his own capabilities. Moments later, Zhou Xian suddenly opened his eyes, sensing a prying gaze upon him. Following the source of the gaze, he discovered a group of horse bandits watching him with greedy expressions. Their avaricious stares and the glinting blades radiating malevolence sent a wave of tension among the merchants, who instinctively grasped their weapons, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. "Do not fret. Continue onward." Zhang Yuan's calm voice resonated among the group. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words, the tension eased, and they released their grips on their weapons. After all, their side boasted 3 Bone Realm warriors, while the bandits had only one leader at that level. A confrontation would leave the bandits with little chance of victory. "Quickly, increase your pace." Zheng Shangren urged the convoy to hasten their departure from the area. As the convoy accelerated, the bandits erupted into laughter, seemingly mocking the merchant's cowardice. Howl! Yet, the next moment, a piercing howl reverberated through the air as Zhang Yuan drew his bow and shot an arrow at the bandit leader. With Zhang Yuan's prowess, the most boisterous bandit fell dead on the spot. "Get lost!" As the bandit leader seethed with rage, poised to strike, Zhang Yuan unleashed a thunderous roar, the aura of someone nearing the second Bone Realm emanating from him without restraint. Sensing Zhang Yuan's presence, the bandit leader's expression darkened, and he promptly departed with his men. "That a group of third-rate wind bandits dares to mock us." Observing the bandits' retreat, Zhang Yuan let out a cold snort, his demeanor frosty. These ruffians paled in comparison to the brigands of Longya Mountain. Longya Mountain was home to genuine mountain bandits, while those just now were merely martial artists who had gathered a motley crew of thugs. Even among thieves, they were the lowest of the low. How dare such a motley crew ridicule him? Had he departed at that moment, he might have avoided disaster. "We must reach Pingyuan River before nightfall." Jiang Yuan stated calmly, securing his bow and arrows on his back. Upon hearing his words, the merchant convoy hastened their pace. Chapter 39. Epiphany. Water Mirror and Lead Glamour under Jiang Yuan's command. The merchant convoy arrived at Pingyuan River before darkness fell. Pingyuan River, a narrow stream 5 meters wide, sparkled with crystal-clear waters. Fish swam gracefully within, seemingly unanchored, while the river's water was refreshingly sweet. "Make a fire and prepare a meal," ordered Merchant Zheng. Following his command, the convoy began to set up camp, retrieving pots and pans to cook. "Senior brother, I will scout the surroundings," Zhou Xian said, approaching Wang Shizheng as the others busied themselves. "Be cautious," Wang Shizheng replied, engrossed in discussions with Jiang Yuan about the arrangement of the carts and how to fend off potential threats. Zhou Xian nodded and turned to explore the area. After a brief inspection, he found no issues and proceeded downstream. Upon reaching the lower bank, Zhou Xian extended his senses, detecting no other individuals within 1,000 meters. This realization brought him joy, and he promptly shed his garments and plunged into the river. The clear, icy water cascaded over him, invigorating Zhou Xian after a long ride, where the wind and dust had taken their toll. While he typically felt little discomfort when moving swiftly, the horseback journey had been particularly vexing. After cleansing himself in the river, Zhou Xian floated serenely on the surface. A gentle breeze stirred the water. His mind gradually relaxed, and he entered a state of profound tranquility. It felt as though the entirety of the universe had narrowed down to just him. The river beneath, and the azure sky above. The water below was at times placid and steady, at others, it rippled with delicate waves, each fluctuation wrapped in a unique rhythm. This. An epiphany? The manifestation of Mo Yuan's soul appeared. Astonished at Zhou Xian's state. Such moments of enlightenment are rare and often elusive. Even in places rich with Tao rhythm, most individuals struggle to attain them. Yet here was his disciple, merely bathing in the river, achieving such a breakthrough. It was genuinely disheartening for Mo Yuan. His disciple not only possessed an extraordinary spiritual talent, but also an exceptional fortune. Though somewhat disheartened, Mo Yuan remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings to prevent any disturbances during Zhou Xian's epiphany. Interrupting someone's enlightenment is akin to killing a parent. The water reflects my mind. The waves cleanse my impurities. Water mirror, lead glamour. Moments later, Zhou Xian opened his eyes, his gaze radiant. Through this epiphany, he not only comprehended a technique, but also ascended to the second bone realm. His spiritual path similarly advanced to the second stage. And with this dual enhancement, he could now contend with those at the fourth bone realm and challenge powerful fifth bone warriors. Although Zhou Xian's combat prowess was formidable, he remained humble and self-aware, recognizing that his ability to slay fourth bone opponents and battle fifth bone foes was largely due to his substantial lead. Had he been in a place teeming with geniuses, he might have faded into obscurity. An alligator wielding power in a pond does not guarantee the same in the ocean. "What have you comprehended?" Mo Yuan inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity as Zhou Xian settled his thoughts. While prying into another's techniques is often frowned upon, Mo Yuan's intrigue was undeniable that I have grasped a technique called water mirror and lead glamour. The water mirror reflects one's spiritual power, while lead glamour purifies one's impurities, serving as a supplementary cultivation technique. However, I believe there is significant room for further development. Zhou Xian divulged without reservation to him. Mo Yuan was both a mentor and a father figure, and he saw no harm in sharing his newfound technique. Supplementary, you say? Quite promising, with potential for advancement. Mo Yuan mused, clicking his tongue at the revelation that Zhou Xian's enlightenment did not yield an offensive or defensive technique. Although somewhat disappointed, he understood that the value of a technique is contingent upon its wielder. Given Zhou Xian's exceptional fortune and talent, this auxiliary technique could yield unexpected results, but there's nothing left to linger over here. "Let us return," Zhou Xian declared, stretching lazily before leaping into the air, drying himself with a surge of energy. Landing gracefully, he donned his clothing and made his way back to the merchant convoy's encampment. After a short while, Zhou Xian furrowed his brow, subtly surveying his surroundings, that he sensed several prying gazes passing over him. Though fleeting, they did not escape his awareness. As someone who had cultivated the path of the spirit with some success, it seemed that tonight would be a sleepless one. Zhou Xian's expression turned cold as he discerned the nature of those lurking in the shadows, merely some thieves hoping to take advantage of the night. Despite the presence of 3 powerful guardians within the sizable merchant convoy, it was inevitable that some would be tempted. For them, it wasn't about a feast. Even a meager bite would suffice to sustain their carefree existence for quite some time. What a pity, Zhou Xian thought, shaking his head, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. That in the past, he would have been oblivious to the happenings 1,000 meters away, but now, having reached the second stage of spiritual awareness, nothing within a 2,000-meter radius could escape his perception. This greatly enhanced his capabilities, making his means of attack all the more discreet at your back. Zhou Xian encountered Wang Shizheng on his return to the convoy, who was patrolling for any discrepancies. After a brief greeting, Zhou Xian remarked, "We may encounter trouble tonight." After acknowledging Zhou Xian's words, Wang Shizheng's expression grew serious. That if you return empty-handed, even if no one speaks it aloud, there will surely be some discontent. They have worked hard to prepare defenses while you took a leisurely stroll and bathed. Indeed, I sense something amiss. That if trouble arises tonight, do your best to protect yourself. Wang Shizheng agreed, nodding. Though lacking Zhou Xian's formidable spiritual power, Wang Shizheng's instincts, honed through frequent travels, alerted him to the unusual atmosphere. That I will ensure my own safety. There is no need for concern, senior brother. Zhou Xian reassured him. Wang Shizheng understood that keeping Zhou Xian close might not be the wisest choice. As one of the 3 pillars of the convoy, they would likely face many attackers. In the chaos of battle, it would be challenging for Wang Shizheng to safeguard Zhou Xian, and doing so might distract him and lead to his demise. Thus, the best course for Zhou Xian would be to prioritize his own safety, perhaps even seeking refuge if the situation permitted. Chapter 40. Night Raid. Wang Shizheng nodded in acknowledgement of Zhou Xian's sentiments and chose not to elaborate further. Despite the short time they had spent together, Wang Shizheng had come to understand Zhou Xian's character, recognizing him as a reliable and prudent individual. This the esteemed younger brother of young Master Wang. Indeed, a remarkable figure, remarked Zhang Yuan and Lu Chang as they approached, intending to discuss the night watch arrangements with Wang Shizheng. Both Zhang Yuan and Lu Chang had sensed the presence of those watching them. However, upon seeing Zhou Xian, Zhang Yuan offered a faint smile and a compliment as a form of greeting. "Senior brother, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further," Zhou Xian announced. Upon the arrival of Zhang Yuan and Lu Chang, Zhou Xian discerned that they had matters to discuss with Wang Shizheng and, promptly, with an air of understanding, took his leave. However, as he departed, Zhou Xian vaguely overheard them mention that there seemed to be quite a few individuals targeting the merchant convoy. This revelation, Zhou Xian instinctively stroked his chin, hoping fervently that none of the assailants possessed overwhelming strength. Otherwise, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Once Zhou Xian had exited, Wang Shizheng, Zhang Yuan, and Lu Chang convened to deliberate on the various preparations for the night watch. Each would guard a different flank to prevent any assaults on the convoy. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian, now wandering about, gained a clearer understanding of the convoy's defenses. The vehicles were arranged in a circular formation, with fortified ones forming the outer layer, while those laden with goods occupied the inner circle. Furthermore, the perimeter featured spiked barricades and iron thorns for additional protection. Overall, the defensive layout was quite commendable. As for the possibility of arrows being shot at those within the encirclement, Zhou Xian harbored little concern, for he was certain there were strategies in place to counter such an eventuality. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. At this juncture, Zhou Xian found himself seated by a campfire, holding a wooden bowl, sharing a meal with several companions. They had been stationed at a location on the eastern side, adjacent to a forest for their watch. Though this area was the most susceptible to invasion, it also offered the greatest chance for escape should they need to flee into the woods. Sighing, Zhou Xian remarked that it appeared the night would usher in a fierce battle. While Zhou Xian dined, one of his companions could no longer contain himself and spoke up. The individuals beside Zhou Xian were long-standing employees of the Zheng family, and they sensed the tension in the air. "Those thieves! They must not fall into my hands. I shall ensure they know the meaning of true suffering," another declared, taking a hearty sip of rice soup and a robust bite of pie. These men had served as loyal retainers to the Zheng family for generations, possessing a profound sense of belonging to truth. Many families kept private retainers, whose allegiance often surpassed that of the family head. Such individuals frequently held significant positions. Should the family head act against their interests, they would not hesitate to oust him. Thus, Zhou Xian was not surprised by their fervent declarations. Furthermore, the thieves' plundering of the merchant convoy inherently jeopardized their own interests. Upon my return, I should ascend to the true realm of warriors, at which point I can begin learning the black iron martial arts. A youthful man chimed in, relishing a bite of meat pie. He had diligently honed his physique, his strength surpassing 900, that once he broke through the 1,000-pound barrier, achieving the status of a bone warrior, he could select a martial art to cultivate and elevate his potential. Allow me to congratulate you in advance, Zhou Xian replied with a smile, acknowledging the young man's aspirations. The others joined in the congratulations, sharing in the moment of joy. Congratulations indeed, the young man responded modestly, a smile gracing his lips that be cautious. Suddenly, as the group reveled in their shared happiness, Zhou Xian sprang into action, drawing his blade from his waist and delivering a swift strike that in an instant, a dark object collided with Zhou Xian's blade, producing a thunderous clang that it was only then that the others discerned its nature. A long arrow, entirely black and adorned with peculiar patterns designed to muffle its flight sound, effectively camouflaging it in the night. Enemy attack, Zhou Xian shouted, but his warning came too late. The assailants had come prepared, unleashing a volley of arrows. As Zhou Xian's voice echoed, those beside him felt a sharp pain in their chests before succumbing to darkness. Zhou Xian, endowed with spiritual awareness, was able to sense the surroundings, while his companions, lacking such faculties, were marked for death the moment the arrows were loosed. Responding to Zhou Xian's alarm, the entire convoy sprang into action. Yet, despite their efforts, many fell victim to the hidden arrows. The fire they had kindled for cooking had betrayed their position. In the face of such treachery, casualties were unavoidable. Yet, thankfully, due to Zhou Xian's timely warning, losses remained relatively contained as they prepared to counterattack. A series of arrows shot skyward, creating a cacophony of sound. It's the Eagle Hawk's signal. Upon hearing the piercing cry, someone bellowed, "Secure the Xian horses." The Eagle Hawk, a creature several feet long, was notorious for its ability to penetrate armor and shatter stone. It preyed upon Xian horses, often invoking chaos among them with its mimicry of their cries. True to form, upon hearing the Eagle Hawk's signal, the Xian horses grew restless, seemingly on the verge of panic. Fortunately, trained handlers were present to calm the horses, preventing any internal disorder. In that moment, figures emerged from the forest, brandishing cleavers and charging toward Zhou Xian. Frustration welled within him as he witnessed the once vibrant lives of those around him extinguished in an instant. The sword he had procured had also sustained damage from the encounter with the arrow. With his mood soured, Zhou Xian drew the beast blood sword from his jade gourd and swung it at the approaching assailants, ready to unleash his pent-up ire. Chapter 41. The Unusual Night Assault. The beast blood sword, a weapon of bronze caliber, possessed a terrifying sharpness that in a mere exchange, the long knife wielded by his opponent was cleaved in two. As the blade flipped in his hand, Zhou Xian aimed to behead the assailant. However, at that moment, another figure brandished a weapon and lunged at him. The assailants, in a moment of unexpected coordination, appeared to have formed a rudimentary combined attack strategy against Zhou Xian. A combined assault? He thought, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Although rudimentary, it was indeed a form of coordinated attack, suggesting that a mastermind lurked behind these thieves. The attackers moved with a surprising degree of synchronization, but their training lacked the finesse of seasoned fighters. Appearing more as hastily assembled recruits, "Watch out for his sword," one of them shouted, recognizing the threat posed by Zhou Xian's beast blood sword. Their weapons shattered upon contact, forcing them to evade Zhou Xian's relentless strikes. Unfortunately for them, evasion was no easy task against Zhou Xian's formidable blade. Employing the flying snow sword technique, though merely at the black iron level, it erupted with terrifying power in Zhou Xian's hands. In a matter of breaths, he wielded the bronze sword and executed the flying snow technique, inflicting grievous wounds upon the assailants. Had they not been quick enough to dodge, they would have undoubtedly been slain in an instant. The display of skill left the remaining attackers in shock, unprepared for such a cunning adversary lurking among them. An enraged shout rang out as one called for reinforcements to encircle and eliminate Zhou Xian. Yet they would not have the chance. In mere moments, Zhou Xian executed a swift series of strikes. Still, after decapitating his opponent with a single stroke, Zhou Xian summoned the yellow jade gourd in his hand, uttering a soft command to absorb the lifeless body within. The individual before him possessed strength nearing the bone realm, rendering him of greater value compared to others, although the yellow jade gourd had previously refined a corpse, thus increasing its capacity. The augmentation was rather minimal. Zhou Xian had to select the corpse of utmost worth. The earlier victim, though commendable in strength, was not an ideal choice for him. After all, they had shared an acquaintance. And Zhou Xian felt a twinge of unease at the thought of denying the deceased a proper resting place for the sake of refinement. Conversely, the current brigand bore no such emotional burden. With the adversary having initiated the conflict, Zhou Xian had no intention of sparing his life. This was hardly an opportune moment for oaths of mercy, having ensnared the body within the yellow jade gourd. Several others charged towards Zhou Xian. However, he dispatched them effortlessly. They were but mere cannon fodder, and he faced no difficulty in their annihilation. Fire attack. As Zhou Xian fought valiantly, a multitude of flaming arrows suddenly descended upon the merchant convoy from the forest. Witnessing the sky filled with fiery projectiles, a cry of alarm erupted. Boom! The thunderous roar reverberated throughout the convoy, yet the anticipated inferno failed to ignite. This was due to the presence of a substance known as cold stone powder within the merchant group. When exposed to fire or water, this powder would emit a thick cloud of smoke, extinguishing the flames. Seeing that the fire attack bore no fruit, the brigands made another attempt before retreating in disarray. There was no need to pursue them. One individual suggested a chase, but was promptly halted by Jiang Yuan. The hour was late, and the enemy was concealed while Zhou Xian and his companions were exposed. Should they recklessly venture out in pursuit, it was highly probable that the adversaries would launch a counterattack. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's counsel, the individual ceased his insistence on a chase. With a swift motion, he wiped the blood from his face and bellowed, "Clear the battlefield and tally the casualties." As his words echoed, everyone sprang into action. Meanwhile, Wang Shizheng, having found himself without further duties, approached Zhou Xian in a matter of moments. He spotted Zhou Xian amidst the chaos of the battlefield. "What is your current strength?" As he stepped closer, Wang Shizheng was taken aback. In his perception, Zhou Xian had already stepped into the bone realm. It was merely a momentary breakthrough amidst the battle. Noticing Wang Shizheng's astonishment, Zhou Xian sheepishly scratched his head and replied with a hearty smile, "I had intended to reveal a portion of my strength at an appropriate moment. Concealing my abilities during combat has proven rather cumbersome, that I initially thought I would have to wait until returning home to disclose my capabilities. Yet fate brought about this night raid, granting me the opportunity to showcase a fragment of my power. My master often said that battle is the most conducive environment for breakthroughs, and it appears he was right." Wang Shizheng chuckled wryly, shaking his head before his expression turned peculiar. "Your timing for this breakthrough is indeed astonishing. While it is true that combat often facilitates breakthroughs, you have only just joined the martial academy. To achieve such progress amidst battle is truly remarkable. Senior brother, as you know, I recently faced a life-and-death ordeal. As the saying goes, surviving great calamities brings forth blessings. This breakthrough is likely a stroke of fortune," Zhou Xian responded with a rueful smile. Wang Shizheng, hearing this, accepted it without skepticism. Rumors spoke of those with extraordinary luck who, in a moment of enlightenment, could ascend to the ninth heaven. Given that Zhou Xian had only attained the bone realm, it was a notion easily accepted. Keep your breakthrough under wraps for now. This escort mission seems to harbor hidden dangers, and your strength at the bone realm may serve as an unexpected trump card, Wang Shizheng advised, regaining his composure as he spoke to Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian shared his concern. The night raid fell to miss. The matters behind the scenes could prove troublesome, concealing their strengths until the opportune moment would benefit them greatly. After their conversation, Wang Shizheng took his leave, leaving Zhou Xian alone. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Xian joined the others in clearing the battlefield. The intact bodies of their comrades were carefully wrapped in a special shroud that prevented decay, ensuring they would return to Qingye City for a proper burial. For those corpses that were less than whole, Zhou Xian and his companions collected the remains and wrapped them as well. While they handled their fallen comrades with care, the same could not be said for the brigands. Their bodies were unceremoniously discarded downwind and set ablaze. Watching the flames consume the corpses, Zhou Xian felt a pang of regret. Had these bodies been absorbed into the yellow jade gourd, they would have provided a significant energy boost, enhancing its quality and capacity. Alas, the gourd space was still somewhat limited. After accommodating his belongings, only enough room remained for one more body. Furthermore, even if Zhou Xian could fit so many corpses, the current situation made it impractical. Even if the onlookers could not discern that this was a technique for refining flesh and blood essence, it would still attract unwanted attention. With a wistful shake of his head, Zhou Xian turned to depart. Seeking a quiet spot, he commenced his cultivation, in his meditative state. Zhou Xian not only contemplated the Qinglei visualization, but also practiced the water mirror technique. Under the reflection of the water mirror, Zhou Xian's spirit underwent continuous refinement, solidifying his foundation and enhancing his depth. The influence of the azure pearl made these changes all the more perceptible in addition to honing his spirit, Zhou Xian also employed the lead transformation technique to assist in his cultivation of the silver silkworm technique. As he practiced lead transformation followed by silver silkworm, the qi and blood within his meridians began to ripple gently. This motion thickened the essence of his meridians and flesh. With each breath, an unusual scent wafted from his nostrils. Your water mirror-led transformation is quite remarkable. Upon sensing the strange odor emanating from Zhou Xian's breath, Mo Yuan was left utterly astonished. The peculiar scent was not due to any lack of hygiene on Zhou Xian's part, but rather the expulsion of impurities from his body. Originally, Mo Yuan believed that Zhou Xian's water mirror lead transformation merely accelerated the cultivation of qi and blood. He had not anticipated its capacity for refining the body. Should he continue this practice, Zhou Xian's beastly bloodline might further evolve into that of a spiritual beast. With enough time, he might even catch a glimpse of the fabled divine beast bloodline. However, to attain such heights as the divine beast bloodline through the current water mirror lead transformation technique would require an exceedingly long duration. Nonetheless, this technique was bound to incite fervor among the esteemed families. And who could say what the future held? A faint smile crept across Mo Yuan's lips, for he recalled Zhou Xian had mentioned the potential for advancement in this technique. Perhaps one day, he could condense the divine beast bloodline and command the elements. Time, as precious as gold dust, slips through one's fingers like grains of sand. The hours of cultivation passed swiftly, and before Zhou Xian could fully appreciate the enhancements brought by the water mirror lead transformation, dawn broke. The merchant convoy prepared to set forth once more. Being seasoned warriors, they had long since grown indifferent to life and death. The departure of a comrade, though sorrowful, was followed by a period of remembrance before they gathered their spirits and moved forward. The deceased were gone. The living must look ahead. However, the events of the previous night had left a mark on the convoy. Due to the night raid, they hastened their pace, determined to reach Eagle Beak Cliff before nightfall, where the terrain was defensible and difficult to assail. Should they encounter another night raid, they would not be caught off guard as the clear and resonant sound of hooves echoed. Midday approached. Start a fire and prepare a meal. But remain vigilant. Upon glancing at the time, Jiang Yuan issued the command to at his words. The crowd swiftly sprang into action, igniting fires and preparing food while maintaining a watchful eye on their surroundings, wary of a potential attack. Fortunately, no assault transpired, and after a reassuring meal, they resumed their journey. Something feels amiss. After traversing for half an hour, Jiang Yuan could not help but furrow his brow. From the very beginning, the humidity in the surrounding area had been steadily increasing. Now, the dampness had become quite severe. Within mere moments, Jiang Yuan's clothing had become somewhat moist, and if this trend continued, it would not be long before his entire attire was utterly soaked. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to issue a warning, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the area. The emergence of the fog was exceedingly abrupt, as if a divine entity had exhaled forcefully, materializing in an instant. What is this? Observing the dense fog around him, Jiang Yuan was taken aback. As he was grappling with his astonishment, the mist thickened even further. In just a few breaths, visibility had diminished to a mere 3 feet. Beyond that distance, nothing was discernible. Amidst the growing unease of those present, haunting sounds of heavy breathing and enchanting laughter echoed from within the fog. Accompanying these eerie sounds were bizarre silhouettes, flitting about in the haze. Such a strange sight. Meanwhile, in the jade pendant of Zhou Xian, The enigmatic Mo Yuan sensed an unusual phenomenon. Extending his consciousness to survey the outside world, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. A marvel, a unique spectacle born of the heavens and earth. Some such wonders harbor opportunities, yet others conceal dreadful perils. Regardless of whether they encapsulate fortune or danger, these extraordinary phenomena are rare occurrences, seldom seen in a lifetime. Most individuals may go their entire existence without encountering even one such marvel, while others blessed with exceptional fortune may stumble upon them from time to time. Alas, my current abilities are insufficient. Otherwise, I could have turned this wonder into an object of admiration. Gazing at the extraordinary scene outside, Mo Yuan feigned regret as he spoke that in his travels, he had heard tales of unparalleled beings who could transform such wonders into objects of appreciation. At that moment, Mo Yuan had vowed to one day claim such spectacles as his playthings. However, regrettably, that aspiration had never come to fruition, not due to any other reason, but simply because his cultivation was too low. Mo Yuan had once been fortunate enough to witness a breathtaking spectacle, a Sword Chi river spanning millions of miles, but at that time, his strength had been woefully inadequate. Even at the peak of his power, he could not have guaranteed that he could turn that wonder into an object of admiration. Since then, Mo Yuan had not encountered any marvels again, yet today he found himself witnessing this misty wonder, albeit one that could be deemed feeble. Had he been at his zenith, he would have undoubtedly captured it. While Zhou Xian was unaware that the spectacle before him was, in fact, weak from Mo Yuan's standpoint, he was nonetheless in awe of Mo Yuan's prowess. The ability to transform such celestial phenomena into playthings was truly remarkable. Chapter 43. The Misty Skeleton Master. What should I do now? Should I observe quietly or venture into the fog? After hearing Mo Yuan's words, Zhou Xian inquired that as this was Zhou Xian's first encounter with such a marvel, he felt a mix of hesitation and eagerness to delve into the fog for exploration. Celestial phenomena, after all, were extraordinary creations of the world. There might be unexpected treasures within the mist, yet the lurking shadows made Zhou Xian hesitant. Moreover, the fog seemed to restrict the power of his spirit. What once extended for 1,000 meters was now limited to merely a few dozen, and even that felt somewhat indistinct. These factors rendered Zhou Xian incapable of making a decisive choice. Since you have already formed your intentions, why seek my counsel? Mo Yuan replied with a smile. Sometimes, inquiries are not merely requests for guidance, but rather a means to solidify one's resolve. Upon hearing Mo Yuan's words, Zhou Xian's determination solidified. Rare treasures nurtured by the heavens were seldom encountered. Should he let this opportunity slip away, he would undoubtedly regret it in the future. Thus, it seemed more prudent to take a gamble. Even if the outcome were dire, he would merely return empty-handed. With his master backing him, Zhou Xian felt confident that he would not face any life-threatening dangers. With this thought in mind, Zhou Xian took action. This fog presents an opportunity. He began to tread into the mist, his heart brimming with excitement. The current visibility was extremely low, which provided Zhou Xian with an advantageous opportunity. Some members of the caravan, apprehensive due to the extraordinary sight, hesitated to make any significant moves. The thick fog of this marvel posed a grave risk. One misstep could lead to peril, resulting in a dire situation with no recourse. However, aside from those who remained stable in their positions, some warriors were stirred by ambition that a rare phenomenon such as this could contain unimaginable treasures, and in the realm of martial arts, seizing the creations of heaven and earth was of paramount importance. Should they let this rare marvel slip away, they would likely be filled with regret in the future. Yet, beyond mere ambition, many were blinded by their own arrogance, believing themselves to be the protagonists destined to overcome adversity. In reality, while they fancied themselves heroes, they barely qualified as supporting characters. Conversely, some possessed the wisdom to remain still, patiently awaiting the dispersal of the spectacle, as the dynamics unfolded, with some remaining stationary, while others ventured into the fog. Zhou Xian made his move. Concealing his presence, he cautiously advanced into the mist as a newcomer to such wonders. He approached with a sense of caution. However, despite his vigilance, Zhou Xian quickly encountered a creature within the fog. It was a skeletal figure, its form crafted from the mist, wielding a bone dagger, with white flames flickering in its eye sockets. Upon spotting Zhou Xian, the skeleton let out a piercing shriek and lunged forward menacingly. bow and dagger raised high to strike down upon Zhou Xian. The sharp sound of slicing air echoed, showcasing the terror of the skeleton's attack. Yet in the next moment, Zhou Xian swung his beast blood sword fiercely. Severing the skeleton's head from its body, the head fell. The flames in its eye sockets extinguished, and the mist surrounding it dissipated, leaving the skeleton in disarray. Collect, seeing the remnants of the skeleton scattered about. Zhou Xian summoned a yellow jade gourd with a soft command, drawing the fragments into it. Bone, being the essence of blood, was most suitable for refinement. Once the skeleton was contained within the gourd, Zhou Xian felt a surge of exhilaration. The refinement of this skeleton was notably easier, and the energy it yielded was purer and more concentrated than that of flesh. Realizing these changes, Zhou Xian's enthusiasm intensified. There were numerous skeletons in this area, and their spatial footprint was smaller than that of corpses. Given their refinement speed and energy return, one skeleton here was equivalent to 3 corpses. With this thought, Zhou Xian no longer concealed his presence, acting with boldness as he ventured deeper into the mist. Uncertain whether it was Zhou Xian's unmasked aura or his proximity to the depths that attracted attention, he encountered more and more skeletons along his path. Just as he captured one skeleton in the yellow jade gourd, 2 or 3 more would appear in his line of sight. These skeletons, upon detecting Zhou Xian's presence, would shriek and charge at him, brandishing an array of eclectic weapons. Yet, Zhou Xian wielded his beast blood sword with grace, effortlessly dispatching the advancing skeletons. Collect. With each command, Zhou Xian gathered the skeletons into the yellow jade gourd. After securing the skeletons, Zhou Xian felt a twinge of frustration. While the refinement of skeletons was indeed swifter than that of flesh and offered a richer energy yield, he had amassed an overwhelming number of them. At present, Zhou Xian could only wait for the yellow jade gourd to refine the skeletons before continuing to gather more. However, even though the gourd had reached its capacity, Zhou Xian did not halt his progress. The limitations of the yellow jade gourd were of no concern to him. He did not need to confine the skeletons within it. Thus, after dispatching a skeleton with his beast blood sword, he retrieved a bag from the gourd, neatly arranging the skeletons within. With the bag strapped to his back, Zhou Xian resumed his journey into the fog. As he continued onward, the strength of the skeletons noticeably increased. What once could be felled with a single strike now took Zhou Xian 3 or 4 to vanquish. Help! After Zhou Xian had dispatched a skeleton, he was in the process of gathering the bones when a frantic voice suddenly pierced the air. Upon hearing the sound, Zhou Xian furrowed his brow. Within the dense fog, visibility was severely limited, and sound could scarcely travel. The very fact that he could hear the voice suggested that its source was quite close. Indeed, in the next instant, a figure abruptly materialized before him. Upon sighting Zhou Xian, the newcomer thrust out both hands, attempting to seize him. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Xian struck with his sword, dispatching the assailant and sending the lifeless body back the way it came. "You think someone like you can use me as a shield?" Zhou Xian scoffed, shaking the blood off his 100-beast blood sword, that he was well aware of the intruder's intentions. They merely sought to hurl him backward to buy themselves time. Zhou Xian held no words for such a despicable individual. Eliminating them was the only course of action. As Zhou Xian prepared to depart, he heard the sound of chewing emanating from within the fog. Instantly alert, he moved toward the source of the noise. Chapter 44. The transformation of the yellow jade gourd. The fact that the voice could reach him indicated that its owner was in close proximity. With a ready target at hand, Zhou Xian deemed it unnecessary to search further. After merely a few steps, the origin of the chewing noise came into view, a centaur skeleton towering over him. Its lower half resembling that of a horse, while its upper body was composed of 2 skeletal figures. Unlike a typical centaur, this one was a unique double-bodied creature. At that moment, the 2 upper bodies were gnawing upon the severed remains of a corpse. As Zhou Xian beheld the double-bodied centaur skeleton, it likewise took notice of him. "Oh!" it howled, dropping the bones it had been consuming. The instant the howl erupted, Zhou Xian felt a wave of force surge toward his head, causing a sharp, needle-like pain. Is this a manifestation of soul power? He mused, recognizing the familiar sensation. Zhou Xian, adept in the subtle arts of soul manipulation, was all too familiar with such power. Yet he shook his head, noting that the opponent's soul energy was limited. While Zhou Xian pondered these thoughts, the double-bodied centaur skeleton advanced toward him, its hooves rising high, ready to stomp down upon him. as the hooves descended. They morphed into twin bone blades, glinting ominously, clang. A crisp sound resonated as Zhou Xian raised his hand to block the strike. Did I ask this all you've got? A mere bronze-level existence? He taunted, effortlessly holding back the force of the hooves with a faint smirk on his face. He had quickly discerned that this double-bodied centaur skeleton was of bronze caliber, its strength akin to that of a two-bone realm entity. Give a thunderous roar erupted, and a crack suddenly appeared on the skull helmet. As the skeletal longsword spun back, Zhou Xian swiftly employed his agility to evade its deadly blade and positioned himself beside the skeleton. With a mighty strike, he unleashed a flurry of punches aimed at the skeleton's waist. Accompanied by a resounding crash that left several fissures in its armor, did I end this moment. Zhou Xian treated the skeleton as a living target, relentlessly assaulting it. Moments later, he executed a flying scissor kick. Severing the skeleton's head from its body, as the skull fell, the entire skeleton collapsed into a heap of bones. Gazing at the disassembled remains, Zhou Xian couldn't help but let out a triumphant howl, feeling an immense sense of exhilaration within. Indeed, battling an evenly matched adversary was the true thrill for a martial artist. His heart surged with excitement, having finally indulged in a taste of combat. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Xian's fervor gradually settled. Although the armored skeleton possessed considerable strength, it still fell short in comparison to Zhou Xian. Not to mention, Zhou Xian's physical defense surpassed that of his opponent by a significant margin. Overall, the skeleton was certainly stronger than others of its kind. That as Zhou Xian's turbulent emotions began to calm, he noticed some items nearby. With the demise of the armored skeleton, its skeletal remains were strewn across the ground. However, Zhou Xian's attention did not linger on the scattered bones. Instead, it was drawn to the armor and long sword beside him. The long sword, though resembling a basic design, was crafted from bronze-grade materials. The armor, however, left Zhou Xian astonished. Contrary to his expectations of it being in disarray, the armor had transformed into a palm-sized orb, marked with a few traces of blood and faint cracks. Upon absorbing the orb into his hand and scrutinizing it closely, he observed the cracks slowly knitting together. Such extraordinary properties. Zhou Xian was taken aback, having never encountered armor that could condense into a sphere, let alone one capable of self-repair. What marvel was this? Noticing Zhou Xian's astonishment, Mo Yuan scoffed and remarked, "If we're speaking of marvels, your Shanqi sword is the true wonder of the world. A divine artifact born of heaven and earth, not something mere mortals can create. Has your master ever laid eyes upon it?" Upon hearing Mo Yuan's words, Zhou Xian tucked the orb into his robe and curiously inquired, "Master, do you know how to utilize such an item?" "Simply slap it onto your body, but this item holds little use for you, that a bronze warrior of 6 bones or more could easily shatter it with their strength," Mo Yuan answered, revealing the method of using the orb armor. Yet he seemed indifferent to its significance. After all, bronze defense was trivial compared to Zhou Xian's silver physique. Zhou Xian, however, was unfazed by Mo Yuan's remarks. Instead, he felt a surge of delight. While its defensive capability might not be remarkable, it certainly had an appealing aesthetic. The thought of slapping the orb onto himself and transforming it into armor that enveloped his entire body was undeniably striking. Unfortunately, with the existing cracks, he would have to wait for it to mend before he could don it. Wearing armor riddled with cracks would be somewhat embarrassing. "Master, how long do you think it will take to repair?" Zhou Xian inquired, recalling the cracks on the orb armor. "About a month or 2 should suffice," Mo Yuan replied lazily. With Mo Yuan's assurance, Zhou Xian felt considerably relieved that in a month or 2, he would likely be able to flaunt it. He then turned his gaze towards the long sword. Channeling his energy, he summoned the long sword into his grasp. Upon closer inspection, he found that it combined both flair and functionality. After examining it thoroughly, Zhou Xian decided to store the longsword within his Huanyu gourd. It would suit Li Ying perfectly. That as he contemplated how to present the longsword to Li Ying, Zhou Xian found himself at a loss for excuses. After pondering for a while, he shook his head. He couldn't quite think of a rationale at that moment. "Never mind, I'll figure it out when the time comes," he resolved. Having tidied up, Zhou Xian intended to continue searching for other skeletons within the mist. However, he soon noticed that the surrounding fog was gradually fading. This caused him to furrow his brow slightly. The skeletal wonders concealed within the mist were, without a doubt, invaluable resources for him. given a little more time. He could expand the space within the Huangyu gourd significantly. Regrettably, it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. He sighed, accepting the reality of the dissipating mist. Nevertheless, even as the fog vanished, Zhou Xian still had tasks to attend to. He was burdened with a considerable amount of skeletal remains that he wished to keep hidden from prying eyes. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain their origins that he resolved to conceal them. Without hesitation, Zhou Xian began to dig a pit in the ground, carefully burying the skeletal remains one by one, to prevent losing track of their hiding place. After the mist dissipated, he left a trace of his spiritual energy at the site. After securely burying the skeletons and filling in the pit, he noticed that the mist was swiftly disappearing. In mere breaths, it vanished completely, just as it had come to that moment. Zhou Xian discovered that he was only about 100 meters away from the merchant caravan. This revelation astonished him. Despite having traversed what felt like a great distance, he was merely 100 meters from his starting point. It left him contemplating the terrifying nature of the extraordinary phenomena. Truly, the wonders of the world could not be measured by ordinary logic. Chapter 46. The suspicious bandit, however. After his moment of reflection, Zhou Xian's thoughts returned to the skeletal remains he had hidden. In an instant, his spiritual energy enveloped the area, allowing him to locate his concealed cache. When he looked up, he was shocked to find his hiding spot situated on a small mountain a kilometer away. Had his spiritual realm not been enhanced, allowing him to probe within 2 kilometers, he might never have discovered it. What a marvel! Seeing the hiding place so far away, Zhou Xian couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. The peculiarities of this experience were truly unfathomable. He had seemingly traveled a great distance only to discover it was merely 100 meters that he had buried the items beneath his feet. Yet they lay a kilometer off. This made him ponder the powerful individuals capable of manipulating such extraordinary phenomena. Their strength was indeed alluring. Just as Zhou Xian prepared to retract his spiritual energy, he suddenly sensed a distasteful presence flickering in the distance atop a mountain. This presence bore an unsettling resemblance to the aura he had encountered the night he defeated Zhao Tianchen. Evoking an instinctive aversion within him, Zhou Xian focused his spiritual energy to scrutinize further. He realized that the presence had already vanished. Much like before, this individual was extremely cautious, employing remarkably adept methods to conceal their movements. It seemed that Qingye City was on the brink of a significant problem. The fact that this person had successfully hidden their presence not once but twice, employing such refined techniques, filled Zhou Xian with unease. Should this individual harbor ill intentions, they could very well be plotting a grand scheme in the shadows. When that time came, he would see if they could withstand the might of the city lord. A smile crept across Zhou Xian's lips at the thought of facing off against them in the future. As a martial artist, he had no fear of confrontation. However, those who thrived in the shadows, crafting intricate plots, typically moved with caution and precision, that if an opportunity to leverage their power arose, Zhou Xian would not hesitate to utilize it. After committing the hidden presence to memory, he turned to verify the number of individuals nearby. At that moment, Zhang Yuan also spoke up, arranging for personnel to count their numbers. As the tally progressed, Zhang Yuan's expression darkened. The bizarre spectacle had cost them a third of their forces. These individuals could have easily survived. Yet they succumbed to their insatiable greed and willingly entered the strange phenomenon. Lacking the necessary strength, their audacity in undertaking such perilous endeavors was indeed a tragic folly. Nonetheless, Zhang Yuan could comprehend their motivations. The path of a warrior is fundamentally one of competition. Yet understanding did little to alleviate his discontent. "Let us collect the remains," he sighed, reluctantly uttering the words. With Zhang Yuan's command, the others immediately began to gather the corpses of those who had perished within the bizarre occurrence. Among them was Zhou Xian, who, upon witnessing the gnawed remnants of the deceased, couldn't help but display a mournful countenance. Were it not for his continuous strokes of fortune, he surmised he might have met a similar fate. "Ah, thankfully you are unharmed," a voice rang out from behind Zhou Xian as he worked to collect the remains. Without needing to turn around, Zhou Xian instinctively knew who it was, his elder brother, Wang Shizheng. Previously, Wang Shizheng had harbored concerns that Zhou Xian might falter in resolve and step into the strange phenomenon, leading to his demise. However, it appeared that his worries had been unfounded. His junior brother had shown considerable restraint. Yet little did Wang Shijing realize that Zhou Xian had entered the strange phenomenon with an air of confidence. After exchanging a few words and confirming that Zhou Xian had not sustained any injuries, Wang Shijing took his leave. The sudden loss of a third of their manpower posed a significant dilemma for the journey ahead. Not to mention, the possibility of bandits seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack was enough to give them all headaches. After prolonged deliberation, the group managed to devise a plan, albeit a rather unsatisfactory one due to the discussion surrounding the strange phenomenon and the plan itself. Their stay had inevitably been prolonged. The merchant caravan had no choice but to set up camp once more, and it was evident that the arrangements made by the group were rather conservative. Fortunately, that night passed without any incidents of nocturnal assaults, allowing Jiang Yuan and the others to breathe a sigh of relief, while simultaneously remaining on high alert. The journey ahead promised to be fraught with challenges. The sudden decrease in manpower would surely draw attention. This tense atmosphere of vigilance gradually permeated the entire caravan. Amidst the mounting tension, time slipped away quietly, and Zhou Xian and his companions found themselves at the most perilous location of this journey, Longya Mountain. Indeed, it was as the saying goes, one's appearance reflects their nature. Gazing at the mountain before him, Zhou Xian silently mused. The peaks before Zhou Xian stood tall and imposing, reaching skyward as though a malevolent dragon had opened its maw, intent on devouring the heavens and the earth. The name Longya Mountain was truly fitting. While Zhou Xian scrutinized the towering formations, the ground suddenly trembled. Zhou Xian's gaze sharpened, focusing on the source of the disturbance. The enhancement from his dual-bone warrior realm provided him with remarkable vision. Soon, he discerned the origin of the tremors. A large group of people was hastily approaching, causing the ground to shake. From a distance, it was evident that there were no fewer than 1,000 individuals. So many people? Zhou Xian's brow furrowed instantly. Something about this gathering seemed amiss. Logically, the bandits of Longya Mountain should not number so many that if the Lord of Qingye City were aware of such a large presence of bandits, he would have dispatched troops to eliminate them long ago. There was no way they could have grown so bold, for one does not allow others to rest beside their own pillow. It's the Longya bandits. Although their numbers have increased, I have dealt with them several times before, so there is no need for concern, commented Zheng, the merchant leader of the Zheng family caravan. Despite his puzzlement regarding the bandits' increased numbers, Zheng did not dwell on it too much. Given their frequent dealings that owe him, it was merely a matter of how much toll they would demand. As long as this caravan could successfully depart, paying a little extra would be inconsequential. That I shall accompany you. Jiang Yuan offered, but on the other hand, he wore a grave expression. It seemed that the newcomers were not friendly. If they were to behave as they had in the past, merely demanding a toll, they would not have amassed such a show of force. Very well, Zheng replied, grateful for Jiang Yuan's presence. After all, they were still a group of bandits. Having a warrior by their side would serve to deter any potential misconduct. Jiang Yuan followed Zheng toward the bandits. He discreetly signaled to Wang Shijing and Lu Chong, urging them to remain vigilant and to act immediately should the bandits exhibit any unusual behavior. Chapter 47. Exposure of strength under Jiang Yuan's escort. Zheng led his horse before the bandits. At the forefront of the bandit group stood 3 figures. One with a scarred face, another heavily muscled, and the last slender and frail, resembling a scholar. Upon encountering these 3, Zheng was perplexed. Previously, the Longya bandits had only consisted of the scarred face and the muscle-bound one. Where had this third, more delicate-looking individual come from? Long time no see, Master Zheng, the scarred-faced bandit spoke as he stepped forward. This individual was none other than the leader of the Longya bandits. Xiao Wu, greetings, Chief Xiao. Our merchant caravan seeks to pass through. I hope you can grant us this favor, Zheng said, suppressing his curiosity and speaking respectfully. That is easily arranged. Simply pay the toll, Xiao Wu replied with a hearty laugh. Seemingly unconcerned, of course, Zheng responded with a hint of relief that as long as they could cross with a payment, it was not an insurmountable obstacle. Then, shall we proceed as before? Here are 5,000 taels in silver notes. Please take a look, Zheng said, retrieving 5 notes from his possession and offering them with both hands. However, Xiao Wu did not accept the silver notes. Instead, he gazed at Zheng with a smile that lacked warmth. As Zheng observed Xiao Wu's refusal to take the money, a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. Chief, what is the meaning of this? Zheng inquired cautiously, subtly retracting the silver notes from view. Master Zheng, I trust that this shipment has yielded quite a profit. Has it not? 5,000 taels is quite insufficient for me to justify to my subordinates, Xiao Wu said with a smile, though a flash of ruthlessness glimmered in his eyes. What do you mean, Chief Xiao? Zheng asked, his voice laced with trepidation. This time, I require 50,000 taels, Xiao Wu declared with a sudden grin, leaning closer. His tone laced with menace. 50,000? Zheng exclaimed in shock. Such a sum was no trifling matter. How dare this man make such a demand? Master Zheng, you need not act so surprised. I am well aware of what you are transporting. Xiao Wu retorted coldly as he observed Zheng's pained expression. Let me think it over, Zheng replied, his heart sinking as he began to contemplate the situation. He knew only a handful of individuals who were aware of the diverse goods he was transporting. Among them, some were his most trusted confidants, while others had significant connections and were quite adept at managing their subordinates. Zheng was at a loss to understand how matters had escalated to this point. However, such issues could be addressed later. For now, he needed to handle the immediate predicament. Well, have you come to a decision? Xiao Wu asked, scrutinizing Zheng's shifting expression with a grin that revealed his teeth. His tone laden with malice. 50,000 taels. You might as well ask for it from your mother, Zheng retorted, feeling humiliated. Did I end the next instant? He unleashed a fierce strike, a stone-shattering fist aimed directly at Xiao Wu's lower dantian. Zheng, or Zheng Pingmu as he was truly named, was perceived by all in Qingye City as an ordinary merchant. Yet, unbeknownst to them, he was an authentic warrior of the bronze dual-bone realm. He had bided his time for years, awaiting the perfect opportunity to unleash this earth-shattering blow. The goods he was transporting were pivotal to his ascent, and anyone who dared to obstruct him would face dire consequences, with a powerful strike. Zheng Pingmu did not cease. In an instant, he delivered a swift kick aimed at Xiao Wu's most vulnerable area, demonstrating his ruthless intent to strike where it hurt most. However, contrary to Zheng Pingmu's expectations, Xiao Wu did not fall lifelessly, but instead gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fury as he lunged toward Zheng Pingmu with ferocious intent. Retreat! Zheng Pingmu shouted, seizing Zhang Yuan as he executed a swift maneuver, retreating approximately 10 paces in the blink of an eye. This sudden turn of events unfolded within the blink of an eye, and when Zhang Yuan finally regained his composure, he stared at Zheng Pingmu in disbelief. He knew all too well what sort of person Zheng was. In the past, during a particular escort mission, the enemy had nearly pressed a blade against his throat, yet the merchant Zheng displayed not a hint of martial prowess. This led Zhang Yuan to believe that Zheng was indeed an ordinary individual. However, in hindsight, it appears that the performer was none other than Zheng himself. Ha ha ha. Zheng Pingmu. On the other hand, Xiao Wu, who had previously been ambushed by Zheng Pingmu, could not contain his laughter as he fixed his fierce gaze on the retreating figure of Zheng Pingmu, speaking with a menacing tone. Were it not for the influence of that powerful faction, which had adorned him in armor, Zheng Pingmu's earlier tactics would undoubtedly have led to his demise. Ah, ha ha ha. With this thought, Xiao Wu erupted into another fit of wild laughter, tearing open his own shirt. As the fabric ripped apart, a set of gleaming, beast-faced chainmail glinted under the sunlight, revealing itself to the onlookers. Upon seeing the armor adorning Xiao Wu, Zheng Pingmu's expression darkened once more. The strength he had concealed for years had been uncovered. This could not possibly be Xiao Wu's doing. Nonetheless, even if it were the influence behind him, such capabilities should not be expected. Zheng Pingmu pondered silently, believing that his disguise was flawless, alas, since he had already been exposed. It mattered little. He shook his head. At this point, further words were pointless. It was best to engage in a genuine battle. Xiao, the head of the bandits, this is my final inquiry. Will you allow us passage? With this in mind, Zheng Pingmu, now back with the merchant caravan, addressed Xiao Wu in a low-voiced "Ah, ha ha ha. Spare me such words. We are each beholden to our masters and should know the consequences of failure." Shaking his head, Xiao Wu laughed heartily, resolutely giving his answer. What a disappointment! Zheng Pingmu's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying murderous intent surged forth that on the opposing side, there were 3 martial artists, while he had 4. Counting himself. Even if their strength was somewhat lacking, 2 of them could entangle one of the enemy fighters, making victory uncertain. With this thought, Zheng Pingmu drew a light steel, flexible sword from his waist. The jade belt he wore shattering abruptly. As he halted, the flexible sword became straight and rigid in his grasp. Ha ha ha! Follow me into battle, my comrades. Upon seeing Zheng Pingmu draw his sword, Xiao Wu burst into laughter, brandishing a long spear as he rallied the bandits to charge at Zheng Pingmu. Amidst Xiao Wu's advance, Zhou Xian from the caravan wore an expression of displeasure. This fellow's laughter is simply unbearable. Chapter 48. Qi Cultivation Kill. With Xiao Wu's furious shout, the bandits surged toward the merchant caravan. Following his command, Jing Can, the second-in-command of Longya Mountain, charged forward with a steel knife in hand. Meanwhile, an individual resembling a scholar sighed, then leisurely followed behind Jing Can, seemingly disapproving of such violent methods. Yet, how many in the martial world can truly remain untainted and act freely? As the scholarly-looking youth moved, Zheng Pingmu also charged forth, directly confronting Xiao Wu, the visibly strongest among them. It was only natural for Zheng Pingmu to set his sights on Xiao Wu. On the other side, Jing Can was intercepted by Jiang Yuan, while the final scholar was targeted by Wang Shizheng and Lu Chong. This arrangement, while not particularly stunning, was nonetheless conventional. In the ensuing battle, the encounters between Wang Shizheng, Lu Chong, and the scholar were of utmost importance. Should Wang Shizheng and Lu Chong emerge victorious, they could support either Jiang Yuan or Zheng Pingmu. In an instant, the outcome could be determined. However, if they were to fail, the consequences for Zheng Pingmu would be exceedingly dire. Yet, Wang Shizheng, who was teaming up with Lu Chong to besiege the scholarly martial artist, appeared remarkably calm that he did not believe that he and Lu Chong would lose to this scholar. The confidence stemmed from their numerical advantage. In the presence of Zhou Xian behind them, in a moment of crisis, Zhou Xian would undoubtedly not stand idly by. What seemed like a 2-on-1 was, in reality, a 3-on-1, with a hidden third party poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. However, as the battle commenced, a shocking revelation unfolded. As Wang Shizheng and Lu Chong charged at the scholar, the latter leisurely extended his right hand. With a flick of his finger, numerous spikes of earth surged up from beneath their feet, aiming directly at them. A Qi cultivator. Taking a step back to evade the rising spikes, Wang Shizheng and Lu Chong stared in astonishment at the individual before them. Not only were they shocked, but also Zheng Pingmu, Jiang Yuan, and their comrades were equally astonished at a Qi cultivator. According to legend, one might cultivate either pure or impure Qi, possessing the might to ascend to the 12 heavens. A Qi cultivator? Gazing at the Qi cultivator before him, Zhou Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a flicker of desire evident in his expression. As Zhou Xian had already mastered the body refinement and spirit forging techniques, acquiring a Qi cultivation method would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to extraordinary heights. With such power, traversing the world or seeking materials for refining his body would become remarkably simple. As for the path of Qi, I would advise against beginning your cultivation at this moment. Sensing Zhou Xian's burgeoning interest, Mo Yuan timely interjected. Why is that? Upon hearing Mo Yuan's words, Zhou Xian questioned, though his fervor for the Qi cultivation method had somewhat diminished in his heart. Your body refinement and spirit forging techniques are both of high caliber, especially the spirit forging technique. The body is akin to the vast earth, the spirit like the clouds above, and the Qi like a towering tree. Your body refinement through the silver silkworm technique is immensely solid, and though I am unaware of the grade of your spirit forging, it is undoubtedly an extraordinary method. Such a solid foundation and lofty spirit cannot be supported without a great tree. Furthermore, even if that individual's Qi cultivation method is rather inferior, the techniques I practiced in my lifetime are hardly comparable. Unless you cultivate your innate Qi or seek out a top-tier Qi cultivation method in the future to bridge your current foundation. Pursuing this path now would only squander your potential. Upon hearing Mo Yuan's explanation, Zhou Xian fully extinguished his desire to practice Qi cultivation at this moment, while Mo Yuan's advice played a role. Zhou Xian's own considerations were also significant. Having surpassed the majority in strength, Zhou Xian could not help but feel a tinge of arrogance deep within. Upon careful reflection, even the body refinement and spirit forging techniques had consumed a considerable amount of his time. If he were to pursue Qi cultivation now, it would likely prove even more arduous. His strength did not stem from innate talent, but rather from the formidable techniques he had honed with his thought. Zhou Xian could not help but shake his head in self-deprecation. The overwhelming strength he possessed was merely a result of the fortuitous encounters he had experienced along his journey, that if one were to truly discuss innate talent, it was hardly remarkable. Fortunately, Zhou Xian's inner musings were not overheard by Mo Yuan. Otherwise, Mo Yuan would undoubtedly give him a significant eye roll that if your talent were lacking, you would not have made such swift progress in the Qinglian visualization technique. If your talent were truly subpar, you would not have comprehended the shimmering water mirror's extraordinary techniques. While sudden enlightenment indeed relies on timing and circumstances, it also depends on the individual. Otherwise, with so many people bathing and swimming in the river, why is it only you who comprehended such techniques? At this moment, Zhou Xian had made up his mind. He believed himself to be lacking in talent, and if he were to offend others in the future, it would be best to tread carefully. Otherwise, offending a peerless genius could lead to a life-or-death crisis. While Zhou Xian was lost in thought, some bandits had already approached. These bandits, having recovered from their astonishment, saw Zhou Xian still in a daze and were determined not to let the opportunity slip. Among them, Zhou Xian appeared the most lost in thought, and they naturally advanced with their steel knives and sharp blades to take him down. However, just as they lunged at Zhou Xian, he had already regained his senses that in an instant. He wielded the blood sword of beasts, swiftly slaying the approaching bandits one by one. Not only that, but as he dispatched the bandits, he still had the presence of mind to observe the battlefield of his senior brother, Wang Shijing, but he saw that Wang Shijing and Lu Chang had already engaged with the scholarly martial artist. Although both were also astonished by the identity of the Qi cultivator, this was, after all, a battlefield, and they quickly steadied their minds, joining forces to confront the scholar. Let us be cautious in our entanglement. If we can extinguish the qi within him, victory shall be ours. Wang Shijing, wielding a long knife, spoke to Lu Chang beside him. Though the qi cultivator possessed numerous techniques, he too had weaknesses that if the two could extinguish the qi within him, victory was within their grasp. The paths of refining the body, spirit, and qi have never adhered to a strict hierarchy of strength or weakness. It ultimately depended on the weapons, techniques, and combat experience of the individuals involved. Upon hearing Wang Shijing's words, Lu Chang merely nodded in silence, his gaze fixed intently on the qi cultivator before them. This was the first time he had encountered a qi cultivator, and he was curious how they differed from body refinement martial artists. Surely, slaying a qi cultivator would be a remarkable feat. Chapter 49. Battle with Yanqing Swish. The literary warrior lightly tapped his fingers, and in the next moment, a sharp sound of piercing air suddenly erupted. It was observed that as Wang Shijing and Lu Chang advanced towards the qi cultivator, the previously shattered earthen spikes, under the control of the qi warrior, transformed into a flurry of deadly swords. Hurtling towards the two, the pair promptly turned to defend themselves, acutely aware that the special energy accompanying the qi cultivator rendered the weapons even more lethal. They had no choice but to proceed with utmost caution. As they engaged with the earthen blades, the qi cultivator produced a bag from his robes, and in mere moments he had assembled a formidable longbow. Subsequently, he knocked an arrow and executed the two dragons' play with pearls technique, aiming it at Wang Shijing and Lu Chang. Although primarily a qi practitioner, he also dabbled in body refinement techniques, be it qi cultivation or divine forging. It was common to learn some form of body enhancement. After all, the body is the foundation, with mere differences in focus and depth of cultivation. The qi warrior's talent was not on par with Zhou Xian, who enjoyed continual opportunities and possessed exceptional aptitude. He could not progress equally in both realms, with his physical prowess trailing behind his mastery of qi. Nevertheless, he could still draw a bow weighing 600 or 700 pounds, and that was ample. Attacking with qi and disrupting with arrows had proven consistently advantageous. Clash. Yet the next moment, two sounds of impact resonated, as arrows shot by the adversary were directly shattered, that a brow arched as he turned to the direction from whence the arrows came, only to find Zhou Xian, bow in hand, once more knocking an arrow, its tip aimed directly at him. Charge. However, just as Zhou Xian prepared to release the arrow, a bandit appeared before him. Zhou Xian's expression turned icy. These ruffians certainly knew how to choose their moments. He swiftly turned and struck with his sword, dispatching the intruder, and in the same motion, moved away from his original position, in an instant. An arrow struck the very spot where Zhou Xian had stood. In the realm of warriors, timing is everything. It is not turn-based combat, and no one would wait for your response. As his foot touched the ground, Zhou Xian immediately turned to knock another arrow. His fingers deftly twisting that in the next moment, the arrow, imbued with even greater force, altered its trajectory and lunged towards the Qi cultivator. This maneuver clearly demonstrated Zhou Xian's adeptness in utilizing techniques from the concealed weapon manual. So it is you who is the strongest, the Qi warrior. Witnessing this, rapidly unleashed 3 arrows, successfully shattering Zhou Xian's projectile. After neutralizing Zhou Xian's arrow, the Qi warrior's lips curled into a smirk, yet his gaze was thick with murderous intent. I shall slay you, the denizen of Wumu town. Yan Qing, with a thunderous roar, Yan Qing commanded the earthen blades pursuing Wang Shizheng and Lu Chang to disintegrate into dust as the dust settled. A 1-foot-long sword of tempered blue steel shot forth from Yan Qing's grasp, hurtling towards Zhou Xian like a missile. Scoundrel! How dare you insult me so? Upon witnessing the transformation of the persistent earthen blades into dust and Yan Qing drawing his favored weapon, Lu Chang erupted in fury. How utterly contemptible! Even Wang Shizheng, standing beside him, wore a dark expression. They had been collectively besieging the opponent, who had yet to reveal his true weapon, relying solely on his ability to manipulate objects with qi. Part of this was indeed due to Yan Qing's formidable strength, but it also stemmed from a disdain for the two. Fortunately, while Wang Shizheng was incensed, he did not lose his composure as Lu Chang did. This man should not be underestimated. We must unite to disrupt our foe, he calmly advised, seizing Lu Chang's arm. Just moments ago, Yan Qing had held his own against the two merely with earthen blades. Now that he had drawn his weapon of choice, the two would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. I understand. With Wang Shizheng's intervention, Lu Chang calmed somewhat, yet the embers of rage still flickered within him. Though he recognized Wang Shizheng's wisdom, the indignation lingered. Everyone knows the importance of subduing the restless mind and controlling one's emotions, yet how few can truly achieve this. If it were so simple, there would be far fewer gamblers in the world. Observing Lu Chang's simmering anger, Wang Shizheng sighed in resignation. He would need to keep a close watch on him. However, if Lu Chang insisted on recklessly charging ahead, there was little he could do. There was no need to jeopardize oneself for another. With that, the two charged towards Yan Qing. Meanwhile, Yan Qing had already engaged Zhou Xian. The 1-foot blue steel sword, being Yan Qing's weapon of choice, emanated an aura of calm confidence as it flew forth. Indeed, under Yan Qing's command, the blue steel sword moved with greater fluidity than the previous earthen blades. Its speed was markedly enhanced, and more critically, the tempered blue steel sword was a weapon of bronze grade. Thrust. Yan Qing called out lightly as the blue steel sword lunged directly at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian countered with the beast blood sword, deflecting Yan Qing's strike. Seizing the opportunity, he executed his movement technique, rapidly closing the distance to Yan Qing. Should a Qi warrior like him be caught within Zhou Xian's reach, the outcome would be certain death. Seeing Zhou Xian advance, Yan Qing coolly retreated, simultaneously knocking another arrow to shoot at Zhou Xian. As he dispatched the arrow, a whistling sound drew near. The blue steel sword that Zhou Xian had deflected now plummeted from a height of 100 meters. The combined force of its momentum and gravity made this strike exceedingly formidable. Faced with this descending blade, Zhou Xian dared not be reckless. His previously direct approach transformed into a delicate dance, evading Yan Qing's descending sword in a heartbeat. Such agility was certainly remarkable. Observing Zhou Xian's fluid movements, Yan Qing furrowed his brow. To an outsider, it might appear as mere spectacle, but to the trained eye, the intricacies were clear. This only reinforced Yan Qing's resolve to eliminate this opponent. Whoosh! After evading, Zhou Xian noticed the blue steel sword effortlessly embed itself into the ground, as if it were but a feather. This was partly due to the ground being less resilient than steel, yet the descending force of the blue steel sword was also extraordinary. Having evaded Yan Qing's strike, Zhou Xian sought to advance. Yet a sharp sense of danger locked onto him that he lightly pivoted, shifting his body 3 feet to the side, just as the blue steel sword erupted from the earth below. Had Zhou Xian failed to dodge moments prior, that sword would have undoubtedly pierced him from below. Seeing Zhou Xian evade his strike, Yan Qing harbored no surprise. From their earlier skirmish, it was evident that Zhou Xian was no ordinary opponent. As Yan Qing wielded the blue steel sword against Zhou Xian, Wang Shijing and Liu Chong swiftly approached. However, it was clear that Yan Qing had little regard for their presence. Delay them, as the two neared. Yan Qing activated his movement technique, creating distance between them while issuing a loud command. With his call, other bandits surged forth in groups, launching an assault against the two that their objective was not to slay, but merely to hinder. For these brigands, that alone was considered victory. Chapter 50. Slaying Yan Qing, it seems my forces are somewhat superior to yours. Zheng Pingmu remarked while engaging in combat with Xiao Wu, casting a glance towards Zhou Xian's direction. Where the battle raged on, it is still too early to draw conclusions. Xiao Wu, as if sharing tales with an old friend, engaged Zheng Pingmu in conversation while simultaneously executing increasingly ruthless strikes. His spear aimed directly at Zheng Pingmu's vital points. With each thrust and twist of the spear, it resembled a venomous snake, its trajectory shifting with each attack, deadly and precise. The blue steel sword danced through the air like falling leaves, exuding charm while concealing a hint of murderous intent. Both warriors awaited the moment when the other would reveal a flaw in their defenses that in contrast to the cautious and strategic combat style of Xiao Wu and Zheng Pingmu. The clash between Jiang Yuan and Jing Can was marked by sheer ferocity. Their weapons collided with tremendous force, the explosive sounds echoing like thunder between them. Slash, they roared in unison, their weapons crashing together again, producing a deafening roar. However, as time passed, it became evident to discerning eyes that victory would ultimately belong to Jiang Yuan. Having approached near the second bone realm, Jiang Yuan's vitality surged and intensified with each clash against Jing Can. Before long, he would channel this momentum to fully enter the second bone realm. Jing Can, aware of this shift, could only maintain a sullen expression, revealing no other emotions. This realization made Jiang Yuan increasingly wary. His surging vitality was impossible to conceal. Given the opponent's insight, it should not be difficult for them to discern that he might break through during combat. Yet even with this understanding, there was no sign of caution from the adversary. Perhaps they had some hidden trump card. As the thought crossed his mind, Jiang Yuan's hand faltered momentarily. The reckless and unrestrained assault he had unleashed was now tempered with a measure of caution. A reserve of strength retained for the unforeseen counterattack that Jing Can might deploy. With Jiang Yuan's restraint, the previously unstoppable momentum and the fervor of his vital energy inevitably waned somewhat. Though his energy still surged tumultuously, it was undeniably diminished compared to before the clash of two armies. The principle of the brave triumphs in narrow encounters prevailed, and the relentless advance that had characterized Jiang Yuan's approach was now hindered. To restore his former vigor would prove a formidable challenge. Observing Jiang Yuan's shift from afar, Zhou Xian furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of Jiang Yuan's actions. It was precisely this uncertainty that led Zhou Xian to suspect that Jing Can might not be as formidable as he appeared. Was it possible that Jing Can was adopting a strategic ploy, aiming to unsettle his opponent's mind? However, recalling previous events, Zhou Xian refrained from underestimating his opponent, that if a mere ruffian could possess a commendable legacy of hidden weapons, then Jing Can, as a member of the Dragon Tooth Mountain Bandits, was likely to possess a treasure or two. That Zhou Xian had always maintained a balanced view of his adversaries, neither overestimating nor underestimating them. Thus, it became imperative to eliminate this threat swiftly. Retracting his gaze, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Zhou Xian's eyes. Whether Jing Can was self-assured or merely feigning composure, he was determined to dispatch Yan Qing before coordinating a joint assault with others to ensure the latter's demise. With this resolve, Zhou Xian focused intently on Yan Qing, wielding his beast blood sword with increasing velocity. This rapid display of swordsmanship, Zhou Xian's technique grew increasingly exquisite. This moment, Zhou Xian refrained from employing the silver silkworm technique or the bronze tier B sword technique. Relying solely on the fei shui swordplay imparted by his master, Li Jinni, he was reluctant to unveil his true capabilities. Thus, Zhou Xian mused that he could present himself at the bone realm level while executing the fei shui swordplay. Should this technique prove insufficient, he would discreetly augment his strength. He possessed an 8/10 confidence that his actions would go unnoticed, with the remaining 2/10 left to the whims of martial destiny. If fate favored his opponent, he would have to accept it. Yet, plans often falter in the face of reality. Just as Zhou Xian intended to discreetly unleash a fraction of his power, he discovered an unexpected harmony with the Fei Shui's swordplay amidst the fray. In the heat of battle, he experienced a moment of clarity regarding the technique. Although the form of his swordsmanship resembled the Fei Shui's swordplay, its essence had evolved, compared to his previous execution. Zhou Xian's current rendition of the Fei Shui swordplay was more agile and ethereal, resembling delicate snowflakes floating gracefully through the air. This adversary could not be permitted to remain. Yan Qing engaged in combat with Zhou Xian. Immediately sensed the shift in his opponent's demeanor that in their earlier exchanges. Yan Qing had fought with a degree of ease, but now, wielding the forged steel sword against Zhou Xian felt increasingly convoluted. In contrast, Zhou Xian's swordsmanship had become progressively more intricate. Not only was his swordplay advancing, but Zhou Xian's agility was also improving. "Kill!" he bellowed, striking the forged steel sword away with renewed vigor, propelling himself toward Yan Qing. Seeing Zhou Xian charging at him, Yan Qing executed his own evasive maneuvers, retreating to create distance. "Anyone who blocks my path shall be rewarded." Simultaneously, he knocked an arrow, releasing it to hinder Zhou Xian's advance while promising a generous bounty for any bandit who could impede him. However, Yan Qing miscalculated this time. Had it been the Zhou Xian of earlier, he might have succeeded in creating distance. But now, with both his agility and swordsmanship advancing in tandem, Yan Qing found it increasingly challenging to obstruct him. As Zhou Xian deployed his butterfly dance technique to evade the bandit's attempts to intercept, he deftly severed an arrowhead with a flick of his right hand, utilizing a concealed weapon technique to break all of Yan Qing's arrows mid-flight. This method proved more efficient and swifter than knocking an arrow. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xian maneuvered with agility, closing the distance to within 5 meters of Yan Qing, a warrior of Zhou Xian's caliber. This proximity was nearly equivalent to standing face-to-face. Sighing lightly, Yan Qing noted Zhou Xian's approach and felt his own aura surge violently, as if he were on the brink of reaching the second tier of qi refinement. This explosive energy was a last resort, a method to exchange the integrity of his foundation for overwhelming combat prowess in moments of dire peril. Yet, at the very moment Yan Qing unleashed this ferocity, an excruciating pain suddenly pierced his consciousness. This sensation disrupted his control over the turbulent energy within him, causing his vital essence to rampage uncontrollably. His meridians swelled, and a thick mist of blood erupted from his body. Realizing the gravity of his transformation, Yan Qing stared in horror at Zhou Xian, attempting to articulate a warning. But the next instant, Zhou Xian's blade silenced him with a swift strike to his throat. In his final moments, Yan Qing's thoughts wandered to the wildflower fields of his childhood, a beautiful place he hadn't seen in what felt like an eternity. Chapter 51. The dust settles this time. It is I who has triumphed. Upon witnessing Zhou Xian deliver the fatal blow to Yan Qing, Zheng Pingmu could not contain his laughter, swiftly directing his sword in a flurry of strikes toward Xiao Wu. Has Mr. Yin truly fallen? So be it, such is fate. Xiao Wu sighed, contemplating the unexpected outcome of Yan Qing's demise at the hands of an inconspicuous warrior, while the assistance of 2 other fighters played a role. It was clear that without Zhou Xian's prowess, this victory would have remained elusive. Now, the only course of action was to retreat. Casting a glance at Zhou Xian, Xiao Wu pondered his predicament. Although he faced potential repercussions upon returning due to his failed mission, his life was likely to remain unscathed. Moreover, he had not returned empty-handed. He had witnessed the emergence of a remarkable individual, Yan Qing, who had honed his qi for many years and possessed exceptional combat experience, had been slain by Zhou Xian. Despite the contributions of others, Zhou Xian's own abilities were undeniable. This individual, with extraordinary potential surpassing Yan Qing's, could yield significant rewards if he were to convey this information back home. As for whether his superiors would seek to recruit or eliminate Zhou Xian, that was beyond his concern. However, Xiao Wu surmised that should they choose to recruit him, it would likely be done discreetly. After all, the act of discarding an ally simply because of their superior skills would seem a betrayal of the loyalty they had shown over the years. With victory still uncertain, Xiao Wu turned his gaze away from Zhou Xian. His voice cold as he spoke, that a black iron sphere adorned with intricate carvings materialized in his hand, prompting Zheng Pingmu to heighten his vigilance, that as Xiao Wu hurled the black sphere to the ground. The violent impact shattered it, unleashing a dense cloud of black mist that swiftly enveloped the area. Zheng Pingmu instinctively covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, retreating hastily while circulating his vital energy to dispel the noxious air. Individuals like Xiao Wu, known for their treacherous ways, would not hesitate to employ lethal toxins concealed within the mist. Once the gusts of wind dispersed the fog, it revealed that Xiao Wu had vanished without a trace, having taken advantage of the cover to escape. Seeing Xiao Wu's retreat, Zheng Pingmu's expression darkened, and he redirected his attention to the battlefield where he discovered that Jing Can had also fled. In this skirmish, aside from Yin Qing, who had been too late to plead for mercy and was slain by Zhou Xian, the remaining bandits had either escaped or retreated, yielding satisfactory results. Nevertheless, Zheng Pingmu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had intended to detain Xiao Wu and his companions following Yin Qing's demise. Alas, it seemed he would have to postpone such plans for another time. With both adversaries having fled, Zheng Pingmu resigned himself to the situation. Turning to issue a command, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Clear the battlefield." With Zheng Pingmu's order, the tumult of battle came to a close. "You are Zhou Xian, the one from the Mad Blade martial arts school?" Meanwhile, Zheng Pingmu approached Zhou Xian, who was still rummaging through Yin Qing's belongings. Upon noticing Zheng Pingmu's arrival, Zhou Xian continued his search unabated. Their relationship was merely contractual, and Zhou Xian felt no obligation to alter his actions. "Young Master Zhou, you truly are remarkable. This victory is largely thanks to your efforts. Once we reach Wumu town, allow me to host a banquet in your honor." Observing that Zhou Xian had not ceased his morbid exploration, Zheng Pingmu displayed no signs of annoyance. Rather, he extended an invitation to Zhou Xian that appeared to be a feast, but was, in essence, an attempt to draw Zhou Xian into his faction. After all, Zhou Xian's strength and potential were undeniably evident that if he could successfully recruit Zhou Xian, it would be a significant gain. Zhou Xian, discerning the underlying implications in Zheng Pingmu's words, pondered deeply before ultimately resolving to decline the invitation. The power dynamics within Wumu town were intricate, and prior to engaging with other factions, Zhou Xian was reluctant to brand himself with an external mark. Moreover, his desire to join a faction was not particularly strong at this moment. Crucially, despite the current cooperation between them, Zhou Xian had scant knowledge of the forces backing Zheng Pingmu. The adage to know a person's face but not their heart held particularly true in this case, especially regarding a faction whose depths remained largely unknown. This matter was merely part of his duties. He would graciously decline the invitation, hoping for Zheng Pingmu's understanding when the time came to converse further. Having completed his grim task, Zhou Xian smiled and clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Zheng Pingmu. His demeanor remained unchanged, betraying no hint of his internal deliberations. However, Zheng Pingmu sighed inwardly, recognizing that while Zhou Xian's words were courteous, they also conveyed his lack of intent to join their ranks, that it was but a trivial matter. When the esteemed Zhou Xian returned in the future, Zheng Pingmu would certainly find time amidst his busy schedule to engage in a meaningful dialogue. Upon realizing Zhou Xian's disinterest in joining, Zheng Pingmu maintained his affable expression and continued to speak with a smile. Listening to Zheng Pingmu, Zhou Xian kept his own smile intact, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, though inwardly he scoffed. Zheng Pingmu was clearly hinting at Zhou Xian's potential. While he acknowledged Zhou Xian's capabilities, he also implied that those backing him were not to be underestimated. The number of individuals vying to join their ranks was vast, and it was prudent to compare options. Yet opportunities once missed seldom returned. Thus, it was uncertain whether he would be able to extend an invitation to Zhou Xian in the future amidst his busy schedule. Zhou Xian understood Zheng Pingmu's insinuations, but remained steadfast in his lack of desire to align himself with any faction at present, that he had many burdens that made joining a faction impractical. Noticing Zhou Xian's unwavering demeanor, Zheng Pingmu exchanged a few more pleasantries before taking his leave. That he had said all he needed to say. How Zhou Xian chose to navigate his path was beyond Zheng Pingmu's control. It would be unseemly to plead for his allegiance, as such a display could undermine his own standing. "Junior brother Zhou, you should consider accepting." Zheng Pingmu hails from a branch of the Zheng family, which is one of the premier powers in Wumu town. "Their strength is not to be underestimated," remarked his senior, Wang Shizheng, as he approached Zhou Xian after Zheng Pingmu's departure, a hint of regret in his tone. The Zheng merchant group was well established, boasting substantial resources, and joining them would alleviate concerns regarding cultivation materials. Zhou Xian glanced at Wang Shizheng, noting the yearning in his eyes regarding the Zheng merchant group. "Allow me a moment to contemplate this," Zhou Xian replied with a smile. Chapter 52. Entering the town eventually, after Wang Shizheng left, Jiang Yuan and Lu Chang sought out Zhou Xian to converse with him. Given their relatively shallow acquaintance, they offered him some gentle advice. Throughout their conversation, both Jiang Yuan and Lu Chang harbored intentions of cultivating a rapport with Zhou Xian. Having slain Yin Qing at such a young age, Zhou Xian's future trajectory was uncertain, and establishing a friendship now could prove fortuitous for them. Even if they could not become close allies, leaving a favorable impression would be advantageous. After all, connections are built gradually over time, provided one possesses the requisite strength. After a brief chat, Jiang Yuan and Lu Chang departed, allowing Zhou Xian the privacy to manage his own affairs. Under such circumstances, night fell swiftly, due to Zhou Xian's impressive performance. Zheng Pingmu summoned him during the discussions about setting up camp to solicit his opinion. However, being new to such travels, Zhou Xian had little to contribute and indicated that he would defer to their judgment. Once the deliberations concluded, Zhou Xian intended to return to his previous spot to keep watch, only to be informed by another that Zheng Pingmu had arranged for him to stay in a far superior accommodation. The respect and admiration in the person's eyes, tinged with a subtle distance, were unmistakable. Zhou Xian sighed inwardly. While he enjoyed bantering with the guards, the sense of estrangement was beyond his control that it would accumulate gradually with the passage of time, as his status and position elevated, inevitably altering relationships. Even the closest friends could drift apart if one could not keep pace with the other. "Please, lead the way," Zhou Xian said, clasping his hands in a gesture of gratitude. "Not at all. It is no trouble," the attendant replied, taken aback by Zhou Xian's humility. Zhou Xian nodded slightly and followed the attendant toward his designated carriage. That night was tranquil, devoid of any untoward incidents. This tranquility extended not just to that night, but also to the subsequent journey. Perhaps due to the notoriety gained from the battle at Longya Mountain, many observers had learned of their exploits and spread word of their achievements. As a result, numerous rogue bandits and outlaws chose to steer clear of Zheng Pingmu's merchant group, recognizing the formidable presence of 3 formidable warriors and 2 near-equivalent fighters, coupled with the recent slaying of a formidable martial artist. These individuals had no desire to confront Zheng Pingmu's caravan. In this serene atmosphere, the Zheng merchant group gradually approached Wumu town. Along the road leading to the town, Zhou Xian caught glimpses of numerous merchant caravans heading toward Wumu town through the gaps in his carriage curtains. Among these caravans, many exuded an aura that approached the second or even third-tier realms, causing Zhou Xian to feel a twinge of caution. If mere merchant groups possessed such strength, what formidable beings might reside within Wumu town? Indeed, he realized he must adopt a more discreet demeanor. Contemplating this, Zhou Xian's caravan continued onward, trailing behind others as they made their entrance into the town. Upon reaching the town gates, they encountered massive gates towering as high as several zhang, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, while the guards beneath resembled the beast's formidable fangs, currently collecting entry fees that the caravan entered in an orderly fashion when it came time for Zheng Pingmu. He produced a token. After inspection, the guards respectfully returned the token and allowed them to pass. "You may explore the town, and once I complete my business, I shall host a welcome gathering for you," Zheng Pingmu addressed Zhou Xian and Wang Shizheng upon entering Wumu town. Jiang Yuan and Lu Chang accompanied Zheng Pingmu to fulfill their duties. Zhou Xian and Wang Shizheng had no objections. They clasped their fists in acknowledgement to Zheng Pingmu, Jiang Yuan, and Lu Chang before parting ways. "Junior brother Zhou, shall we travel together?" Wang Shizheng inquired as they departed. "Not this time, senior brother, since it is our first visit. If we were to travel as a pair, we might miss some sights that would be better for us to explore freely," Zhou Xian suggested after some thought, declining Wang Shizheng's proposal. Upon hearing Zhou Xian's reasoning, Wang Shizheng considered it and ultimately agreed that he had hoped to journey alongside Zhou Xian to strengthen their bond, but given Zhou Xian's stance, he could only acquiesce. The two agreed to meet at the Zheng family's location later, as evening approached. After finalizing their plans, they parted ways. Once alone, Zhou Xian first visited the largest merchant establishment, known as Longfeng Pavilion, alongside others such as Bai Baoj and Shaoxiang Pavilion. After comparing the various establishments, Zhou Xian ultimately chose Shaoxiang Pavilion, as it specialized in spiritual herbs, which were currently his most pressing need. The other items were of lesser concern, given that he possessed sufficient weaponry and spiritual armor for his current needs. "What can I assist you with, young master?" A maid greeted him upon his arrival at Shaoxiang Pavilion. "Show me your spiritual herbs priced around 5,000 taels," Zhou Xian stated without any preamble. "Please follow me," the maid responded. Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, the maid's face instantly brightened. After all, a significant client had arrived. Should she succeed in securing this deal with Zhou Xian, her commission would be substantial. Under the maid's guidance, Zhou Xian perused a selection of spiritual herbs, ultimately deciding to purchase several primary ingredients that as for the supplementary herbs, they were not a particular necessity to him. Even if he required assistance from additional ingredients, he would refrain from acquiring them here, to avoid exposing his formula. After completing his purchase of the spiritual herbs, Zhou Xian took his leave and made his way toward the bustling shopping street of Wumu town. Though Zhou Xian's desire to buy items in a place heavily influenced by luck was somewhat diminished, he found it quite agreeable to stroll about and soak in the vibrant atmosphere. After several inquiries, Zhou Xian arrived at Taosha Street in Wumu town, a name inspired by the notion of sifting through sand to find treasures, hoping that all who visited would discover something valuable. However, treasures are rarely easy to come by. The pursuit is fraught with difficulty. Nonetheless, during his journey, Zhou Xian encountered a few appealing items, some of which he purchased while others were claimed by other buyers. Unbeknownst to him, he had meandered until midday. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Zhou Xian resolved to find a tavern to dine. Zhou Xian departed Taosha Street and entered the street of taverns. A sudden cacophony of crashing and banging reached his ears. Almost immediately, a figure was hurled out from one of the taverns. Chapter 53. Defeating Wang Hu, you insolent brat. How dare you not recognize the opportunity before you? My friend and I have come specifically for your renowned Linglong sausage, yet you claim you have none left. Are you mocking me? The Longfeng restaurant is famous for its Linglong sausage, cooking it daily and replenishing stock every night. And now you assert that you have run out? Do you take me for a fool? A burly man emerged from the tavern, his voice booming, that a few companions followed behind, crossing their arms and sneering at the young attendant. Among the onlookers, some feigned indifference, while others were too intimidated to speak out. Having finished his tirade, the burly man launched a punch at the attendant, his overwhelming aura revealing his prowess as a two-bone martial artist. With such force, the attendant would surely suffer severe injury, if not worse. Zhou Xian's expression darkened immediately. He swiftly moved to the attendant's side and firmly caught the man's punch with his palm. "Who are you? Are you the brother of this attendant? Do you not know my name, Wang Hu, that you would stand up for such a lowly servant?" Upon realizing that his punch had been effortlessly caught by Zhou Xian, Wang Hu's tone grew grave. "Not at all. I am not related to this attendant," Zhou Xian replied, nonchalantly pushing Wang Hu aside. "That if you are not related, then why do you interfere?" Wang Hu paused, taken aback by Zhou Xian's words, and retorted, "As a martial artist, it is my duty to uphold justice. When witnessing an injustice, if one has the ability, they naturally should intervene." Zhou Xian spoke calmly, though he was a man who seldom acted without gain. He could not help but feel a flicker of youthful righteousness in confronting such a scoundrel. Preposterous. I train relentlessly in the harshest of winters and the sweltering summers, all to earn the right to stand above others. And you dare say it is merely because I dislike what I see? What good is my martial skill if I cannot utilize it? Blame him for lacking strength and failing to put in the effort. Wang Hu thundered, his patience waning. "Once more, step aside. By your reasoning, does having strength grant one the right to act with impunity?" Zhou Xian shot back. "Indeed, strength allows one to dominate the weak," Wang Hu replied, his gaze unwavering. "Is weakness a sin? Such a notion is truly laughable. It appears that while you possess strength, your sense of righteousness is sorely lacking." Zhou Xian's smile widened suddenly, and in the next moment, he executed a swift movement, appearing before Wang Hu and unleashing a powerful punch. What incredible speed! Wang Hu's heart sank. This opponent was proving to be quite formidable. Although astonished by Zhou Xian's agility, he was still unwilling to concede. With a roar, Wang Hu transformed his hands into fists, showcasing a fierce series of punches that resembled a tiger pouncing on its prey. Once in close proximity, His attacks would be as ferocious as a tiger's onslaught. This set of Tiger King fist was becoming increasingly refined in Wang Hu's hands. Given time, he might very well master it, greatly enhancing its potency. Observing Wang Hu's execution of the Tiger King fist, his companions who had previously been mocking him now spoke with concern. The Tiger King fist is a bronze-level martial art, a closely guarded secret of the Wang family. Known only to direct descendants like Wang Hu. Must be said. He has every right to be arrogant. In Wang Hu's hands, the Tiger King fist appeared entirely different from how it would in the hands of others. It seemed tailor-made for him, its ferocity unparalleled, and faintly, the sound of a tiger's roar could be heard. Though Zhou Xian had never practiced martial arts, it did not hinder his ability to respond. The path of the sword is but an extension of martial techniques. He countered with the flying snow sword technique. The already ethereal flying snow sword technique, when combined with Zhou Xian's butterfly dance movement, became even more unpredictable. Within a mere moment, Zhou Xian left a series of imprints on Wang Hu's body. Curse that brat. Do you only know how to dodge? Have the courage to fight me fairly. Wang Hu fumed, his frustration mounting as he found it increasingly difficult to land a blow on Zhou Xian, who was employing the elusive butterfly dance technique with remarkable finesse. This infuriatingly slippery style reminded Wang Hu of a fish evading capture. Perhaps it was time for him to learn a technique of evasion himself. He mused as the battle wore on. Enough, I concede this battle. After a brief struggle to fend off Zhou Xian's relentless attacks, Wang Hu admitted defeat. Despite his formidable strength, he found himself utterly at a loss against Zhou Xian's extraordinary agility, which had left him with numerous injuries. Realizing that prolonging the fight would only lead to further humiliation, he chose to surrender rather than endure more punishment. Seeing your concession, I shall ease my onslaught, Zhou Xian said, stepping back to address Wang Hu. I hope you grasp the principle of treating others as you wish to be treated. Ridiculous! This battle merely illustrates my inferiority. The law of survival of the fittest will never change. Wang Hu scoffed, believing this defeat to be a mere reflection of his current weakness. Had he been stronger, Zhou Xian would never have dared to intervene. Dare you share your name? Zhou Xian, came the reply. Wang Hu shook his head, responding, the principle of survival of the fittest will indeed remain unchanged, but can you assure me that, in your moments of tyranny, a stronger individual will not rise to challenge you? Just like today, who could have foreseen that Zhou Xian would take a stand? If that is the case, might another Zhou Xian emerge to thwart your next act of violence? Justice and evil will never be entirely eradicated. Where there is malevolence, there shall also be goodness. Zhou Xian, is it? Fine, I shall remember your name. Once I have trained further, I shall return to settle this score. With Zhou Xian's name etched in his mind, Wang Hu disregarded his companions and departed towards home, determined to hone his skills and reclaim his pride. Observing Wang Hu's retreating figure, Zhou Xian sighed. He had briefly considered using an alias, but circumstances had been too urgent, and disguising himself would have been futile. But if someone truly wished to find him, they would need only to present his likeness to learn his identity. Thus, it seemed more prudent to boldly declare his name rather than appear fearful. After all, he was not concerned about any future confrontations. Both he and Wang Hu would continue to grow, and the outcome of their next encounter remained uncertain. Thank you for your timely rescue, young sir. A faint voice interrupted Zhou Xian's thoughts. Chapter 54. Strolling about, no need for such formality. It was but a simple act. Zhou Xian waved his hand dismissively. Then inquired, is there any other fare available within the establishment? He then addressed the surrounding onlookers, saying, there is nothing more to see. Please disperse. At Zhou Xian's words, the crowd promptly began to disperse, though a few martial artists lingered, curious to scrutinize him further. Among the younger generation of Wumu Town, few could boast the ability to defeat Wang Hu, and they were eager to forge connections with someone as formidable as Zhou Xian. Dear guest, please take a seat. What would you like to order? The young servant Sun Dao brushed off the dust from his clothes and politely addressed Zhou Xian, saying, if it weren't for your timely assistance in this matter, my fate would surely have been less than favorable. 0.5 gene of beef, 3 gene of lamb bones, and 3 gene of huadyao wine, Zhou Xian stated without hesitation. Although the meals provided by the caravan have been quite satisfactory, they ultimately lack a certain essence. Now that we have entered the town, it is only fitting that I indulge in a hearty feast. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest, Sun Dao replied before heading towards the kitchen. Before long, the enticing aroma of meat wafted in, and the items Zhou Xian had ordered were presented before him, in addition to the 5 jin of beef, 3 jin of lamb bones, and 3 jin of huadiao wine. There was also a 2 jin roasted chicken. Observing the roasted chicken, Zhou Xian frowned slightly. It was not part of his order. Could it be that this person, seeing his kind nature, intended to serve him an extra dish and swindle him out of some money? Although he could afford the expense, being deceived in such a manner left him feeling somewhat displeased. And my lord, please do not misunderstand. This is a gift from me to you, Sun Dao quickly clarified upon noticing Zhou Xian's expression. Zhou Xian soon understood the reasoning behind this gesture. As a long-standing employee of the establishment, Sun Dao had the privilege each month to offer some meat to others, a means of subtly testing their discernment and forming alliances with promising martial artists. After hearing Sun Dao's explanation, Zhou Xian accepted the offering but remarked, "Let this roasted chicken serve as my reward for your assistance, thus clearing any debt of gratitude between us." Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, Sun Dao felt a tinge of regret. If Zhou Xian had accepted the chicken, it would have fostered a closer relationship between them over time. However, he could only sigh inwardly and take his leave. "Why are you drinking alone?" A somewhat frivolous voice broke the silence as Sun Dao departed, seemingly directed at Zhou Xian. Raising his gaze towards the source of the voice, Zhou Xian beheld a handsome young man clad in white, smiling at him. The youth possessed striking features, his eyes shimmering like blooming peach blossoms, captivating all who beheld him. Zhou Xian could not help but curl his lips in a slight frown. This person, already blessed with good looks and charm, now spoke with an air of frivolity, revealing his penchant for lightheartedness and recklessness. Being handsome is quite an accomplishment, Zhou Xian thought bitterly, unable to suppress his feelings of envy as the young man's reputation with women became evident. "It seems you have quite the opinion of me," the youth remarked, slightly taken aback by Zhou Xian's muttered words. "You misunderstand. I was merely taken aback by your remarkable appearance." Zhou Xian, embarrassed that his quiet comment had been overheard, managed a forced smile before responding. "Pray tell, what brings you here?" Zhou Xian asked, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "Are you here to share a drink with me?" The youth chuckled lightly, his tone playful as he sat down across from Zhou Xian. "I find it hard to believe you have no ulterior motives," Zhou Xian remarked, pouring himself a cup of wine and taking a sip before adding, "One does not offer such kindness without a reason. Since you have spoken so candidly, allow me to be forthright as well. I am Su Yuan, the son of the Su family. That I observed your actions earlier and felt a connection. I wonder if you would consider joining the Su family?" Su Yuan stated after taking a sip of his wine, revealing his intentions. Zhou Xian did not respond immediately, instead savoring another sip of huadiao wine while contemplating Su Yuan's proposition that he had revealed an aura during their earlier encounter that, while appearing to be at the Bone One realm, had been sufficient to suppress Wang Hu, thus sparking Su Yuan's interest. Regardless of whether Zhou Xian truly concealed his strength or possessed innate divine power, his capabilities were indeed formidable, comparable to those of the Bone Two realm that at such a young age. This level of prowess, while not as exceptional as some of the prodigies from Wumu Town, still warranted attention and potential alliances. That I have just arrived and am looking to purchase some items. Might you know of any merchants who could offer me a discount?" Zhou Xian inquired, a smile gracing his lips upon learning of Su Yuan's affiliation with the Su family. "The Su family holds a prominent position in Wumu Town," Su Yuan replied with a slight grin. "However, it is getting late. I suggest we part ways. Should you require accommodation, the Su family has several guest rooms available." After finishing his drink in one gulp, Su Yuan politely bowed to Zhou Xian before turning to leave. As Zhou Xian observed Su Yuan's retreating figure, he glanced around at the other patrons, noting that their gazes had shifted away from him. This subtle change signaled to Zhou Xian that the Su family was indeed formidable, as the mere thought of Su Yuan seeking his allegiance had prompted others to withdraw their own ambitions. "Ah, the Su family. It seems worth getting to know," Zhou Xian mused, pondering how they managed their associates and what standing he might have should he decide to engage with them. As he savored his meal, Zhou Xian reflected on his thoughts. Soon, he polished off the food before him, mindful of its value, leaving the plate remarkably clean. Initially, Zhou Xian intended to call out to Sun Dao, but he appeared to be busy, and thus Zhou Xian let it go. Stepping out of the restaurant, Zhou Xian headed in a particular direction. This was his first visit to Wumu Town, and unfamiliar with the surroundings, he had no specific destination in mind. So he wandered aimlessly that as he strolled. He came upon a grand pavilion, situated in a prime location, indicative of either substantial backing or extraordinary treasures. Otherwise, the rental costs alone would be beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Let me take a look inside, he decided, curiosity piqued by the establishment's reputation. Chapter 55. The Unseen Wonders of Chongqing. The pavilion was named Baibao Pavilion, a rather common name, yet its interior was anything but ordinary. Filled with an array of exquisite goods that truly lived up to its name of hundreds of treasures. Upon entering the bustling establishment, Zhou Xian found it alive with activity, yet no attendants approached him to offer assistance. He had anticipated this outcome. Given the crowd, it was unlikely that any staff would attend to him, especially since his attire was not of the finest quality. For some reason, Zhou Xian felt a sense of relief at this realization. Had there been someone shadowing him during his exploration, he would have felt somewhat uncomfortable. Tisk, Zhou Xian, you really need to step up your game, a voice suddenly chimed in, seemingly aware of Zhou Xian's inner thoughts. I remember when I, Mo Yuan, went shopping. I was always accompanied by a retinue, that if even one person was absent, I would deem it a sign of disrespect and show my displeasure. Mo Yuan continued, his tone grave. You still have much to learn about the importance of face. That Mo Yuan understood that Zhou Xian did not place much value on appearances. Yet in his current situation, he had no choice but to do so. When one's status is low, maintaining an image can seem insincere. However, when one holds power, it becomes an expectation. For those of differing ranks, the superficiality of appearances may not matter. But for someone like Zhou Xian, who was neither here nor there, it could make a significant difference. Dressing in fine garments and exuding an air of sophistication could open doors for Zhou Xian, allowing him to cultivate connections while filtering out those who were unnecessary. Everyone wishes to be the one who braves the storm, yet poor harvests compel people to pray for favorable weather. Zhou Xian listened to Mo Yuan's words, the meaning of which began to resonate with him. Yet knowing and acting upon it were two different matters. He was young, brimming with ambition, and it was only natural for him to aspire to be the heroic youth who defied the odds. Not merely a cautious elder calculating gains and losses, that Mo Yuan, seeing the determination in Zhou Xian's eyes, recognized that youthful fervor was not without merit. After perusing the entirety of the commercial building, Zhou Xian found himself quite taken by numerous items within. Among them, the most coveted were the strength pill, the tough skin liquid, and the spirit-gathering liquid. Each of these three items is considered exceptional in other regions. The strength pill, when ingested, can enhance one's physical power, while the tough skin liquid, when applied to the body, fortifies the skin's defensive capabilities. Theoretically, the tough skin liquid could elevate a black iron-level warrior to the bronze level. As for the spirit-gathering liquid, it is also applied all over the body to concentrate spiritual energy, thereby facilitating swifter cultivation. The synergistic effect of these three would undoubtedly propel Zhou Xian further in his endeavors. However, when contemplating the extent of his resources to acquire these items, Mo Yuan suddenly interjected, Master, what is the reason for this? Upon hearing Mo Yuan's inquiry, Zhou Xian paused momentarily before responding. These substances are rife with impurities. While they may yield immediate results, the impurities will necessitate considerable effort to expel in the future, that Mo Yuan elaborated, expressing his disdain for the low quality and crude refining techniques of these elixirs. If Zhou Xian were to consume them, it would merely be a case of hastening progress at the expense of his foundational strength, that in light of Mo Yuan's words, Zhou Xian's desire to purchase these items waned significantly. After a period of contemplation, he deduced that these elixirs were not as indispensable as he had initially thought. His cultivation method was already remarkably efficient, complemented by an array of treasures and divine abilities. Thus, there was no need to jeopardize his foundation or squander his future potential. With his mind now free of the notion of acquiring elixirs, Zhou Xian proceeded towards the jewelry and weaponry sections. Earlier, during his exploration of the commercial building, he had set his sights on several pieces of jewelry and weapons. With the absence of expenditures on elixirs, he found himself in a position to purchase additional items. Upon reaching the weaponry section, Zhou Xian began to select his desired weapons. The area was organized into distinct shelves according to various types of weaponry, broadly categorized into two main sections: those with inscriptions and those without. Weapons bearing inscriptions were generally more expensive, as they were crafted by masters, and any subsequent damages could be repaired by the respective artisans. However, Zhou Xian found little value in this. The differences between weapons of the same level, regardless of whether they were made by a master, were negligible. The most that could be said was that a master might produce a particularly formidable weapon, thereby earning the title d'as for the purported benefit of seeking a master for complementary repairs. Warriors typically maintained their weapons meticulously, rendering repairs unnecessary unless damage occurred during combat. Speaking of battles, Zhou Xian scoffed that in a confrontation between two warriors, if one weapon sustained damage while the other remained intact. The outcome was all too predictable. Over the years, Zhou Xian had never heard of anyone seeking a master for repairs based solely on an inscription that it was also possible that in his home, Qingye City, there were no masters of weaponry, making his ignorance of such practices quite understandable. At this juncture, Zhou Xian was suddenly reminded of Lin Qing, the one who had sworn a grand oath under heaven with his formidable dragon spear. Given Lin Qing's reputation and prowess, it was reasonable to assume that his weapon would be of master-level quality. Meanwhile, Lin Qing was quietly waiting in a blacksmith shop, where a rather surly and muscular man named Chong Kun was mending a long spear. Chong Kun was renowned as one of the foremost blacksmith masters in Qingye City, and his weapons were highly sought after, earning him the title of master. However, at this moment his mood was far from pleasant. The act of repairing Lin Qing's weapon felt akin to an admission that his craftsmanship was inferior. In his long life, this was the first time he had seen someone bring a weapon in for repairs. This was as absurd as attempting to skydive without proper training. Yet despite the potential damage to his reputation, Chong Kun's actions conveyed a message. He was indeed capable of repairs. However, even while salvaging some semblance of his standing, Chong Kun's mood remained dismal, and he hammered the iron with increased vigor. The clanging echoed in Lin Qing's ears, causing him to feel a pulse of unease. Surely, this man wouldn't contemplate silencing him, would he? After all, these blacksmiths, being warriors themselves, were not particularly weak. Should a conflict arise, the victor was far from certain. Chapter 56. The traces of demon cultivators. Chong Kun would never resort to violence. Rather, he maintained a cheerful demeanor as he handed the repaired weapon to Lin Qing. At the same time, Zhou Xian had selected a long knife that barely met the bronze level. Due to the lack of an inscription, the knife was considerably more affordable. Its shape and weight were strikingly similar to the long knife used by Li Ying, as this was indeed the very knife Zhou Xian had chosen for her. As for the long knife previously wielded by the skeletal general, Zhou Xian intended to present it to Li Ying's father, Li Jianyi. As Zhou Xian prepared to make his purchase, he overheard laughter nearby. Turning his gaze, he spotted a male and female warrior, the laughter emanating from the male. Frowning slightly, Zhou Xian redirected his attention. It was merely laughter, after all, and of no consequence. Perhaps it was simply a recollection of something amusing, not necessarily a mockery of himself. This scoundrel is truly despicable. While Zhou Xian remained unfazed, Mo Yuan furrowed his brow and spoke with evident displeasure. This individual was undoubtedly ridiculing Zhou Xian. Had it been the old Mo Yuan, he would have ensured the offender understood the consequences of disrespecting a strong warrior. There's no need for that, master. Perhaps he simply found something amusing, Zhou Xian replied calmly, not out of fear of the other's background, but rather because he felt it overly dramatic to react violently merely for a laugh. Very well. Hearing Zhou Xian's words, Mo Yuan smirked, that he recognized that Zhou Xian was not one to resort to violence over trivial matters. As long as he was not provoked, Zhou Xian was generally quite amiable. After completing the transaction and acquiring the long knife, Zhou Xian made his way towards the jewelry section. Upon arrival, he swiftly selected the pieces he had previously admired. After some haggling, he successfully procured several ornaments at a discounted price of 80%. This substantial discount allowed Zhou Xian to save a considerable amount of money, causing a slight smile to grace his lips. At that moment, Zhou Xian once again heard laughter. Looking over, he realized it was from the same male and female warriors he had encountered earlier in the weaponry section. The young man, having selected several ornaments himself, made no attempt to negotiate and purchase them at full price. With the jewelry in hand, he flaunted his acquisitions to Zhou Xian, as if to imply that Zhou Xian was merely a country bumpkin, destitute and lacking refinement, that I was mistaken. It is beneath me to take offense at such a person. This is truly an insult to my own dignity. observing the young man's antics. Mo Yuan sighed. Expressing his exasperation, it had been quite some time since he had encountered someone so eager to boast about their wealth. Please excuse us. Su Jing's nature is not malicious. He merely possesses a penchant for boasting and has a rather unique personality. Interjected the young woman accompanying him, Zheng Yuyun, as she helplessly rubbed her forehead. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Xian managed an awkward smile, but he could indeed appreciate the flair for the dramatic that accompanied such characters, truly. They were quite distinctive. Humph, I am who I am. A uniquely different me. Su Jing proclaimed with an air of arrogance upon hearing Zheng Yuyun's assessment of his character. You mentioned his name is Su Jing. I wonder if he is related to Su Yuan from the Su family. Zhou Xian mused, noting the young man's haughty demeanor, and inquiring further, as if recalling a detail of significance. Zhou Xian's certainty regarding the connection stemmed from the understanding that surnames in this region often indicated familial ties, with members of the same clan typically exhibiting strong solidarity. Indeed, he is my cousin. Yin, let us take our leave, Su Jing replied, his previous bravado dissipating as he sought to depart with Zheng Yuyun. Within the Su family, Su Yuan's talents were widely acknowledged as the finest, excelling in both interpersonal relations and trade, that he was the quintessential golden child, that Su Jing often found himself compared to Su Yuan by their parents, which irked him greatly, especially since Su Yuan, being older, frequently admonished him, "Apologies, young Master Zhou, but this is not an appropriate place for conversation. Let us find a more suitable venue to discuss matters in the future." Upon hearing Su Jing's words, Zheng Yuyun, although still wishing to inquire about the details of Zhou Xian and Su Yuan's meeting, found herself bereft of the opportunity at that moment. She and Su Jing had been childhood friends, and since Su Jing preferred to depart, Zheng Yuyun had no choice but to acquiesce. Ultimately, Zhou Xian was merely a passerby, a topic of conversation solely due to Su Yuan. Aside from that, there was no connection between them. Zheng Yuyun was quite adept at discerning the nuances of closeness and distance. Thus, she resolved that they could converse again at a later date. Zhou Xian, too, sensed the implication of Zheng Yuyun's desire to leave. And with a smile, he remarked, "That is splendid." Zheng Yuyun nodded in acknowledgement and, after exchanging pleasantries, departed with Su Jing. As they made their way out, Zhou Xian faintly heard Zheng Yuyun comforting Su Jing, which brought a smile to his face. Having someone who respects one's character and offers solace is indeed enviable. Shaking his head, Zhou Xian prepared to leave the department store, with all the desired items procured. There was no reason for him to linger. Upon exiting the department store, Zhou Xian discreetly stowed his purchases into his yellow jade gourd in a secluded spot, then began to meander through the town, intending to relish the sights of Ebony Town before sunset. Before long, while wandering, he was met with a cacophony of voices ahead. Curiosity piqued, he pushed forward. Xiao Yin spoke with an unfriendly expression. As he mentioned, if the town lord were present, I, Xiao Yin, would also have to take him back. The matter concerning the demon cultivator is exceedingly grave. I must be accountable to the people. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Zhou Xian, understood that there was no escape. They could only follow him back. They could only hope that Xiao Yin would indeed keep his word about the duration of the review not being too lengthy. However, before departing, it was necessary to inform Wang Shijing. Chapter 58. The social graces of Wang Shijing. Name: Zhou Xian. Place of origin: Qingye City. In the dimly lit interrogation room, sitting opposite Zhou Xian was none other than Xiao Yin. At that moment, Xiao Yin was interrogating Zhou Xian, asking only the most mundane of questions. Yet Zhou Xian did not dare to underestimate him. During conversations with other temporarily imprisoned inmates, Zhou Xian learned that this individual had a penchant for scrutinizing details. Although the questions were commonplace, he had the uncanny ability to uncover subtle clues from them. This was also the reason why Xiao Yin was unafraid of them colluding. He had not separated them for interrogation. In fact, Xiao Yin would prefer if one of them did conspire, as it would imply that there was indeed a culprit among them. The traces of deception are indelible. The challenge lies in discerning them. "All right, you may go," Xiao Yin said after a thorough inquiry. Zhou Xian had no issues during the interrogation, and thus Xiao Yin did not wish to delay him further. Hearing Xiao Yin's words, Zhou Xian promptly took his leave. As he watched Zhou Xian's departing figure, an inexplicable premonition stirred within Xiao Yin. He felt that he would soon cross paths with Zhou Xian again, though perhaps not under pleasant circumstances. Shaking his head, Xiao Yin cast aside this thought. Matters of the future could wait. What mattered was to focus on the present. Upon exiting the gloomy interrogation room, Zhou Xian glanced back, vowing never to return to this wretched place. His aversion stemmed simply from an inherent dislike for the location. Junior brother Zhou, are you all right? As Zhou Xian left the court, Wang Shijing immediately approached him, concerned, after learning that Zhou Xian had been taken by the court officials. Wang Shijing had briefly worried, but soon felt relieved. Although their acquaintance had been brief, Wang Shijing was confident that Zhou Xian was not the type to engage in unlawful activities. Nonetheless, knowing that Zhou Xian had been apprehended by the court still caused Wang Shijing some concern. Hence, upon receiving the news, he rushed over at the first opportunity. "It's nothing. I was merely asked a few questions," Zhou Xian replied, feeling warmth in his heart at Wang Shijing's anxiety, but he then shook his head, reassuring Wang Shijing that's a relief. Now that Wang Shijing was assured of Zhou Xian's safety, he relaxed that it was getting late. Would they find a place to rest? Zhou Xian inquired of Wang Shijing, glancing at the sky. Although Xiao Yin had conducted the interrogation swiftly and Zhou Xian was not the last to be questioned, the process took considerable time. With dusk approaching, they needed to find a place to stay. On their way, they had noticed an unnamed home inn, which offered reasonable prices and could serve as a suitable lodging. After pondering, Wang Shijing spoke up, "I saw that inn on our way here. Although I found it curious that it wasn't named something like Yuelai or Lai Fu. After inquiring, I discovered that it is quite commendable. The service quality, environment, and prices are all quite good. It would serve as an excellent resting place." Home inn. Zhou Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that there was something extraordinary about this establishment. Perhaps it was merely the illusion conjured by its name. There's no need to head to the inn. Let us buy some items and visit the Su family together. Shaking his head, Zhou Xian dismissed the strange notion and addressed Wang Shijing, "That Su family." Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, Wang Shijing could not help but gasp. Unlike Zhou Xian's straightforward meandering, Wang Shijing had taken the time to inquire about the various powers within Wumu Town. After all, Wang Shijing did not possess the same extraordinary fortune as Zhou Xian. If he wished to escape Qingye City and make a name for himself in Wumu Town, he would have to align himself with certain factions. The adage goes, to learn both literature and martial arts, one must sell themselves to the imperial family. This was a lamentable reality. In his youth, he had aspired to achieve greatness. Yet years of experience had taught him that rather than striving for grand accomplishments, it was far more prudent to excel in the small matters at hand. Small matters serve as the steps on a staircase. If the steps are unstable, how could one hope to achieve great success? Among the rumors he had heard, the Su family was undoubtedly one of the most prominent families in Wumu Town, rivaling even the town lord's estate. To establish a connection with such a family, even if it took several years, would be superior to aligning with the Zheng family. However, Wang Shijing could not fathom how Zhou Xian had managed to connect with the Su family. But this was Zhou Xian's opportunity, and it would be inappropriate to pry into it. Moreover, Wang Shijing recognized that even if Zhou Xian had managed to connect with the Su family, it did not guarantee his own success in the same endeavor. Wang Shijing was quite aware of his own limitations that as a prominent family, it was customary to bring a gift when visiting the Su family, yet with nightfall approaching, he wondered if they would still be received. After contemplating, Wang Shijing spoke that he understood that compared to the Su family, his own status was negligible, and thus he needed to be considerate of their feelings rather than his own. Nevertheless, Wang Shijing firmly believed that one day, he too would be worthy of consideration by others. Let us give it a try. What Wang Shijing said was not unfounded, but Zhou Xian decided it was best to attempt this visit regardless. Even if no one was there to receive them, Zhou Xian still wanted to convey his intentions. Ultimately, it was important to send a signal. Very well then. Seeing Zhou Xian's insistence, Wang Shijing could only acquiesce. After all, it was Zhou Xian who sought to speak with the Su family, not Wang Shijing. Had it been Wang Shijing's initiative, he would not have approached so recklessly that he would have first ascertained their preferences before bringing an appropriate gift for the visit. Let us hope this journey goes smoothly. Wang Shijing silently mused. Should Zhou Xian successfully establish a connection with the Su family, he might also benefit from it. Although he and Zhou Xian were not long-time close friends, they had fought side by side and shared a bond that in truth, Wang Shijing understood that Zhou Xian was intentionally trying to assist him. Otherwise, Zhou Xian could have visited the Su family alone, sparing him the need to accompany him. Even if Wang Shijing later learned of Zhou Xian's visit, he would have no grounds to complain that no one is obligated to share their connections with others unless their relationship is exceptionally close or out of sudden goodwill, or if they can offer some benefit in return. Rather than relying on someone else's goodwill, it is far more reliable to strive for one's own advancement. Having made up his mind, Wang Shijing and Zhou Xian began preparing gifts for their visit to the Su family. The gifts they brought were neither overly extravagant nor too modest. They were considered mid-range gifts. Wang Shijing had his own reasons for choosing mid-range gifts. If the gifts were too cheap, they would appear trivial, while if they were too lavish, it would give the impression that Zhou Xian was trying too hard to ingratiate himself, suggesting ulterior motives. Thus, after considering both Zhou Xian's and the Su family sentiments, Wang Shijing selected some mid-range gifts that in the world. Aside from the thrill of vengeance and affection, there are also the intricacies of social relationships. Chapter 59. Chen Shi as Zhou Xian and Wang Shijing selected their gifts to visit the Su family. The lanterns had begun to glow vibrantly. The streets were bustling with activity, filled with people coming and going, and numerous vendors hawking their wares as they toiled for a living. Others strolled leisurely, unburdened by any cares that in any realm. There are those who struggle at the bottom and those who enjoy the heights. The world has never been absolutely fair. One can only say it is relatively, just as Zhou Xian and Wang Shijing navigated through the lively marketplace with their gifts. Zhou Xian suddenly furrowed his brow. His free left hand shot out, firmly grasping a slender wrist. Ouch! What are you doing? Let go of me! With Zhou Xian's swift action, a pained cry rang out. It turned out that the child he had seized was around 11 or 12 years old. Dressed in tattered clothing, that moment, he had been attempting to lift the corner of Zhou Xian's garment, that a little thief, Wang Shijing couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the child caught by Zhou Xian. Indeed, Zhou Xian nodded. Thieves are a constant presence, no matter the gone. We have matters to attend to, so we shall let you off this time. Gazing at the child before him, and then at Zhou Xian, Wang Shijing was about to shoo the child away, when Zhou Xian suddenly inquired, "Wait, where are your guardians?" Before the child could respond, Wang Shijing frowned and interjected, "Brother Zhou, it's getting late. We want to be able to enter the Su family." In the past, when Zhou Xian worked at the Guangdao Martial Arts School, Wang Shijing had observed him frequently feeding small cats and dogs or assisting those in need, but he was a kind-hearted individual. Wang Shijing's desire to drive the child away stemmed from his fear that Zhou Xian might suddenly exhibit his benevolence and meddle in affairs that did not concern him, that he was uncertain whether such meddling would be troublesome. If it were not, then it would be of little consequence. However, if it were indeed troublesome and caused delays, he would find it difficult to explain himself to the Su family that he was unwilling to gamble on whether this trifling matter would prove to be a nuisance. After all, human nature is inherently selfish. Wang Shijing's primary aim at this moment was to forge a connection with the Su family, that he reasoned that he could attend to this trivial matter later. It would not be too late then, would it? The gifts we purchased are not irreplaceable. If time were wasted, they could be acquired tomorrow instead. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xian cast a glance at Wang Shijing and remarked, "Some matters cannot afford to be delayed. Moreover, I believe that a visit tomorrow would yield similar results." Wang Shijing's eagerness for an immediate visit was merely to create a favorable impression, to demonstrate that they had made the effort to arrive promptly, showing their genuine concern. However, Zhou Xian pondered that while such an attitude might be commendable, what if they were to arrive too late and be turned away? Wouldn't that simply indicate that they had intruded? Ultimately, the benefits and drawbacks were a mixed bag. Thus, he decided to act according to his whims. Present, Zhou Xian was inclined to intervene in this trivial matter. Very well, he concluded, upon hearing Zhou Xian's words. Wang Shijing had nothing further to say, for the protagonist was Zhou Xian. He was merely an accompanying figure. "Come, let us find your guardian," Zhou Xian stated with a calm demeanor. "I refuse." The child immediately began to struggle upon hearing Zhou Xian's words. This fellow had a cold expression, clearly indicating he was not a good person. Unfortunately, the child's feeble attempts to resist were futile against Zhou Xian, merely eliciting amusement. "Little one, it would be wise to comply. Otherwise, if we trace your whereabouts, it will no longer be a private matter," Wang Shijing cautioned with a mock-ominous tone, unable to suppress a chuckle. Zhou Xian, hearing Wang Shijing's laughter, couldn't help but glance at him, sensing an ominous portent in that mirth, as if calamity were lurking just around the corner. "What troubles you?" Wang Shijing inquired, noticing Zhou Xian's peculiar gaze. "Nothing," Zhou Xian replied, shaking his head and opting not to disclose his thoughts. Upon hearing Wang Shijing's words, the child's expression fell, and he reluctantly acquiesced. He had been stealthily pilfering for quite some time and had never encountered someone capable of capturing him. It was evident that the person before him was not someone to be trifled with. The price of defiance was beyond his means to bear. He asked the child, prepared to lead them to meet his parents. Zhou Xian released his grip, indifferent to whether the child might escape. Those who could elude Zhou Xian were not without precedent, but this particular child would certainly not be among them. Along the way, Zhou Xian learned that the child's name was Qinshi. Before he turned 5, his family had been relatively well off. His father was a martial artist. Though not exceptionally powerful, he hunted low-level beasts outside the city to sell their pelts and meat, managing to sustain their livelihood. However, on the eve of Qinshi's 5th birthday, in an effort to provide him with a memorable celebration, his father perished during a hunt. Although Qinshi's father had died, he left behind a modest sum of money, which, if used sparingly along with his mother's modest capabilities, sufficed for their survival. Yet, in recent years, Qinshi's mother had become increasingly unwell, and their savings had dwindled due to medical expenses. Consequently, Qinshi resorted to theft, using the stolen money to procure medicine for his mother. Zhou Xian, unfazed by Qinshi's tale, maintained a neutral expression. Meanwhile, the young boy was far from composed. As he recounted his predicament, he simultaneously pleaded with Zhou Xian for his release. Sensing Zhou Xian's impassive demeanor, he began to contemplate escape. A few times, he considered shouting that Zhou Xian was a child trafficker to attract attention and flee, but each time he opened his mouth, Zhou Xian swiftly silenced him. Gradually, Qinshi resigned himself to his fate. Before long, Zhou Xian and Wang Shijing followed Qinshi to the vicinity of his home. Qinshi's residence was situated in an area resembling a slum, characterized by its dilapidation. "Get lost. We are not selling the house." Upon nearing his home, Qinshi noticed a group of individuals banging on his door. Angered, he shouted back, "Children, can you not contain your temper? Our boss has taken an interest in this land and wants to expand. You should sell IT to IT would provide funds for your mother's medical treatment." Hearing Qinshi's retort, one of the apparent leaders smirked and replied, "As long as my mother hasn't mentioned selling, I will not sell." In truth, Qinshi had contemplated selling the house for his mother's treatment. However, his mother adamantly opposed it, as the home held cherished memories of her and her late husband. Even in death, she wished to remain within those memories. Hence Qinshi's unwavering rejection of the sale. Chapter 60. Support, you little rascal. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a punishment. Upon Qinshi's refusal, one of the lackeys in the crowd shouted angrily. Were it not for their current strategy of persuasion, they would have resorted to more underhanded tactics long ago. Selling a family home was not beneath them. Silence, the leader admonished his subordinate. Had it been just Qinshi, he would not have hesitated to play good cop and bad cop. However, with Zhou Xian and Wang Shijing present, both of whom exuded an air of significance, he deemed it prudent to exercise caution. That my young brother, since you are not inclined to sell, we shall take our leave for now. Should you reconsider, feel free to contact us. The leader grinned before decisively leading his group away. As they departed, Qinshi spat on the ground and approached his door, retrieving his key to unlock it. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian cast a glance in the direction of the departing figures, retracting his gaze with a sense of intrigue. These ruffians were not as ordinary as he had initially surmised. Wang Shijing, on the other hand, remained indifferent, regarding them as mere passers-by unworthy of concern. Once Qinshi opened the door to his home, Zhou Xian and Wang Shijing followed him inside. Qinshi's abode was quite shabby, with weeds growing in the yard and a pile of rotting wood stacked in one corner, likely arranged by the young boy himself. However, as Zhou Xian stepped into the home, he furrowed his brow slightly, for he detected a faint fragrance wafting through the air. This subtle scent was barely discernible, and had it not been for his presence in the yard, he would have struggled to identify it. "Mother, I'm back." As Zhou Xian contemplated the scent, Qinshi called out, rushing into the inner room. Zhou Xian and Wang Shijing refrained from following immediately, aware that Qinshi's mother was a widow, and intruding into the inner sanctum without warning could be inappropriate. Moments later, a frail woman emerged. Leaning on a cane, "Please come in and sit down. That I heard from Chen that you were friends of my late husband. That I apologize for the state of our home." She smiled warmly, though the mention of her husband brought a hint of sadness to her expression. Chen Shi, wishing to spare his mother from worry, concealed the truth and fabricated a story, which brought a modicum of joy to her. Since the passing of her husband, Zhou Xian and Wang Shijing were the first visitors to their humble abode. Upon hearing her words and observing Chen Shi's anxious demeanor, Zhou Xian and Wang Shijing exchanged knowing glances, understanding the appropriate course of action, that we apologize for not paying our respects sooner. "Please forgive us, dear sister." Zhou Xian feigned sorrow, his expression a mask of grief. Seeing this, Chen Shi sighed in relief, grateful that Zhou Xian was considerate of his mother's fragile state. However, a wave of guilt soon washed over him. Zhou Xian, unfazed by Chen Shi's guilt, curiously inquired, "I detected a faint fragrance. What is its origin?" "That is incense that Chen purchased from an elderly woman for his father's memorial," Chen's mother explained. But she was soon overcome by a fit of coughing, her face flushing with an unnatural hue. "Madam, perhaps we should retreat indoors to discuss this further," Wang Shijing suggested, concerned for her health given her condition. "Indeed, it would be best for us to sit inside and converse," Zhou Xian concurred, acknowledging Wang Shijing's sentiment, "that I apologize for my lack of hospitality." Upon hearing the exchange between the two individuals, Chen's mother, after regaining her composure, spoke with a hint of weakness and embarrassment, saying, "Is it proper to leave guests waiting outside? Please, step inside." As they entered the inner room, Zhou Xian briefly glanced around before averting his gaze. The furnishings within were modest, akin to those of an ordinary household, lacking any extravagant tables or chairs. Once everyone was seated, Chen Shi proceeded to brew tea for the guests, serving each cup with care. After taking a sip of the tea, Zhou Xian remarked, "I have dabbled in a bit of medicine, and that incense is not beneficial for your health, that it would be prudent to cease its use. In due time, I shall provide you with a prescription, and with a bit of patience, your health should markedly improve. That is of no concern. After all, one must hold on to a sense of nostalgia." Chen's mother replied with a faint smile, seemingly unbothered. "Mother, perhaps it would be best to stop in a few days." Chen Shi interjected, his disagreement evident, for having lost his father, he was unwilling to lose his mother as well. Upon hearing her son's words, Chen's mother nodded with resignation, though her heart was reluctant to surrender so easily. "Once Chen'er leaves home, I shall simply burn incense then," she thought to herself. Zhou Xian, being rather pragmatic and not one for idle chatter, continued, "Chen Shi should seek employment to earn some money at the martial arts academy. Although martial arts are not solely the province of noble families, the skills learned there are certainly of a higher caliber than those acquired through solitary study. And guidance will undoubtedly spare one from unnecessary detours. That I must admit, as a mother, I am somewhat apprehensive about Chen'er venturing out to find work at such a tender age." Chen's mother sighed, acknowledging Zhou Xian's well-meaning advice. She understood the wisdom behind his words, yet she felt a deep-seated worry about her son's youth. "Perhaps so, but I intend to visit the Su family tomorrow. That if the lady of the house trusts me, she might allow Chen Shi to accompany me for a visit. That if he is fortunate enough to catch the Su family's eye, it could be his opportunity," Zhou Xian suggested after a moment's contemplation. "Zhou Xian." Wang Shijing could not restrain himself from interjecting upon hearing Zhou's proposal. The Su family had set their sights on Zhou Xian. Inviting Wang Shijing along had already been a stretch, and now to include another seemed excessive. However, confronted with Zhou Xian's earnest gaze, Wang Shijing could only sigh in resignation that he understood the underlying motivations of Zhou Xian, who had grown up as an orphan, experiencing the hardships of life and unable to bear the suffering of others. That if one possessed the ability, Zhou Xian was always willing to extend a helping hand, not out of self-interest, but from a genuine desire to alleviate the struggles of others. What a predicament! Chen's mother gasped in surprise at Zhou Xian's suggestion to allow Chen Shi to seek work with the Su family that to owe her. Such an opportunity was a stroke of incredible fortune. Yet she also recognized the considerable sacrifice Zhou Xian was making. Instinctively, she bowed in gratitude, saying, "Young master, your kindness is beyond my ability to repay. There is no need for such formalities, madam. Whether this endeavor succeeds or fails remains to be seen. We can discuss such matters when the time comes." Wang Shijing interjected swiftly, his demeanor smooth and calculating. always preparing for the worst-case scenario to avoid any potential fallout. I am merely expressing my gratitude. The Su family is quite formidable and notoriously selective. So regardless of the outcome, my thanks to both of you remain unchanged, Chen's mother replied, her focus primarily on Zhou Xian, whom she perceived as the key figure in this endeavor. I shall certainly be diligent, Zhou Xian affirmed earnestly. Observing Zhou Xian's straightforward nature, Wang Shijing contemplated saying something, but ultimately sighed in resignation that he recognized that Chen's mother was perhaps being a bit too presumptuous. Employing a strategy of advancing by retreating, aiming to evoke Zhou Xian's concern. Had it been Wang Shijing in charge, he would have sought to deflect the request further. However, he understood her motivations as a widow raising a child. Leaving her with no choice but to act as she did, as the conversation progressed. Zhou Xian expressed his intention to take his leave, for he was not one for excessive words, direct and forthright. He preferred to depart rather than linger in awkwardness after matters had been settled. Will you not stay for a meal? Chen's mother implored, eager to retain him, but Zhou Xian declined outright. Accepting this, she refrained from insisting further, personally escorting the two gentlemen to the door. As they reached the threshold, Zhou Xian reminded her that he would return the following day to take Chen Shi to the Su family. With that, he and Wang Shijing departed. Chener, you must seize this opportunity, I do not know how much longer I can accompany you. So do not forget this kindness, Chen's mother murmured, watching as Zhou Xian and Wang Shijing receded into the distance. Mother, Chen Shi felt a pang of unease at her words, but before he could express his thoughts, Chen's mother turned to prepare dinner for him, not daring to let her take on the task. He urged her to rest while he took charge of the preparations. Observing her son's retreating figure, Chen's mother sighed heavily, aware of her own frail condition. Even with Zhou Xian's prescription, her years were numbered. Even if she could extend her life, it would be more prudent to invest in medicinal herbs for Chen Shi's cultivation rather than for her own ailing body. Moreover, Chen Shi would need funds to navigate the intricate dynamics of the Su family. A mother would always place her child's needs above her own. Sigh, Zhou Xian, you should not have been so resolute in your agreement. After all, we are still uncertain of the Su family stance. Even if they accept us, the price may well increase significantly, Wang Shijing lamented, his frustration directed at Zhou Xian. His complaint stemmed not from a place of malice, but from concern that Zhou Xian had not fully considered the implications of his actions. It is of no matter, Zhou Xian replied, somewhat distracted by his thoughts. Seeing Zhou Xian's absent-mindedness, Wang Shijing lost his temper. Very well, I shall find a way to repay this kindness in the future. He resolved that moment. Zhou Xian remained oblivious to Wang Shijing's concerns, his mind preoccupied with the fragrant aroma he had encountered earlier. Having studied alchemy with Mo Yuan, he possessed knowledge of some basic prescriptions. Although he was uncertain of the exact composition of the fragrance, he could sense its toxic nature. Master, can you discern the composition of that incense? Zhou Xian inquired internally. The formulation is trivial. However, that woman is already gravely ill. Even with your nourishing prescription, she may only prolong her suffering for a few more years. Mo Yuan sighed in response. There was an unspoken truth that Mo Yuan refrained from voicing. The prescription may not even be utilized by Chen's mother. Over the course of their time together, he had come to regard Zhou Xian as a son, imparting his knowledge without reservation. And as for the nature of motherhood, he had witnessed countless self-sacrificing mothers throughout the years. Contemplating Mo Yuan's words, Zhou Xian fell into silence, suspecting a connection between the incense and the previous group of ruffians. Although he was aware of the potential link, he refrained from confronting them immediately, uncertain whether they had powerful allies. Reporting the matter to the authorities would likely yield no fruitful results. Well, we certainly have no reason to fear any reports to the authorities. A young boy chuckled as he played with birds in a courtyard. Having devised this scheme, he was well prepared. Even if Chen Shi sensed something amiss and reported it, what could it possibly achieve? Even if they apprehended the old woman for questioning, it would not implicate him in any way. According to commercial law, the old woman was merely guilty of misrepresentation, and the most severe punishment would likely involve a monetary fine. Unless a serious incident occurred, it would be exceedingly difficult for the old woman to face any consequences under commercial law. Once the situation escalated, Yuye's plan would likely come to fruition. Lost in thought about his scheme, Yuye's expression radiated confidence that he found it hard to believe that his plan could fail. First, he would create a visible trace of the demonic cult to attract the authorities' attention, then implement his true plan under the guise of darkness. Such a stratagem was foolproof. No one would ever connect the humble Qinshi family with the traces of a demonic cult. 3 months' time would be ample to ensure the success of his scheme. Yuya playfully teased the small bird in his hand, brimming with confidence. Based on his understanding of Qinshi, it would not take more than 3 months for Qinshi to sell off his family estate. A gentleman deceives with integrity, while a rogue entices with profit that I end life's journey. Every individual possesses a weakness. Fame, fortune, power, lust, kinship, and affection are all potential points of manipulation. Having survived numerous years in the demonic sect, enduring repeated ambushes, how could he be so reckless? Do not mistake my demonic sect for lacking wisdom. Those who deceive have long since met their demise. Chapter 62. Accumulated fortune, however, that constable, Xiao Yin, poses a considerable nuisance. Upon contemplating the merchant law and the constable, Yuya's brow furrowed at once. Xiao Yin, that fellow, is indeed a cunning creature, adeptly trained in the law. His keen instincts and unpredictable inspection methods are formidable. Should I resort to assassination? Yuya pondered quietly, only to dismiss the thought. Xiao Yin's strength is impressive. He would make a worthy adversary. Under normal circumstances, Yuya would not hesitate to engage him in a fair duel, slaying him to seize his fortune and solidify his own path. Yet at present, Yuya has his own plans to execute, and he is acutely aware of what takes precedence to avoid disrupting his plans. Should he choose to act, it would require a swift and decisive strike, delivering a thunderous blow to eliminate him. However, such actions would draw too much attention, and he lacks the necessary elite forces at this moment. Nevertheless, while he cannot eliminate Xiao Yin, Yuya can certainly delay him. As these thoughts occupied Yuya's mind, the night quietly slipped away. On the following morning, Zhou Xian and Wang Shijing arose from an inn and soon arrived at Qinshi's residence. "Take your time," Qinshi said as he stepped out of the house. Heeding his mother's advice, "That I understand, mother," he replied without looking back, then fell in line beside Zhou Xian. The three of them, bearing gifts, made their way to the Su family. Due to Qinshi's impoverished background, the gifts were purchased by Zhou Xian and were modest in value, merely intended to convey their goodwill. Before long, they stood before the Su family residence. "May I request an audience?" Zhou Xian has come to pay his respects. Zhou Xian addressed the guards at the entrance. Meanwhile, Qinshi could not help but admire the grandeur of the Su family's gate. Adorned with vermilion lacquer, copper nails, and exquisite white marble statues of mythical beasts, all reflecting the exceptional status of the Su family. "Please wait a moment," one of the guards replied, displaying none of the disdain typically found in such positions. This was partly because Zhou Xian arrived with gifts, and partly because young Master Su Yuan had previously mentioned Zhou Xian's name. Though the guard had never heard of Zhou Xian, he had to remember the name since it was brought up by his young master. "Young Master Zhou, please follow me," the guard said after a brief wait, now addressing Zhou Xian with a touch more respect, as Su Yuan had expressed some interest in Zhou Xian that I in the guard's mind. Zhou Xian was undoubtedly a distinguished guest of young Master Su Yuan, deserving of careful treatment. "Lead the way, my good fellow," Zhou Xian replied with a nod, maintaining his courtesy and no need for such formality. "Young Master Zhou," the guard hastily insisted. Zhou Xian, however, chose not to prolong the pleasantries and beckoned Wang Shijing and Chun Shi to follow him. Even without Zhou Xian's invitation, the two would naturally trail behind him. Upon entering the gate, they found themselves in a vast courtyard, divided into 3 sections at the front and 3 at the back. The courtyard boasted bamboo groves, flowing water, flowers, birds, fish, and insects, along with exquisitely arranged flora. Truly a sight to behold. Numerous servants scurried about, carrying items, a testament to the Su family's considerable wealth. When Zhou Xian and his companions reached the second receiving hall, the guard spoke up. "Young master has some matters to attend to. I kindly ask you to wait here, of course. Please accept my humble respect." Zhou Xian nodded, producing a silver note of 10 taels and discreetly placing it in the guard's hand. Although this man was merely a gatekeeper, cultivating a good relationship with him could yield countless benefits. After all, 10 taels was a trivial amount for Zhou Xian. Easily within his means, the guard hesitated briefly before accepting the silver note, aware that such gratuities were often unspoken earnings. Refusing could seem pretentious, inviting scrutiny from other guards and potentially jeopardizing his income. However, as he departed, he considered that Zhou Xian had captured young Master Su's attention and was so generous. He might offer some conveniences in the future. After Zhou Xian and his companions settled in, a maid soon arrived to serve them tea. Chen Shi, overwhelmed by such grandeur, found himself at a loss for words. Yet, seeing Zhou Xian and Wang Shijing remaining composed, Chen Shi settled into his seat obediently. Once the maid left, he could not resist surveying the hall's decor. Outside, he noticed pomegranate trees, fish tanks with tea leaves, 9-foot-high oleanders, and orderly plantings of forsythia, winter jasmine, gardenias, cypress, and phoenix trees, all showcasing a natural splendor that I seem to have arrived late. Chen Shi mused, lost in admiration when a clear voice rang out. Though unseen, the voice hinted at the speaker's extraordinary nature. Moments later, a young gentleman entered the hall, and upon seeing him, Chen Shi involuntarily gasped. Truly, he was a paragon among men, with a countenance that could rival the finest of dragons and phoenixes. You are too kind. Young Master Su, we have just arrived, Zhou Xian replied with a smile, standing up. Following suit, Chen Shi and Wang Shijing, feeling somewhat awkward, stood up as well, unlike Zhou Xian, who appeared unfazed. And who are these two? Young Master Su Yuan inquired, glancing at Zhou Xian's companions. This one is named Wang Shijing, a dear friend of mine, Zhou Xian said, gesturing toward Wang Shijing. I am Wang Shijing, and I have the honor of meeting young Master Su. Wang Shijing quickly introduced himself, eager to make a favorable impression. Young Master, Wang need not be so formal, Su Yuan replied, merely nodding without much reaction. This is Chen Shi, the son of an old friend of mine. Zhou Xian continued, indicating Chen Shi. Chen Shi, I have indeed heard of his father, though I was unaware he was so close to you, Su Yuan remarked with a smile, upon hearing Su Yuan's words. Zhou Xian wished to elaborate, but was interrupted by Su Yuan. Speaking of which, this child has come with you, so it must be fate. His father is of good character. Encountering you to guide him is surely a stroke of fortune. As the ancients say, accumulated fortune brings about such encounters. Truly, the ancients do not deceive me. Su Yuan had heard of Chen Shi's father due to his many good deeds, though of humble status. He was virtuous, a rare quality that it was unexpected that the child would be connected to Zhou Xian. Yet, as the saying goes, do good deeds without asking about the future. It was indeed a wise sentiment. Chapter 63. Confrontation. So, this individual intends to join the Su family. As Zhou Xian and the others enjoyed their conversation about accumulated fortune, a brash voice intruded. Soon after, a young man strode into the hall. His gaze filled with hostility toward Zhou Xian, that he had heard that young Master Su Yuan intended to invite Zhou Xian as a guest elder, which greatly displeased him. The Su family rarely recruited new members, especially not guest elders. Typically, such positions were reserved for seasoned individuals with ample qualifications and strength. Now, Zhou Xian had arrived and was poised to enter the Su family. His credentials were questionable, and his abilities had yet to be demonstrated, leaving the guards unconvinced. Thus, as the most promising elder, Wang Jie was naturally displeased with this newcomer. You're here to see me, Su Yuan remarked with a smile, showing no sign of anger at Wang Jie's abrupt entrance. In truth, Su Yuan hoped to use Wang Jie to deliver a firm lesson to Zhou Xian that I invited you. Yet you bring others along, that if you have nothing of substance to present, I would not hesitate to decline your entry. Our Su family can attract all manner of strong individuals in this Wumu town. Very well. Let us see how you fare in the arena, Zhou Xian calmly responded, fully aware of Su Yuan's intentions. While he spoke little, he was certainly no fool. With that, they prepared to demonstrate their true capabilities. As Zhou Xian expressed his desire to engage in a duel, Wang Jie let out a cold snort before turning to head towards the arena. Zhou Xian naturally followed suit, while behind them, Wang Shijing harbored a hint of concern. Although Zhou Xian had previously achieved the remarkable feat of slaying Yan Qing, a practitioner of the first level of qi cultivation, the young man before him was a martial artist of the third bone realm. Such a warrior, even when faced with the extraordinary abilities of Yan Qing, would undoubtedly prevail within the span of a mere 15 minutes. Thus, Wang Shijing was genuinely worried for Zhou Xian, fearing that complications might arise. Let us proceed. We shall witness the event together, Su Yuan remarked with a smile, glancing at Wang Shijing. With a resigned sigh, Wang Shizheng followed Su Yuan's lead. Su Yuan seemed to harbor some grievances, while Chen Shi, noticing the peculiar atmosphere, did not dwell on it too much. Brother Wang Jie, give it your all. Well done, Brother Wang Jie. Teach him a lesson, Brother Wang Jie. Upon their arrival at the arena, they found it surrounded by a throng of spectators. That it appeared that news of the duel had spread, drawing a considerable crowd eager for entertainment. However, after a brief period of excitement, the audience gradually fell silent, as someone among them had spotted young master Su Yuan. Despite his approachable demeanor, he commanded respect among the martial artists present, and with his arrival, the crowd ceased their chatter. Young man, you are merely at the first bone realm. I shall not take advantage of this. Let us duel at the same level, Wang Jie proclaimed, brandishing his long knife as he addressed Zhou Xian. Upon hearing this, the gathered martial artists could not help but erupt in laughter. Yet, mindful of Su Yuan's presence, they moderated their volume. Zhou Xian, however, felt a sense of exasperation, though Wang Jie appeared to advocate for fairness. The reality was far from it. Even if Wang Jie were to suppress his strength to the first bone realm, he remained a formidable master of the third bone realm. His statement was merely an attempt to embellish his image. In response, Zhou Xian calmly replied, "There is no need for you to restrain yourself. I have confidence in my abilities." The audience erupted in laughter at Zhou Xian's words that a first bone realm against a third. The advantage was unmistakably in favor of the latter. "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" Su Yuan asked with a smile, turning to Wang Shizheng. "Please do not take offense, young master, that my strength is rather limited, and I cannot discern who might win." Wang Shizheng admitted with a shake of his head that he found it difficult to comment. Declaring Wang Jie the victor would diminish Zhou Xian's prestige, while suggesting Zhou Xian might win seemed equally implausible given the disparity in strength. Noticing Wang Shizheng's reluctance to comment, Su Yuan shrugged and ceased his inquiries. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian's presence surged as he unleashed the aura of the second bone realm. While the spectators were surprised by Zhou Xian's newfound strength, many remained skeptical of his chances. After all, the gap between the second and third bone realms was significant. Even with some narrowing of the divide, the advantage still rested with Wang Jie. Wang Jie, observing Zhou Xian's elevation to the second bone realm, felt a twinge of surprise but dismissed it, thinking, "It's only the second bone realm. There remains a substantial difference. The advantage is still mine." Wang Shizheng, too, was taken aback by Zhou Xian's rapid advancement. He had not anticipated such progress. That it was likely that Zhou Xian had encountered some fortuitous opportunity in Wumu town. Yet, despite Zhou Xian's ascent to the second bone realm, Wang Shizheng remained unconvinced of his victory. In contrast to the others, Su Yuan sensed a deeper quality to Zhou Xian's second bone realm aura, one that seemed more potent than that of an ordinary practitioner at the same level. It suggested a profound foundation. This realization brought to mind the term genius. It seems Brother Zhou has a significant chance of winning. Such a rich foundation could indeed make overcoming a martial artist of the third bone realm a feasible endeavor. Very well. Since you have reached the second bone realm, I shall not hold back. With Zhou Xian's revelation of strength, Wang Jie prepared to engage earnestly. After all, winning decisively was far different from merely scraping by. And since Zhou Xian insisted on no leniency, Wang Jie felt justified in his approach. "Here I come!" With a fierce shout, Wang Jie charged at Zhou Xian. His long knife raised high. In just 3 strides, he closed the distance, swinging his blade downwards with ferocity. However, in the next instant, Zhou Xian advanced, his own long sword aimed at Wang Jie's waist. Wang Jie swiftly altered his attack, parrying Zhou Xian's blade with a resounding clash of metal. The impact reverberated through him, causing a moment of shock as he realized Zhou Xian's strength was not to be underestimated. "I possess innate strength," Zhou Xian remarked, grinning at Wang Jie's serious expression. In a swift motion, he flicked his left hand, sending a steel nail hurtling toward Wang Jie's face. A technique he had previously acquired. As the flying nail approached, Wang Jie instinctively recoiled, raising his knife to deflect it. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xian pressed forward, unleashing the snowfall sword technique, his movements as graceful and relentless as falling snow, tightly pursuing Wang Jie. As Zhou Xian's sword energy continued to amass, Wang Jie let out a furious roar, unleashing the 5 tiger blade technique, attempting to force Zhou Xian back with overwhelming strength. Yet, Zhou Xian denied him this opportunity. In that moment of explosive energy from Wang Jie, Zhou Xian also unleashed his own formidable power, firmly keeping Wang Jie at BAY.I in a martial contest. The key was to seize the initiative, and with that in mind, Zhou Xian would not squander this golden opportunity. However, even as Zhou Xian's snowfall sword technique pressed Wang Jie, the latter's five tiger blade technique remained fearsome, akin to a cornered tiger unleashing its final, fierce might. Who would have thought this newcomer possessed such formidable strength? Truly, each generation surpasses the last. The spectators below were gravely impressed by Zhou Xuan's prowess, recognizing that the disparity in strength was monumental. Few among them could last more than a few exchanges against Zhou Xian. Let us pause for now, that moment, Su Yuan interjected, sensing that continued combat could jeopardize the relationship between the two fighters. He directly halted the duel between Zhou Xian and Wang Jie. Understood, young master. Despite his dissatisfaction, Wang Jie sheathed his long knife, casting a fierce glare at Zhou Xian before descending from the arena. Wang Jie recognized that the fight would likely not end in his favor. But until the outcome was determined, he still clung to a glimmer of hope. Everyone disperse. Zhou Xian, follow me. After Wang Jie ceased his assault, Su Yuan addressed Zhou Xian. Without further ado, Zhou Xian complied and followed Su Yuan. While Wang Shizheng suggested taking Chen Shi for a stroll, understanding that Su Yuan had private matters to discuss with Zhou Xian. Upon entering the hall, Su Yuan invited Zhou Xian to sit before speaking. Once Zhou Xian was settled and tea was served, Su Yuan began, "Tomorrow, I require your assistance in visiting a secret realm. That place only permits entry for those of the third bone realm and below. I hope you can lend a hand to my rather inept cousin, Su Jing." Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Zhou Xian nodded calmly that if the secret realm only permitted warriors of the third bone level and below to enter. Zhou Xian felt quite confident. Even with a burden in tow, he would not be overly concerned about the opponent. That it was not arrogance on Zhou Xian's part, rather bolstered by the dual forces of spirit and physical strength. He believed he could manage to escort someone out without much difficulty. Moreover, Zhou Xian had numerous backup plans at his disposal and was convinced that few could impede him in the vicinity of Wumu town. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the serendipitous nature of the secret realm's discovery. Nevertheless, given the myriad of fantastical occurrences in the world, there seemed little need for further inquiry. Noticing Zhou Xian's decisive nod, Su Yuan was slightly surprised but chose not to press the matter. Zhou Xian exuded an air of inscrutability that intrigued him, and he found it hard to believe that someone like Zhou Xian had no means of self-preservation. Su Yuan then proceeded to share additional information with Zhou Xian. This information merely indicated that other families would also dispatch individuals to the secret realm. Regarding the strength of these individuals, aside from the lack of updates concerning the Su family, they had a fair understanding of the confirmed families and the levels of their respective warriors. Every family engaged in the practice of deploying spies. It was merely a matter of whose methods were more effective. Among the warriors to be wary of, aside from the third bone warrior from the Zheng family caravan, there was also a warrior from the Qin family, who posed an even greater threat due to his proficiency in poison that a moment's carelessness could lead to Zhou Xian falling victim to his schemes. Therefore, before Zhou Xian's departure the following day, Su Yuan would prepare some antidotes to safeguard against potential treachery. Zhou Xian had no objections to Su Yuan's arrangements. It was essential to take precautions. Soon after, Su Yuan and Zhou Xian discussed future plans. Su Yuan expressed a desire for Zhou Xian to remain within the Su family's residence in Wumu town, as it would provide some convenience should any issues arise. However, considering his training at the Guangdao martial arts school, Zhou Xian politely declined. Su Yuan did not press the issue further, acknowledging that the role of a guest elder was inherently flexible. Nonetheless, should the Su family require Zhou Xian's assistance, they would inform him in advance, and he would respond promptly. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the following morning that at the entrance of the Su family estate, 3 individuals mounted on fine steeds emerged: Su Yuan, Zhou Xian, and Su Jing, whom Zhou Xian had encountered earlier. However, Su Jing's expression was decidedly sour. He aspired to be a carefree second-generation heir, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, his cousin Su Yuan seemed overly invested in his affairs. With no other option, Su Jing complied with Su Yuan's plans and accompanied them to the secret realm. With Su Jing's reluctant demeanor, the trio set out towards their destination under the rising sun. It was not long before they arrived at the city gates. Thankfully, due Due to Su Yuan's connections with the Su family and their lack of association with demonic cultivators, they were able to leave Wumu town successfully. Even so, they underwent thorough inspections to prevent any disguises or magical techniques from allowing demonic cultivators to escape the town. After the checks, the trio was permitted to depart. The secret realm was located in a dense forest outside Wumu town. Due to the number of discoverers and the restrictions imposed by formations, no single family could claim it entirely. Even the city lord's estate could not realistically secure it alone, especially with the formation's limitations making it difficult to breach without the appropriate timing. On their way to the secret realm, Zhou Xian observed numerous others also en route. He was not particularly surprised by this sight. A secret known to one is a secret no longer once shared with another. Many among the crowd visibly recoiled at the sight of Su Yuan, instinctively keeping their distance. Setting aside the Su family's formidable background, Su Yuan's own prowess at the fifth bone level made him a figure not to be trifled with. Chapter 65 I that the worthless young master of the Su family. Though some were wary of the Su family's influence, others remained undeterred that Zhou Xian and his companions rode on. A particularly irksome voice rang out from behind. Turning to investigate, Zhou Xian beheld a youth with a predatory gaze, flanked by an elderly man and a refined young man. The brash youth was smirking at Su Jing, who, in stark contrast to Su Yuan's fifth bone level, barely qualified as a first bone warrior, making the comparison all the more disparaging. Heh, Zhao Kai, did you eat dung this morning? Your words reek, upon hearing the scornful remarks from the predatory youth. Su Yuan let out a cold snort and retorted without reservation. Quite the fierce demeanor. Zhou Xian stared in astonishment at Su Yuan. Throughout their interactions, Su Yuan had consistently impressed him, and he had not anticipated such a fierce side. Heh, young Master Su, I think it would be wise for you to temper your temper. Zhao Kai remarked darkly in response to Su Yuan's insult that Su Yuan's contempt for Zhao Kai was palpable. Zhao Kai, who are you to tell me what to do? If you can't stand my words, then be on your way. With a disdainful glance, Su Yuan continued, What are you posturing for, you spoiled brat? If the time were right, I would have you cut down where you stand. Su Yuan, you go too far. Zhao Kai, unable to endure Su Yuan's relentless taunts, issued a command to the elderly man beside him. Kong Lao, please take action. As Kong Lao prepared to intervene, his imposing presence surged forth, revealing his strength at the sixth bone level, which swept over the gathered crowd that a sixth bone warrior. Zhou Xian regarded the elder with growing concern. At his current level, he stood no chance against such power. Unless he summoned the divine sword, the Shanqijian, revealing its existence would attract unwelcome attention. Even those above the 12th bone level might personally descend to seize it. This situation was becoming increasingly precarious. What's the matter? Is Kong Lao finally losing his patience? Just as Kong Lao was about to take action against Su Yuan, a chilling voice echoed from the woods. And another elder emerged, radiating a similarly potent sixth bone level aura that bent the surrounding flora to submission. Mu Lao. Kong Lao's expression soured at the sight of the newcomer, who served as a protector for the Su family and was also a sixth bone warrior. With him present, Kong Lao found it challenging to exact retribution on Su Yuan. Indeed, should he miscalculate, Su Yuan and his companion could easily subdue him and his young master. However, Kong Lao's concerns were somewhat unfounded. Su Yuan had no intention of lingering with Zhao Kai. It was not the right moment for confrontation. Although the Zhao family employed competitive tactics, Zhao Kai was not their sole heir. Nevertheless, his business acumen warranted protection from a sixth bone warrior. To rashly eliminate a business talent from the Zhao family could provoke a fierce backlash against the Su family. Some matters were best left unspoken. Thus, Zhao Kai's demise should occur within the secret realm, where no one could pinpoint the cause for whether Zhao Kai would enter the secret realm. Su Yuan felt no apprehension that in this world, strength ultimately reigned supreme. Zhao Kai's talents were mediocre, and despite his business prowess, his chances in the competition for family leadership were slim. He would likely become a powerful clan elder, which, while respectable, paled in comparison to the position of family head that Su Yuan coveted. Thus, Zhao Kai was determined to enter the secret realm, hoping to uncover treasures that could elevate his martial prowess and secure his ascension for danger. Zhao Kai had not given it a second thought. After all, he was a third bone warrior, the pinnacle of the secret realm's entry level, and he had brought ample supplies for safety. This time, he considered himself fortunate. They would see how matters unfolded next time. Upon witnessing Su Yuan's side being represented by Su Mu, Zhao Kai dismissed any intentions of further conflict. He uttered a remark devoid of substance and departed from the scene. He dared not mention any actions taken against Su Jing within the secret realm, as such words could provoke Su Yuan into taking action, leading to troublesome consequences. The thoughts that crossed Old Kong's mind were also evident to him. Moreover, he had begun to contemplate how to utilize the items in his possession to eliminate Zhou Xian and Su Jing. As an adept businessman, Zhao Kai understood one essential truth. To achieve victory, one must cultivate and expand their connections or power, thereby eradicating any emerging threats. Old Mu, since you have made your appearance, you may as well stay close by. Su Yuan calmly addressed Su Mu as Zhao Kai departed. Su Yuan was not the least bit surprised by the presence of a formidable ally at his side. As the next heir to the Su family, it was only natural for him to have one or two experts covertly guarding him. Even with his considerable strength, the higher-ups remained cautious that in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, these experts could serve as a safeguard for Su Yuan. Yes, young master, Su Mu nodded, falling in line behind the trio, that I no longer wish to enter that so-called secret realm. Su Jing exclaimed, his irritation evident. He had never desired to pursue martial arts, preferring instead to live as a carefree member of the family. However, his cousin Su Yuan relentlessly pressured him to train, with conflict arising before they even reached the secret realm. He could only foresee a scenario where everyone would turn against one another. The thought of potentially dragging Zhou Xian down with him troubled him deeply. Do you think you can simply choose not to train? Who in this world can claim to be free from obligations? Su Yuan retorted with a cold snort, reprimanding Su Jing unreservedly. Zhou Xian, overhearing Su Yuan's words, found himself in agreement that in this world, no one could truly claim to be free. Without strength, one could easily become a target for bullying. That he recalled a time when he had merely grown close to Li Ying, only to be targeted by his senior brother who hired assassins to take his life. Had it not been for his master's timely rescue, he would have long since met his demise. They continued on their journey. Su Jing remained sullen and taciturn, affected by both Su Yuan's rebuke and his own reluctance to enter the so-called secret realm. In the midst of his gloom, a series of clear sounds echoed from a nearby path. The group turned to see a contingent of over a dozen individuals approaching, clad in simple leather armor and armed with large blades. They exuded an air of menace and bloodlust, unmistakably indicating their nefarious intentions. The Su family. Upon spotting Zhou Xian and his companions, the leader of the group let out a cold laugh, his expression twisting into a snarl. This man was burly, sporting a massive scar across his face, and his arms bore numerous gruesome scars. Visible beneath his crude armor, that a ferocious aura erupted from him, akin to that of a ravenous tiger. Wei Ming, do you still wish to fight? Do you find the scar left by the family head so unremarkable that you desire to earn another? As Wei Ming unleashed his ferocity, Old Mu stepped forward, his stabilizing aura immediately clashing against Wei Ming's. That if Wei Ming was a tiger unmasked in its primal desires, then Old Mu was a mighty tree rooted firmly in the earth, unyielding despite the tumult around it. Old dog, do not flatter your family head too much. Were it not for that man's intervention, would he have been able to wound me? Wei Ming snarled, baring his teeth in a menacing grin as he caressed his scar. The man he referred to was none other than Li Jiani. Had Li Jiani not severely injured him first, Su Ning Tian would never have had the chance to leave a mark on him. The memory of the scar brought back a twinge of pain, followed by a surge of hatred and fear towards Li Jiani. While he harbored resentment for being wounded, he also felt genuine fear. In Qingye City, there were many six-bone experts, but this particular man was known as the only one who stood just beneath the city lord's eight-bone realm. The other six-bone experts were no match for him. However, Li Jiani kept a low profile, and few were aware of his true strength. Those who did would not dare to speak of it, as Li Jiani carried himself like an ordinary citizen, far removed from the typical demeanor of a master. Who knows if he has made any progress in recent years? Wei Ming pondered while touching the scar that still tinged with pain. Yet he quickly dismissed the thought with a chuckle, recognizing that elevating one's realm was not a simple feat. He doubted there had been any significant improvement. You speak the truth, but what of it? Most of those who come here are from the sects of Qingye City. Do you believe I can withstand their arrival? Old Mu coldly smiled, delivering an unambiguous threat that I believe you may want to test that. Before they arrive, my subordinates may very well eliminate your young master. Wei Ming retorted with equal disdain, undeterred by the threat. Among the four of them, Su Yuan was at the 5-bone realm, while Zhou Xian and Su Jing were merely at the 1 or 2-bone realm. He had several subordinates at the 4 or 5-bone level. If he truly decided to go all out, he could certainly eliminate Su Jing and Zhou Xian. Furthermore, this secret realm was not solely populated by his band of rogues. Other factions were vying for a share as well. After all, it was no simple task to keep a secret among 3 or more individuals that IT remained uncertain whether his band of rogues would arrive first or if the Qingye City faction would. As Wei Ming's voice faded, his band of rogues began to whistle and sneer at Zhou Xian and his companions, ready to pounce at their leader's command, eagerly anticipating the chance to slay the 4 before them. Oh, it seems quite lively here. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a melodious voice, laced with a hint of mischief, rang out across the area. Everyone turned to see a young woman in leather armor, riding a tall steed, accompanied by a contingent of followers approaching leisurely. Yexin and Li Ying. Zhou Xian's gaze lingered on Yexin for a moment before shifting to the figure behind her, Li Ying. Upon noticing Zhou Xian's gaze, Li Ying offered him a sweet smile. Seeing the interaction between Zhou Xian and Li Ying, Yexin couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain, finding their romance rather nauseating. Ahem. Just as Yexin was about to voice her thoughts, another cough interrupted her, followed by a figure riding forth. Zhou Xian looked over to find it was none other than his master, Li Jiani. Master! Zhou Xian exclaimed with a smile, reminiscent of a wayward youth caught in a romantic entanglement before the disapproving gaze of a parent. It seems quite lively here. Some may be seeking even more excitement. Li Jiani halted his horse before Wei Ming, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Do you think I'm still the same person I once was? Wei Ming coldly snorted in response to Li Jiani's words, his demeanor chillingly aloof. The atmosphere, which had softened with the arrival of Yexin and her companions, grew tense once more as Wei Ming spoke. Li Jiani narrowed his eyes, fixating on him with an intense gaze. Simultaneously, an aura of extreme danger surged from him. Wei Ming, under Li Jiani's scrutiny, felt as though he had returned to his youth, standing alone against a venomous serpent. Yet, even in such a predicament, Wei Ming maintained his composure, coldly replying, "Do you think I am the same as before? We leave." After Wei Ming finished speaking, without waiting for Li Jiani to respond, he waved his hand and ushered the crowd away from the place. Chapter 67. The Ancient Bronze Gate. Observing Wei Ming's departure after delivering such a harsh remark, Li Jiani couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. How ironic it was that he spoke the fiercest words, yet acted in the most cowardly manner. Nevertheless, he decided to let it go, as the other party had chosen to leave wisely. And Li Jiani was no longer inclined to pursue a relentless vendetta. He promptly returned to the ranks behind Yexin. "Your master is quite remarkable," remarked Mo Yuan, the spirit within Zhou Xian's jade pendant, as Li Jiani rejoined the group. Although the dangerous aura emitted by Li Jiani had been directed solely at Wei Ming, Mo Yuan had sensed it nonetheless that it appeared that the other party harbored more secrets than he had initially anticipated. However, in his current ethereal state, he was unable to employ many of his techniques to investigate further. Yet the lack of exploration was inconsequential, as the person in question was Zhou Xian's master, and might one day become his father-in-law. Thus, he posed no threat to Zhou Xian, that there's no need for concern. Zhou Xian replied, displaying little curiosity about whether Li Jiani had hidden depths. Everyone possessed their own secrets, and he too was laden with mysteries. Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, Mo Yuan fell silent once more, recognizing that since Zhou Xian was unfazed, there was no need for further discussion. As they traveled onward, the group united and headed towards the secret realm. Meanwhile, Wei Ming and his companions had also embarked on their journey to the secret realm. Zhou Xian was engaged in hushed conversation with Li Ying, a sight that tightened Li Jiani's brows even further. Although he understood Zhou Xian's character and deemed him a trustworthy individual, an inexplicable discomfort lingered in his heart. Ultimately, he turned away, refusing to glance at the two any longer. Mo Yuan, observing Li Jiani's demeanor from within Zhou Xian's jade pendant, could not suppress a slight smile that he regarded Zhou Xian as his own, and thus his perspective was inherently different. Perhaps this was akin to the distinction between a cabbage being nibbled by a pig and the pig that nibbled the cabbage. Amidst their laughter, the journey seemed to pass more swiftly, and they encountered others traveling alongside them, as well as some unscrupulous factions. Upon merely exchanging glances, the latter would hastily retreat. Ultimately, they were thieves, and their aura lacked the strength to instigate conflict. Realizing the significant number of people and the presence of skilled fighters, they dared not entertain any ill intentions. However, behind the scenes, these thieves had already conspired to eliminate the descendants of the noble families from Qingye City upon encountering them in the secret realm. As thieves, they would show no mercy, employing the most ruthless methods to slay and plunder their resources. The only reason they refrained from conflict at present was the lack of necessity. Numerous factions from Qingye City were already present, and initiating a battle would yield unfavorable outcomes. The surviving factions of thieves had their own insights into the dynamics of preying on the weak and fleeing from the strong. As they journeyed, they arrived at the location of the secret realm, a towering cliff where the crowd now stood beneath. Gazing at the sheer precipice, Zhou Xian felt perplexed. Could such a cliff truly conceal a secret realm? As doubts crossed his mind, more and more people began to gather at the site. What had once been a tranquil cliff was now bustling with commotion, the lively atmosphere soaring to the heavens. Yet beneath this vibrant chaos, friction was brewing as various factions converged, inevitably clashing with those they held grudges against. Although it was not the opportune moment for bloodshed, an unspoken rivalry simmered beneath the surface. Isn't there supposed to be a secret realm here? Why hasn't it manifested yet? As time passed, some began to frown, clearly growing impatient. You're anxious, are you? If you're that eager, feel free to leave, came a derisive retort from another individual. Is the secret realm such a trivial matter? If you're in a hurry, you may as well depart. This is merely an attempt to provoke others into leaving, countered another, who quickly discerned the ulterior motive behind the words. Thus, someone who saw through the intention interjected scornfully. Such words only serve to make one a figure of ridicule. Once his thoughts were laid bare, the individual scoffed and retorted, "What wrong have I uttered? Who are you to speak here? Do you believe I am afraid to draw my blade?" With that, he dramatically unsheathed his sword, pointing it at his opponent, clearly prepared for a confrontation. That blade is by no means insignificant. Seeing this display, the other party seemed undaunted and likewise drew their weapon, pointing it back. The onlookers erupted into a clamor, urging the two to engage in battle, showing no concern for escalating the situation. Such a scene was commonplace in this realm. Aside from those brandishing their blades, some resorted to underhanded tactics. They had honed their skills in thievery, their abilities far surpassing those of ordinary folk. The noble families of Qingye City, such as the Su family, regarded these antics with disdain, as their status and location rendered them superior to others. Amidst this chaotic atmosphere, time passed, and suddenly, a series of profound fluctuations emanated from the cliff. As the vibrations intensified, the air around the area buzzed, and the entire mountain seemed to tremble. Such a momentous occurrence naturally captured the attention of all present, but it's about to begin. As the cliff began to vibrate, Su Yuan's expression grew solemn as he gazed at the towering rock face. It finally starting. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at the cliff, that if they could uncover any treasures from within, it could elevate their Yi family to new heights. All present fixed their intense gazes upon the cliff, their inner energies coiling within, ready to unleash at a moment's notice if an entrance to the secret realm were to appear. They would rush in at the fastest speed possible. Gaining an advantage within the secret realm was paramount, as it signified the potential for acquiring more treasures than their competitors. That a strange resonance spread forth, reaching a crescendo as the rumbling of the cliff intensified. Before long, a massive fissure opened up in the cliff, as if some divine being had descended from the clouds to cleave the mountain in two. With the emergence of the crack, a brilliant beam of sunlight shot down from the heavens, piercing through the fissure like a sword. From within that radiant beam, a colossal ancient bronze door began to rise slowly from the split. In the next moment, amidst the fervent anticipation of the crowd, the ancient bronze door gradually creaked open. Chapter 68. A unified assault. As the ancient bronze door swung open, the crowd fell momentarily silent before erupting into a frenzy of energy, rushing forth like shooting stars towards the door. Witnessing their rapid approach towards the bronze door, the various factions of Qingye City remained stoic, observing with crossed arms and watchful eyes. Thud, thud, in the next moment. Those who dashed towards the ancient bronze door seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, tumbling down like dumplings. Falling away from the entrance, that in an instant, cries of anguish and the stench of blood filled the air. Among the fallen warriors, some were able to wail and lament their injuries, while others had already succumbed to the mortal realm. It was only then that the crowd turned their attention to the area surrounding the ancient bronze door, where a faint shimmering barrier flowed gently. The barrier was exceedingly thin, emanating a soft glow, which initially prevented the crowd from noticing it. Upon closer inspection, one could discern peculiar patterns etched upon the surface of the barrier. These patterns were enigmatic and appeared to be in natural formation, and the longer one looked, the more one felt an unsettling sensation as if being drawn into a profound darkness. These patterns certainly possessed an extraordinary quality. Zhou Xian scrutinized the intricate designs, and the two green shoots within his sea of consciousness quivered slightly, resonating with a subtle energy. This revelation led Zhou Xian to believe that the patterns were indeed remarkable. Given enough time, he might glean significant insights from them. It seemed these designs were some form of soul imprint. Upon hearing Zhou Xian's observation, Mo Yuan, within the jade pendant, spoke gravely. These patterns resemble those inscribed by divine attendants. If one could fully comprehend them, Zhou Xian might acquire another means of power. However, it appears they are somewhat incomplete. After a meticulous examination, Mo Yuan shook his head with a hint of regret and spoke. These patterns are indeed remarkable. However, it is unfortunate that they do not connect cohesively, lacking certain elements. Although he did not possess the innate talent of a divine favored one in his previous life. The nurturing from the jade pendant and the practice of the Qinglian visualization technique gradually elevated his perspective. Naturally, he discerned the incompleteness of the patterns. Had they been whole, perhaps Zhou Xian's talent could have unraveled some truths. The useless ones have been dealt with. Zhou Xian conversed with Mo Yuan, not far away on the elevated platform. The young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Yinsheng, coldly remarked while observing the gruesome scene of blood and despair before him. Do these fools still dare to fantasize about entering the secret realm ahead of time to seize an opportunity? They ought to reflect on whether they are worthy. They are but a swarm of insects. Yet they wish to contend with us. The horrifying sight before them immediately sobered the remaining onlookers, each halting their steps as they gazed at the myriad of powerful families from Qingye City gathered on the platform. Old Mu, I appreciate your help. Facing the ancient bronze door, Su Yuan respectfully addressed the Elder Mu beside him. Elder Mu nodded, stepping forward as the aura of a six-bone realm expert erupted from him. His blood energy soaring skyward like a beacon of fire piercing the heavens. Alongside him, other six-bone realm cultivators similarly emerged, their formidable presence filling the AI, in the next moment. Several streams of blood energy twisted and surged towards the luminous barrier on the ancient bronze door, crashing against it like soaring dragons diving from the sky. Clang! The collision of blood energy and the barrier unleashed a deafening roar that resonated throughout the realm, shaking the very clouds above. The violent vibrations compelled many to cover their ears, and some injured individuals succumbed, foaming at the mouth, oblivious to life and death. This the power of the six-bone realm. Zhou Xian clamped his ears tightly, feeling his own blood energy tremble within, his heart racing. This was his first encounter with the full force of the six-bone realm. The sheer might was utterly astonishing, even with Zhou Xian's exceptional abilities. If he were to unleash his utmost potential, he could only contend with a five-bone realm expert, and even then, it would come at a great cost to himself, let alone a practitioner of the six-bone realm. Even if their internal techniques were inferior to his, the disparity in realm alone was not something Zhou Xian could easily overcome. In that moment, Zhou Xian felt an urgent desire to grow stronger, pondering what kind of power he would wield upon stepping into the six-bone realm himself. But it is merely the six-bone realm. With your talent and techniques, ascending to that level should not be insurmountable. The opportunities within this secret realm may very well be your moment to rise. Mo Yuan's calm voice echoed from the jade pendant, perhaps sensing Zhou Xian's thoughts to him. The six-bone realm was nothing of consequence. Merely an existence easily extinguished. This statement was merely intended to divert Zhou Xian's focus from fixating solely on the six-bone realm. I understand, Master. Zhou Xian nodded, still reeling from the overwhelming sound. Everyone, please refrain from merely spectating. It is time to take action. At this moment, while Zhou Xian attempted to dull the noise, Elder Mu spoke. This secret realm's formation exceeds expectations. I did not anticipate it to be this formidable. Our combined efforts have yet to breach it. Seeing the formation remain unbroken, Elder Mu's expression darkened. The time allowed for entering the secret realm was limited. Should they fail to break through within the time frame, all efforts would be in vain. That we must act together, or we may not even gain entry into the secret realm. Any further deliberation will be futile. After Elder Mu's declaration, another six-bone expert echoed his sentiments. Upon hearing this, several individuals began to contemplate their next moves. While they were eager to enter the secret realm, many were also inclined to profit from the chaos, considering underhanded tactics. Thus, most had refrained from acting. But the situation had now changed. If the secret realm remained inaccessible, not only would their juniors fail to enter and obtain treasures, but their rivals would also seize the opportunity to withdraw. Just as they deliberated whether to exhaust their strength further, a cold voice resounded from a pack of unworthy hyenas. The secret realm is about to close. This proclamation startled everyone. The hidden six-bone experts, upon hearing this, disregarded their previous thoughts and immediately turned their attention to the ancient bronze door, which indeed began to close. Just as foretold, Dio not hold back, observing the door's ominous signs of closure. Someone shouted urgently, and in the next moment, they unleashed their attacks, their blood energy surging forth like a dragon. As the crowd launched their ferocious onslaught, another series of thunderous roars reverberated across the realm. The cacophony was deafening, causing many to wince in discomfort. Yet they paid no heed, their eyes fixated on the changing barrier. Crack! Under the relentless assault of these powerful figures, the thin barrier shimmered with a faint red glow, and the peculiar patterns upon it began to writhe more violently. In the next instant, a crisp sound echoed throughout the world. The secret realm has opened. Everyone, rush in. Though the voice was soft, it rang out clearly to those who had been attentively waiting, igniting a fervor as countless martial artists roared and surged toward the ancient bronze door. Even the injured paid no mind to their wounds, hastening toward the door with fervor. The ancient bronze door was extraordinary. As the barrier shattered, a unique wave of energy surged forth, prompting Mo Yuan within the jade pendant to murmur in astonishment. Earlier, the barrier had concealed the door's true nature. He had merely thought it a grand, ancient door, unaware of the deeper intricacies it possessed. Due to the subtlety of Mo Yuan's muttering, Zhou Xian did not catch his words right away. Young Master Zhou, I entrust you with this. It will aid you in traversing further within the secret realm. Before Zhou Xian could inquire further, Su Yuan, witnessing the barrier's collapse, interjected, handing Zhou Xian 2 jade pendants. His interruption caused Zhou Xian to momentarily forget his questions regarding the ancient bronze door, gazing at the jade pendants. Zhou Xian noted their sword-like form, exuding an aura of elegance and refinement, indicating their extraordinary nature. Entering the ancient bronze door was merely the beginning. A long journey lay ahead, and these pendants would assist Zhou Xian in advancing further. They were a serendipitous find originally, recognized for their uniqueness before he later learned of their connection to the secret realm. All right. Zhou Xian nodded, seizing one of the jade swords before grasping Su Jing and charging toward the ancient bronze door. Attach a fragment of your soul to this young man. Otherwise, should you separate within the secret realm, it will be difficult to locate him. As Zhou Xian held Su Jing and rushed toward the ancient bronze door. Mo Yuan imparted this guidance in his previous life. He had often sought treasures, so he was well aware of the nature of secret realms. Some realms could cause individuals to become widely dispersed due to spatial forces. Zhou Xian's strength alleviated his concerns, but the safety of the young lady and Su family's young master was uncertain. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances that might provoke Zhou Xian, Mo Yuan felt it prudent to issue this reminder. Understood, master. Upon hearing Mo Yuan's words, Zhou Xian had no doubts. After mentally affirming, he discreetly affixed a fragment of his soul to Su Jing. Meanwhile, Su Jing accepted the jade sword, allowing Zhou Xian to grasp him as they rushed toward the ancient bronze door. As they approached, Zhou Xian noticed Li Ying also charging towards the door, causing him to pause momentarily and follow closely behind her. That he also attached a fragment of his soul to Li Ying, ensuring that even if they were separated within the ancient bronze door, he could swiftly locate her. From a distance, Li Jiani observed Zhou Xian trailing behind Li Ying, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He had strongly opposed Li Ying's venture into the secret realm due to its inherent dangers. Not to mention the risks posed by the realm itself, the presence of unsavory characters wishing to harm Li Ying was also a significant concern. However, he could not sway her determination, so he reluctantly acquiesced. Now, seeing Zhou Xian by her side, he felt reassured. With Zhou Xian's protection, Li Ying's safety was assured. May everything proceed smoothly. As Zhou Xian dashed into the ancient bronze door, his figure vanished. Su Yuan could not help but softly murmur, "Rest assured, young master, there will certainly be no issues." Beside him, Elder Mu, having overheard Su Yuan's words, offered words of comfort. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian, who had been entrusted with great expectations, after crossing the threshold of the bronze door, was suddenly engulfed in darkness. His grip slackened, and he found himself empty-handed, as Su Jing had evidently separated from him. Indeed, it appeared that some spatial abilities had been employed. It seemed this secret realm was rich in treasures. After all, one could not wield such a bronze door in intricate formations without it being extraordinary. As the darkness dissipated, Mo Yuan could not resist expressing his thoughts. This is only to be expected. That ancient bronze door is no ordinary object. The individual capable of utilizing such an ancient gate and formation undoubtedly left behind a realm of remarkable significance. What mysteries does the bronze door conceal? Zhou Xian inquired, cautiously surveying his surroundings as the darkness lifted. Upon examining his environment, he realized he stood upon a desolate expanse of grassland. The grass was utterly barren, swaying gently in the breeze, and Zhou Xian felt as if he were but a solitary blade of grass in a vast wasteland, isolated and helpless. Though the bronze door may not rival the wonders of heaven and earth or divine artifacts, it was still an esteemed existence, possibly reaching golden tier or even purple jade tier. Mo Yuan spoke with gravity. Despite only catching a fleeting glimpse, a peculiar wave of energy had instilled within him a sense of foreboding. At this juncture, Mo Yuan could not help but admire Zhou Xian's fate. Zhou Xian's fortune was indeed remarkable. Not only had the legendary Shanqi sword transformed into his possession, but he had also encountered items of purple jade caliber. Coupled with the earlier golden martial skill, Tianshan Mingyueluan, his luck was truly astounding that in his lifetime, Mo Yuan had barely cultivated a silver tier technique. Perhaps one could also consider the water mirror lead flower, a self-understood divine skill of Zhou Xian's which, based on its effects, could potentially rival purple jade martial skills in the future. According to my master, my luck is indeed quite favorable, Zhou Xian remarked with a chuckle, equally acknowledging his own fortunate circumstances. Chapter 70. One technique slays 5. After sharing a laugh, the two-leaf blue sprout within Zhou Xian's sea of consciousness began to tremble gently. Following this, an overwhelming force of spiritual energy surged forth from the sprout, swiftly radiating outward. Zhou Xian focused intently, using his spiritual power to meticulously sense the spiritual energy imprints he had previously left on Su Jing and Li Ying. However, as time wore on, Zhou Xian's brow gradually furrowed. With his current level of spiritual power, he could effortlessly detect all occurrences within a 2,000-meter radius. While this distance was considerable, he still could not definitively ascertain the whereabouts of Su Jing and Li Ying. With this thought in mind, Zhou Xian resolutely closed his eyes, retracting his spiritual energy while simultaneously silencing all external sounds, dedicating himself entirely to sensing the subtle changes deep within his heart. This lad truly possesses a knack for self-teaching. Mo Yuan, hidden within the jade pendant, murmured softly upon witnessing Zhou Xian's actions that he understood that there existed a unique connection between the imprint left by spiritual power and its source. As the distance increased, this connection would transform into a sixth sense-like intuition, though this sensation would gradually weaken with distance. While Mo Yuan intended to inform Zhou Xian of this, allowing him to ponder how to navigate this sensation, he was taken aback when Zhou Xian acted without needing his guidance. This acute awareness of the spiritual realm left Mo Yuan in awe. Although he was aware of Zhou Xian's talent, he had not anticipated it to be so pronounced. Moments later, Zhou Xian opened his eyes, contemplative yet silent. According to his senses, there were two directions to consider, leaving him uncertain about which path to take. Ultimately, Zhou Xian opted for one direction that felt particularly significant in his sixth sense. However, after proceeding only a short distance, his expression tightened, the blood beast sword in his hand slipping slightly as he gripped it tightly. "Since you have arrived, why not come forth for a discussion?" he called out coldly. As Zhou Xian's voice echoed, the surrounding dry grass continued to sway undisturbed in the wind, and Owen emerged, and observing the stillness of the desolate grassland. Zhou Xian could not help but shake his head. Whoosh! In the next moment, Zhou Xian's left hand swept sharply, sending 5 beams of black light darting toward the earth at an astonishingly peculiar angle. Go! In an instant, earth and grass clippings soared into the air as 5 figures burst forth from the ground, their large blades deflecting the flying darts Zhou Xian had unleashed. Behind them, 5 large pits appeared in the barren grassland. The 5, armed with their formidable blades, encircled Zhou Xian. Bandits concealed within the grassland. Zhou Xian deduced their identities from their attire. These 5 were likely bandits from a nearby mountain stronghold in Qingye City. They had fortuitously gathered within this secret realm, lying in wait to ambush unsuspecting passersby. "Are you from Shadajai?" Zhou Xian inquired, recalling tales of bandits in Qingye City who had evaded capture multiple times due to their extraordinary skills. "Ah, it seems our friend is quite knowledgeable. Since you are so familiar with us, why not lend us something?" The leader of the bandits, slightly taken aback by Zhou Xian's insight, quickly recovered and lifted his blade onto his shoulder. Laughing heartily, "Ditto? What would you like to hear?" Zhou Xian asked with a smile, his tone resembling that of old friends reminiscing. "Naturally, it would be your head." The bandit leader chuckled, and in the next moment, he lunged forward, unleashing his full strength as a second-tier warrior, his entire being enveloped in an iron-black hue. The martial art they practiced was evidently of black iron tier. This indicated the rarity of a complete earth escape technique. Even a fragment could reach black iron tier, implying that the complete technique must be of golden tier. As the bandit leader's voice faded, the others charged toward Zhou Xian, judging by their aura. Even if they had not attained the second tier like their leader, their strength surpassed that of ordinary first-tier warriors. "Veteran first-tier warriors?" Zhou Xian murmured softly, then scoffed. "Veteran. In essence, they are merely repeating a grade." With a scoff, the 2-leaf blue sprout in Zhou Xian's sea of consciousness trembled fiercely, a hazy crescent moon forming within. Surrounding the crescent was a thin layer of mist. Spiritual secret technique. Tianshan Mingyuel. Zhou Xian was executing the golden tier secret technique he had previously acquired, that if fully manifested, it would produce a radiant moon in the sky, surrounded by swirling clouds, traversing the sea of clouds, and appearing before his foes. However, Zhou Xian's current spiritual power was too weak to display the full grandeur of Tianshan Mingyuelun. Nonetheless, even in its diminished form, the technique was still fearsome. Zhou Xian practiced the Qinglian visualization method, whose tier was uncertain, yet it was undoubtedly remarkable. Otherwise, his spiritual power would not be so profound and potent. Coupled with the Tianshan Mingyuelun, a top-tier golden secret technique, the combination significantly amplified its power. As Tianshan Mingyuelun flickered, it pierced through one of the bandits, who staggered forward a few paces before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. This sudden turn of events left the remaining bandits aghast. How could someone have perished without Zhou Xian even lifting a finger? Before they could comprehend the situation, Tianshan Mingyuelun flashed again, targeting the nearest bandit. Before he could react, he too was struck down. After slaying 2 of their number, Tianshan Mingyuelun only slightly dimmed, the consumption of spiritual energy being negligible. Seeing 2 of their comrades fall inexplicably, the bandit leader felt a surge of panic and shouted, "Everyone, retreat now!" Before his words could fully escape his lips, the individual had already abandoned his 2 companions and turned to flee into the distance. However, Zhou Xian offered him no opportunity for escape. Following the swift flashes of the Tianshan Mingyuel wheel, all 3 were slain on the spot by Zhou Xian. Chapter 71. The Art of Earth Swimming. What formidable power this is! Gazing upon the 5 lifeless bodies before him, Zhou Xian could not help but feel a surge of emotions. This marked his first time unleashing the full force of his divine soul at the second stage of its awakening. Previous encounters had merely involved simple assaults, primarily aimed at disrupting the opponent's consciousness, executing kills while their divine soul sustained heavy blows, often serving merely as auxiliary methods that IT was only now using it directly as a means of execution. that Zhou Xian truly comprehended the terrifying nature of this divine soul secret art. Having dispatched 5 adversaries, the mist surrounding the Tianshan Mingyue will merely dissipated, while the waning moon remained largely unscathed. With a mere thought, the residual moonlight vanished, transforming into countless specks of phosphorescence that returned to Zhou Xian's consciousness. Without delay, Zhou Xian approached and thoroughly searched the bodies of the fallen. However, he found little of value among them. Weapons and leather armor held no interest for him. His focus lay on the techniques that hinted at an understanding of earth evasion. Before long, Zhou Xian discovered what he sought, a small book. It was slightly worn, its pages yellowed, indicative of frequent use by its owner. As Zhou Xian opened the book, the bold title The Art of Earth Swimming caught his eye, prompting him to examine its contents with great care. As he perused the text, joy immediately illuminated Zhou Xian's face, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his eyes, for he had not anticipated such fortuitous luck. Within the pages of The Art of Earth Swimming were densely packed insights and reflections penned by its owner. Alongside flashes of inspiration, Zhou Xian found this approach quite relatable, as he too occasionally jotted down his own thoughts to prevent forgetfulness. Even seemingly unrelated ideas could prove useful at unforeseen moments. With the annotations provided by the previous owner, Zhou Xian found the study of the art of earth swimming considerably more convenient and expedited. The art encompasses both techniques and methods. The technique represents the ability to swim through the earth, while the method pertains to the means of cultivation. This was akin to the earlier thief whose skin transformed into black iron. However, Zhou Xian, possessing the silver silkworm technique, found no necessity to practice that particular method. In a short span, Zhou Xian had comprehended the entirety of the art of earth swimming. Yet as he concluded, his brows furrowed tightly. From both the annotations and the text itself, he discerned the art's shortcomings. While it permitted warriors to swim through the earth like fish, this was merely an exaggerated claim. After all, it did not constitute a true divine art of earth evasion. Although the art of earth swimming allowed practitioners to traverse soil unimpeded as if swimming, the oxygen consumed during this process was not replenished. Furthermore, as a warrior descended deeper, the oxygen and vital essence within their bodies would rapidly deplete, that if not restored, they would face suffocation beneath the ground. Of course, if one reached a profound enough level of mastery and no longer required breathing, it could be feasible. However, Zhou Xian surmised that few esteemed figures would find it necessary to practice the art of earth swimming under such circumstances. After all, it was merely a fragmentary evolution of a true earth evasion divine art. Upon Zhou Xian's completion of the art of earth swimming, Mo Yuan could not suppress a sigh. If it were a genuine divine art of earth evasion, one would not have to worry about the depletion of oxygen and vital essence. Rather, it could even enhance them to some extent, Master. This is quite sufficient as it stands. That if it were truly a secret art of earth evasion, would it even be our turn to practice it? Hearing his master's lament, Zhou Xian chuckled in response. Despite feeling a tinge of disappointment upon recognizing the art's limitations, he was ultimately more excited. After all, this secret technique could indeed be considered a lifesaver in certain situations. More importantly, Zhou Xian discovered that the art of earth swimming complemented the technique of the forest serpent remarkably well. The forest serpent technique was an exceedingly ruthless ambush art, effective in forested settings, yet utterly useless in barren plains. The art of earth swimming, however, compensated for this flaw, significantly enhancing Zhou Xian's opportunities and methods for ambush. Moreover, combined with the power of his divine soul, Zhou Xian could distinguish between foes and allies even underground, allowing for precise strikes. With this realization, Zhou Xian promptly began to practice the art of earth swimming. Utilizing the provided annotations alongside his innate talent, he soon mastered the technique and with a mighty shout, dove into the desolate grassland. Surprisingly, the impact he expected upon entry did not occur. Instead, it felt as though he were swimming through water. Zhou Xian then navigated through the earth in the direction of his sensing. However, the time he could remain hidden beneath the surface was limited. Shortly after, he needed to surface for air. Even so, the art of earth swimming significantly enhanced Zhou Xian's combat prowess. It seemed there were traces of battle nearby. While traversing underground, Zhou Xian suddenly detected a faint scent of combat through his dispersed divine soul power, prompting him to head toward the source of the skirmish. Exercise caution, Mo Yuan urged as Zhou Xian moved toward the site of conflict. Rest assured, Master, I would never gamble with my life, Zhou Xian replied with a slight smile. Seeing Zhou Xian's assurance, Mo Yuan felt relieved. His words had been merely a subconscious reminder. This apprentice valued his own life greatly. Before long, the scene of battle came within the reach of Zhou Xian's divine soul power. Through the images reflected by his divine soul, he recognized a familiar figure, albeit one currently in a perilous predicament. Damn it, these wretches are truly relentless. On the desolate grassland, 3 men and 2 women were fleeing, pursued closely by several bandits. Among them, a spirited young woman could not contain her fury, her expression rife with disdain. Why must you be so obstinate? We have no intention of killing you. Behind them, a young swordsman clad in a white robe, armed with a longbow, spoke in a leisurely manner. They had not expected to encounter Xian here, especially given the vast disparity between their forces, which sparked a different kind of thought in him. Mei Chuan, do not push your luck. Hearing the taunting voice behind her, Xian retorted angrily without turning her head, wishing this man would simply end her life. Upon hearing Xian's words, Mei Chuan clicked his tongue and drew an arrow from his quiver, aiming for Xian's calf. Sensing the whistling sound from behind, Xian skillfully evaded the attack once more. She understood that she could not afford to be captured. Doing so would spell great trouble for the Yi family. Chapter 72 Humph. Mei Chuan's ambitions are grand. He seeks to capture Xian and coerce her into swearing a great oath to serve him as master. In that case, he would aid her in ascending to the position of head of the Yi family, and at that moment, he would claim the title for himself. However, there is a prerequisite. Xian must not be discovered exhibiting any signs of this oath. Otherwise, she would never be able to claim the position of family head. Xian. Why don't we split up and run? During their escape, another young woman, Wang Shui, suggested to Xian. Wang Shui was a member of a minor clan from Qingye City who had encountered Xian and her companions by chance. Her suggestion came after careful consideration. With their group S size, they had become a conspicuous target. If they were to separate, perhaps they might have a chance to escape. If we separate now, with our strength, they will surely capture us one by one. That staying together gives us a fighting chance if escape proves impossible. Upon hearing Wang Shui's words, one of the robust youths among the 3, Zhao Hu, shook his head and spoke. He had initially contemplated fleeing separately, but this notion was swiftly dismissed. Although the 5 of them gathered together formed a significant target, their combined strength could also coalesce into a formidable force. If they were to part ways now, the prospect of not escaping would be the least of their concerns. What truly terrified him was the thought of dying without dignity. More importantly, he harbored feelings for Xian. Should they separate, the likelihood of her being hunted would dramatically increase, which he found deeply unsettling. Upon hearing Zhao Hu's sentiments, another young man among the remaining 2 furrowed his brow. Unlike Zhao Hu, despite his own affection for Xian, he was prepared to relinquish such feelings when his own life was at stake. Thus, he personally leaned toward the idea of fleeing individually, as it was evident that the pursuer's primary target was Xian. If they split up, most of the attackers would undoubtedly pursue her, thereby enhancing his own chances of escape. But he had entered this secret realm to enhance his abilities, not to sacrifice himself for love. With this thought in mind, Su Yun abruptly halted, pivoting swiftly in another direction, entirely unconcerned for Xian and the other safety. To Su Yun, exclaimed Yin Shi, who had been beside him, momentarily taken aback before unleashing a furious reprimand. How could this scoundrel be so devoid of loyalty, fleeing before them? I have endured countless hardships since childhood. How could I forsake my own life for mere sentiments? When the autumn of vengeance arrives, may you not walk the path of the underworld alone. Hearing Yin Shi's words, Su Yun called back loudly, resolutely expressing his innermost thoughts. Rather than perish here together, it is wiser to preserve our lives for future retribution. Shameless. Yin Shi could not contain his outrage at Su Yun's declaration. You speak of avenging us in the future. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? You all pursue him. As Su Yun made his escape, Mei Chuan addressed a few martial artists of the Second Bone realm beside him. Does this fellow regard himself as invisible? He speaks of avenging us later. I shall ensure he never gets that opportunity. The Second Bone warriors acknowledged and swiftly pursued Su Yun. Perhaps you should hand over Miss Xian. I promise, if you surrender her, I shall not lay a hand on you. After sending his subordinates after Su Yun, Mei Chuan shouted at the fleeing figures ahead. The time wasted in this pursuit had begun to irritate him, but he feared encountering reinforcements from Qingye City, while simultaneously wishing to resolve this matter swiftly to continue exploring the secret realm. The suggestion to surrender Yixin and spare them was merely a tactic to undermine their resolve to go to hell. Yin Shi, already seething with anger, could not help but curse that he would not trust a single word from these brigands. When I see that scoundrel Su Yun again, I will surely break his legs. Meanwhile, Zhao Hu wore a grave expression, anger rising within him as he spoke out. There is no need for such hostility. In the face of life and death, there is no right or wrong. Upon hearing Zhao Hu's words, Yixin sighed and responded. Though she too felt anger towards Su Yun's actions, she respected his choice. In matters of life and death, no one could justly blame another. This cannot continue. As time wore on, Mei Chuan, who had been lagging behind Yixin, gritted his teeth and prepared to unleash a secret technique. Once invoked, this technique would enhance Mei Chuan's power, but it would leave him in a state of weakness afterward. His hesitation stemmed from the fear of encountering other foes who might ambush him, as well as concerns over his subordinates, who might seek to usurp his position. However, now consumed by rage, Mei Chuan disregarded these concerns. Burning blood, he roared, his eyes bloodshot as his internal energy surged with a powerful push. Mei Chuan hastened towards Yixin. Now let's see where you can flee. As he closed in on Yixin, Mei Chuan could not contain his maniacal laughter, his face contorted with malice. Damn it. Sensing the malevolent wind approaching from behind, Yixin and her companions were struck with alarm, their movements accelerating. Yet, even as they exerted themselves to the utmost, they could not match Mei Chuan's speed. Suddenly, a look of horror overtook Mei Chuan's countenance as he shouted in rage, leaping aside. The ground beneath him erupted as he jumped, but neither he nor Zhou Xian paused for a moment. With a swift motion, Zhou Xian executed his technique, pursuing Mei Chuan closely behind, that in a decisive strike. He plunged the blood sword of beasts into Mei Chuan's core. Ugh, at the moment the sword pierced. Mei Chuan appeared momentarily dazed, but the next instant, a piercing scream erupted from him. The sound was so harrowing that it tightened the hearts of all present, evoking a twinge of sympathy, except for Zhou Xian, whose heart remained cold. Upon hearing the agonized wail, he viciously twisted the sword and yanked it free, blood gushing forth as he deftly evaded the splatter. The air was filled with Mei Chuan's wretched screams, echoing through the heavens and earth, leaving those present momentarily transfixed, staring at the blood cascading down from the fallen figure of Mei Si. Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, Yixin and the others nodded in agreement. This secret realm was extraordinary, and Zhou Xian's fortune was indeed remarkable. It was entirely reasonable for him to enhance his combat prowess as a result. Soon, the group began to feel envious of Zhou Xian's good fortune, which was truly enviable. Unlike them, after entering the secret realm, they had barely managed to collect a few spirit herbs before they found themselves being pursued, perpetually fleeing for their lives. That I have met young Master Zhou. I am Zhao Hu, introduced Zhao Hu, bowing slightly towards Zhou Xian. I am Wang Shui. Pleased to meet you, young Master Zhou. I am Yin Shi. It is an honor to meet you, young Master Zhou. With Zhao Hu's introductions concluded, the other three also took turns to introduce themselves. I am Zhou Xian. Pleased to meet all of you, fellow friends. Zhou Xian reciprocated with a bow and his own introduction. After this round of introductions, everyone was aware of each other's situations. Following the introductions, Yixin turned to Zhou Xian and inquired, "Where are you planning to go next?" "I am unsure, but my intended direction lies that way," Zhou Xian replied, shaking his head before pointing towards the direction he had sensed earlier. "That direction?" Yixin pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Why not accompany us? It would be safer on the way." Upon hearing Yixin's words, Zhou Xian considered it and agreed. After all, he was acquainted with Yixin, and it was only reasonable to provide some assistance within his capabilities. After deciding on a direction, the group set off. As they journeyed, Zhou Xian observed that Zhao Hu took particular care of Yixin, indicating his affection for her. Similarly, it seemed that Yixin harbored some feelings for Zhao Hu as well. This was not only evident to the perceptive Zhou Xian. Wang Shui also noticed Yixin's sentiments. However, Wang Shui maintained a calm demeanor regarding Yixin's affections. During the time, they were surrounded by bandits. Zhao Hu's actions certainly scored points with the girls, and considering Zhao Hu's decent background, It was quite normal for Yi Xian to have such feelings that in a sense, the trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress may be cliché. Yet it remains effective. Not long after, Zhou Xian and the others encountered two martial artists engaged in a fierce battle over a weapon, vying for its ownership. Upon noticing Zhou Xian and his companions, the two fighters appeared tense, clearly wary of any attempts by Zhou Xian's group to seize the weapon. Their anxiety escalated upon realizing that everyone present was at the second bone realm level, fearing an attack. However, they were soon reassured when Zhou Xian and his companions merely glanced at them and then turned their attention elsewhere. The weapon being fought over was not of significant quality, and Zhou Xian's group dismissed it entirely. Yet for these rogue cultivators, it was still a considerable prize. After leaving that place, it wasn't long before a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, dispelling the fatigue accumulated from their journey. The group strained their eyes to see a conspicuous patch of green grass in the distance, vibrant and teeming with life amidst the otherwise barren landscape that in the midst of this lush greenery. A faint glow descended, revealing a massive peach tree radiating a soft pink light that is a spirit plant. They exclaimed in unison, excitement bubbling within them as they made their way towards the source of the light. As they approached, the peach tree within the glow became increasingly distinct. It emanated a gentle luminescence, its branches adorned with jade-like green leaves. The peaches, each the size of a human head, were translucent and glimmering, resembling exquisite pink jade. In addition to the peaches, the tree was draped with tendrils of vines, their emerald leaves also reminiscent of jade that a gentle breeze stirred, causing the leaves to rustle with a melodious sound, akin to a symphony of jade stones. Could it be the jade pansy peach tree? Upon clearly seeing the tree's form, Mo Yuan couldn't help but exclaim with a click of his tongue, unsure whether to deem Zhou Xian's luck as fortunate or unfortunate. "Master, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Xian inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity in response to Mo Yuan's remark to Zhou Xian, whose experience was still limited. This appeared to be an ordinary spirit plant, and he could not discern its true value. The jade pansy peach tree is a renowned spirit plant from the West Desert. Its fruit not only enhances the essence of all things within the consumer's body, but also significantly boosts one's comprehension, making it exceedingly rare. Mo Yuan explained, his tone tinged with envy. Even I, in my previous life, consumed it, but it was nowhere near the quality of this fruit that in his past. The jade pansy peach he had consumed was incomparable to what lay before them. Such a spirit plant would undoubtedly be valued more than one's own life by those from the West Desert. Upon hearing Mo Yuan's words, Zhou Xian furrowed his brow in confusion that if the jade pansy peach tree was indeed such a precious spirit plant, then encountering it was already a stroke of extraordinary luck. Why did his master suggest that luck could be both good and bad? Though the jade pansy peach is exquisite, there is a stipulation. Each person is only allowed to pick one. Attempting to take more will provoke the tree's defense that in another sense. The jade pansy peach tree acts as a guardian of its fruit. Do not foolishly challenge it. This tree is not something you can contend with. And even I might not emerge unscathed, Mo Yuan clarified, revealing the tree's formidable nature. Zhou Xian's heart raced at Mo Yuan's words. He had always been aware of his master's strength, and if Mo Yuan felt such trepidation, Zhou Xian could not help but be intrigued. "Master, what level of power does it possess?" "Wind and cloud realm," Mo Yuan responded gravely. With the power at the wind and cloud realm, one could manipulate the forces of heaven and earth, capable of injuring even a soul state like Mo Yuan in his previous life. Mo Yuan would have faced it without fear, but now, with his strength diminished, he was no match for such an opponent. Zhou Xian's pupils constricted in shock, a storm brewing within him. Wind and cloud realm? That surpasses the 12th bone realm level. Even with the mountain pool sword, a celestial artifact in hand, I would not stand a chance against it. A player with a strength level of 1, wielding a weapon with a tenfold increase, could triumph over opponents of lesser strength. However, if faced with an opponent of level 12, the scenario would drastically change. While Zhou Xian possessed the mountain pool sword, the adversary could also harness the powers of heaven and earth, nullifying Zhou Xian's advantages. The outcome would be a one-sided massacre. Fortunately, Zhou Xian was a content individual and would not resort to greed. "No matter, I am not one to covet excessively," To obtain a single peach is already a tremendous fortune. Zhou Xian declared that nature's gifts should not be squandered. Mo Yuan believed Zhou Xian's words, recalling how, during their previous encounter with Lin Wanqing, they had left some red fruits behind instead of taking everything. As Mo Yuan and Zhou Xian conversed, the group had already reached the vicinity of the glowing barrier. Upon arrival, they discovered several factions had been waiting there for some time. Upon noticing Zhou Xian and his companions, the various factions scowled, their expressions displeased. While the spirit herb garden was vast, the resources were limited. Every additional person competing for the herbs meant fewer available for others. They would prefer to keep all the spirit herb for themselves rather than allow others to contest them. Although they were displeased with Zhou Xian's group, few dared to show aggression first. They were all waiting for someone else to take the lead. This wait was not prolonged, for just as Zhou Xian and the others were surveying the glowing barrier, someone stepped forward from the crowd. "Well, what a stroke of luck to run into you here." A rough-looking youth, wielding a sharp sword, approached casually, a mocking grin on his face as he addressed Zhou Xian. "Do you know him?" Zhao Hu whispered, unable to contain his curiosity upon seeing the youth's demeanor, which suggested ill intentions. This fellow certainly did not appear to be a friend. "Who are you?" Zhou Xian asked, shaking his head, his brow furrowing in frustration, but he had no recollection of the youth's face and was puzzled by the implication behind his words. "You truly have a short memory," the youth retorted. His jaw clenched, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared at Zhou Xian with malice. "I am Miaoan, a subordinate of the leader of Wei Ming village." Miaoan immediately let out a furious roar, stepping forward with great force to declare his identity. Simultaneously, the tremendous aura of the three-bone realm erupted from him, surging violently towards Zhou Xian. Witnessing this scene, others present felt a stir within. They turned their gazes towards Zhou Xian and his companions, anticipating their reactions. Should Zhou Xian and his group appear weak, they would not hesitate to pounce and devour them whole. Conversely, if they proved formidable, they would not shy away from joining forces to attack. In essence, Miaoan was viewed as a testing stone to gauge Zhou Xian's group. I truly cannot fathom why you persistently fixate on me. Is your vision so limited that it can only perceive us? Upon hearing the mention of Wei Ming, Zhou Xian recalled the rogue who had confronted them outside the secret realm, and could not help but mock him. At that moment, with the likes of Wei Ming and Elder Mu, powerful figures of the six-bone realm, how could they even notice someone of my mere two-bone realm? Truly a feat. Chapter 75. The opening of the spirit herb garden. You little brat. It seems you do not know how to write the word death. Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, Miaoan's already simmering anger surged even more violently. The aura of the three-bone realm swept towards Zhou Xian without restraint, crashing upon him like a relentless torrent of waves. Zhou Xian let out a cold snort, stepping forward as his own two-bone aura erupted, colliding fiercely with Miaoan's. Bang! A dull sound, as if it were non-existent, resonated in the ears of the onlookers, causing their brows to furrow slightly. They had not anticipated that Zhou Xian could withstand Miaoan's assault. It seemed this lad was not an ordinary individual after all. Some keen-eyed warriors noticed the beast blood sword in Zhou Xian's hand, narrowing their eyes in suspicion. Could it be that Sun Yu had fallen to this fellow? Otherwise, how could the beast blood sword be in his possession? Yet, even if Sun Yu had not been slain by him, it would surely be related to this rogue in some capacity, regardless of how Zhou Xian had acquired the beast blood sword. It indicated the level of threat he posed. Contemplating this, a few felt a slight tremor in their hearts. Sun Yu was not someone easily dispatched, as they watched Zhou Xian deflect Miaoan's aura. A flicker of apprehension crossed Miaoan's heart. This fellow, able to withstand his assault with merely a two-bone realm, clearly possessed some extraordinary capabilities that I truly do not know how to write the word death. Perhaps you could demonstrate it for yourself. Zhou Xian, having blocked the incoming aura, took a step forward, pointing the beast blood sword directly at Miaoan, his murderous intent coalescing into a tangible force upon him. With Zhou Xian's advance, Yi Xan and the others also brandished their swords, standing resolutely, unafraid of Miaoan's prowess. It seems you truly do not regard me with any respect. Upon seeing Yi Xan and the others step forward, Miaoan laughed in rage, his gaze icy. What do these fools think of themselves? This is no longer Qingye City. Even if the city lord's daughter were to perish here, none would bat an eye, let alone them. Ladies and gentlemen, Do any of you stand with me to strike down these unruly scoundrels?" After his laughter, Miaowen turned to the other onlookers, his voice chillingly insistent. Upon hearing Miaowen's words, many felt a surge of excitement, eager to seize Zhou Xian and his companions right then and there. This was the territory of bandits. They need not worry about anyone from Qingye City intervening. Thus, if they all charged together, their chances of victory were quite high. With this thought, a bandit could no longer restrain himself. Fixing a sharp gaze upon Zhou Xian as he inquired, "Sun Yu is a close friend of mine. Why do you possess his personal weapon? I demand an explanation." Upon hearing this, some bandits wore expressions of regret, chastising themselves for not having thought of this reasoning first, as for whether this person was truly a close friend of Sun Yu. The crowd scoffed. They were all fox spirits. Who would believe such tales? Zhou Xian tilted his head, scrutinizing the man before him, and finally snickered, a look of disdain upon his face. "What do these fools take me for? A gullible simpleton? Enough of this. Each one of you is like a pair of utter fools." Flailing about here, Zhou Xian's gaze swept over the crowd, a thread of hostility rising within him, that a chilling murderous intent enveloped all the bandits before him, provoking an overwhelming sense of peril and mortality within their hearts. Sensing this ominous feeling, the crowd was struck with fear. This man was merely of the two-bone realm, yet he instilled in them a profound sense of danger. Zhou Xian's lips curled into a cold smile as he glared at the crowd, roaring defiantly, "Who dares to oppose me? Step forward." His voice roared like that of a lion, causing a faint ringing in the ears of those present. Upon these words, Yi Xian and the others merely exchanged glances with Zhou Xian before turning their heads away, surprised at the ferocity he displayed. What a bold lad! Meanwhile, within the jade pendant, Mo Yuan's eyes widened. Until now, Zhou Xian had often acted with caution and subtlety. He had never spoken so crudely as he did now. Yet, truth be told, his words struck a chord, leaving others feeling quite satisfied. "How dare you treat us like this?" Hearing Zhou Xian's words, a bandit erupted in a furious curse. They were, after all, mountain bandits accustomed to rough language. And hearing Zhou Xian's words ignited their ire. However, the very next moment, a dull thud echoed as that man's head burst open, red and white matter splattering everywhere, marking his demise. Zhou Xian had seized the moment to employ a hidden weapon, throwing a nail imbued with his vigorous blood energy, pinning the man to the spot. After dispatching the bandit, Zhou Xian contemplated crafting some throwing knives that he had long wished to create such weapons. But due to the convenience of using nails, he had yet to make the switch. Now, he resolved to forge some throwing knives at the earliest opportunity. "How dare you kill me?" Witnessing Zhou Xian's lethal precision, the bandit who had claimed to be Sun Yu's close friend charged at Zhou Xian in a fit of rage to "To hell with you," with a torrent of curses. "I shall slay you today." Zhou Xian, wielding his sword, prepared to charge forth and strike him down. "That I did not expect you to have such a ferocious side." Seeing Zhou Xian's display, Mo Yuan could not help but exclaim. Previously, when Zhou Xian had been outside the secret realm, he had always acted with cunning and caution, and Mo Yuan had thought him mature. How different he seemed today. In the outside world, I had many methods that could not be employed without leaving traces. But within the secret realm, I could utilize some of my abilities without such concerns. Thus, my actions naturally differ. Zhou Xian replied silently in his heart. Zhou Xian possessed numerous methods that eluded detection. Hence, he had always aimed for a swift and lethal strike with minimal effort. Yet now, the situation was different. He could occasionally deploy the Tian Shan Mingyu Luan, and he wielded the Beast Blood Sword and Tiger King Sword technique at will. Do not ask why. Consider it fortunate, a stroke of serendipity. After all, he was still a youth. One cannot expect him to act like an old sage. Buzz, just as Zhou Xian was about to engage in battle. A deep buzzing sound reverberated throughout the area. The crowd was immediately drawn to the sound, turning to see the luminous barrier shrouding the spirit herb garden rapidly fading, as the barrier diminished. A captivating fragrance wafted into the air, intoxicating the senses of those present. With this scent, the blood within their bodies surged to a boil. This unexpected turn left the crowd momentarily stunned. In the next instant, a clamorous uproar erupted. "The spirit herb garden has opened. Everyone, charge! No one shall snatch it from us at Qinglong's stronghold. To hell with Qinglong's stronghold. I, from Baihu's stronghold, will seize it from you. Chapter 76. Let us intensify the chaos. Do not linger with him. Let us first enter the Spirit Herb Garden. As the barrier of the Spirit Herb Garden gradually dissipated, the bandit who had intended to confront Zhou Xian made a decisive choice, rallying his fellow bandits towards the garden. Along the way, he engaged in skirmishes with others, inflicting injuries and slaying foes to diminish competition, resulting in utter chaos. Let us make our move as well. Upon witnessing that their opponent no longer engaged them, Zhou Xian addressed Xin and the others that in response to his words. The crowd nodded in unison and promptly made their way towards the Spirit Herb Garden. During this journey, Zhou Xian cautioned Xin and the others against overharvesting, advising them that merely 1 or 2 herbs would suffice. However, Xin and her companions furrowed their brows, evidently perplexed by Zhou Xian's seemingly peculiar statement. The Spirit Herb Garden was flourishing, presenting an opportune moment for gathering. If they missed this chance, who could say when it would open again? Nevertheless, observing Zhou Xian's grave demeanor, they refrained from dissenting, recognizing that his words must be grounded in reason. As Zhou Xian and his companions drew nearer, the sight of the spirit herbs vividly captured their attention. Merely a glance left them astonished. The age and exquisite quality of these herbs were truly exceptional. Akin to a rare gem among countless stones, their potency far surpassing that of any found in the outside world. Just as they marveled at the herb's splendid condition, an audacious individual launched an attack against Zhou Xian and his group, aiming to eliminate them. However, with a swift motion, Zhou Xian retaliated with a single stroke of his sword, effortlessly dispatching the assailant. Few could withstand even a single move against Zhou Xian. After vanquishing the foe, Zhou Xian seized a nearby spirit herb, then swiftly led Xin and the others toward the Yupon Lingtao tree. The air crackled with tension as Zhou Xian charged forward like a fierce tiger, prompting the would-be assailant to shout a warning. Yet his words fell on deaf ears as the group's attention was wholly captivated by the luscious fruits adorning the Yupon Lingtao tree, in comparison to Zhou Xian and his companions. They were positioned closer and had the opportunity to gather more of the precious Lingtao. Rather than squandering time in futile confrontation with Zhou Xian, they opted to seize the moment and collect as many Lingtao as possible. Unfortunately, this very ambition would lead to their downfall, that a gentle breeze rustled through the branches of the Yupon Lingtao tree, causing the vines to quiver slightly, accompanied by melodious sounds reminiscent of a serene breeze, stirring musical notes, elegant and refined. Suddenly, amidst this harmonious atmosphere, a violent noise shattered the tranquility, startling all present in such a melodious setting. The jarring sound was more pronounced, drawing attention like a needle dropping in a hushed room, the crowd turned to investigate. They beheld a burst of blood mist, from which a spirit herb fell to the ground. Zhou Xian raised an eyebrow, sensing a growing suspicion within him, yet lacking certainty, that he internally inquired of Mo Yuan. "Master, did it take action?" "Indeed," Mo Yuan replied gravely. The individual, dissatisfied with merely one spirit herb, sought to claim another and was consequently struck down. Zhou Xian's heart sank at Mo Yuan's words, realizing that the Yupon Lingtao tree was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Such a powerful method, Zhou Xian thought, feeling a chill at the thought that he had failed to perceive any imminent danger before witnessing someone dissolve in a blood mist. Such a technique was indeed fearsome. "Everyone be cautious. There are skilled practitioners among us." Someone shouted in alarm from the crowd. Though no reply emerged, only further eruptions of blood mist. Panic spread through the hearts of the onlookers, and some began to contemplate retreat. The assailants' actions were shrouded in secrecy. They had detected no signs of danger before witnessing someone else turn to blood mist, leaving them oblivious to the whereabouts of their enemy. Yet, while some contemplated withdrawal, others surged forward. Among them were the bandits who had already reached the Yupon Lingtao tree. For them to retreat now would be a grave transgression.